Chapter 1, Awakening. In the Cerebral Repository, dear readers, please store. This novel is a tale set within the Douluo system, having discarded certain established conventions, and draws heavily from a particular online game. Morning. Urgent announcement. Last night, a nationwide anomaly occurred, resulting in the collision of the Douluo continent game dimension with the real world, leading to the manifestation of everything within reality. All individuals aged 6 and above have awakened their martial souls, and soul beasts are now roaming various regions. We urge the public to exercise caution while traveling. This concludes our report. Ye Lei gazed thoughtfully at the news broadcast when suddenly a ding resonated in his mind. System awakening in progress. System awakening successful. A system indeed. That kind of existence from novels. Am truly the chosen one. Ye Lei exclaimed in astonishment. As a seasoned internet novel enthusiast, Ye Lei had longed for the possession of a system, and today, his dream had come to fruition. Now, a grand awakening gift package is bestowed upon the host. Due to the current fusion of game dimensions and reality, with soul beasts rampant, the host shall receive all powers within the Douluo continent's soul master duel game. Ye Lei was taken aback. He was acutely aware of his prowess within the game, having ranked among the top 5 strongest players on that server. However, the next statement from his system nearly provoked him to curse aloud. However, the host must complete a series of tasks to unlock their full potential. Ye Lei, speechless. But the host may receive the full potential of blue silvergrass. Upon hearing this, Ye Lei's previously disheartened mood instantly revitalized. Dan, after all, blue silvergrass can attack, control, and defend. Its strength is truly formidable. Dear system, what is the first task? System, are you really not going to change your expression? The first task is to hunt 10 soul rings from ordinary individuals. Given the game dimension, the age of the soul rings is not restricted, but preferably not exceeding 1,000 years. Is it really that simple? Indeed. For Ye Lei, this first task was merely a piece of cake. Though the only challenge lay in determining the age of the soul rings, he feared that if the soul rings were too advanced, the beneficiaries might not withstand the backlash and perish, rendering his efforts futile. Rest assured, the host, I shall provide you with a soul beast detector, which will locate the position of soul beasts and ascertain the age of the soul rings, ensuring the host will not err. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask me. All right, I won't quibble over that. Is there a time limit for the task? No. By the way, where are the martial souls of those individuals besides myself? Are they random? They are indeed random, but all will be at level 10, with the potential to awaken multiple martial souls. Ye Lei pondered, realizing that since everyone was at level 10, he could randomly select 10 individuals from the streets to complete his task. The only concern was whether they would believe him. Wait, she should trust me, right? Dear system, are you there? What is it? Can you grant me the blue silvergrass? Without it, how can I complete the task? Buzzsoul power infusion ceremony commencing. Please prepare. Countdown begins. 109-8765. Ye Lei, what? It's starting already? Couldn't you have informed me sooner? System, you didn't ask me. Ye Lei, speechless. 43:21. Time's up. Beginning infusion. A beam of blue light erupted alongside a cry of anguish. P.S. A prior declaration. I would like to state that this is my first novel. If there are any shortcomings in my writing, please feel free to comment on those parts. One will make revisions as soon as I see them. Writing for the first time, I welcome suggestions from my readers. Writing a novel is also a physically demanding task. As a student, this is my first foray into novel writing thus. If there are any issues with the plot, the settings, or character descriptions that readers find unacceptable, as long as you voice them, I will definitely make changes. If one revision is insufficient, I will revise it twice, or as many times as necessary until the readers are satisfied. I am Su Yeni, sincerely. I hope for the support of my readers, I will strive to improve, as will both the novel and you. Chapter 2, Nuan. 10 minutes later, as the blue light gradually dissipated within the room, a large, character-like silhouette emerged. Ye Lei slowly opened his eyes, and in an instant, a blue light flashed from the depths of his gaze. He rose steadily. Ye Lei stretched out his arms and gazed, feeling a surge of power within him. With a mere thought, a small blue grass sprouted in his palm, and at the same moment, 6 black lights flickered. In another room, at Nuan Garden, a girl lying on her bed opened her jade-like eyes. Hearing the commotion outside, she frowned and got up to push the door open, calling out in confusion, "Mom, Dad?" Upon seeing the scene before her, she nearly fainted. Before her stood 2 individuals, one clad in red and the other in black, clearly a loss, weakly uttering, "Dad, Mom?" "Nuan, you're awake. What on earth happened?" The girl, named Nuan, was 18 years old, currently on summer break, and had intended to engage in a prolonged game of chess with the Sandman, but was instead awoken by her parents' noise, wearing a look of helplessness as she gazed at them. "My apologies, Xiao Nuan, for waking you," said Han Kachin, looking at his precious daughter. "I don't know either, I just woke up like this. The news just reported it, and your mother and I decided to test it out, and then this happened," Han Kachin explained. Han Nuan, puzzled, tilted her head to glance at her father, her eyes filled with confusion. It was only after her father nodded that she began to believe his words. She then said, "I'll go out shortly to ask my classmates what's going on. Mom, is breakfast ready? I'm starving." With that, she headed towards the dining room, her mother closely following her. Ye Lei examined the blue silver grass in his hand, and then inquired, "Dear system, is there anything else I should be cautious about?" Due to the fusion of the two worlds, some elements have been altered. For instance, RMB has become obsolete, replaced by gold soul coins. Is that so? Ye Lei thought to himself. "Dear system, how many gold soul coins do I possess?" 1 million. Not bad. Not bad, that's quite a substantial amount, making him a minor millionaire. By the way, host, the soul beast detector has been installed on your left hand, please check. Upon hearing this, Ye Lei raised his left hand, revealing a sophisticated device before his eyes. This detector can locate soul beasts within a 100-meter radius. If any soul beasts appear, it will sound an alarm and calculate the age of the soul rings. Listening to the system's explanation, Ye Lei couldn't help but exclaim, "This is fantastic. With this tool, completing the task will be a breeze." As he spoke, a ringtone shattered the silence. Ye Lei took out his phone, glancing at the flashing words on the screen, before turning to head to his room to change clothes, all the while answering the call. Simultaneously, in a noisy conference room within the military of Rome City. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" A commanding voice resonated, silencing the previously clamorous meeting room. As Ye Lei made his way, he pondered the situation. He had not deliberately nurtured the blue-silver grass in the game, resulting in low soul ring ages. It seemed he would need to start cultivating it earnestly. Lost in thought, he arrived at the entrance of a luxurious apartment complex. Ye Lei glanced up and pulled out his phone to send a message. In a room upstairs, the girl looked at her parents, and then at her phone. After a moment, she got up and informed them before stepping out the door. Chapter 3. Meeting the Parents. The girl peered out the window and spotted a familiar figure below, smiling as she turned and entered the elevator. Ye Lei. Upon hearing her name, Ye Lei looked up to see a charming silhouette approaching with a smile. Nuaner. The girl before him was Han Nuan. He had intended to pinch her cheek, but she deftly swatted his hand away. "Stop messing around." With no success, he reluctantly withdrew his hand. "What's the matter? Why did you call me over so early?" Ye Lei asked. "Did you see the news?" "I did. What's up?" "Let's discuss it upstairs. My parents are here, too." "Okay. What? Can we skip going up?" "No way." The girl shot him a glare, and Ye Lei had no choice but to follow her into the elevator. With a click, the door opened, and Han Kachin and his wife turned to look as the two entered. Seeing their daughter accompanied by a tall figure, Ye Lei instinctively lowered his head, and upon noticing their gaze, he blurted out, "Dad, Mom." Feeling scrutinized by the trio, Ye Lei hastily corrected himself, "Uncle, Annie." Han Kachin glanced at his precious daughter and asked, "Who is this?" "My boyfriend," Han Nuan replied. Ye Lei, who had been called out, nodded, only to have Han Nuan pinch the soft flesh at his waist. "Can you act normal, please?" All right. Ye Lei dared not utter a word of dissent. Seeing his daughter reprimanding Ye Lei into submission, Han's father felt a wave of sympathy rise within him. "Now let's get down to business. Mom and Dad, release that," Han once said. Han's father exchanged a glance with his wife, and with a thought, two beams of light, one black and one red, illuminated the space. Ye Lei exclaimed, "A fire attribute martial soul, fire horned rhino, and a dark attribute martial soul. Nether leopard, both are exquisite." "What does that mean?" Han's father, standing behind the fiery red rhino, looked at Ye Lei in confusion. "Uncle, your martial soul is the fire attribute fire horned rhino. Known for its formidable defense, it can both attack and protect, making it a rare gem," Ye Lei explained, then turned to Han's mother, and Auntie's martial soul is the dark attribute nether leopard, which boasts incredible speed. Seeing Han's father and mother nod in understanding, he turned to Han Nuan. "Nuer, what is your martial soul?" Suddenly called out. Han Nuan paused for a moment before responding, I don't know. Why not give it a try?" "Okay." With that, Han Nuan concentrated, and a shimmering ice blue light erupted, sending a chill racing through the air as an ice blue bird materialized upon her shoulder. "Ice Phoenix, the pinnacle of beast martial souls," Ye Lei exclaimed. "Ice Phoenix sounds quite powerful." "Oh, by the way, what about you, Ye Lei?" Han Nuan inquired. "My martial soul is the plant type blue silvergrass," Ye Lei replied. At that moment, the system chimed in. Host, please be advised that you have tasks pending. Do not engage in idle chatter. Ye Lei, damn, can't you see him conversing with my future in-laws? Scram. System, how pretentious. All right, it'll take you all to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings. Soul beasts and soul rings, what are those? Things that enhance your martial souls. Just watch from the sidelines, Ye Lei said. Ye Lei contemplated. Han's father's martial soul is fire attribute, and level 10 is too weak. Therefore, he needs a defensive soul skill for protection. As for Han's mother, with her nether leopard, which emphasizes speed, she requires a soul beast with strong cutting capability and rapid speed. For Han Nuan, an ice attribute avian soul beast would suffice. After sharing his thoughts with the group, they unanimously decided to hunt soul beasts immediately. System. Speechless, they finally went. My flowers have wilted waiting. Chapter 4. The Hunt Beneath the Grass. 10 minutes later, at the foot of Ming Yuan Garden, Ye Lei looked at the three behind him and asked, "Are you ready?" Yes, the three replied in unison. All right, then let's go, Ye Lei said. An hour and a half later, at Riverside Forest. We've arrived. Nuaner, you all should activate your martial souls, just in case. As he spoke, 3 lights red, blue, and black shone behind him. As the 4 ventured deeper into the forest, sudden cries echoed ahead. Monster! Run! Upon hearing this, Ye Lei's interest was piqued, and he rushed forward with the others. With over 100 meters to go, Ye Lei's detector beeped. Ding! Soul beast detected ahead. 500-year-old scale beast. Just in time, my future father-in-law needs a defensive soul ring, Ye Lei thought, though he kept this to himself. Upon arrival, they saw a soul beast the size of a small car wreaking havoc ahead. Its body primarily yellow, adorned with green spikes and scales the size of fingernails. This was indeed the scaled beast. Ye Lei turned to Han's father and said, Uncle, prepare to absorb the soul ring. With that, he strode toward the soul beast. Under the astonished gazes of Han Nuan and the others, a small blue grass sprouted in Ye Lei's hand, while 6 black rings rose from beneath his feet, subsequently hovering at his waist. The scaled beast, upon spotting Ye Lei, flashed a hint of fear in its eyes and attempted to flee. Unfortunately for it, it was up against Ye Lei. Ye Lei calmly uttered, trying to escape? No way. Blue-silver grass, entangle. As he spoke, a thick strand of blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, swiftly coiling around the scaled beast's midsection. Blue-silver spike array. Before the ensnared scaled beast could struggle, it was pierced by dozens of rapidly emerging blue-silver grass shoots, leaving it battered and bleeding. Uncle, you can come over now. Still dazed from the overwhelming display of power, Han's father slowly approached, glancing at the nearly lifeless scaled beast and instinctively asking, Is it really okay, Xiao Lei? Don't worry, Uncle. Just get one more stab. Ye Lei reassured him. Hearing this, Han's father took the military dagger Ye Lei handed him, aimed at the scaled beast's neck, and thrust it down with force. Moments later, a yellow ring appeared above the soul beast. Uncle, you need to guide the soul ring with your mind. Upon hearing this, Han's father quickly complied, and in an instant, the soul ring floated toward him, hovering at his waist, before settling down to absorb the soul ring under Ye Lei's guidance. Once Han's father began absorbing the soul ring, Ye Lei called Han Nuan and the others over. What's wrong, Ye Lei? My dad, Han Nuan asked. He's fine. Nuan, our uncle, is just absorbing the soul ring. He won't be harmed, Ye Lei assured her. Upon hearing this, Han Nuan felt relieved. I called you over to remind you to practice diligently, so you're prepared for absorbing your soul rings later. Oh, all right, Han Nuan and the others replied. Seeing this, Ye Lei also sat down to protect the trio. At that moment, the system's voice rang in Ye Lei's mind. Task 1 completed. Please continue your efforts, and I wish you success in completing your task soon. Chapter 5. Beast Souls Revised. Riverside Forest. A beam of sunlight pierced through the leaves, shining down on the 4 individuals. Ye Lei, meditating, was roused by the sunlight and opened his phoenix-like eyes, shaking his head before rising. He glanced at the 3 who were still meditating, then turned his gaze towards the scaled beast's corpse, which was about the size of a small car, and walked over. Observing the lifeless body of the scaled beast, its form punctured by his blue-silver grass, the ground soaked with the beast's blood, Ye Lei approached its head, drew out his dagger from his waist, and aimed it at the scaled beast's head, preparing to strike down. Unbeknownst to him, everything he had done since defeating the scaled beast was being recorded by an individual clad in a uniform. In the military office of Rome City, an elderly man with white hair sat at his desk, taking a sip of tea before setting down his tablet and instructing the guard, "Send someone to invite this person from the video to see me." The gatekeeper nodded slightly, stepped forward with a tablet in hand, and proceeded outside. The protagonist in that video was indeed engaged in battle within the forest. 10 minutes later, Ye Lei gazed at the three individuals before him, who seemed to open their eyes in perfect unison, momentarily taken aback. Is it truly possible for a family to be so synchronized? His gaze inadvertently fixated on the young girl beside him. The girl appeared to notice someone staring at her. What are you looking at? There's nothing on my face. Heh. Ye Lei scratched his head and smiled. By the way, uncle, this is for you. As he spoke, Ye Lei extended his hand, revealing a verdant orb that caught the attention of the three. What is this? Inquired Han's father, perplexed. This is a beast soul, utilized to enhance the strength of soul rings. However, this is merely the most rudimentary level. In the future, defeating stronger soul beasts will yield more potent ones, Ye Lei explained. Han's father nodded, accepting the beast soul and placing it in his pocket. Have you all rested well? Ye Lei asked. The other three nodded in unison once more. Ye Lei, how is it that you all can synchronize so perfectly? Woa. System, please do not lose heart. Host, perhaps in the future, you will be able to as well. Ye Lei, I am well aware, even without your input, that it is a flawed system. System, returning to reality. Ye Lei constantly monitored the detector in his hand. Suddenly, a small head emerged from beneath his left armpit. Instinctively, Ye Lei recoiled his hand, only to hear a pained exclamation from beneath his arm. Ouch. You hurt me, you clumsy oaf. Ye Lei observed the small head emerging from beneath his armpit, a wry smile escaping his lips as he pinched Han Nuan's cheek. Behind him, a certain someone, holding his beloved wife's hand, regarded the playful antics of the two with a peculiar sense of unease. An overwhelming urge to unleash his martial soul and chastise the swine that dared to encroach upon his cherished cabbage. However, the recollection of the scaled beast quelled such thoughts. The scaled beast, how could you still remember me? Nearby, Han's mother seemed to perceive her husband's thoughts, gently squeezing Han's father's palm. He cast a resigned glance at their daughter before turning to his wife and offering a warm smile. Throughout the afternoon, as Ye Lei hunted a soul beast for his mother-in-law, he inadvertently assisted 4 passers-by in obtaining their soul rings, completing a system task with a score of 610. He now only needed to aid Han Nuan and 3 more individuals. Host, there is another matter I must convey, as today marks the first day of National Awakening. You have attained the strength of a 6-ring Soul Emperor. However, due to a bug in the system, you can currently only activate the first 4 of the 6 soul skills of the blue silver grass. And your physique has yet to integrate with the corresponding attributes of a 6-ring Soul Emperor, leaving you with the physical capabilities of an 18-year-old high school student. Ye Lei comprehended the system's words. He could utilize merely 4 of the 10,000-year soul skills of the blue silver grass, and his physical prowess remained unchanged, requiring an additional night for successful integration. After escorting Han Nuan's family to the Mingyuan community, Ye Lei found himself contemplating a peculiar sensation of being watched. Lost in thought, he arrived at his doorstep, oblivious to the scent of medicinal herbs permeating the hallway, which he attributed to the traditional Chinese medicine brewed by the elderly neighbor next door. At the moment Ye Lei inserted his key into the lock, he suddenly realized that it would not fit. As he forcefully attempted to push the key in, a powerful electric current surged from the door, instantly paralyzing his body. Just then, a long needle pierced the back of Ye Lei's neck, rendering him weak as his strength gradually ebbed away. Not good, someone is behind me. Ye Lei gritted his teeth. Ye Lei gritted his teeth and, with great effort, extended his hand to pull out the long needle embedded in his neck. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the needle's tip was fashioned into a pentagram, emanating the peculiar medicinal aroma he had sensed earlier. This was evidently an anesthetic needle that did not exist in the realm of the ordinary. 5 figures clad in dark uniforms descended leisurely from the upper floor, with the leader brandishing a glimmering firearm in his hand. It was this very weapon that had discharged the anesthetic needle that struck Ye Lei's neck moments ago. Who are you, and why have you targeted me? Ye Lei asked, biting down on his words with palpable intensity. In that fleeting moment, he initially suspected these 5 individuals to be enemies of the Yi family. However, that notion was swiftly dismissed upon hearing the words of the dark-clad leader. We act upon the elder's command. We kindly request your presence for a visit. The leader proclaimed. Elder? Ye Lei was perplexed when the leading figure in black swiftly approached and struck him with a precise chop, rendering him unconscious. Before he was carried down the stairs by 5 similarly clad individuals and unceremoniously tossed into the vehicle they had arrived in. The night passed in silence. The following day. P.S. This chapter has been revised. Feel free to read with confidence. P.S. In this chapter, the reason the male protagonist was knocked unconscious by a mere level 10 soul master with a single chop will be elucidated later. Readers are kindly urged not to dwell on this matter. Chapter 6. The 10 Elders, the 7th Elder. The next day, in a dimly lit room, a young man was bound tightly to a chair. The sound of footsteps echoed, growing closer, until the room was illuminated by the flick of a switch, revealing the youth's face in stark light as a group of armed individuals entered. It was Ye Lei. Noticing Ye Lei's lack of response, the leader signaled to one of his companions, who understood the cue, and turned to fetch water from a tap in the corner of the room. Moments later, the individual returned with a bucket of water, and upon receiving a nod from the leader, approached Ye Lei. Without hesitation, he poured the contents over Ye Lei's head. Coughing, Ye Lei shook his head and opened his striking eyes. Upon grasping the scene before him, he inquired loudly, "Who are you? Where am I? Why have you captured me?" Faced with the barrage of urgent questions, the leader merely replied, his expression unchanged, "Our elders wish to see you." As Ye Lei heard the leader utter the term elder, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. He contemplated making a break for it. Yet upon glancing at the dozen or so fully armed soldiers, he could only manage a wry smile, while the desire to flee lingered. He certainly wished to avoid being beaten to a pulp. "System, host, have you forgotten that I am still here?" "Ye Lei, damn it. Why did you choose to appear now after such a long time? Can you enlighten me about what has transpired and who they truly are?" "System, well, this matter is somewhat intricate." Subsequently, Ye Lei began to listen to the system's narration. At the same time, in Mingwan Garden, Han Nuan awoke in her chamber, emerging to find her parents, who had risen early for their cultivation, and smiled. Approaching her mother, she sweetly called out, "Mom, I'm hungry." Pulled back to reality, Han's mother looked at her daughter and, with a helpless smile, replied, "All right, I'll prepare something for you." "Thank you, Mom," Han once said, playfully nuzzling her mother's shoulder. "All right. Enough with the coaxing. If you wish to be pampered, go seek Ye Lei." "Mom, how could you? You're already pushing your own daughter away. Besides, Ye Lei is as wooden as a log." In a certain room in Rongqing, someone sneezed. "Who the hell is insulting me?" In the military, Ye Lei gazed at the dozens of individuals in the room, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, a person entered from outside and whispered something to the leader. Suddenly, a booming voice resonated from outside. "Elder Xiao Xiong has arrived." Ye Lei was momentarily taken aback. "Xiao Xiong, elder, could it be that you are the 7th elder among the top 10 elders in the country? But why do you wish to meet with me?" At that moment, an elderly man with snow-white hair entered the room. The 7th elder gazed at the tightly bound Ye Lei, who helplessly addressed his subordinates. "I instructed you to invite him back, not to bind him." After a pause, he inquired, "Now, what is the purpose of your meeting?" Ye Lei asked. The 7th elder replied, "Is this not yours?" As he took a tablet from his subordinate and held it before Ye Lei gazed at the screen of his tablet, where the scene of his hunt for the scaled beast was vividly displayed. "You are monitoring me," Ye Lei exclaimed in anger. "Enough of this, let us attend to the matter at hand." Release the young man. He continued, "Honestly, I requested your assistance, not your restraint." Chapter 7, Accompanying Burial, Revised. Just as the leader began to untie Ye Lei, the 7th elder spoke up. "I had them bring you here to inquire about something." "What is it?" Ye Lei asked. "What are your thoughts on the global transformation into Douluo?" The 7th elder queried. Well, I truly do not know how to respond," Ye Lei admitted. Momentarily at a loss for words. "Do share," the 7th elder urged. "When you vanquished that creature, what was the black circular object that hung at your waist? And why did that monster seem inclined to flee upon seeing you?" The 7th elder bombarded him with a series of questions, akin to a rapid-fire barrage. Ye Lei, speechless. Does this old man speak without taking a breath? His eloquence surpasses that of a young man like me. "Elder 7, please. I am the esteemed elder rank 7th, you know." 5 minutes later, as Ye Lei concluded his account, he observed the expressions of the 7th elder and the others, all revealing a sense of understanding. With a sigh of relief, he thought he had managed to avoid revealing the existence of his system. "System, I sincerely thank you." A voice intruded upon Ye Lei's thoughts. "Speak quickly, keep it brief." "Certainly. In the game, each soul master can only utilize their first 4 soul skills, while the subsequent skills are entirely passive. However, now that the game has merged with reality, every martial soul can actively employ its skills." Hearing this, Ye Lei exclaimed, "Nice. This means I am on par with Tang Sect, or perhaps even superior." Since he had bound himself to the Douluo game system, he possessed all the martial souls that the game offered, rendering him infinitely stronger than others. "By the way, Elder Xiao, I am yet to learn about your martial soul. Might I have the privilege of witnessing it?" Ye Lei suddenly inquired of the 7th elder. "Very well, I shall show you," the 7th elder replied generously. As he spoke, a crimson light erupted from his being. Ye Lei's brow furrowed as the light dissipated, revealing a long staff in the 7th elder's grasp, upon which a colossal dragon coiled, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. The 7th elder's martial soul was indeed the coiling dragon staff. It appeared his assumptions were correct. Among the 10 elders, the 6th and 7th elders were twins. Now that he recognized the 7th elder's martial soul as the coiling dragon staff, it was certain that the 6th elder possessed one as well. "Young man, there is a matter that requires your attention. Are you willing to assist?" The 7th elder's tone took a serious turn, causing Ye Lei to feel an impending sense of dread. "What is it? Please, elder, do enlighten me. Join our elder hall as an advisor. We can offer you honor and boundless wealth." The 7th elder urged, fixing his gaze on Ye Lei. "What if I decline? I prefer to live my life as I see fit and have no desire to join any elder hall. Furthermore, I am still a student. If there is nothing more, I would like to return." Ye Lei replied firmly. "Since you are unwilling to join us, you may no longer hold any utility. By the way, your little girlfriend and her family will vanish from this world." The 7th elder taunted with a sinister smile. "You dare. If you lay a finger on them, I will ensure you pay dearly. Ye Lei retorted fiercely. That may not be a possibility, as your time is running short. Eliminate him, commanded the seventh elder. You leave me no choice. Ye Lei observed the individuals in the room simultaneously raise their firearms, aiming at him. Fire. In that instant, a colossal cage materialized around Ye Lei as he unleashed his fourth soul skill, blue-silver, cage. The bullets ricocheted harmlessly off the structure, clattering to the ground. Now, it is my turn. Fifth soul skill, blue-silver, tyrant spear. Ye Lei's voice, laced with coldness, resonated through the air. A chilling gleam swept across the room. Blood splattered. And when the hot crimson liquid splashed onto the seventh elder's face, it startled him into action. Without hesitation, he summoned his coiling dragon staff, attempting to defend against the now bloodthirsty Ye Lei. However, the coiling dragon staff, devoid of any soul rings, was no more formidable than a mere rolling pin. Ye Lei thrust the blue-silver tyrant spear with ferocity, piercing through the seventh elder's left chest. As he withdrew the spear, it was gruesomely adorned with a still-beating heart. Dripping with blood, the seventh elder, with blood gushing from his chest, collapsed to the ground in a lifeless heap. Game over. Ye Lei stepped forward to confirm that the seventh elder had indeed lost all signs of life, and then he burst through the door. After Ye Lei had exited, the corpse of the seventh elder, previously lifeless, began to move in a peculiar manner. The wound in his chest, which had been pierced, astonishingly started to mend. A strange red light flickered on his chest. After a while, the seventh elder miraculously stood up. Apart from his clothing being soaked in his own blood and his pallid complexion, he appeared unchanged from moments before. Ye Lei, I shall remember you. I am eager to see how long you can flounder on my territory. The seventh elder exuded an eerie black-red glow, and his eyes were filled with a murderous intent steeped in hatred. Chapter 8. My bottom line, you dare not touch. Were it not for this being my domain, and the hidden cards I possess, you might have truly perished at my hands. The seventh elder wiped the blood from his face, and the strange light surrounding him gradually dissipated. Had he not set up the secret techniques bestowed upon him by that esteemed figure in advance within this room, he would indeed have become the first among the 10 elders to be slain by a mere youth. The seventh elder's expression softened, and after a moment, he retrieved an unknown mobile phone from his pocket, found a number, and dialed. After 2 beeps, an aged yet authoritative voice resonated. What is it, my brother? While searching for an exit, Ye Lei encountered several soldiers. Without allowing them to approach, he swiftly incapacitated them with his blue-silver grass. Upon reaching the doorway, the guards dared not impede him, having received the captain's warning. Do not obstruct a man wielding a blue spear, unless you wish to be cleaved in two. Upon escaping the military headquarters, Ye Lei gazed back at the residence of Elder 7, silently vowing, I will surely obliterate your so-called Elder Hall, rendering you incapable of continuing your lawless reign in Huaxia. Subsequently, Ye Lei harnessed his soul power and began racing towards the city center. Meanwhile, in Shuqing, the sixth elder, upon hearing his brother's words, displayed a troubled expression. After a moment's contemplation, he said to the seventh elder, For now, do not provoke him. I shall speak with the first elder and discuss our strategy. For now, focus on your cultivation. Without waiting for a response from the seventh elder, he ended the call. The seventh elder stared at the now black-screened phone, turned, and exited the room, summoning others to clean up the aftermath. The newcomers, upon entering, were left dumbfounded by the scene before them. At noon, in the city center, a multitude of soul beasts suddenly appeared, wreaking havoc across the metropolis, accompanied by the anguished screams and cries for help from the populace. As Ye Lei approached the city center, his soul beast detector in his left hand suddenly emitted a series of urgent beeps. Confused, he raised his left hand and furrowed his brow upon seeing a red exclamation mark flashing on the device, accompanied by a message. Beast tide detected ahead, numbers uncertain. You're unknown. Ding. The system's voice announced, host has triggered a side quest. Please face the beast tide alone. Completion rewards. Tang Sect's ultimate techniques. Upon hearing the words Tang Sect's ultimate techniques, Ye Lei sprang into action, charging towards the location of the beast tide. Meanwhile, Nuan and her family were leisurely shopping in the mall, completely oblivious to the impending chaos outside. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the mall's entrance, punctuated by intermittent screams. What is happening? Nuan and her companions stepped outside, their eyes widening in shock at the sight of numerous soul beasts invading the city. Nuan's jaw dropped in disbelief. As the soul beasts continued to surge in, the mall's entrance was overwhelmed. Suddenly, a massive Earth King unleashed a fireball with a diameter of 1 meter towards Nuan's direction. As the fireball approached rapidly, those behind her found themselves unable to evade. Murmuring in panic, it's over. Just then, a voice rang out, first soul skill, Fire Rhino Shield. A fiery red barrier appeared in front of a man, successfully blocking the fireball. It was Nuan's father, who shielded them from the Earth King's attack, prompting her mother to rush forward as well. First soul skill, Nether Blade. Nuan's mother unleashed 10 razor-like blades from her hands, targeting the Earth King's head. With a resounding crack, the Earth King's skull shattered, spewing forth a torrent of dark green blood. The Earth King fell, and Nuan's mother claimed the first blood, witnessing her parents engage in battle. Nuan felt a surge of frustration. It seemed she would need Ye Lei's assistance to obtain a soul ring after all. Lost in thought, A horde of soul beasts suddenly charged towards them, led by several powerful creatures unleashing their respective skills, a cacophony of soul techniques hurtling towards Han Nuan. Seeing this, her father activated his first soul skill once more, managing to block the incoming attacks, but his fire rhino shield shattered under the pressure. More soul beasts pressed their assault. Chapter 9. Facing alone as Han Nuan's father's fire rhino shield broke, he had only recently integrated his soul ring and was still physically weak. The unblocked soul beast skills severely injured his internal organs, causing him to collapse to the ground, clutching his chest and coughing up blood. Dad, honey, both Han Nuan and her mother shouted in unison as they rushed to support him. Han Nuan's mother, panicked, asked, "Honey, what's wrong?" Her father shook his head, indicating he was fine. A chorus of roars erupted, and the three of them looked up to see a group of soul beasts preparing to tear them apart. Han Nuan's beautiful eyes dimmed, and she softly uttered, "Ye Lei, where are you?" Just then, the swarm of soul beasts surged forward, and Han Nuan helplessly closed her eyes. Just as she braced herself for the imminent attack, a soothing voice resonated, fourth soul skill, blue-silver prison. The sounds of clashes and the roars of soul beasts filled the air, followed by the sound of grinding. Han Nuan opened her eyes in surprise. Recognizing that voice, it was his. Not far away stood a tall young man, Ye Lei. At that moment, Ye Lei raised his right hand, his face devoid of expression. Yet his heart burned with fury. How dare they harm his family? They were courting death. Indeed, Ye Lei had already regarded Han Nuan's parents as his own. You beasts deserve nothing less than death. With that, he clenched his right hand. And the soul beasts trapped within the blue-silver prison were impaled by the sharp thorns of the blue-silver grass. Their lives extinguished as the light faded from their eyes, sending them to meet the king of hell. Everyone, except for Han Nuan and her family, stared wide-eyed. Pondering in disbelief, is this still a human? Ye Lei glanced around to confirm that no soul beasts were alive before approaching Han's father. Noticing the bloodstains at the corner of Han's mouth, he inquired, "Uncle, are you all right?" Han's father shook his head and replied, "I am fine, just a bit fatigued." "That's good to hear. Since you are all right, Uncle and Aunt, please accept this." As he spoke, he magically produced 2 yellow chrysanthemums and handed them to Han's father and mother. This is the Qi Rong Tong Tianju, renowned for its remarkable ability to strengthen meridians and enhance physical constitution. Simply consume the leaves to absorb its essence. Han's father and mother did not decline. They accepted the celestial herbs, seated themselves on the ground, and began to absorb and cultivate. At that moment, a certain individual grew indignant. Stepping before Ye Lei and raising her small hand to ask, "What about me? My parents have some, why don't I?" Looking at the adorable Han Nuan, Ye Lei gazed at her with affectionate indulgence, saying, "How could there be none for my little princess?" "It's just that." His words were abruptly interrupted by Han Nuan. "Just what?" "Because you lack a soul ring. Absorbing the celestial herb would bring more harm than good. However, today you can indeed obtain a soul ring. There are plenty here. Let me search for one." "Ah, this one seems quite suitable for you." As he spoke, he dragged over a half-dead bird, ensnared by blue-silver grass around its neck. It was a deep blue creature adorned with steel-gray plating and iron-winged blue-headed eagle, just reaching a cultivation level of 1,000 years, making it an excellent match for you. Although Ye Lei had just dealt a decisive blow, he had not eradicated the distant soul beast pack entirely. After all, he still had system tasks to fulfill, hoping to complete them and restore his full strength as soon as possible. Ye Lei drew a dagger and handed it to Han Nuan, who, without hesitation, plunged it into the head of the steel-winged, blue-headed eagle. She then seated herself on the ground, guiding the soul ring to commence absorption. During this interval, Ye Lei assisted the majority of those present in acquiring their own soul rings, thus exceeding the requirements of the system's task and amassing a substantial collection of beast souls of various qualities. As for the celestial herbs, they were obtained by personally slaying 2 10,000-year soul beasts, rewarded by the system. The soul rings, meanwhile, were collected using the system's soul ring collector, an essential tool for enhancing soul rings. Naturally, all soul beasts and soul rings present at the scene were gathered into the system's space by Ye Lei. At that moment, the system's voice echoed, "Congratulations, host, for successfully completing Task 1 and the side quest. System rewards have been deposited into the system space. Please check." After hearing this, Ye Lei chuckled softly. With a mere thought, an ancient tome and a fiery red orb materialized in his hands. The ancient text boldly inscribed with the words Tongmen's Ultimate Techniques was revealed. Chapter 10. Tongmen's Ultimate Techniques, the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. Upon witnessing the unparalleled skills of the Tang Sect, Ye Lei was overwhelmed with exhilaration, so much so that he crushed the tiles beneath his feet. The onlookers, still reeling from the spectacle, collectively shuddered, hesitant to meet Ye Lei's gaze, fearing that he might next turn his attention towards them. Ye Lei was oblivious to his subconscious action of his that instilled fear in others, his focus entirely consumed by the Tang Sect's profound skills in his hands. Suddenly, he recalled the fiery red orb cradled in his palm, roughly the size of his hand, and upon closer inspection, one could discern it brimming with elemental fire. Ye Lei found himself at a loss for words and could only inquire of the system, "Esteemed system, what is this peculiar object, and what purpose does it serve?" "Host, this is a fire elemental pill. Consuming it will awaken a random fire attribute martial spirit. Such a remarkable treasure. What a fortunate acquisition. But what fire attribute martial spirits are available? Never mind. Let us leave it to fate. With that, Ye Lei swallowed the pill without hesitation. As he settled into a seated position, the fire elemental essence surged through his body, radiating outward. Onlookers nearby were taken aback by the spectacle. What is happening? What trick is this monster up to now? Never mind. Our lives are at stake. We must flee. Indeed, Ye Lei had been referred to as a monster. Half an hour later, Nuan and her companions concluded their training and exchanged glances. Excitedly, Nuan rushed to her parents, exclaiming, "Mom, Dad, I have obtained a soul ring." She then summoned her martial spirit. As Han's parents felt a chill rising from the ground, an ice phoenix spiraled into the air behind her, flapping its wings. A faint purple soul ring emerged from beneath her feet, settling at her waist. Han's father gasped. "What is this?" Ye Lei interjected. "This is a steel-winged blue-headed eagle, just recently turned 1,000 years old, perfectly suited for me," Nuan declared proudly. At that moment, a wave of heat enveloped them, overpowering the chill that Nuan had released. The trio turned to see Ye Lei seated nearby, at the core of the heat wave. Suddenly, Ye Lei sprang to his feet, and the ground beneath him cracked open, revealing a massive, fiery, rock-like hand that emerged from the chasm, grasping the earth beside it. Before the astonished gazes of Nuan and her companions, a colossal rock giant ascended, hovering behind Ye Lei. Indeed, it hovered, for the giant lacked legs beneath its torso. Ye Lei opened his eyes and, upon noticing the three individuals not far away, smiled and approached them. Mr. Han instinctively inquired, "Xiao Lei, what is the situation?" Ye Lei turned to glance behind him, then addressed the three. "This is my second martial soul, the Flame Lord." Thereafter, he continued, "So, everything is in order. Wait, did you say second martial soul? Indeed, what of it? Uncle, do not forget that we are now intertwined with the game dimension." "True enough." "Very well, let us return for now. Moaner, make the most of your training. These beast souls are for you to share with Uncle and Aunt." As he spoke, Ye Lei handed the beast souls he had just gathered to Nuan, simultaneously placing a pearl of celestial essence in her other hand. "This is the dew of longing. Simply consume it all." After Ye Lei and Nuan parted ways at the entrance of the mall, they returned home. Upon returning home, Ye Lei did not neglect to survey his surroundings, for he wished to avoid repeating past mistakes. Once assured of his safety, he promptly entered. Back in his room, Ye Lei began to explore the system space, as the awakening of his second martial soul necessitated soul rings. Gazing at the hundreds of soul rings within the system space, Ye Lei fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, at Mingyuan Garden, Han's father and mother exchanged glances upon entering. At this moment, Nuan remained blissfully unaware that danger had also entered. Ye Lei resolved to delve into the esoteric teachings of the Tang Sect tonight. Subsequently, he retrieved an ancient tome from the confines of the system space. As he turned to the first page, 4 gilded characters caught his eye. Upon beholding these 4 characters, Ye Lei could no longer remain composed. For the gilded inscription read, "Purple Extreme Demon Eye. Chapter 11, My Parents No Longer Want Me." After Ye Lei composed himself, he began to read attentively. Reciting aloud, "The Art of Eye Training, the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. This method utilizes the fleeting moment of the sun rising in the east, accompanied by the purple aura that comes with it, to enhance one's vision significantly. Possessing an extraordinary observational prowess can inflict mental damage upon adversaries. One can perceive from a distance of 1,000 miles and scrutinize with meticulous detail. The purple extreme broad eye is categorized into 4 levels: the overview, the intricate, the seed, and the vast. The effects of each level are as follows. Overview level, a dramatic enhancement of vision, enabling one to grasp every detail with clarity. Intricate level, vision becomes even clearer, with an enriched perception of details. One can perceive everything before them at a slowed pace, allowing for rapid responses. Seed level, to an external observer, one's eyes emit a golden purple radiance. From one's perspective, the surroundings appear exceptionally vivid, revealing a world brimming with layers and colors. Even the transparent air can reveal faint particles of dust. Upon finishing, Ye Lei continued to flip through the pages. He thoroughly examined the techniques of the Ghost Shadow Step and the Xian Jade Hand. Subsequently, he resolved to study these Tang Sect esoteric skills another day. He placed the ancient texts into the system space and fell into contemplation. In the Mingyuan Garden, while preparing to take a shower, Han's father suddenly called out to Nuan, who was watching television in the living room. "Xiao Nuan, I have a package at the door. Please fetch it for me." "All right," she replied. Han's father exchanged a glance with Han's mother, who quickly sprang into action. As Nuan reached the door and opened it, she was unexpectedly pushed from behind, stumbling outside. Turning around, she saw her mother hastily shoving a package and her phone into her arms before shutting the door without a word. At this moment, Nuan was still in a state of confusion. Just then, her phone buzzed, and she slowly opened it to find a message that read, "Tonight, you will go to Ye Lei's house while your mother and I enjoy some quality time together. If all goes well, we might even create a little brother or sister for you." After a while, Nuan began to knock on the door, and eventually, her father's voice drifted through. "What is it? Stop knocking. Your mother and I are busy." "Hey, what are you saying? Xiao Nuan is still so young. came her mother's shy voice. In that moment, Nuan realized that her parents were quite content to leave her out of their plans. Ye Lei contemplated that since he had awakened the second martial soul, the Flame Lord, it was imperative to absorb soul rings. Today, he had vanquished two 10,000-year soul beasts, a 40,000-year armored beetle king and a 45,000-year crimson scorpion king, both of which were quite suitable for his needs. After a brief moment, Ye Lei retrieved a soul ring from the system space. A deep, resonant roar echoed as the silhouette of the armored beetle king materialized. Transforming into a black soul ring, Ye Lei settled onto the ground and began the process of absorption. Meanwhile, Nuan reached the residential building and gazed upwards, shaking his head in resignation. With the manifestation of his martial spirit, a pair of ice blue wings unfurled from his back, lifting him off the ground as he soared towards Ye Lei's home. In a room, the garments adorning Ye Lei's upper body were consumed by the flames emanating from the Flame Lord, revealing his well-defined muscles glistening with perspiration, making him all the more captivating. 5 minutes later, after Ye Lei absorbed the soul ring of the heavy armored beetle king, he did not contemplate rest. Instead, he retrieved the soul ring of the crimson scorpion king from the system space. A colossal crimson scorpion materialized, transforming into a soul ring darker than that of the heavy armored beetle king, suspended in the air. Ye Lei adjusted his breathing and proceeded to absorb the soul ring. 10 minutes later, Nuan flew to the residential building where Ye Lei lived, retracting her wings as she entered. Approaching Ye Lei's door, she prepared to unlock it with the key he had given her, when she suddenly noticed a faint red glow seeping through the door's crack. Chapter 12. What are you doing? Upon seeing the flickering red light, Nuan's heart raced. She hastily used the key to unlock the door. Inside, the red light emanated from a room deep within, intermittently flashing, accompanied by a shadowy darkness. Fearing that something had befallen Ye Lei, she ventured further inside, only to find that with each step, the temperature rose and an invisible pressure weighed upon her, making every movement arduous. Summoning her martial spirit, she enveloped herself with her wings, yet beads of sweat streamed down her face, her cherubic features glistening with perspiration. Just as she reached for the doorknob, she realized it was scalding hot. Using her ice elemental power, she cooled the doorknob, and after a considerable time, its temperature finally subsided. Taking a deep breath, Nuan opened the door, only to be met with a scene she would never forget. Half an hour later, Ye Lei slowly opened his eyes, gazing down at his hands. As he rose to his feet, a series of crackling sounds emanated from his entire body, bringing an immediate sense of refreshment. He stood up, preparing to take a shower, and stepped out of the room with his upper body bare. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Nuan, seated on the sofa, instinctively raised her gaze. As Ye Lei opened the door, he was met with someone's gaze. The atmosphere became tense as 3 dark spots slowly drifted across the sky. "Oh, what are you doing? Why did you come out without any clothes on?" Nuan was the first to speak. Ye Lei chuckled softly. "I haven't asked you yet. Tell me, when did you arrive?" My parents no longer want me, so they sent me away. They told me to spend the night at your house." As she spoke, Nuan's voice grew increasingly faint, her shyness causing her head to nearly bury itself in the snowy mountain. Ye Lei gazed at the petite figure curled up on the sofa, a smile gracing his lips as he approached her slowly. He crouched down before Nuan, gently caressing her little head, and said, "All right, lift your head. Remaining in this position will strain your spine." As Nuan raised her head, she was met with the sight of perfectly sculpted abdominal muscles and well-defined pectorals, causing her face to flush a deep crimson that extended to the roots of her ears. Ye Lei gazed at the blushing face of the adorable figure before him, uttering not a word as he gently stroked Nuan's hair before turning to leave for the restroom. Nuan watched Ye Lei's retreating silhouette, instinctively swallowing hard, her thoughts swirling. His muscles are so attractive, that inverted triangle is utterly captivating. Oh dear, why am I thinking such things? It's so frustrating. Nuan buried her flushed and heated face into the cushions of the sofa. Ye Lei observed the subtle movements of his girlfriend with a smile. He retreated to the bathroom for a refreshing cold shower. Otherwise, he would truly be ignited like dry kindling meeting a roaring flame. 5 minutes later, clad in a bathrobe, Ye Lei prepared to exit the bathroom, only to hear a faint sound. Upon noticing a small shadow on the door, he chuckled softly and treaded lightly towards it. Ye Lei slowly turned the doorknob, and the shadow at the entrance swiftly fled, only to be ensnared the next moment. Ye Lei gazed at the figure ensnared by his blue silver grass and approached with deliberate intent, resting his head upon her shoulder. Nuan, caught in the act of surreptitious observation, instinctively attempted to flee, only to find her slender waist ensnared by a tendril of blue silver grass. In the next moment, she felt the weight upon her shoulder and exclaimed, What are you doing?" A deep voice resonated beside her ear. "What is this? Peeking at me?" Yet unwilling to admit it, a warm breath brushed against Nuan's ear, causing her to shudder slightly as she stammered, I was not peeking at you. Please, don't say such things." Ye Lei felt the gentle tremor of his petite girlfriend in his embrace. Upon hearing her words, his eyes brimmed with affection. He turned her around, lifted her chin with his finger, and gazed at Nuan's blushing face, tenderly saying, "All right. I won't tease you any longer. Tonight, you shall sleep in my room while I will take the floor." Listening to Nuan's words, Ye Lei felt his heart nearly melt. He swept her into a princess carry and took her to the bathroom to freshen up. Nuan, cradled in Ye Lei's arms, felt even more bashful. Chapter 13. The second task after their ablutions, Nuan sat shyly on Ye Lei's bed, watching him seriously prepare a makeshift bed on the floor. She instinctively asked, "Why don't you sleep on the sofa?" Upon hearing Ye Lei's words, Nuan lifted her gaze to meet his, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "The sofa is rather stiff, and the air conditioning in the living room is malfunctioning. It becomes quite stuffy at night." In response to Ye Lei's comments, Nuan nodded and resigned herself to lying on the bed, scrolling through Douyin, inadvertently swaying her slender legs. After Ye Lei lay down the mat, he looked up and caught sight of two slender white legs swaying gently. He couldn't help but swallow hard and muttered softly, "Short legs." Although Nuan's height of 1.65 meters is considered average for a woman, standing before the towering Ye Lei, who was 1.90 meters tall, she appeared diminutive. And her legs naturally seemed like short legs. After Ye Lei lay down, he noticed Nuan still engrossed in scrolling through Douyin in bed. With a sigh of resignation, he summoned his spiritual energy. Just as Nuan was rolling around excitedly, several strands of blue-silver grass swiftly ensnared her to the bed. While another strand whisked away her phone, Nuan reached out with her small hand, attempting to reclaim her device. But Ye Lei's voice resonated from beneath the bed. "It's so late. Why aren't you asleep? Phone confiscated. Hurry up and sleep." Reluctantly, Nuan ceased her struggles and closed her eyes to drift off. However, unbeknownst to her, the restless Nuan was anything but tranquil in her slumber, tossing and turning until she ultimately rolled off the bed and landed atop Ye Lei. In his dream-laden state, Ye Lei let out a muffled groan but remained asleep. As dawn broke, Ye Lei, suffering from the aches of sleeping on the floor, was the first to awaken, feeling a heaviness on his chest. He opened his eyes only to find a figure resting upon him. Upon closer inspection, it was Nuan. Ye Lei pondered, "Why does this little creature fidget even in its slumber?" Ye Lei let out a helpless smile and gradually closed his eyes. How could he possibly wake the girl resting on him, especially since she was in his home and, moreover, his girlfriend? Alas, sleep eluded him, and annoyance crept in. "System, are you there?" Ye Lei, unable to slumber, resorted to conversing with the system. "I am here, host. I have always been present," the system replied. "Is the second task ready for release?" Ye Lei inquired. "Ding. Task released. Currently, there are 2 malevolent soul beasts in Riverside Forest, each over 10,000 years old, with undetermined species. Please explore at your discretion. The beasts can be detected by the scanner, so rest assured," the system informed him. Upon hearing this, Ye Lei sighed in relief. This made things easier. He would wait for Nuan to awaken and then venture out with her. An hour passed, and Nuan stirred, sensing something unusual beneath her. As she reached down to investigate, a voice emerged from below. "Awake? What are you touching?" Nuan, upon hearing the voice, was instantly wide awake, her eyes fixed on the boy before her. "What did you do to me while I was asleep?" she exclaimed at Ye Lei. "I did nothing. Perhaps you should reflect on what you have done to me," Ye Lei replied with exasperation. At that moment, Nuan realized her inappropriate position. She lifted her head to glance at the bed and was instantly engulfed in embarrassment. Attempting to flee, she found Ye Lei quicker, who executed a swift wall slam, leaving Nuan even more flustered. Ye Lei gazed at her blushing face, a smile tugging at his lips. Leaning down, he brought his head close to Nuan's ear and spoke softly, "What you have done today, I shall reclaim in the future. By the way, are your abdominal muscles pleasant to touch?" With that, he playfully flicked Nuan's nose before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. Nuan shook her head and followed him to the washroom, muttering under her breath, "You still wish to touch my abs?" 10 minutes later, Ye Lei informed Nuan about his itinerary for the day, and as he had anticipated, Nuan insisted on accompanying him, declaring her unwavering desire to stay by his side. Ye Lei smiled helplessly and gently patted Nuan's small head. After all, one must cherish their own girlfriend. "System, ever since your awakening, I have not experienced hunger." Ye Lei, you are a system. You do not require sustenance. System, you are quite self-righteous. 10 minutes later, Ye Lei and Nuan stepped outside. Chapter 14. The Human-Faced Demon Spider. The blazing sun shone brightly. The July sunlight was exceedingly scorching. Ye Lei and Nuan chatted and laughed along the way, the sunlight casting a warm glow upon them, accentuating their compatibility as a couple. Curiously, Nuan gazed at Ye Lei's left hand and could not help but inquire, "Ye Lei, what is that on your left hand? When did you get it?" Ye Lei listened to Nuan's sweet voice, his heart completely melted. With a gaze filled with affection, he remarked, "What you are referring to is a soul beast detector." As he spoke, he raised his left hand, adding, "Once we arrive at the Riverside Forest, you will truly appreciate its benefits." Ye Lei was utterly disarmed by Nuan's sweet, youthful voice. Had he not just reached adulthood and maintained a mere romantic relationship with Nuan, with their parents yet to meet, he would have undoubtedly indulged in the tender softness of her crimson lips long ago. Returning to the main topic, Ye Lei pondered for a moment and inquired of the system, "Esteemed system, is the soul beast detector still available?" The system, which was momentarily preoccupied with indulging in fresh dog food, was taken aback by the question and, after a brief pause, responded to Ye Lei, "Host, the production cost of the soul beast detector is rather exorbitant." "How exorbitant?" Ye Lei pressed on. It cost 1 million. The system replied. Upon hearing the figure of 1 million, Ye Lei nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. 1 million? How long would it take to save such an amount? However, upon reflection, considering his status, this sum seemed trivial. It was as though the system had sensed Ye Lei's thoughts, gently remarking, "Host need not worry. Following the fusion of the two worlds, the RMB has become obsolete, replaced by the gold soul coin, with an exchange rate of 1,000,000. 1 gold soul coin is equivalent to 1 million RMB. Realizing this, he pondered that he could easily achieve several minor objectives. Yet, wait, did he not already possess a surplus of such goals? It appeared he could now indulge in a life of pleasure and leisure. Ye Lei shook his head. Dismissing those thoughts, a bus came to a halt, and Ye Lei and Han Wan alighted from it. The reason for their descent was the sweltering heat, which rendered walking unbearable. 10 minutes later, they stood before the riverside forest. Han Wan looked up at Ye Lei beside her, signaling her reluctance to walk any further and requesting him to carry her. Ye Lei smiled helplessly and said, "Aren't you able to fly?" Yet, in the next moment, he unleashed his martial soul. The ground behind Ye Lei fractured, and the Flame Lord emerged from within, hovering ominously behind him. Han Wan, gazing at the Flame Lord, which appeared even larger than the day before, asked in astonishment, "Ye Lei, what is happening? Why has it grown even more formidable?" In the next moment, Ye Lei's actions provided her with the answer. As she beheld the 2 black soul rings ascending from Ye Lei's feet, Han Wan instantly comprehended the situation. Absorbing 2 10,000-year soul rings would naturally result in a significant transformation. Ye Lei leapt powerfully, landing directly upon the head of the Flame Lord. Subsequently, he seized control of the Flame Lord, placing his hand upon the ground, his gaze indicating for Han Wan to step onto the hand of the Flame Lord. Han Wan cautiously ascended, and thus the two of them ventured into the riverside forest. Deep within the forest, a colossal spider severed the head of a soul beast with its front legs. As the carcass plummeted to the earth, the ground became drenched in blood, while scattered remnants of soul beast limbs lay strewn in the distance. After Ye Lei and Han Wan altered their method of travel, their pace significantly quickened, and it wasn't long before they ventured deep into the forest. 10 minutes later, Ye Lei sensed something amiss. Numerous trees before him had been severed, and the flora at his feet appeared to have been corroded by some unknown substance, now emanating dark purple smoke. Ye Lei propelled Han Wan into the air, separating them. In the sky, Han Wan seemed to have made a discovery. She spoke to Ye Lei and unleashed her soul skill for the first time. The first soul skill, Ice Feather. She enveloped herself with her wings, spun rapidly, and then abruptly halted, transforming the feathers on her wings into icy blades that scattered forward. At that moment, the detector on Ye Lei's left hand began to emit frantic sounds. Raising his hand, he saw the display, "Target detected, target detected." Suddenly, the forest before him began to tremble, revealing 8 points glowing with a faint purple light. Gradually, a grotesque giant spider, with a body diameter exceeding 2 meters and legs longer than 3 meters, emerged. Its entire body was encased in a glossy black exoskeleton. The slender tips of its long legs silently pierced the ground with each step, showcasing their sharpness. On the underside of the spider, white patterns contrasted starkly with its black body, forming a sinister human face. 8 small eyes, shimmering with a faint purple light, were closely situated on its underbelly. As it stepped out from the forest, halting before Ye Lei, fixating its gaze upon him. Before Ye Lei stood the faced demon spider. Chapter 15, 80,000 years. Faced spider monarch gazing at the faced demon spider before him, Ye Lei furrowed his brow, for he had never encountered such a colossal creature. Its age was evident at first glance. Just then, the soul beast detector chimed. Scan complete. Soul beast age 80,000 years. 80,000 years, no wonder it was so enormous. It turned out to be the faced spider monarch. "Let me have a word with you." First soul skill, Hellfire Magma Surge. In the next moment, Ye Lei knelt on one knee and struck the ground with his fist, mimicking the action of the Flame Lord behind him. Magma surged forth from the ground before him, erupting into a massive column beneath the faced spider monarch. However, the spider was not without its defenses. It executed a swift roll, evading the attack. Nevertheless, the power of the 40,000-year soul ring skill was formidable. Even though the faced spider monarch had narrowly escaped, several of its legs were scorched by the magma column, turning a charred black and emitting hissing white smoke. The faced spider monarch let out a pained roar and lunged towards Ye Lei, slashing at him with its front legs that released several purple blades of light. Ye Lei, undaunted, clasped his hands together at his chest and bellowed. Second soul skill, Crimson Rock. In an instant, stone walls erupted from the ground, encircling Ye Lei and shielding him from the onslaught of the purple light blades unleashed by the spider monarch. The very next moment, the spider monarch swiftly teleported above Ye Lei, having discerned that there was no defense in that position. It then unleashed a flurry of light blades, striking down towards Ye Lei. Ye Lei seemed to have anticipated the situation, abruptly lifting his upper body and delivering a powerful punch as he slowly proclaimed, "Experience this move." In an instant, a crimson beam of light surged toward the Faceless Spider Emperor. This strike was none other than Ye Lei's first soul skill, the mutated card, Purgatory Magma Burst. At this moment, the Faceless Spider Emperor, unable to evade in the sky, was left with no choice but to endure Ye Lei's assault. raising its 8 long legs as a shield. However, the Faceless Spider Emperor had underestimated the situation. Nuan had been vigilantly searching for an opportunity in the air and, seizing the moment, swiftly unleashed her first soul skill. Instantly, a vast array of ice blades materialized in the air, all aimed at the Faceless Spider Emperor. Thud, thud, thud. The ice blade struck the back of the Faceless Spider Emperor, leaving not a trace. Undeterred, Nuan continued to unleash her first soul skill, sending yet another wave of ice blades cascading toward the Faceless Spider Emperor's back. Ye Lei, unwilling to prolong the confrontation, shouted fiercely at Nuan and exerted greater force to send the Spider Monarch flying. The Flame Lord vanished, and the blue-silver grass emerged. Ye Lei slowly uttered, "Sixth soul skill, blue-silver binding ray." Instantly, tendrils of blue-silver grass emerged from all directions, ensnaring the Faceless Spider King with unyielding force. With a mere thought, Ye Lei commanded the blue-silver grass to drag the creature down, while simultaneously employing his fifth soul skill, the blue-silver Overlord Spear, which he hurled towards the abdomen of the Faceless Spider King. Sensing imminent danger, the Faceless Spider King struggled to break free. However, Ye Lei's sixth soul skill was not so easily escaped. This soul ring, derived from the formidable 80,000-year-old Spike Serpent King, had significantly enhanced its strength under Ye Lei's cultivation. With a decisive thrust, the blue-silver Overlord Spear pierced through the abdomen of the Faceless Spider King, causing purple blood to spurt forth. Severely weakened, the Faceless Spider King redirected its focus towards Nuan in the air, unleashing a torrent of purple webs, a potent attack from an 80,000-year-old soul beast. Upon witnessing this, Ye Lei swiftly cast a strand of blue-silver grass, pulling Nuan down with it. Simultaneously, he murmured, "Second soul skill, parasitism." Instantly, an abundance of blue-silver grass enveloped the Face Spider Emperor, binding it tightly. With a thunderous crash, the Face Spider Emperor fell heavily to the ground, creating a profound crater upon impact. Ye Lei swiftly transitioned his martial soul, unleashing a torrent of infernal magma that enveloped the Spider Emperor. As the soul skill concluded, Ye Lei ascended into the sky, gathering energy. A colossal crimson beam, even larger than before, descended upon the Spider Emperor. The onslaught persisted for an entire minute before Ye Lei finally ceased, gently descending to the ground. Approaching the crater, he discovered the Spider Emperor charred, its 8 elongated legs shattered around it, devoid of any signs of life. The 80,000-year-old Spider Emperor had met its demise. Chapter 16, Soulbone. At that moment, Nuan, who had been cast aside by Ye Lei, soared over. Upon landing beside Ye Lei and witnessing the scene before her, she incredulously inquired, "Ye Lei, your power is simply extraordinary." Ye Lei chuckled, which served as his response. At that moment, the body of the Spider King emanated black particles that coalesced in the air, transforming into a dark soul ring that hovered above. Upon witnessing this, Ye Lei retrieved the soul ring collector from the system space and secured it. Just as Ye Lei and Nuan were preparing to depart, the once dim corpse of the Spider Emperor began to glow anew. A bizarre, purplish-black bone detached itself from the Spider Emperor's remains, slowly rising and hovering in midair, emanating a radiant purple light. The bone measured approximately the length of a human calf, yet its form resembled the elongated legs of the Spider Emperor, with a purplish liquid coursing through it. Ye Lei could no longer contain his excitement, for he had come into possession of a soul bone, specifically the 8,000-year-old left leg bone of the man-faced Spider Emperor. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated within him. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired a soul bone. Dated back 8,000 years, the left leg bone of the man-faced Spider Emperor. The soul bone skill is the Spider Emperor's purple radiant slash, accompanied by a domain skill, mental hunting ground. This ability allows you to center yourself and lock onto all enemies within an 800-meter radius, including soul beasts." Upon hearing these words, Ye Lei nearly leapt 3 feet in joy. It was not merely the soul bone skill that thrilled him, but rather the domain skill. Once absorbed, his power would undoubtedly ascend to a new echelon. In the next instant, Ye Lei deftly cast out his blue-silver grass to retrieve the soul bone, feeling an overwhelming strength coursing through it as he held it aloft. Beside him, Nuan curiously glanced at Ye Lei, whose eyes sparkled with excitement as he grasped the peculiar, dark purple bone. Tilting her head in confusion, she inquired, "Ye Lei, what is this bone you are holding?" Ye Lei turned to gaze at the inquisitive Nuan, affectionately ruffling her hair as he spoke. "This is a soul bone, produced by soul beasts of considerable age. Naturally, even those of a millennium level may yield such a bone. Each soul bone possesses unique abilities, some formidable, others less so." "And what skill does this particular soul bone possess?" Nuan inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she looked at Ye Lei. Ye Lei's heart was utterly enchanted by her gaze, and he instantly replied, "Well, I'm not certain either. I shall inform you after I absorb it." Then please assist me in safeguarding." Having said that, Ye Lei sat down on the ground, pressing the soul bone directly against his left leg. A deep violet glow incessantly surged through his body, causing a slight perspiration to bead on his forehead. Half an hour later, Ye Lei opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and moved his left leg, sensing an unprecedented strength coursing through it. Instinctively, he activated the soul bone domain, and in an instant, an invisible web unfurled from his being, extending in all directions. Before long, Every living entity within an 800-meter radius materialized in Ye Lei's mind. At that moment, Han Wan approached and, noticing Ye Lei's favorable condition, inquired, "How do you feel, Ye Lei?" Ye Lei smiled and remarked, "Quite well." The Spirit Bone skill Spider Emperor's Purple Radiance / comes with an accompanying domain skill, Mental Hunting Ground. In a moment, I shall show you its effects. With that, Ye Lei summoned the Flame Lord and continued on his journey with Han Wan. As they traveled, Ye Lei maintained the Spirit Bone domain, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Ye Lei toyed with the beast soul he had just extracted from the mind of the human-faced Spider Emperor. This soul was larger than any he had previously acquired. Brimming with immense energy, Ye Lei resolved to absorb it into the third spirit ring of his blue silver grass, certain that it would enhance the ring, given that they belonged to the same species. At that moment, however, Ye Lei's soul bone domain sensed an anomaly, as a colossal soul beast materialized within his mind. Ye Lei furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he quickened his pace. 5 minutes later, suddenly, the soul beast detector in his hand erupted with frantic alarms. Raising his hand to inspect it, he noticed 4 large characters flashing incessantly. Target appeared. Chapter 17, Mutation. As the soul beast detector blared, Ye Lei cast a glance at Han Wan, who nodded and swiftly manifested her martial spirit, soaring into the sky. Observing Han Wan depart from his side, he confirmed through the mental hunting ground that his target lay directly ahead, and in an instant, he sprang into action. With the skill of the Face Spider Monarch, he unleashed the Spider Monarch's Purple Slash. Ye Lei raised his left leg, and a 2-meter-long Purple Slash surged forward, severing all the trees in its path. Yet, he did not pause. Instead, he continued to unleash strikes ahead, cleaving through vast swathes of timber. It was only at this moment that the full form of the target came into view before the two of them. A soul beast, approximately 3 meters in length, was cloaked in a layer of dark golden exoskeleton, supported by 6 sturdy, powerful legs. 6 eyes atop its head radiated an eerie green luminescence. This soul beast was none other than the Thousand Junant. At this juncture, the soul beast detector completed its scan, the Emperor of Thousand Junants. An astonishing 85,000 years of cultivation. It was indeed even more formidable than the Spider Emperor. It seemed another arduous battle lay ahead. Ye Lei chuckled softly. Why does this wretched system keep presenting me with soul beasts of such high cultivation? If you weren't merely a virtual entity, I would have thoroughly vented my frustrations on you by now. System, damn it. I selflessly assist you in completing tasks, and yet you wish to strike me? There is no love left. I'm out of here. Ye Lei and the Monarch of the Thousand Ants locked eyes, and in that instant, Han Wan in the air grasped Ye Lei's intentions. She unleashed her first spirit skill upon the ground surrounding the Monarch of the Thousand Ants. A flurry of ice blades struck around the creature, some even landing upon its back, yet they inflicted no harm. Enraged, the Monarch raised its 6 powerful, green glowing eyes to glare at Han Wan above. In the next moment, its robust legs propelled it towards her, but Ye Lei was determined to thwart its advance. With his first spirit skill, he summoned a multitude of blue-silver grasses from the ground, ensnaring the Monarch and anchoring it firmly in place. Subsequently, he transformed his spirit into that of the Flame Lord and unleashed both his first and second spirit skills upon the Monarch. The second skill encircled it, sealing off its head, and in the following heartbeat, a surge of lava erupted forth, subjecting the Monarch to a fiery baptism. Ye Lei understood that the Monarch was encased in a layer of dark golden armor, extraordinarily resilient. Without breaking through this armor, any attack would be in vain. After 5 seconds, Ye Lei leaped high into the air, and with a mere thought, the rocky barrier above the Monarch began to retract. He aimed a devastating attack, the infernal lava strike, directly at it. Just as the strike made contact, the Monarch broke free from its bonds, unleashing a torrent of searing energy that sent both Ye Lei and Han Wan tumbling through the air, a testament to its overwhelming power. Upon their descent, Ye Lei furrowed his brows, for he sensed that the searing gust of air was not a result of his previous assault. Rather, it seemed to harbor a hint of malevolence. As the dust settled, the form of the thousand-winged Emperor gradually came into view. Ye Lei's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a transformation in the Qianjun and Emperor's form. Its once entirely black body was now adorned with vibrant crimson patterns, emanating waves of intense heat. A pair of colossal foreclaws, intricately etched with designs reminiscent of molten lava, loomed before him. The Qianjun Emperor gazed at the human before it, its previously emerald green eyes flickering with a hint of red light. And it opened its mouth to unleash several fireballs towards Ye Lei. Upon witnessing the scene, Ye Lei clasped his hands over his chest and bellowed, second spirit skill, Crimson Rock. Instantly, for stone walls rose up, enveloping both Ye Lei and Han Wan. Several fireballs struck the stone barriers, causing them to crack ominously. This is impossible. How could his strength have surged so dramatically? Wait, could it be that he has mutated under my assault? Chapter 18. The grueling battle. Gazing at the mutated Ant King before him, Ye Lei's expression darkened. How infuriating. It has actually mutated, complicating matters significantly. As he pondered, Ye Lei suddenly remembered that there was another person behind him. At that moment, Han Wan poked Ye Lei and inquired, "What should we do now, Ye Lei?" Ye Lei adjusted his breathing and turned to Han Wan, saying, "In a moment, I will buy some time for you. Take the opportunity to flee as far as you can. The extent of this battle is immense, and you cannot bear it. But there is no room for hesitation. Prepare yourself." When I count to 1, you must run in the opposite direction without looking back. Nuan gazed at Ye Lei's serious expression, understanding that this was not the time for further discussion. She gently patted Ye Lei's head and nodded in agreement. Ye Lei continued to harness his soul power to sustain the activation of his second soul skill. 30 seconds later, Ye Lei swiftly retracted his second soul skill and charged towards the thousand-weighted and Emperor, simultaneously shouting, Nuan, run. Upon hearing his call, Nuan unfurled her phoenix wings and soared in the opposite direction, continuously glancing back at Ye Lei. Ye Lei gazed intently at the mutated and Emperor before him, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. The leg bone of the Spider Emperor manifested upon his left leg. With a commanding voice, he invoked the skill of the Spider Emperor, the Violet Emperor S/. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly unleashed a powerful kick with his left leg, sending forth 2 enormous violet slashes towards the Ant Emperor. The Ant Emperor merely raised its colossal pincers to deflect Ye Lei's assault and, as a retaliatory gesture, unleashed several fireballs towards him. Upon witnessing this, Ye Lei swiftly evaded. He switched his martial spirit and frantically controlled the 1,000 armies and Emperor with his blue-silver grass. At that moment, the soul beast detector on his left hand emitted an inappropriate sound. Skin complete. The 1,000 armies and Emperor has undergone a mutation, possessing the Earth Fire. With enhanced defense, its attack skill is known as 1,000 Armies Breaking Flame, and its defense skill is called Armor of Flame. In that case, you shall become the 3rd soul ring of the Flame Lord. Ye Lei contemplated that his Flame Lord martial soul possessed dual attributes of fire and earth, while the mutated 1,000-weighted and Emperor held no attributes, making it a quintessential powerhouse spirit beast. The anticipated rewards from its demise would predominantly consist of defensive soul skills. However, with the mutation of the 1,000-weighted and Emperor, it now bore an enhancement of fire attributes. This transformation meant that its soul ring would not only fortify his martial soul but would also yield an offensive fire-based soul skill. The 1,000-weighted and Emperor relentlessly launched attacks against Ye Lei, yet he refrained from hastily countering. Instead, he focused on evasion. Ye Lei discerned the fleeting vulnerability in the 1,000 June and Emperor's assault. He deftly ensnared it with his blue-silver grass, anchoring it firmly to the ground. In a swift motion, he leaped into the air, gathering his strength. 5th soul skill, Blue-Silver Overlord Spear. The brilliance of blue light erupted from his hands as a long spear of azure silver coalesced within his grasp. With his right hand firmly clutching it, he spun in midair and, harnessing the momentum, hurled the spear towards the 1,000 June and Emperor. Without pausing, he tightened his left hand and bellowed, 4th soul skill, Blue-Silver Piercing Array. Instantly, numerous blue-silver spikes erupted from the ground surrounding the 1,000 June and Emperor, all converging upon it. In response, the Emperor let out a thunderous roar, and gradually, crimson armor plates began to materialize on its body, forming a protective shell. Ye Lei instantly comprehended the defensive skill of the 1,000 June and Emperor mentioned by the Soul Beast Detector, the Armor of Flames. Earlier, the blue-silver Overlord Spear he had thrown was still spinning rapidly against the Armor of Flames, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Likewise, the tips of the blue-silver grass shattered upon contact with the Armor of Flames, clearly demonstrating the formidable strength of its defense. This would indeed be a grueling battle. Chapter 19. The kill. As Ye Lei landed, he gazed at the crimson-hued Emperor Ant, his expression one of icy detachment. The flame armor enveloped the Emperor Ant, leaving only its 6 eyes and its mouth, which was poised to unleash fireballs, exposed. At that moment, the temperature of the flame armor began to rise gradually, causing the blue-silver grass that bounded to emit wisps of white smoke, accompanied by a hissing sound. Witnessing this scene, Ye Lei's brow furrowed. The once robust blue-silver grass was scorched and cracked by the intense heat, becoming increasingly weakened. Ye Lei could only continue to manipulate the blue-silver grass to control the 1,000 June Ant King. However, all his efforts proved futile. The 1,000 June Ant King swiftly broke free from Ye Lei's grasp. After freeing itself from the blue-silver grass, it let out a deafening roar at Ye Lei and charged forward, unleashing the 1,000 June breaking flame from its mouth, leaving Ye Lei with no choice but to evade frantically. After all, the 1,000 June Ant King was still fortified with the Armor of Flame, rendering all of Ye Lei's attacks utterly ineffective. The mutated 1,000 June Ant King, originally 3 meters in length, had now grown to 5 meters, yet it remained remarkably agile. Continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. He needed to find a breakthrough. Ye Lei pondered. At that moment, the voice of the system gradually resonated in his mind. Due to the negligence of this system, the host has fallen into a predicament. Subsequently, strategies will be provided to the host. You are aware of your oversight, yet I am at a loss on how to deal with this formidable Ant Emperor. A poor review is essential. It must be a poor review. Ye Lei's pent-up fury found its release at that moment as he vented his frustrations towards the system. Initially, the system had dismissed Ye Lei entirely, but upon hearing the term negative review, it promptly responded, no, let's forget about the negative review. Host. The weakness of the 1,000 King Ant Emperor lies in its lower abdomen, where the defenses are most vulnerable. Ye Lei, you are quite perceptive. I shall refrain from leaving a negative review for now. System, as long as you withhold a negative review, your performance will remain intact. Back to reality. Ye Lei gazed at the formidable Ant Emperor before him, the brilliance in his eyes gradually dimming. Ye Lei slowly raised his right hand, articulating with deliberate precision. Third soul skill, spider web binding. As the words fell from his lips, the blue silver grass swiftly transformed in midair into a colossal spider web, enveloping the Thousand June Ant Emperor. Perceiving the imminent threat, the Thousand June Ant Emperor attempted to evade in every direction, yet was thwarted by Ye Lei's blue-silver grass at every turn. Faced with this predicament, the Emperor resorted to using its formidable pincers to burrow into the ground, seeking refuge below. Unbeknownst to it, the Thousand June Ant Emperor had unwittingly leapt into Ye Lei's carefully laid trap. Ye Lei slowly uttered, "Even if you burrow underground, I shall find you." The skill of the human-faced Spider Emperor, Spirit Hunting Ground. Ye Lei closed his eyes and gently moved his left foot, causing the locations of all life within a radius of 400 meters to surge into his mind. Moments later, in an instant, the formidable Ant Emperor emerged from behind Ye Lei, leaping into the air with a pair of colossal pincers aimed at him. At that moment, a barely perceptible smile graced the corners of Ye Lei's lips. "Found you. Prepare to meet your end." With a swift incantation, he unleashed the skill of the Spider Monarch's left leg bone, the Spider Monarch's purple radiant slash. As the words left his mouth, Ye Lei pivoted sharply, unleashing two beams of purple light with his left foot, while his right hand shimmered with blue light. The Ant Emperor, undeterred, blocked the attack with its massive pincers. Yet its abdomen lay exposed. "I have awaited this moment," he declared, activating his fifth spirit skill, the blue-silver tyrant spear. Ye Lei swung his right hand, and a beam of blue light streaked through the air, striking directly at the abdomen of the Thousand June Ant Emperor. Ye Lei's powerful strike shattered the defenses of the Thousand June Ant Emperor entirely. The blue-silver overlord's spear pierced through the abdomen of the Thousand June Ant Emperor. In an instant, the brilliance in the eyes of the Thousand June Ant Emperor dimmed. Ye Lei leaped with great determination, seamlessly switching his martial soul in midair and unleashing a devastating infernal lava strike, thereby utterly depriving the Thousand June Ant King of its life. After Ye Lei landed, his legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. After resting for a moment, Ye Lei summoned the Flame Lord and commenced the absorption of the Soul Ring. Half an hour swiftly elapsed. It was Ye Lei's inaugural experience absorbing an 85,000, your soul ring, thus the duration consumed was considerably longer than in his previous attempts. Ye Lei gradually opened his eyes. A tremendous surge of energy instantaneously flooded his entire being, overwhelming him with warmth. Chapter 20, the second method. Just after absorbing the soul ring, Ye Lei suddenly felt his legs go weak and collapsed to his knees. Ye Lei, perplexed, could only inquire of the system, "Dear system, what is the situation?" The system remained silent. After a brief pause, it slowly responded, "Host, your current predicament is somewhat intricate. The Ant Emperor you vanquished bore immense resentment and dissatisfaction at the time of its demise. Additionally, your excessive soul power expenditure in defeating it has left your body quite fragile, allowing it to exploit this weakness. You will recover shortly." Relieved, Ye Lei felt a weight lift from his heart. After adjusting his posture, he closed his eyes once more, gradually assimilating the tumultuous soul power of the Ant Emperor within him. Meanwhile, Nuan, having flown for an indeterminate duration, paused at a certain location and turned to gazing Ye Lei's direction. The next moment, she witnessed a scene that left her astounded. A crimson beam of light erupted from the vicinity of Ye Lei. Alarmed, Nuan instinctively summoned her martial soul and surged towards Ye Lei's location, flying at full speed. It did not take long for Nuan to return to the place where she had parted from Ye Lei. In the expansive clearing, only two figures remained, one large and one small. One had lost all signs of life, while the other was Ye Lei. Upon landing, Nuan hurried to Ye Lei's side. He sat on the ground, his bangs damp, his back soaked with sweat, and his chiseled face glistening with beads of perspiration. Even though Nuan was unaware of the events that had just transpired, the sight of the Ant Emperor's lifeless body clarified everything for her. Yet, Ye Lei remained unconscious. Nuan gently wiped the sweat from his brow before seating herself in front of him. Gazing at the young man before her, she was momentarily captivated. Though she had seen this face countless times, it remained exceptionally handsome. Shaking her head to dispel her thoughts, she approached the corpse of the Ant Emperor. Recalling how Ye Lei would typically extract a palm-sized orb from the brains of the soul beast he defeated, a substance referred to as a soul core. Observing the Ant Emperor's head, she noticed there were no signs of such an extraction. Wanting to assist Ye Lei, she pondered for a while but was at a loss for how to proceed. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She took a few steps back, and a pair of ice blue wings unfurled from her back. With a steady voice, Nuan proclaimed, "First soul skill, Frost Feather." As her wings fluttered, a flurry of ice blue feathers shot forth, aimed directly at the Ant Emperor's head. For 2 minutes, she continued this assault, yet the Ant Emperor's head remained unresponsive. Nuan, filled with confusion, felt the chilling wind from her wings causing those behind her to shiver. In the midst of meditation, Ye Lei felt a chilling breeze sweep past him, reminiscent of descending into an ancient ice cellar. Slowly, he opened his eyes and beheld a figure before him, adorned with a pair of ice blue wings that gently fluttered behind. Ye Lei rose and walked over. At that moment, Nuan was oblivious to the movements behind her, and she employed her first soul skill against the head of the Thousand June Ant Emperor. However, before the icy feather could even graze its target, a torrent of searing energy erupted from the Emperor's core, radiating outward. Taken by surprise, Nuan stumbled, unable to maintain her footing, and fell backward. Instinctively, she shielded her head, only to land in a warm embrace. When she looked up, she met Ye Lei's profound gaze and instinctively inquired, "Ye Lei, when did you awaken?" Just now, Ye Lei's steady voice resonated. Then, in unison, they lifted their eyes to the source of the turbulent energy. There, upon the back of the Thousand Gene and Emperor, a crimson light glimmered, growing ever more brilliant. A possibility flickered through Ye Lei's mind. Could it be that this situation? Ye Lei set Han Nuan down and swiftly approached the Thousand Gene and Emperor. The back of the Emperor began to shatter, and a piece of black and red bone emerged from within, suspended in the air. This soul bone, dark as night, bore resemblance to the Thousand Gene and Emperor itself, with a pair of massive pincers branching out from the shoulder, while the remaining 3 pairs of legs resembled ribs. At the center of the soul bone were 6 crimson dots, reminiscent of the Emperor's 6 eyes, adorned with patterns akin to flowing magma. At that moment, a voice from the system resonated. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired a soul bone. This soul bone is named the Thousand Gene and Emperor's torso bone, aged 85,000 years, with the skill known as Thousand Gene Meteor Flame Break." Ye Lei joyfully retrieved the soul bone, and just as he was about to absorb it, a thought struck him. If he absorbed this soul bone now, the number of available positions on his body for soul bone absorption would be diminished. After all, he would undoubtedly slay soul beasts of 10,000 years in the future, and the corresponding soul bones would be plentiful. What would he do then? Ye Lei could only summon the system within his mind. "Dear system, is there any way to resolve this issue?" The system replied, "Host, there are 2 approaches. The first, as you are aware, involves direct absorption, resulting in the loss of 1 soul bone position." "And what is the second method?" Ye Lei inquired eagerly. "The second method entails allowing your second martial soul, the Flame Lord, to absorb this soul bone. However, should you fail to utilize the Flame Lord martial soul afterward, the skills of the soul bone will remain inaccessible to you." The system concluded. Ye Lei suddenly understood. So it was. Subsequently, he resolved to adopt the second approach. Chapter 21. The Essence of the Blue-Silver Bloodline. After making his decision, Ye Lei immediately summoned the Flame Lord. 3 black soul rings manifested beneath his feet, and the temperature in the surroundings surged instantaneously, causing the figure of the Flame Lord to grow even more colossal. Ye Lei turned to face the Flame Lord, settling down as the Thousand June and Emperor's skeletal remains floated before the Flame Lord's chest. Under Ye Lei's gentle guidance, the skeletal remains gradually merged into the Flame Lord's torso. Moments later, the once-absorbed skeletal remains of the Thousand June and Emperor slowly reappeared on Ye Lei's chest, leaving Han Nuan beside him utterly astonished. Wasn't this absorbed by the Flame Lord? How has it manifested again on Ye Lei's chest? What is happening here? As time flowed steadily, the skeletal remains of the Thousand June and Emperor completely adhered to Ye Lei's chest, resembling a suit of armor. Subsequently, Ye Lei slowly opened his eyes, and the voice of the system resonated within his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed the skeletal remains of the Thousand June and Emperor, elevating your soul power level to 63. As a reward for your second task, you receive the blue-silver blood essence, the utility of which is known to you, due to a system oversight that led to your predicament. An additional reward of a 50,000, your mimicry soul ring has been granted." Upon hearing the system's announcement, Ye Lei nearly leapt with joy, not merely for the 50,000, your mimicry soul ring, but for the blue-silver blood essence. Once consumed, his martial soul would transcend from blue-silver grass to blue-silver emperor. The blue-silver emperor is the sovereign among plant-type martial souls, capable of suppressing all others in its category and enhancing all of his soul skills. Ye Lei did not disclose the essence of the blue-silver bloodline granted to him by the system to Han Nuan. Instead, he bestowed upon her the 50,000, your simulated soul ring. Han Nuan gazed at the black circular ring in Ye Lei's hand and inquired, "Ye Lei, what is this?" "This is the 50,000, your simulated soul ring, intended for your ascent to the 3rd or 4th ring." He replied, "Isn't this a bit too precious? Perhaps you should keep it." Before Han Nuan could finish her sentence, she witnessed Ye Lei swiftly switching his martial soul, and with the subsequent illumination of 9 black soul rings, she swallowed the words that had yet to escape her lips. The system quietly observed Ye Lei's display of affection. The system remarked, "Splendid. This dog food is truly delightful. I suppose I need not worry about dinner tonight. Ye Lei, I simply sit here, quietly observing your performance." Upon witnessing Han Nuan stow away her mimicry soul ring, Ye Lei inquired, "Nuaner, what level is your soul power now?" "Well, I am at level 22. My parents are currently around the same level as I am." "Very well, the day after tomorrow, I shall take you both to hunt for the second soul ring." Han Nuan nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Ye Lei approached the beast soul of the Thousand June and Emperor, only to encounter a significant dilemma. Regardless of how he adjusted the angle of his dagger, he could not penetrate the brain of the Thousand June and Emperor. Ye Lei and Han Nuan exchanged glances, utterly astonished that the body of the Thousand June and Emperor remained so resilient even after its demise. "Thousand June and Emperor, no matter how sturdy my form may be, I was still vanquished by you." In resignation, Ye Lei summoned the blue-silver grass. As the 5th soul ring illuminated, and the blue-silver overlord's spear materialized in his right hand. Poof! Ye Lei thrust his spear downward with precision, exerting force that shattered the cranium of the Ant Emperor. From within emerged a crimson and ebony beast soul. Ye Lei, after momentarily toying with it in his grasp, subsequently secured it within the confines of his system space. After Ye Lei and Han Nuan departed, a group of individuals clad in black approached the corpse of the Ant Emperor. The leader extracted a satellite phone from his waist and dialed a number. 5 seconds later, the call connected. Elder, the individual you instructed us to monitor has slain 2 soul beasts in the riverside forest. He has now left with his young girlfriend. How shall we dispose of the bodies? Understood. Bring the corpses back promptly. We must act swiftly. Continue to keep an eye on that individual and await my orders. Yes. Elder. Chapter 22. You belong to the 6th Elder. Ye Lei held Han Nuan's hand as they emerged from the depths of riverside forest. Suddenly, Ye Lei halted, turning to Han Nuan and inquired, Nuaner, will you come to my house tonight, or return to your own? Han Nuan was momentarily taken aback, having forgotten about this matter. She then took out her phone and said to Ye Lei, let me ask my parents right now. Please wait a moment. Ye Lei nodded, gazing at Han Nuan's profile, his eyes brimming with profound affection. In the next moment, his expression shifted to one of sharp intensity as he cast Han Nuan aside and swiftly moved into the woods behind him. Once enveloped by the trees, Ye Lei surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing amiss. He subtly shifted his left leg and then closed his eyes. Above him, a shadow, assured that Ye Lei was unaware of his presence, drew a dagger from behind and leaped down. Just as the dagger was about to graze Ye Lei's neck, he deftly sidestepped, evading the blade and swiftly grasped the assailant's throat from behind. Ye Lei gradually raised his head, his gaze brimming with menace as he fixed his eyes upon the individual before him. He spoke slowly. Speak. Who sent you? Noticing the person showed no inclination to respond, Ye Lei exerted his strength with one hand, effortlessly lifting the individual off the ground. It was at this moment that Ye Lei discerned the attire of the person before him. On the left side of the chest, there was an emblem, bearing a character that resembled a hall, accompanied by a small numeral 6. Ye Lei furrowed his brows and spoke. Are you one of the 6th Elder's associates? The man remained silent, yet his eyes betrayed his allegiance. Speak. What is your intention? At this moment, Xiaohei, feeling compelled to intervene, decided to chime in. Indeed. You are correct. I was indeed sent by the 6th Elder to assess your strength, and simultaneously, to seek an opportunity to eliminate you. Ye Lei frowned slightly, his gaze growing even more indifferent. Observing this, Xiaohei swiftly raised his hands to break free from Ye Lei's grasp. Once liberated, 2 soul rings illuminated beneath Xiaohei's feet, 2 yellow rings hovering gracefully around his waist. Upon witnessing this, Ye Lei contemplated. This Elder Hall possesses remarkable qualities. Merely a few days have passed, and already a Grand Soul Master has emerged. The resources are indeed abundant. Behind Xiaohei, a large bird of a deep crimson hue materialized, and gradually, Xiaohei ascended into the air, his fingernails elongated at a visible pace, while 2 pairs of dark red wings sprouted from his back. Ye Lei's soul beast detector in his left hand suddenly emitted a sound. Soul power level 25. Martial soul, bloodthirsty hawk. Little Black's eyes widened in astonishment. It was remarkable that he could discern his own martial soul and its rank. The device he possessed was extraordinary, and he must find a way to return and report to Elder Lu. The first soul skill, Bloodstorm. Little Black flapped the wings on his back, unleashing a torrent of crimson wind, interspersed with blood-red feathers, hurtling towards Ye Lei. Upon witnessing this, Ye Lei swiftly kicked with his left leg, unleashing a series of purple blades of light directed at the assault from Xiaohei. The sound of piercing echoed as Xiaohei's attacks were effortlessly neutralized. Observing this, Xiaohei hastily descended to the ground, placing both hands upon it, and bellowed once more. First soul skill, Bloody Wind and Rain. This time, the scale of the soul skill was even greater than before, as a crimson gale rapidly enveloped Ye Lei. At the corner of Ye Lei's mouth, he lightly stomped his right foot, causing the ground behind him to crack open swiftly. The Flame Lord emerged, and a wave of intense heat rapidly spread, evaporating the soul skill of Xiaohei. Xiaohei watched helplessly as his soul skill dissipated, with Ye Lei standing before him unscathed, the 3 soul rings at his waist gleaming brilliantly. Sensing the dire situation, Xiaohei turned and soared into the sky to flee. Ye Lei slowly spoke. Since you have arrived, do not take your leave. He unleashed his first soul skill, Purgatory Magma Burst. A colossal column of magma erupted from Ye Lei's hand, hurtling towards the sky at Xiaohei. Caught off guard, Xiaohei swiftly turned and employed his second soul skill, Phantom Spikes. With a powerful beat of his wings, a multitude of feathers transformed into black, sharp spikes, soaring towards Ye Lei. However, alas, Xiaohei's second soul skill was unable to penetrate the Purgatory Magma Burst. Soon, Xiaohei was engulfed by Ye Lei's onslaught, his form charred and retreating into the distance. Ye Lei gazed contemplatively in that direction. Chapter 23. The Blue-Silver Emperor. The Anomaly of the Spirit Rings. After Han Nuan hung up the phone, her father did not mention the matter again. Han Nuan turned around, intending to find Ye Lei, only to discover that he had vanished without a trace. Just as she was about to call out, she saw Ye Lei leisurely emerging from the nearby woods. Upon seeing this, Han Nuan hurriedly approached and playfully tugged at Ye Lei's ear, inquiring loudly, "Where have you been? What were you doing in the forest?" Ye Lei grimaced in pain and hurriedly spoke. Nuaner, could you please let go of me? First, tell me what you were doing in the woods, and then I shall release you." Upon hearing this, Ye Lei could only recount the events to Han Nuan. When she learned that Ye Lei had discovered a soul beast nearby, fearing for their safety, Han Nuan promptly released her grip, gently massaging Ye Lei's ear, and looked at him with a face full of remorse. Ye Lei observed Han Nuan's apologetic gaze, filled with affection, and gently ruffled her hair, saying, "All right, let us go. It is not safe to linger here for too long." With that, he took her hand and departed. Meanwhile, the small black creature, referred to by Ye Lei as a soul beast, lay smoldering in a corner, its eyes vacant. A team executing the task of the seventh elder happened to pass through, and the leader halted upon noticing the corpse in the center of the intersection, raising his left hand. The team members understood the unspoken command and swiftly approached the lifeless body. As one of the team members focused his gaze, he instinctively recoiled, his eyes wide with astonishment. The leader, perplexed, shouted, "What is happening? What on earth is going on?" Regaining composure, the team member turned to the leader and stammered, "See, Captain. This is one of the sixth elders people. What did you say?" Half an hour later, Ye Lei hastily escorted Han Nuan out of the riverside forest. Upon arriving at Han Nuan's home, he shared his plans with her parents and personally assessed their cultivation progress, as well as Han Nuan's. Once back at his own residence, Ye Lei retrieved the beast souls of the man-faced Spider Emperor and the Thousand June Ant Emperor from the system's space. Holding the beast souls, which were roughly the size of solid orbs, he resolved to absorb them completely before consuming the blue-silver bloodline essence provided by the system to evolve the blue-silver grass into the blue-silver emperor. Clearing a space in the living room, he seated himself on the floor, summoning the blue-silver grass, which manifested alongside 6 jet black soul rings. Ye Lei grasped the beast soul belonging to the face Spider Emperor. With a mere thought, the third soul ring illuminated, rising gracefully into the air. As Ye Lei closed his eyes, the purple beast soul gradually became translucent, with the purple soul power slowly surging into the third soul ring, a significant portion also flowing into his left leg. After a moment, Ye Lei slowly opened his eyes, feeling a profound enhancement in the third soul skill of his blue-silver grass. The range of the soul skill expanded, the resilience of the blue-silver grass intensified, and the toxicity within it was further amplified. At that moment, Ye Lei discovered an additional offensive capability in the bone of his left leg. He could manifest the leg of the face Spider Emperor, augmenting his melee combat prowess. Ye Lei expressed, "In this way, I could emulate the rider kick of Kamen Rider. Just thinking about it feels incredibly cool." Kamen Rider replied, "Please don't come any closer. Let us return to reality." Ye Lei switched his martial soul, and the Flame Lord manifested behind him. 3 soul rings emerged in succession, causing the previously cool room to experience a sudden rise in temperature. Ye Lei grasped the beast soul of the formidable Ant Emperor. At that moment, he recalled a matter of significance. He had yet to absorb the beast souls of the heavy armored Beetle King and the Crimson Scorpion King that he had previously vanquished. Thus, Ye Lei retrieved those 2 beast souls from the system space. The 3 beast souls floated serenely around him. As Ye Lei closed his eyes, he commenced the absorption of the soul's energies. Thus, half an hour elapsed. Ye Lei slowly opened his eyes. After a moment of self-awareness, he rose to drink some water. Nearly 2 hours had passed since he absorbed the soul energy of 4 beast souls. After resting, Ye Lei returned to his original position and sat down on the ground once more. Ye Lei extracted the essence of the blue-silver bloodline from the system space, a test tube containing approximately 100 milliliters of a shimmering blue-golden liquid. Ye Lei directly removed the stopper from the test tube and opened his mouth to swallow the essence of the blue-silver bloodline. Instantly, a powerful energy surged and radiated throughout his body. The blue-silver grass wildly spread across the room, and Ye Lei's form illuminated with a dazzling blue-gold glow, so bright that it rendered his entire floor conspicuous within the community. Below, the residents murmured in speculation, "What is happening in that household? I have no idea. Could it be something dangerous? It's possible. I don't care. I've already called the police." As the resident who had called the authorities raised his phone to signal to those nearby, not far away, a woman turned to her husband and remarked, "Dear, isn't that our home?" The man followed the direction of his wife's finger and, in the next moment, exclaimed with shock, "Goodness, it really is our house. What is that rascal Ye Lei up to now?" With that, he hurriedly grabbed his luggage and swiftly made his way towards their building alongside his wife. In Ye Lei's abode, his martial soul has evolved into the blue-silver emperor. At this moment, his appearance has undergone a remarkable transformation. His once black hair has turned a delicate shade of light blue, and one of his pupils has also shifted to a similar hue, only to revert to its original state in the next instant. As Ye Lei stood, 6 soul rings manifested beneath his feet. To his astonishment, he discovered that the 5th soul ring was marred by numerous cracks, with flickering red light emanating from within. This was a mutation of the soul ring. In Chapter 24, Ye Father, Ye Mother, as time passed by, the fissures on Ye Lei's Millennium 5th ring multiplied, and the outer layer of the black soul ring began to peel away in large patches, revealing the vibrant red beneath. As Ye Lei's mind whirled, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Tang Sect's 5th soul skill, awakened during the emergence of the blue-silver emperor, was akin to a divine bestowed soul ring, determined by the maximum age limit of soul rings that a soul master could endure. His blue-silver emperor had already reached the 6th level before its awakening, and his capacity to bear soul rings was nearing the threshold of 100,000 years. Thus, upon the awakening of his blue-silver emperor bloodline, his fifth ring, much like Tang San's in later stages, would elevate to the realm of 100,000 years, just as Ye Lei was deep in thought. A sound at the door captured his attention. Crack. Ye Lei warily observed the entrance, assuming a defensive stance. The door swung open, revealing a man and a woman. Upon recognizing their identities, he relaxed his guard. The newcomers were none other than Ye's father, Ye Junqing, and his mother, Tang Yunqing. You rascal. We were merely away on a short trip, and what mischief have you been up to at home? What on earth was that blue and golden radiance we just witnessed? Just as Ye Lei was about to call out for his parents, he was abruptly silenced by his father's thunderous roar. What are you shouting for at this late hour? Do you wish to kneel on the washboard? Before Ye Lei had the chance to explain, his mother raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to his father's head. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the room. I was wrong, my dear. I admit my mistake. I could have endured the washboard punishment. But it was this troublesome boy who caused it. I thought he was up to some mischief late at night. Ye Lei, why is it once again brought back to me? It's merely the second awakening of the martial soul. Ye Lei, truly speechless. System, watching the drama unfold from the front row. Ye Lei, get lost. System, all right. Reality, speak up. You little rascal, what mischief are you up to at this late hour? Dad, Mom? Here's the thing. With the world undergoing a transformation and everyone awakening their martial souls, I am experiencing my second awakening. By the way, what are your martial souls? I would love to take a look. Ye's father and mother exchanged a glance, their hearts resonating in silent agreement. Indeed, there was truth to this. Subsequently, a shared thought crossed their minds, and their respective martial souls gradually manifested. A colossal ice blue wolf materialized behind Ye Junqing, distinguished by the presence of 9 elongated tails. In that moment, Ye Junqing began to embody her martial soul. Her pupils transformed into a chilling ice blue, and 9 ice blue tails sprouted from her back, emanating an aura of frigidness that caused the temperature in the room to plummet instantaneously. Ye Lei, what on earth is my father's martial spirit? I have never seen anything like it. I can recognize the ice attribute wolf, but what does the 9 tails signify? Is it a fusion of a wolf and a 9-tailed fox? At this moment, Tang Yunqing's martial spirit also manifested, as a large fish leapt from the ground behind her, hovering in the air. Like Ye Junqing's martial spirit, it was also ice blue. As the fish appeared, the temperature in the room plummeted. What was once a comfortable 20 degrees now descended to around 10 degrees. Ye Lei, my heavens, why have I never encountered my parents' martial souls? Both are the ice attribute. In a way, this is advantageous. It will save us some electricity costs during the summer. But wait, isn't warming different as well? At this moment, the soul beast detector in my left hand began to beep. Name, Ye Junqing, martial soul, 9-tailed dark ice wolf, soul power level, 15. Name, Tang Yunqing, martial soul, ice thorn saw ray, soul power level, 14. What? 9-tailed dark beetle nut? Ye Lei doubted his hearing, but upon reflection, he realized it was the 9-tailed dark ice wolf. Both of his parents possessed ice attribute martial souls and shared a remarkable compatibility as a couple. Once their soul powers reached the rank of soul sovereign, it was likely that a martial soul fusion technique would emerge. Ye Lei, what is your martial soul? Ye Junqing inquired at that moment. Father, mother, I have currently awakened 2 martial souls, Blue Silver Emperor and Flame Lord. Behold. With that, under the astonished gazes of his parents, Ye Lei unleashed the Blue Silver Emperor. At this moment, the 5th soul ring had fully evolved. And the configuration of 5 black and 1 red soul ring left Ye Lei's parents utterly astonished. Chapter 25, Absorbing Soul Rings. Ye Junqing and Tang Yunqing gazed thoughtfully at the blue and golden little grass in their son's hand, as well as the 6 soul rings, 5 black and 1 red, beneath his feet. Ye Junqing and Tang Yunqing, this son is raised in such an abnormal manner. His strength is simply extraordinary. Ye Junqing paused for a moment before speaking. My son, surely your 6 soul skills of the Blue Silver Emperor cannot all be identical to Tang San's? Except for the 6th soul skill, the others are all the same. Ye Junqing nodded, signaling Ye Lei to proceed. Ye Lei retracted the Blue Silver Emperor and summoned the Flame Lord. The emergence of the Flame Lord infused the once frigid room with a comforting warmth. Contemplating the Flame Lord behind Ye Lei and the 3 black soul rings at his feet, he suddenly remembered, Father, Mother, your soul power levels have both reached level 15. You can now absorb soul rings. I have a selection of them here for you. With that, Ye Lei poured out several hundred soul rings obtained from the recent beast tied from his system space. The sound echoed as the rings, in hues of yellow and purple, magically appeared in the room. These are all from you, my son? How did you acquire so many soul rings? Ye Junqing gazed intently at the heap of soul rings before her. As a devoted fan of Douluo like Ye Lei, she was well aware of the significance of these soul rings. Although Ye Lei could effortlessly hunt soul beasts that had lived for a century or more, it was implausible to acquire such a multitude of soul rings merely 3 days after the convergence of 2 worlds. Father, do you recall the soul beast tide that occurred in our city yesterday? Indeed, I remember. The sudden emergence of the soul beast tide near Taiha Plaza caused countless injuries. A photograph was taken by a young man who, Ye Junqing had yet to finish her words when she suddenly raised her head, gazing intently at her son. Could it be that the young man was truly her son? Ye Lei smiled at Ye Junqing and nodded in agreement. No wonder, this reassured me. After all, this was the soul ring obtained by her own son, and she could absorb it with confidence. With this thought in mind, Ye Junqing squatted down and began to search through the pile of soul rings for one that suited her. As a devoted fan of Douluo, Ye Junqing naturally understands how to select the soul rings that suit her best. However, Tang Yunqing is quite the opposite, having never watched Douluo. She is utterly at a loss when faced with the array of soul rings before her. Squatting on the ground, Tang Yunqing is uncertain which one to choose. But after observing Sujio, she finally extends her hand towards a yellow soul ring. With an inadvertent glance, Ye Lei hurriedly called out to his mother upon noticing the soul ring she intended to take. Mother, you mustn't. This soul ring is derived from the fire attribute Flame Leopard, while your martial soul, the Ice Swordfish, belongs to the ice attribute. They are mutually exclusive. Please wait a moment. Allow me to assist you in finding a more suitable one. This one appears quite excellent. Ye Lei searched through the pile of soul rings for a while, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a pale purple soul ring. He used the blue silver emperor's vines to retrieve it. Mother, the soul ring is derived from the Frostwind illusory dragon, which has existed for 1,200 years. Its attributes are perfectly aligned with your martial soul, making it the most suitable soul ring for you, without question. Having said this, Ye Lei handed the soul ring to Tang Yunqing and then turned his attention to Ye Junqing. At this moment, Ye's father had already extracted a purple soul ring from the pile. Ye Lei focused his gaze and observed, the Shua Snow Leopard, dated 1200, was indeed suitable for his father's nine-tailed mystic ice wolf soul. Chapter 26. Stubborn Spirits. After Ye Junqing and Tang Yunqing selected their respective soul rings, Ye Lei collected all the remaining soul rings into the system space. In an instant, the room was left immaculate. Ye Junqing, witnessing Ye Lei's swift actions, couldn't help but smirk. Had she not known about the existence of soul-guided storage devices, she might have doubted whether her son possessed a third martial soul. Ye Lei, father, if you truly think this way, it is not impossible. After all, I have the system with me. System? So, I am merely a tool for emotions. Am I? Ye Lei, is it not so? System. Speechless, I am incensed. Life is arduous, the system sighs. Returning to reality. Upon seeing his parents seated on the ground, he hurriedly joined them, attuning to their physical condition, ready to utilize his soul power to alleviate the burdens of the soul rings should any issues arise. Ye Junqing and Tang Yunqing forcefully crushed their chosen Millennium soul rings. Instantly, the temperature in the room plummeted, and two purple soul rings hovered beside Ye Junqing and Tang Yunqing. As the ethereal phantoms of the soul beast gradually materialized within the chamber, behind Ye Junqing appeared a feline soul beast, adorned in a striking coat of silvery gray. Upon its emergence, the room, in the midst of July, was graced with flurries of snowflakes. Ye Junqing's martial spirit, the nine-tailed mystic ice wolf, materialized before him. Its fierce eyes fixated on the frost snow leopard behind Ye Junqing, gleaming with a predatory light. In the next moment, the wolf and the leopard commenced their ferocious battle. Meanwhile, beads of sweat began to form on Ye Junqing's forehead. Beside him, Tang Yunqing was not faring any better. Her martial spirit, the Ice Swordfish, hovered nearby, while the Frostwind illusion dragon flapped its wings gracefully above her head. This four-legged subdragon, adorned in deep blue, gazed intently at the Ice Swordfish beside Tang Yunqing. Its dragon claws slightly unfurling, as if it were poised to devour the Ice Swordfish whole. Ye Lei cast a glance with his phoenix-like eyes and, with a hint of exasperation, shook his head. One soared through the heavens, while the other swam in the depths. It seemed he had inadvertently entangled his mother in a predicament. Rubbing his forehead, the blue-silver emperor materialized before Ye Lei. As 6 soul rings, 5 black and 1 red, emerged at his waist, Ye Lei slowly began to speak. Blue-silver domain. A radiant blue light emanated from Ye Lei, enveloping both Ye Junqing and Tang Yunqing in an instant. Ye Lei lifted his gaze to glare at the Frostwind illusory dragon hovering above Tang Yunqing. Upon encountering Ye Lei's azure eyes, the dragon's illusory gaze trembled, instantly recalling the moment of its demise at Ye Lei's hands, suspended in midair on the bustling street. Its mouth agape, unable to unleash its skill before being pierced through by Ye Lei's gun. In the next instant, the Frostwind illusory dragon's phantom transformed into deep blue beams of light, swiftly surging into Tang Yunqing's body. Observing this, Ye Lei nodded in satisfaction, extending his hand to impart a surge of soul energy to Tang Yunqing, before turning his attention to Ye Junqing. The Shuangxue leopard, still grappling with the nine-tailed ice wolf, was suddenly immobilized by a forceful thrust, and in the next moment, the nine-tailed ice wolf severed its neck. In an instant, the Shuangxue leopard morphed into a silvery gray beam of light, flowing into Ye Junqing's form. Similarly, Ye Lei directed a surge of soul energy into Ye Junqing's body, guiding the soul ring's absorption with his own essence within them. At the same time, a series of sirens echoed from afar, drawing near. A police car entered the community, followed closely by a black military vehicle adorned with a prominent symbol, emblazoned with the character for long. A faint lavender soul ring appeared at the waist of Ye Junqing and Tang Yunqing, gradually becoming more substantial. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed, rousing Ye Lei from his meditation. "Who is it, at this late hour?" he muttered, rising to approach the door. Upon opening it, Ye Lei discerned the visitors, 5 or 6 uniformed officers, accompanied by 5 individuals clad in enigmatic black attire. The leading officer presented his badge and spoke. We have received reports from the public regarding a bluish-golden light flashing from your residence on 2 occasions. May I inquire what you were doing at that time? Please cooperate with our investigation. Ye Lei retorted, it was merely the second awakening of my martial soul. If there is no issue, kindly refrain from disturbing me. Farewell. After Ye Lei responded to the officer's inquiries, he prepared to close the door. Wait. Please cooperate with our military investigation, suddenly spoke a figure clad in black. Military? I have committed no offense. Why should I comply with you? I have already stated that there are no issues in my household. Kindly leave and refrain from disturbing our peace. Ye Lei's expression instantly turned icy. Military? Humph. Who knows what ulterior motives you harbor? Only a fool would cooperate with you. Go find somewhere else to cool off. Ye Lei pondered. At that moment, the leader of the men in black produced an investigation order and addressed Ye Lei. Please cooperate with our inquiry. Otherwise, we shall resort to forceful measures. Ye Lei raised an eyebrow and replied, What if I refuse? The leader of the black-clad men, having lost his patience, gestured to his companions, who instantly understood and unleashed their respective martial spirits. Observing the leader, Ye Lei couldn't help but smile inwardly. Ah, 6th Elder, you truly are obstinately stubborn. The martial spirit of the leader was none other than the bloodthirsty falcon. Chapter 27. It is you who have pushed me to this. Ye Lei glanced at the leader of the cloaked figures and smiled faintly, speaking, You are from the 6th Elder, aren't you? The 5 cloaked figures trembled in unison, their identities effortlessly discerned by this impudent youth before them. It seemed the 6th Elder was indeed correct. This insufferable brat could not be allowed to remain, for he would undoubtedly jeopardize the plans of our Elder Hall. The leader's gaze turned frigid as he spun around and declared, Brothers, the Elder has issued an order. Whoever brings me his head shall be rewarded with a promotion and a raise. Now, let us move. With that, the 5 cloaked figures disregarded the police beside them and prepared to attack Ye Lei. Ye Lei raised his hand and said, Wait a moment. It would not be prudent to engage in a confrontation here. After all, you surely do not wish to cause any innocent parties harm, do you? Let us descend to the lower level and settle this matter there, shall we? The 5 men clad in black exchanged glances. The leader cast a malevolent look towards Ye Lei. In the next moment, he nodded slightly and turned to lead his companions downstairs. Ye Lei observed their every subtle movement, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he followed them down. Since they had come, they should not expect to leave unscathed. As Ye Lei took advantage of the 5 individuals' momentary distraction, he swiftly cast a soul power seal around his home, a flash of blue and gold radiance shimmering briefly. Downstairs, in the small square, the residents of the community were fervently discussing the incident, which was significant enough to draw both the police and military to the scene. For the elderly gentlemen and ladies, this would provide ample fodder for conversation for quite some time, and before long, various versions of the event would undoubtedly emerge. Moments later, an exclamation rang out. They are coming out. All the residents in the square turned their attention toward the entrance. Who could possibly command such attention from both the police and the military? I dare say, this individual is certainly no saint. Amidst the crowd's astonished gazes, the figures of 5 men in black emerged, revealing a familiar face among them. Isn't that the boy from the Ye family? I recall him being quite well behaved. After a brief pause, an elderly woman stepped forward to address the 5 men. Esteemed leaders, the young Ye is usually very well-mannered. His character is exemplary. Surely there must be some misunderstanding? Perhaps you could investigate further. Before she could finish her plea, a nearby man in black bellowed, Get lost, you old hack. With that, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the elderly woman tumbling through the air. In the midst of the crowd's stunned silence, a blue-silver vine swiftly coiled around her waist, bringing her to Ye Lei's side. The blue-gold light flickered in his hand, and in the next moment, a gentle wave of soul power began to flow into the old woman's body. Witnessing this, a group of young men, their faces ablaze with anger, glared at the 5 men in black, as if they intended to reduce them to ashes. The youths surged forward, unleashing a torrent of exclamations at the assailant. How dare you? Is this how a soldier behaves? Do you treat the elderly in such a manner? After receiving their polite reprimands, the assailant was enveloped in a heavy aura, and a massive purple gorilla materialized behind him. In an instant, he swung his fist, the air crackling with sparks of electricity. The young men had no time to evade, instinctively raising their hands to shield their heads. Yet, instead of the anticipated impact, they looked up to find a crimson stone wall standing before them. Turning their gaze, they beheld Ye Lei, who was supporting the elderly woman. As a towering red giant emerged behind him, those who had witnessed the scene from Douluo instantly recognized it as Ye Lei's martial spirit. The assailant, under Ye Lei's deliberate control, found his fist firmly lodged against the stone wall. Ye Lei gently placed the elderly woman onto the nearby chaise lounge before turning to approach the 5 individuals. Ye Lei's gaze gradually turned icy, as the scorching air enveloped him, causing the temperature of the night to rise swiftly. Observing the figures cloaked in black, Ye Lei spoke slowly. I initially had no intention of resorting to violence, but now, you leave me no choice. Accompanying you is not out of the question, provided you can best me in combat. Otherwise, do not expect to leave here alive. His chilling voice resonated throughout the square, reaching the ears of all present. The leader of the black-clad figures chuckled disdainfully, responding, "Kid, I suggest you prepare your words before speaking. Do not spout nonsense. Do you truly believe 5 of us cannot handle a mere child like you? Spare us the jest." As the leader reveled in his own misplaced confidence, Ye Lei's next words caused his expression to shift dramatically. "If my guess is correct, you should have a twin brother. Am I right?" The leader retorted, "So what?" Ye Lei continued, "Unfortunately, you shall never see him again. But rest assured, I will soon send you down to reunite with him." What did you say? Chapter 28. Smoke without injury. Upon hearing Ye Lei's words, the black-clad leader could no longer maintain his confidence, his eyes filled with disbelief. "What have you done to him? Where is he?" The leader's voice trembled with fear. As Ye Lei observed the black-clad leader's profound distraction, he realized his suspicions had been confirmed, and he spoke slowly. "It was Elder Six who sent him to assassinate me, but unfortunately, he could not withstand even a minute in my presence. By now, he has likely been discovered and taken away by Elder Seven's people." Upon hearing Ye Lei's words, the black-clad leader lost all restraint. A pair of dark crimson wings unfurled from his back, his fingernails elongated slowly, transforming into an eerie black hue. While one of his pupils morphed into a half-black, half-red state, he ascended gradually into the air, 3 soul rings emerging from beneath his feet. Hovering around his waist, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The other dark-clad individuals, witnessing their leader unleash his martial soul, hesitated not for a moment. Suddenly, the small square was illuminated by a dozen soul rings, leaving everyone present utterly astonished. A few knowledgeable individuals stammered, What? 2 great soul masters? 3 soul venerables? How is the military's power so monstrous in just a few days? These 5 possess the optimal soul ring configurations. That young man from the Ye family is doomed now." Ye Lei smiled and remarked, "This is intriguing. Let me witness the strength of your Elder's Hall." He then commanded, "Brothers, let us all attack and subdue him." With that, 5 individuals swiftly charged toward Ye Lei. The leader in black surged into the air above him, unleashing his first soul skill, Phantom of the Ghost Falcon. Instantly, 5 spectral manifestations of his martial soul erupted from behind the leader, encircling Ye Lei's head. The first soul skill, Thunder Fist. The second soul skill, Bull Charge. The first soul skill, Wind Blade Moon Shadow. The first soul skill, Rock Dragon Roar. In an instant, 4 soul skills hurtled toward Ye Lei. From above, the leader in black swung his arms and bellowed, second soul skill, Bloody Storm. He and his martial soul phantoms unleashed 6 black-red tempests toward Ye Lei, filling the air with a thick stench of blood. What is that smell? It's overwhelming, a pungent odor of blood. Why isn't that brat from the Yu family dodging? Is he petrified with fear? Ugh, I have long disliked him. Let him perish. In that moment, the onlookers in the small square were overwhelmed by the foul scent. Some feeling nauseated, while others seized the opportunity to curse Ye Lei. After all, he was regarded by most parents in the community as the pinnacle among his peers, a child excelling in academics, possessing good looks, a pleasant demeanor, and excellent character. How could a child like that not be adored by many parents? Why do I say most parents and not all? Because some have given up their main accounts and begun training alternate ones. As the soul skill struck, dust billowed into the air. The 5 gathered together, and the leader chuckled, "Little brat, in this day and age, one cannot afford to joke around. See, you've been smacked down. Come, brothers, let us take him away. I'll buy you all drinks." "Good idea, boss." With that, 2 men in black stepped forward to drag Ye Lei's body from the haze. Just then, a voice rang out, "Is this all you are capable of?" As the words fell, a stone ball the size of a football, accompanied by a purple light, shot toward them through the dust. In an instant, 2 black-clad men were sent flying, one of them meeting a swift demise. Fourth brother! Fourth brother! The remaining 4 gazed at the torn body of the 4th man in disbelief. The first law of the world, attack without smoke causes harm. Conversely, smoke without attack causes no harm. As the dust settled, figures emerged. The 3 black soul rings at the boy's waist captured the attention of everyone present in the small square. Good heavens, this is astonishing. A soul master with 3 10,000-year soul rings. Such power is utterly abnormal. The 4 black-clad men stared at Ye Lei ahead of them, their expressions filled with incredulity. How is this possible? Just a few days have passed, and our elder Lu's Hall has painstakingly cultivated barely 50 soul masters, expending vast resources to hunt for 100 and 1,000-year soul rings. How could you possess 3 10,000-year soul rings? Yes, Ye Lei's gaze turned icy, a murderous intent emanating from him. Brothers, let us avenge 4th brother and my younger brother. With that, the leader in black charged at Ye Lei, simultaneously commanding his 5 martial soul phantoms to attack. Ye Lei's lips curled into a smile as he summoned a magma sphere in the hands of the flame lord behind him, hurling it directly at the cloaked leader. The sound of the magma sphere colliding with flesh echoed, sending the cloaked leader flying to the ground, where he crashed heavily, his clothing singed with a gaping hole, and fissures cracking the stone tiles beneath him. "Big brother, I'm fine. You all continue." Upon hearing their leader's words, the others turned and charged towards Ye Lei. 3rd soul skill, Rock Dragon Cannon. The cloaked 3rd in command raised his right hand, unleashing a beam of earthy yellow light towards Ye Lei. "Oh, this could be interesting. Allow me to return the favor." 1st soul skill, Hellfire Magma Burst. The 1st soul ring at Ye Lei's waist glowed, releasing a crimson beam of light from his right hand. The collision of the yellow and red beams created a tremendous shockwave, instantly engulfing the yellow beam in a fiery embrace. Seeing the third-in-command attempt to flee, Ye Lei conjured 3 stone walls behind him. Realizing escape was futile, the cloaked third-in-command gritted his teeth and declared, second soul skill, dragon scales. In an instant, earthy yellow scales enveloped his body as he braced himself to withstand Ye Lei's attack. Foolish to think a mere century-old second soul skill can withstand my hellfire magma burst. How laughable. Very well, I shall send you to the afterlife. With that, Ye Lei exerted his strength, amplifying the power of his soul skill. Boom. The sound of collision erupted as the cloaked third-in-command's dragon scales shattered upon contact with the hellfire magma burst, unable to endure even for a second. He was enveloped by the attack, departing this world without a single cry of pain. Now, it is your turn to face my wrath. After the life force of the third-in-command vanished, Ye Lei turned his gaze to the remaining 3. Damn it. Another soul master lost. This cannot continue. I must resort to that technique. The cloaked leader turned, his gaze locking onto the frightened police officers nearby. Third soul skill, blood armor of protection. The third soul ring at his waist illuminated, and 3 spectral blood hawks surged forth from behind him, darting towards the 3 officers. Thud, thud, thud. The officers' chests were pierced by the hawks' razor-sharp beaks, their lifeblood swiftly drained in an instant. The 3 spectral hawks then surged toward the remaining cloaked figures, merging into their bodies. Instantly, 3 blood-red beams erupted from their chests, forming blood-red armor upon them. It was unexpected that the cloaked leader's third soul skill required the essence of life from others to activate. He was clearly a malevolent soul master. It seemed the secret of the Elder Hall lay in this revelation. He must be eliminated today. There was no way he could be allowed to live and wreak havoc upon the world. Ye Lei pondered, his murderous intent intensifying. Chapter 30. Self-created soul technique for Fire Heaven domain. Today, I shall avenge those who have been harmed by your Elder Hall. Your continued existence in this world is a profound disrespect to their spirits in the afterlife. Now, accept the judgment from the Ground's Forge, self-created soul technique for Fire Heaven domain. In an instant, 4 towering crimson stone pillars erupted from the earth, encircling Ye Lei and the 3 figures in black. The ground fissured, connecting the pillars, and torrents of lava began to surge forth from the cracks, inundating the ground beneath them. In the next moment, the stone spheres atop the pillars ignited with brilliant radiance, unleashing 4 beams of red light. As the beams intersected, a fiery energy dome began to materialize, swiftly isolating the 4 from the outside world. The 4 Fire Heaven domain, comprising Ye Lei's first and second soul techniques, suppressed all soul masters' martial spirits within its confines, particularly afflicting ice and wind attribute soul masters with the utmost severity. The 3 figures in black were taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "What is happening? What have you done? What do you intend to achieve?" Ye Lei gazed at the face of the man in black, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes as he slowly spoke. "What do I desire? Merely to avenge the elderly woman whom you harmed and those 3 policemen from whom you drained life, while simultaneously purging your wicked souls with flames." The second-in-command and the 5th nodded at each other, understanding the gravity of the situation. For the sake of survival, they resolved to fight him to the bitter end, ensuring that he would not thwart the plans of their elder council. Upon hearing Ye Lei's words, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the black-clad leader. He turned to his remaining companions and commanded them to attack. Second soul skill, Wind Goddess Thrust. Second soul skill, Bloodstorm. First soul skill, Thunder Fist. The 3 launched their assault simultaneously towards Ye Lei. Observing the 3 soul skills rushing towards him, Ye Lei grinned. "Is this all you've got?" First soul skill, Infernal Magma Surge. Beneath the feet of the trio, magma churned violently, erupting in an instant. They were forced to leap away to evade the attack, thereby interrupting their own soul skills. The black leader's third soul skill, Blood Armor Protection, was not merely a shield, it bestowed the user with fleeting flight capabilities. Oh, it possesses such an effect? I truly did not anticipate that. In midair, let me introduce you to this technique. Suddenly, a piece of armor manifested upon Ye Lei's chest, at the center of which 6 crimson dots flickered, emitting beams of red light that pierced the sky. What could that be? What were those 6 beams of light? Upon witnessing the armor on Ye Lei's chest, the black boss felt an ominous foreboding. The skill of the Thousand Gene and Emperor's skeletal essence, the Thousand Gene Fallen Flame, was unleashed. In an instant, numerous points of red light appeared in the sky above the domain of the 4 fires, swiftly descending toward the ground. When the black boss, possessing a bird-type martial soul, discerned the nature of the incoming objects, he urgently instructed the 2 individuals beside him, "Defend. Quick, defend." The 2nd and 5th brothers exchanged glances and spoke. "Eldest brother, shall we employ that technique to block these things?" There was no other recourse, thus. They initiated the Trinity Martial Soul Combination technique, Blood Wind Lightning Storm. The soul rings of all 3 individuals illuminated, hovering above their heads. A bird and a primate fused in midair, while a surge of green wind merged with them, countering the multitude of meteors raining down from the heavens. Quite intriguing. Yet your soul rings are simply too low in age. Had you possessed 2 10,000-year soul rings, you might have been able to withstand my skeletal essence skill to some extent. Alas, my soul bone is derived from the 85,000, your mutated Thousand Gene and Emperor, which is beyond the capability of your 2 soul masters to withstand. The night is deepened. It is time to send you on your way. Ye Lei's voice, chilling to the core, echoed in the ears of the Black Boss and his companions. Ye Lei stood at a distance, observing the scene unfolding in the sky. He raised his right hand, gradually forming a fist, and proclaimed, "First soul skill, infernal lava eruption." Instantly, magma erupted beneath the three figures of the Black Boss. Realizing the perilous situation, they found themselves unable to evade. A vast array of flaming meteors engulfed them from above, while colossal columns of magma surged from below. With their soul energy utterly depleted, they were consumed by the molten torrent, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 31. That esteemed individual. As the energy barrier dissipated, a figure emerged. Wait, why is only Ye Lei left? What has happened to the three from the military? Who knows? Could it be that Ye Lei has slain them? I believe so. Did you not witness their previous actions? They kicked an elderly woman right before our eyes and senselessly murdered 3 policemen. Their demise was well-deserved. Indeed. Ye Lei turned and approached the elderly woman, who remained in a state of unconsciousness, with the Flame Lord having vanished. A radiant blue-gold light flickered in his hand as he gently placed it upon the woman's abdomen. The luminous energy gradually seeped into her, mending the meridians and bones that had been injured by the kick of the black-clad Elder 5. A blow from a formidable soul master could easily result in death or severe injury, especially for an elderly woman teetering on the brink of the grave. After a brief moment, having ensured that her internal injuries were healed, he entrusted her care to the accompanying Elder Ebo and Elder Emu. Subsequently, Ye Lei strode confidently towards the relatively intact body of the black-clad Elder 4. He surveyed the scene, a grin spreading across his face as he remarked, "Still too inexperienced." Yet, it is understandable, only 3 days have passed since the fusion of the Douluo world. The Elder Hall's ability to cultivate their members to such a level is indeed formidable. However, what exactly is the task that the Black Leader mentioned? With the fire element swirling in his hand, he summoned a flame that swiftly consumed the body of Elder 4, reducing it to ashes within moments. In the ensuing seconds, a faint aroma reminiscent of roasted meat wafted through the air. Ugh, what a foul stench. Ye Lei grimaced slightly, pinching his nose with his left hand while regulating the temperature of the flames with his right. After 2 minutes, Elder 4 had turned to dust, dissipating into the atmosphere. Turning, he boldly approached a group of young individuals who had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Elder 5. Because you displayed bravery in the face of danger and sought to confront the evil soul masters on behalf of the elderly woman, I bestow upon you these soul rings. Each of you shall receive 5, sufficient for self-defense. Remember, do not emulate their misdeeds that bring suffering to the innocent. Otherwise, your fate will mirror that of those 5 individuals. With a grand gesture, Ye Lei summoned dozens of soul rings that materialized out of thin air. Each person before him receiving a carefully arranged set of 5 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black. A most optimal combination. Accept these as a token of gratitude for your bravery. There are matters that require my attention, he declared, his gaze shifting toward the distant black military vehicle. A glimmer of blue-golden light flickered in his eyes as he slowly raised his right hand. Instantly, numerous blue-silver royal vines emerged beneath the vehicle, entwining it tightly. With a firm grip, Ye Lei constricted the vines, crushing the vehicle into a mere hunk of scrap metal. Meanwhile, at the Elder 6 residence in Shucheng, a middle-aged man clad in black knocked on the door at the end of the corridor. Enter, came a voice that was both aged and authoritative. The man stepped inside and knelt 2 meters before the desk, hands clasped together. Elder 6, the individuals you had me dispatch for the mission have all perished. One was discovered by your brother, Elder 7. The body is currently on its way back. The remaining 5 have had their life force extinguished, and no bodies or severed limbs have been found. Oh, is that so? What were their code names? Instruct them to locate their families and eliminate them without a trace. Do you understand? Elder 6 inquired. Understood. Their code names are as follows. Codename Falcon, Martial Spirit Blood Ghost Falcon, Soul Power Level 32, Codename Ghost Falcon. Martial Spirit Blood Ghost Falcon, Soul Power Level 29, Codename Wind God, Martial Spirit Wind Spirit Body, Soul Power Level 31, Codename Dragon Roar, Martial Spirit Rock Dragon. Soul Power Level 31, Codename Wild Bull, Martial Spirit Iron Armored Water Buffalo, Soul Power Level 28, Codename Lightning, Martial Spirit Thunder Ape, Soul Power Level 28. Very well. I comprehend. You may leave now, Elder 6 replied, rubbing his temples and gesturing for the man to exit. By the way, Elder 6. That individual has initiated a virtual video conference and specifically requested your presence, the middle-aged man stated nonchalantly. Elder 6 paused, pondering the reason for the individual's sudden summons. Chapter 32. The Plan of the Elder Hall in Shucheng, at the residence of Elder 6. The dimly lit corridor bore witness to Elder 6 striding purposefully toward the large door at its end. From the inner pocket of his garment, he extracted a black card. As a crimson light flickered in his hand, it surged into the card, which seemed to come alive, breaking free from his grasp and flying directly into the card slot at the center of the door. With a hiss, the mechanism of the door activated, and blood-red liquid flowed from the slot, outlining a pattern. A colossal dragon coiled around a staff, its eyes radiating a chilling aura. With a beep, the door opened, revealing the conference room's interior, a long table adorned with 11 chairs, except for the opulent golden Nama chair. Each chair bore distinct Chinese numerals carved into the backrest, each pattern unique. Elder 6 approached the chair marked with the number 6, drawing it back and taking a seat, with a wave of his left hand. The earlier card soared back into the instrument before him. A low hum filled the air as 10 beams of translucent blue light illuminated the other 10 chairs. And moments later, 10 AI avatars materialized within the conference room. Elder 6 exchanged glances with Elder 7, both nodding in unison before turning to face the head seat. A shadowy figure manifested in the luxurious Nama chair, devoid of any discernible features. Upon its arrival, the other 10 individuals rose in reverence. Raising a hand, the figure commanded, "Be seated. We shall conclude swiftly. Xiaozhe, Xiaoxiong, present the information regarding that individual and the 6 who perished." The summoned elders, 6 and 7, swiftly operated their respective instruments. In no time, the details of Ye Lei and the 6 fallen individuals were projected into the air. This individual has emerged in Xiaoxiong's territory, posing a significant threat. In 3 days, he has already killed 6 of Xiaozhe's men. And dozens more from Xiaoxiong's side were eliminated the following day. I propose 2 courses of action. First, each of you dispatch your subordinates to encircle him and eliminate all those around him. Second, we refrain from any immediate action. I trust that those 6 did not divulge the secrets of our Elder Hall, thus his impact remains minimal. However, given his prowess, he can face 3 Soul Masters and 2 Great Soul Masters with composure, defeating them one by one. Even if we send reinforcements, it would be futile. Therefore, I have decided to withdraw our surveillance and begin cultivating our talents in secrecy, with the aim of eradicating him one day. The shadowy figure's resonant voice echoed through the conference room. After a moment, an elder seated to the left of the shadow spoke up. I believe the esteemed one is correct. Our focus should be on strengthening our Elder Hall rather than fixating on this insignificant pest. Upon hearing this, the elder turned to the other 9, receiving their unwavering gazes in response. I possess a new technology to share with you, which should be implemented across major universities. Publicly declare its benefits to the populace, and no one shall raise a doubt. The shadow's voice paused as its hands manipulated something unseen. And the instruments before the 10 elders emitted a beep sound, revealing a document icon before each of them. Xiaoxiong, please provide me with a copy of the list you have. We need to send someone to follow him discreetly and report his every move, the shadow commanded, its gaze falling upon Elder 7, who promptly complied by sharing the list. The shadow nodded, stating, "Very well, it is getting late. We shall adjourn today's meeting. You may all depart." With that, the shadow vanished, leaving the 10 elders to exchange glances before logging off. After extracting the card, Elder 6 leaned back in his chair, letting out a deep sigh before exiting the room. Chapter 33, The Blow. Unbeknownst to Ye Lei, who had inadvertently prompted the Elder Hall to convene an urgent video conference, he had only just returned home. Observing his parents, Yi Fu and Yi Mu, still adjusting their meridians, Ye Lei felt puzzled. Have my parents not completed their absorption yet? It shouldn't take this long. Even with a Millennium-grade soul ring, aided by the blue-silver royal soul power, there should be no issue. Ye Lei anxiously paced behind his parents, oblivious to the fact that the 2 individuals in front of him had quietly opened their eyes, just as he was about to tap his father's shoulder. An icy aura suddenly erupted, startling Ye Lei into a hasty retreat. However, as he attempted to lift his legs to withdraw, he discovered that they were firmly frozen in place. The 2 figures before him abruptly rose, their martial souls manifesting as they turned to face him. With hair transformed into a shimmering ice blue, Yi Junqing gazed at her son, who was immobilized by her power, and spoke. Now, tell me, where have you been? Why is everyone in the community group sharing the video from earlier? At that moment, Tang Yunqing, standing beside Yi Junqing, chimed in, Little Lei, do share with your mother what you were up to. As long as you tell the truth, your father and I promise not to be too harsh. The gentle tone of Tang Yunqing's voice sent a shiver down Ye Lei's spine. It dawned on him that he was in deep trouble. His mother was furious, and he could expect a severe reprimand today. The system noted, indeed, the host's mother perfectly exemplified the art of delivering the most severe words in the calmest of tones. Ye Lei, oh, system, so you only know how to make sarcastic remarks about feelings, do you? If you have the guts, come out and fight me. If I don't make you cry, I won't bear the surname Ye. System, I have assisted you so much, and yet you wish to strike me? My affection has vanished. In reality, gazing at the 2 frosty figures before him, Ye Lei trembled and quickly spoke. Dad, Mom, before you returned, my martial spirit, Blue Silver Grass, evolved into Blue Silver Emperor. Perhaps the brilliance of the evolution was too dazzling, leading those resting downstairs to believe I was handling some perilous items. They called the police. And then you returned just as you were absorbing your soul rings. The police arrived, accompanied by 5 members of the Elder Hall. After laying bare the truth, Ye Lei looked at his parents, filled with anticipation, hoping that his father could remove the ice encasing his leg, although he could easily free himself from the icy grip. He refrained from doing so, believing that revealing the truth was sufficient and that removing the ice would be disrespectful to his parents. However, the reality was starkly different. Upon hearing their son's account, his parents appeared even colder. Do you have any idea how worried we were about you? You went down to fight them without even informing us, making us anxious. Do you understand? You nearly frightened your mother to death. You little rascal. Bullying your mother again. This calls for a punishment. Huh? Ye Lei was bewildered, wondering how he had ended up bullying his mother again without even realizing it. Heavens, Dad. Are you really going to hit me? Mom, just look at him. Ye Lei cast a pleading glance at Tang Yuqian, hoping for her intervention. But her words left him utterly stunned. Indeed, you deserve it. Since when did we entrust you with the responsibility of fighting in a brawl? Don't run away, you rascal. Stand still. Hearing his mother's admonition, Ye Lei felt helpless. With a powerful push of his legs, he broke free from his restraints and began to frantically flee around the room. Life is not easy, Ye Lei sighed. Chapter 34, Departure. After being subjected to a relentless half-hour of combined parental discipline from Ye Junqing and Tang Yuqian, Ye Lei now lay on the floor of his room, his hair still sprinkled with remnants of ice. It seemed that allowing his parents to absorb a millennium of soul rings was not such a bad idea. Their strength was sufficient to overwhelm opponents of the same level. Achoo. Oh dear, I'm freezing. I need to take a hot shower. With a swift motion, Ye Lei flipped over and headed to the bathroom for a warm bath. A night without incident. After a day of rest, on a crisp morning, Ye Lei arranged a meeting place with Nuan, rousing their respective parents from slumber, each bearing a different cost for their awakening. Ye Lei narrowly avoided another beating. While Nuan was in a different situation, after all, Ye Lei had previously informed Han's father and mother about this matter. Ye Lei, I am at a loss for words. How could I have forgotten this matter? Indeed, one must bear the consequences of their own misdeeds. System, haha. Ye Lei, dog system, come out and face the consequences. System, if that is the case, then I shall take my leave. Ye Lei, system, I was mistaken. I implore you not to depart, if you would be so kind. After absorbing the soul rings and enduring a day of rigorous training, Ye Junqing and Tang Yuqian have finally ascended to the esteemed rank of Great Soul Master, having reached the 20th level. Though they are still in need of a soul ring. Thus, Ye Lei rose early to rouse the two of them, urging them to accompany him in the pursuit of soul rings. At the entrance of the Rongzhong Grand Hotel, the 6 individuals gathered. The situation is as follows. My parents have also recently attained the 20th level, so I have brought them along as well. Is there any objection to our collective endeavor? No. The 3 responded in unison, shaking their heads. Very well, let us depart. Our destination is the martial arts world. Ye Lei spoke up. All right. But Ye Lei, why don't we go to Riverside Forest? Aren't there soul beasts there as well? Nuan looked at Ye Lei with curiosity. This. Without a doubt, Ye Lei was momentarily taken aback by Nuan's question. Upon hearing this, Han's parents turned to look at Ye Lei. After all, their first soul ring had been acquired by their future son-in-law in Riverside Forest. And now they were considering venturing to the martial forest on the other side of Rong City to hunt for soul rings, which left them quite perplexed. Under the watchful gaze of his girlfriend's family, Ye Lei scratched his head and explained, yesterday afternoon, I ventured to Riverside Forest on my own and wandered around for quite some time, but I couldn't find any suitable soul beasts for you. That's why I thought it would be a good idea to check out the martial forest to help you find a suitable soul beast. As soon as Ye Lei's words fell, a sharp slap landed on the back of his head, accompanied by Ye Junqing's voice ringing in everyone's ears. I told you. You wretched boy, where did you run off to yesterday afternoon without a word? You made your mother worry. After her words, Ye Junqing turned to Tang Yuqing with an expression full of eagerness for praise. When has Tang Yuqing ever worried about that brat Ye Lei? With his current strength, he hardly requires my concern. Tang Yuqing shot a glance at her husband and playfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Ye Lei gazed helplessly at his parents. It was one thing to display their affection at home, but to do so in public was quite another. Resolving to ignore them, he swiftly made his way to Nuan, dismissing the curious glances of those around him. He nestled his head into the crook of her neck, inhaling the delightful fragrance that emanated from her hair. Han Kachin, feeling exasperated, muttered to himself, what should I do? I feel like lashing out. My precious little cabbage is being nurtured by a pig. Oh, woe is me. The pig lamented, my future father-in-law has spoken. I seek solace from my beloved. Nuan retorted. At your age, why are you still so immature? In reality, Ye Lei announced, Mom, Dad, Uncle, and Aunt, let us set forth. The 2 cars set off, one trailing the other, toward Wuling. Chapter 35, This tree is of my planting, this path is of my making. If you wish to pass, you must pay the toll. The 2 sedans cruised along the highway, and after an hour's journey, they arrived at a vast forested scenic area. Ye Lei alighted from the vehicle. Gazing at the imposing entrance of the vast forest scenic area, he turned to address the 5 companions, articulating his plan. Here is my intention. Uncle, your first soul ring grants you a defensive soul skill, so today we shall seek out an offensive soul beast for your second soul ring. And as a sensitivity-based soul master, your soul ring selection should lean towards offense and speed. Thus, our objective today is to find you a soul beast that excels in both speed and attack power. Ye Lei then shifted his gaze towards Nuan. And regarding his parents and Nuan, he continued, the soul rings for the 3 of you are challenging to procure, as your martial spirits are all ice type. Here in Rongqing, situated along the coast, the temperatures are relatively high, which means we may struggle to find suitable soul beasts for you. Father, your martial spirit is the 9-tailed mystic ice wolf. We merely need to locate a wolf or a soul beast from the tiger or leopard family. However, it must not possess any other attributes, as that would impose a significant burden on your body. Ye Junqing glanced at her son and nodded, choosing to remain silent. Well, Let us step inside first, Mother, Nuan. I will find a way to help you locate a suitable spirit beast. Nuan blushed fiercely as she gazed at Ye Lei. It was one thing for him to call her that casually, but to do so in front of his parents today was utterly mortifying. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Ye Lei glanced at the blushing Nuan, filled with curiosity. He pondered silently, wondering what could possibly have made this young girl so bashful again. Had she recalled something inappropriate? Sighing, he dismissed the thought. Indeed, the hearts of women are as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. The four adults exchanged knowing smiles. Observing Ye Lei and Nuan, their minds wandering in contemplation. Yes, father and mother. Nuan, this young lady, appears to be a perfect match for our son. She is an excellent choice for a daughter-in-law. Han's father and mother. This little rascal becomes more appealing with each glance. It's a pity for my cherished daughter, whom I have raised for 18 years. This feels like a bargain for him. System, settle down, grab a seat, and enjoy the spectacle. Ye Lei approached Nuan, gently ruffling her fluffy hair, and inquired, what troubles you, Nuan? Come, let us seek out a soul beast together. With that, disregarding the gazes of onlookers, he grasped her small hand and led her into the scenic area. Observing this, the other four hurriedly followed suit. In Rome City, within the Elder's Hall of the Seventh Elder, a middle-aged secretary knocked on the door. Come in, came the voice of the seventh elder from behind the door. The secretary promptly entered, walked to the desk, and bowed respectfully to the elder, stating, Elder, that esteemed gentleman has replied. He has selected this individual. Upon finishing, the secretary opened the documents he held and placed them before the seventh elder. The seventh elder glanced down, leaned back in his chair, sipped his tea, and addressed the secretary. I understand. Let him proceed. By the way, where is he currently located? The he referred to in the elder's words was Ye Lei. According to information relayed by their informants, he and his girlfriend, along with their families, a total of 6 individuals, were presently in the martial arts scenic area. The seventh elder, growing impatient, waved his hand and commanded, I get it. Immediately instruct him to connect with his watchers and inform him to report any developments without delay. Understood, the secretary replied with a bow and exited the office, documents in hand. Ye Lei held Nuan's hand as they strolled ahead, their parents engaging in light conversation behind them. Half an hour passed without encountering a single soul beast. It was not that Ye Lei and his companions were unfortunate. Rather, upon entering the forest, Ye Lei activated the spirit hunting ground skill from the left leg bone of the Faceless Spider King, sensing the surrounding soul beasts. Those that intended to attack were deterred by the aura emanating from Ye Lei. At that moment, Ye Lei detected a life force ahead, which belonged to several humans. Without further contemplation, he pressed on. 5 minutes later, Ye Lei found himself at a loss for words, as the humans he had sensed earlier now stood before them. Declaring with righteous indignation, this tree was planted by me, and this path was forged by my hand. If you wish to pass, you must leave behind a toll. Ye Lei and his companions raised their eyebrows, casting a dubious glance at them. Hey, I said, did you not hear my words? Do you not see my martial spirit? If you wish to pass, you must pay the toll. Otherwise, do not blame us for being too heavy-handed. The man in the center shouted defiantly. Indeed. Did you not hear our leader? If you wish to cross, then hasten to pay, echoed a subordinate beside him. Yu Junqing and her 4 companions simultaneously turned to look at Ye Lei, each secretly pondering the humorous situation, wondering who among them would ultimately be the most vocal in their lamentations. Ye Lei took a step forward. Observing this, the man thought to himself that Ye Lei must have been intimidated by the martial spirit behind him, and thus approached to pay the toll. After all, he had extorted several tens of thousands using this very tactic. Ah, he still retained some semblance of composure. How amusing. With 6 of you, that amounts to 60,000. The young lady is rather attractive. Perhaps I shall keep her for my amusement. Suddenly, a beam of purple light shot from above the man's head, striking the towering tree behind him, which fell with a resounding crash, leaving the man with a receding hairline. Ye Lei looked at him with disdain and coldly remarked, What are you waiting for? If you don't leave promptly, do you wish to experience a separation of head and body? The words of Ye Lei echoed in that person's ears, his calm voice causing an immediate loss of composure. Chapter 36. The Slap Descends. Upon detecting a pungent odor in the air, Ye Lei impatiently waved his hand and remarked, Oh dear, for someone of your stature. How could you so easily soil your trousers? Truly embarrassing. The frightened individual replied, I did not wish for this to happen. Upon hearing his voice, it was as if I saw my great-grandmother beckoning to me. He is no ordinary person. He is a living embodiment of Yama. The other subordinates exclaimed, Goodness. This is utterly terrifying. Forget about our leader. We must flee. In the next moment, the remaining subordinates exchanged glances, turned, and ran away, while their leader looked on in horror, pleading, Don't leave me. Wait for me. As soon as the words left his mouth, the leader turned and followed his fleeing subordinates. Ye Lei smiled broadly, his right hand pulsating with soul power. With a resounding thud, those who had barely taken a few steps collided headlong into the stone wall, each one clutching their heads as they collapsed onto the ground. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, causing the leader to stiffen instantaneously, slowly turning his head, eyes wide with terror. Ye Lei spoke slowly, I have told you to leave. However, they refused to do so. With that, Ye Lei gestured behind him, and Nuan and her family stepped forward, their expressions filled with indignation. Han Kachin advanced, seizing the eldest with his left hand. The sound of a slap echoed in the air as Han Kachin furiously struck the eldest, delivering a series of blows to his ears, ultimately sending him flying several meters away. How dare you speak disrespectfully and slander my daughter? You are courting death. Anyone who dares to bully my daughter, regardless of who they are, shall face my wrath. Achu. Ye Lei was mentioned, and as he glanced at Han Kachin's silhouette, the next moment, Han Kachin turned his head and shot Ye Lei a glare. Ye Lei was startled, quickly seeking refuge behind Han Nuan, too frightened to cast another glance at her father. The father-in-law regarded his son-in-law with a formidable presence, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word. Ye Lei, I am quite terrified. I have never feared the 7th elder among the 10 elders, yet today my uncle appears exceedingly fierce, his gaze seemingly intent on delivering a thorough beating. Han father, indeed. I do intend to give you a sound thrashing. Reality. After enduring a simultaneous assault from both Han father and Han mother, those 5 individuals found themselves battered and bruised, their garments torn to shreds. The leader curled up on the ground like a shrimp, his expression serene, following a severe beating. He thought it was over, only to feel his vital points mercilessly stomped upon, an excruciating pain piercing through to the crown of his head, causing him to faint. An hour passed, and a couple strolled by, witnessing this scene. They exchanged glances and proceeded to rain down punches and kicks upon the 5 individuals. In the end, the woman, still unsatisfied, delivered 2 strikes to the vital points of the man in the center before departing with her boyfriend. King of Hell, what on earth is happening today? Why is someone half sprawled across the doorway? In the depths of the martial world. How are you, darling? Have you found relief? If not, we can certainly give him a few more upon our return. Ye Lei turned to Han Nuan and exclaimed, Boss, stay back. Suddenly, sensing something through his spiritual hunting grounds, Ye Lei urgently addressed the group, prepare for battle. 30 seconds later, the soul beast detector on Ye Lei's left wrist began to blare incessantly. Beep beep beep. 3 soul beasts detected approaching, 2 10,000-year and 1,000-year. Before Ye Lei could issue further instructions, the other 5 immediately activated their martial souls. Yi Junqing and Tang Yunqing's auras simultaneously turned ice blue. 9 glacial tails emerged from Yi Junqing's waist, swaying behind him, while Tang Yunqing's arms became lined with icy serrated edges. Phantom projections of a wolf and a fish materialized behind them, accompanied by 2 violet soul rings hovering at their waists. A frigid energy erupted, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Han Nuan unfurled a pair of ice blue wings from his back, stirring gust of icy wind. Behind Han's father loomed the colossal phantom of a crimson rhinoceros, his pupils burning red in response. While Han's mother was shadowed by the spectral form of a massive black panther, all 6 stood poised for combat, drawing bewildered and scornful glances from onlookers. What are these people doing in broad daylight? Lunatics, mocked a bystander. Chapter 37. The emerald forehead white tiger. No sooner had the jeers faded than 3 thunderous tiger roars erupted from the depths of the forest. Roar. The ensuing gale force winds sent Han Nuan, unprotected by Ye Lei's soul power barrier, tumbling wildly midair. The earlier hecklers fared no better, flung into disarray by the tempest. Beep. Target scan complete. Soul beast identified. Emerald forehead white tigers, 3 in total. 1 50,000-year, 1 10,000-year, and 1 1500-year. The soul beast detector relayed its findings just as the scan concluded. Upon hearing emerald forehead white tiger, Ye Lei's eyes lit up. He turned excitedly to Yi Junqing. Father, your soul ring has arrived. Among these 3, the 1500-year one is perfect for your second ring. Yi Junqing nodded, yet still gazed at Ye Lei with a hint of concern. But my martial spirit is of the ice attribute. Is this soul beast truly suitable for me? Rest assured, my dear. Although the beaching white forehead tiger is a soul beast of the wind attribute, wind and ice do not interfere with one another, nor do they conflict. Furthermore, it will enhance your speed and bolster your physical prowess. Leave that millennium soul beast to you, while I shall handle the remaining 2 10,000-year soul beasts. Ye Lei turned to Yi Junqing and asked, can you handle 2 ancient soul beasts? After a day of intense tutoring from Yi Junqing and Ye Lei, Tang Yunqing understood the current situation. A 50,000-year soul beast and a 10,000-year soul beast could easily decimate 100 individuals without sustaining any harm themselves, highlighting the formidable nature of ancient soul beasts. This was why Tang Yunqing was so concerned about Ye Lei. Mom, rest assured, I have already slain 2 soul beasts over 80,000 years old on my own. Why would I fear these 2 tigers? Trust me, I am confident in dealing with these 2 soul beasts. After all, I still have my trump card yet to be revealed. Ye Lei glanced at the anxious Tang Yunqing and spoke words of comfort. Turning his gaze towards the trio of soul beasts, a purple light emanated from his left side, revealing a dark purple bone that materialized on his left calf. The skill of the human-faced leg bone, Spider Emperor's purple radiant slash. Ye Lei swiftly kicked his left leg, and in an instant, countless violet beams surged forward, cleaving numerous trees in twain. After executing this maneuver several times, the area before him became desolate, and 3 soul beasts materialized before Ye Lei and his companions. The foremost among them was a white tiger, its coat shimmering with pristine white fur, adorned with 2 verdant bone spikes on its shoulders that glimmered with a teal radiance. Intricate green patterns adorned its body, while a regal green emblem on its forehead exuded an air of sovereignty. To its left stood another white tiger, resembling the first but with shorter bone spikes and lacking the royal emblem on its brow. To the right, however, was a strikingly different creature, possessing merely a single bone spike on its shoulder, with its royal emblem yet to fully form. This was indeed a familial trio. Soon, you shall heed my command to act. Upon seeing the nods of agreement from the others, Ye Lei's expression turned grave as he looked up at Han Nuan and said, "Nuaner, distract them from above." Upon hearing this, Han Nuan took to the skies. Her first soul skill, Ice Feather, activated, and the purple soul ring around her waist glowed brightly. In an instant, a flurry of ice blue feathers soared toward the three white tigers. While Han Nuan's initial skill inflicted no harm upon the two ancient azure white tigers, the petite white tiger was markedly different. A portion of the ice blue feathers struck it directly, instantly leaving numerous tiny wounds on its body, causing it to wail in agony as it chased after Han Nuan. When the other two white tigers saw their offspring pursuing a human, they instinctively followed suit. Observing that the plan had succeeded, Ye Lei swiftly positioned himself in front of the two azure white tigers and declared, "Your adversary is me." 6 soul rings materialized beneath his feet, hovering at his waist. And in that moment, the oppressive aura of his released soul power forced the two soul beasts to stagger back a few paces. Chapter 38, Third Soul Skill. The two soul beasts gazed incredulously at the human blocking their path, their eyes wide with astonishment upon recognizing his soul ring configuration. After all, it was rare to encounter a soul emperor with 5 black and 1 red ring. Your child may not survive much longer if you wish to save it. You must first pass through me. Ye Lei spoke to himself, indifferent to whether they could comprehend his words. The male white tiger appeared to grasp something, its eyes suddenly ablaze with fury as it fixed its gaze upon Ye Lei. In an instant, it raised its powerful paw. The next moment, a series of emerald green claw blades surged towards Ye Lei. With a thunderous roar directed at the female white tiger, the male conveyed his intent, prompting her to raise her paw and launch a similar assault toward Ye Lei. Ye Lei smiled as he spoke, his voice resonating. Fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Prison. As he activated his soul skill, he raised his hand to summon the Blue-Silver Emperor, which rose before him to form a wall, shielding him from the onslaught of claws. In an instant, 2 blue-silver prisons ensnared the 2 white tigers. However, the white tigers were not foolish, each launched an attack, shattering their confines. The male white tiger leapt into the air, raising its claw to strike at Ye Lei, while the female white tiger, harnessing the power of wind, swiftly appeared behind him. With its bony spikes brimming with elemental energy, it opened its mouth, unleashing a verdant energy orb aimed directly at Ye Lei's back. First soul skill, Bind. Ye Lei unleashed his first soul skill with remarkable swiftness, ensnaring a nearby tree with the blue-silver emperor to evade the onslaught of 2 tigers. A thunderous roar echoed as the ground where Ye Lei once stood was struck by a massive paw, causing the earth to sink several centimeters. The martial world S terrain, predominantly composed of hard soil, underscored the formidable strength of the white tiger. The energy orb expelled by the female white tiger landed in the distant woods, where it shattered numerous trees, scattering debris across the ground. It was astonishing to witness the immense damage inflicted by the millennia-old azure white tiger. Regrettably, Ye Lei's father possessed insufficient soul power to endure a soul ring of such caliber. Otherwise, the skills he could acquire would likely surpass even this. The collision of ice and wind elements would have resulted in significantly greater devastation. Nonetheless, Ye Lei remained undeterred, for he possessed a soul ring collector. He could reserve the essence of the mother white tiger for his father, allowing him to absorb it once he reached the 4th ring, a plan that could wait. With this thought, Ye Lei could no longer suppress his joy. The tension on his face eased as he contemplated aiding his father by enhancing the quality of his soul rings. Thus, he prepared to invoke his 3rd soul skill, Web Binding. Ye Lei's right hand shimmered with a violet glow as he cast it towards the mother white tiger, instantly transforming into a web that ensnared her. The barbs of the blue-silver emperor plunged into the mother white tiger's body, injecting her with a potent spirit toxin. In an instant, the light in her eyes began to dim. Observing this, the male white tiger lashed out with his tail, unleashing a jade-green wind blade that severed the blue-silver emperor from the mother tiger's body. Yet, the mother white tiger struggled to maintain her balance, teetering unsteadily. The nerve toxin from the 10,000-year-old Faceless Spider was no trifling matter. Had she been merely a 1,000-year soul beast, she would likely have succumbed to neurotoxicity and perished. The 2 white tigers harnessed the wind element to ascend into the air, their shoulder spines converging the wind elements from the atmosphere. One could sense the frantic depletion of air's wind elements, all coalescing towards the 2 white tigers. Meanwhile, on Han Nuan's side, through the concerted efforts of 5 individuals, they successfully vanquished the juvenile azure white tiger. They now dragged the soul beast's carcass towards Ye Lei. Han Nuan, soaring through the air, was the first to notice the situation at Ye Lei's end. Upon landing, she informed her companions of the circumstances and promptly abandoned the soul beast body to rush towards Ye Lei. Ye Lei gazed at the increasingly voluminous emerald energy sphere above him, feeling his movement slow to a crawl. The 2 white tigers, driven to the brink of frenzy, were fervently gathering the surrounding wind elements. At this moment, the energy within the luminous orb had reached its zenith, threatening to erupt at any given instant. This catastrophe could not be allowed to occur. The destruction of all life within 100 meters loomed ominously. Thus, he resolved to employ this technique. The 3rd soul skill, Thousand-weighted flame armor. The 6 soul rings belonging to the blue-silver emperor vanished as the flame lord materialized behind Ye Lei. 3 soul rings manifested around his waist, with the 3rd ring illuminating brilliantly. Ye Lei knelt on one knee, his right fist striking the ground. In that instant, the earth around him shattered, and fragments of stone ascended, transforming into crimson armor plates that enveloped him. Chapter 39. Slaughter. Once fully encased in the red armor, Ye Lei resembled a valiant knight. He spoke slowly. The defense of my 3rd soul skill, the 1000-gene flame armor, is exceptionally formidable. It can withstand your combined assault without issue. However, I cannot allow other lives nearby to be endangered. Thus, I shall unleash my self-created soul skill, the 4 flames ascending to the heavens. Ye Lei's 1st and 2nd soul rings ignited simultaneously at his waist, swiftly engulfing the surrounding ground in molten lava. The self-created soul technique he had unleashed against the Elder Hall 2 nights prior re-emerged, but this time with a significantly broader range, rapidly ensnaring 2 soul beasts within its domain. However, Ye Lei was oblivious to the 5 individuals rushing towards him, inadvertently drawing them into the field as well. What is happening? Nuan exclaimed, watching as the sky vanished, replaced by a crimson barrier. My soul power is depleting rapidly. With those words, Nuan could no longer maintain her flight, plummeting to the ground, a fate mirrored by Ye Junqing and Tang Yunqing. Han Mu also felt the drain on his soul power, albeit at a much slower pace. Only Han Kachin remained unaffected. At that moment, the 2 white tigers had completed their charge and launched an energy sphere towards Ye Lei, simultaneously unleashing wind elemental attacks with their claws and tails. 1st soul technique, Infernal Lava Break. Observing this, Ye Lei raised his right hand skyward, unleashing a scarlet light cannon that collided with the combined force of the 2 tigers, resulting in a tremendous shockwave. The shockwave, infused with both wind and fire elements, spread throughout the domain. Han Mu, the only one among the 5 who remained unscathed, quickly activated his 1st soul technique to shield the group. 1st soul technique, Fire Rhinoceros Guard. A crimson shield expanded to absorb the clash of wind and fire elements. However, a technique bestowed by a century-old soul ring could hardly withstand the impact of a 10,000-year soul technique. The outcome was inevitable. Han Mu's shield began to crumble. At that moment, Ye Lei noticed the anomaly and turned to observe, his expression sharpening. 2nd soul technique, Crimson Rock. He raised his left hand, and 3 walls of redstone erupted before the 5, replacing Han Mu's shield and intercepting the elemental collision. Concurrently, Ye Lei diminished the energy within the domain, and in an instant, Nuan and Ye Junqing felt their soul power stabilize. As they beheld the 2 white tigers now grounded, their appearances were far from favorable, especially the female tiger, who had previously been affected by Ye Lei's mental toxin and had exhausted considerable energy in conjunction with the male tiger's release of the azure wind pill. Her azure fur now appeared dull and lifeless. The male tiger exhibited a slight decline in vitality but remained otherwise unharmed, contemplating the 5,000-year-old azure white forehead tiger before him. Ye Lei mused, the recovery capability of a 5,000-year soul beast is remarkable. If I were to create a soul ring, the age would suffice. But the attributes do not align with my desired soul technique effects. I will reserve these 2 azure white forehead tigers as my father's 4th and 5th soul rings. Now, it is time for you to become soul rings. 1000-June body soul bone skill, 1000-June meteoric flame break. Upon uttering these words, the 1000-June and Emperor's torso soul bone manifested on Ye Lei's chest. A flash of red light ignited, and the fire and earth elements in the air began to coalesce. In an instant, a massive fiery meteorite formed in the sky. At this juncture, Ye Lei had retracted the stone wall shielding Nuan and the others, allowing them to witness the scene as he unleashed the soul bone skill. Ye Junqing could not contain herself, exclaiming, "What number soul technique is this for Ye Lei? Its power is astonishing. Uncle, this should be Ye Lei's 3rd soul technique or his soul bone skill, derived entirely from the 85,000-year 1000-June and Emperor." Nuan chimed in, recounting everything Ye Lei had disclosed to her. Ye Junqing was rendered speechless, utterly astonished. There was no denying it. Her son was exceptionally formidable. Ye Lei was oblivious to the fact that his father was terrified by his abilities, as he directly commanded the meteor to strike the 2 white tigers. The colossal meteor shattered in midair, pursuing the 2 white tigers separately. The white tigers could only flee within Ye Lei's domain, occasionally launching wind blades at the meteor, but to no avail. The mother white tiger, in the most precarious state, was the first to be targeted by the meteor. As it drew near, the meteor fragmented into countless pieces, descending upon her. In response, the mother white tiger could only conjure a wind elemental shield before her. However, within Ye Lei's domain, the wind and ice elements were heavily suppressed, causing her shield to shatter after merely blocking 5 or 6 small meteors, leaving her immense form engulfed in the meteor's onslaught. Her life force gradually dissipated under the relentless strikes of the meteors. Upon sensing the extinguishing life force of his mate, the male white tiger erupted in fury, letting out a deafening roar that caused the very fabric of Ye Lei's domain to tremble and crack. With a furious lash of his tail, 2 massive wind elemental blades were unleashed, slicing the pursuing meteors into 4 pieces. Ascending into the air, the white tiger surged toward the apex of the barrier, unleashing a wind elemental sphere that struck the barrier at its most vulnerable point. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered. Ye Lei frowned, The breach of his domain meant that if the white tiger re-entered the outside world, its power would be significantly augmented, making it increasingly difficult to vanquish. In Ye Lei's eyes, a shimmering blue and golden light flickered as the 4 fire heaven domain gradually faded away. The 3 soul rings at his waist also vanished, only to be replaced by 6 soul rings, 5 black and 1 red. The 6th soul skill, blue-silver magic binding, illuminated the 6th soul ring at his waist. In an instant, the blue-silver emperor vines surged from all directions, entwining the azure-white tiger suspended in the air. Observing this, the azure-white tiger prepared to unleash a wind elemental blade with its tail, yet someone was swifter than it. The 2nd soul skill, parasitism. As Ye Lei observed the white tiger with azure eyes preparing to unleash its wind blades, he promptly activated the 2nd spirit ability of the blue-silver emperor. Previously, during the encounter with the mother white tiger, Ye Lei had, out of caution, sown several blue-silver emperor seeds while it was freeing itself from his restraints. He had strategically planted these seeds on both white tigers, anticipating the possibility of their escape from his domain. However, with the demise of the dance white tiger, the seeds upon it had become utterly futile. Instantly, the blue-silver emperor sprouted upon the body of the male white tiger, ensnaring it. While Ye Lei's 6th spirit ability immobilized it mid-air, the 5th spirit ability, blue-silver overlord spear, as Ye Lei's 5th soul ring glowed at his waist. A brilliant blue-gold radiance flickered in his right hand. In the next heartbeat, a long spear materialized in his grasp, which he hurled forth with determination. A mournful roar echoed, resonating with a deep sorrow. Having just escaped from the confines that had restrained it, the creature, still reeling from the agony of losing its mate, beheld the lifeless body of its offspring sprawled upon the ground. The dimmed eyes, devoid of light, fixated on it, and in that moment, every cherished bond in its world lay shattered before its eyes. Instantly, its universe crumbled, irrevocably. Another roar erupted, but this time it was laden with fury. The bony spikes upon its shoulders began to shimmer with wild intensity, and the elemental winds around it stirred restlessly, coalescing into a protective vortex that enveloped it. Within this whirlwind, blades of wind formed, swiftly slicing through the bindings of the blue-silver emperor. The collision of the blue-silver emperor spear and the wind vortex produced a resounding crash. Observing this, Ye Lei swiftly crouched, placing his hands upon the ground. Murmuring incantations, 4th soul skill, blue-silver thrust formation. Instantly, a multitude of blue-silver emperor spikes erupted from the earth, piercing towards the suspended body of the Chi-Tian white-striped tiger. With a decisive kick of his left leg, he unleashed a torrent of purple light that cleaved through the air. Many strikes landing upon the base of the blue-silver emperor spear, while the remainder struck the wind vortex. Ultimately, the wind vortex, forged from the essence of a 50,000-year-old Chi-Tian white-striped tiger, could not withstand the might of the now-evolved 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor spear. After enduring for over 30 seconds, the vortex collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the chest of the Chi-Tian white-striped tiger was pierced through, a gaping wound erupting from which blood gushed forth wildly. With a thunderous thud, the massive form of the Chi-Tian white-striped tiger crashed to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Time seemed to slow as the life force of the creature ebbed away, the light in its eyes gradually fading into darkness. Ye Lei commanded the blue-silver emperor, gathering the bodies of the 3 individuals, and retrieved the soul ring collector from the system's space, extracting the soul rings from 2 10,000-year soul beasts. The soul ring of the 1,000-year-old azure blue white-eyed tiger captivated Ye Junqing, who began to absorb it gradually. Chapter 40, the 3rd soul bone. A violet soul ring encircled Ye Junqing's waist, its energy slowly merging into his body. Ye Lei remained unchanged, using the blue-silver emperor spear to extract the soul of the 3-headed soul beast from its mind. As he held the soul of the 50,000-year-old beaching white forehead tiger in his hand, an overwhelming surge of wind elements erupted from it. The quality of this tiger's soul could certainly be regarded as exceptional among wind attribute souls, and the soul ring it bestowed would undoubtedly be formidable. This soul ring could be fully absorbed when his father's soul power reached level 40, while also enhancing the potency of the 2nd soul skill. With a crack, the right front leg of the 50,000-year-old beaching white forehead tiger shattered, and a claw-shaped, emerald green bone rose from it, quietly suspended in the air, surrounded by a rich aura of wind elements. At this moment, Ye Lei's mouth was agape, utterly bewildered. Initially, he merely intended to assist his father in hunting a soul beast to acquire a soul ring. However, under duress, he had inadvertently ended the lives of this entire family of 3. Little did he anticipate that this act would lead him to obtain his 3rd soul bone. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring the 3rd soul bone. System hidden achievement completed. 60. Only 40 remains to achieve full completion. 40? 2 soul bones? Among the 3 soul bones he had now acquired, he had already absorbed 2. Nonetheless, the attributes of this particular soul bone did not align with either of his martial souls, rendering it not particularly beneficial to him. With this thought, Ye Lei couldn't help but turn his gaze towards Ye Junqing, who was enticing the soul ring nearby. His father's 2nd soul ring had also been obtained from the blue-silver white-headed tiger. However, as his father's martial soul was of the ice attribute, the optimal configuration of soul bones should be entirely derived from ice attribute soul beasts, ensuring the pinnacle of his father's strength. Ye Lei contemplated transforming his parents and Han Nuan into the most formidable trio of ice warriors the world had ever seen. With this thought in mind, he shifted his gaze towards Han's mother, who was engrossed in conversation with his own mother. Grasping the soul bone in his hands, he approached her. "Excuse me, Auntie. Please accept these 2 items," he said as he extended his hands towards her. Upon realizing what Ye Lei had presented, Han's mother was taken aback and hastily declined. "Oh dear, Xiao Lei, there is no need for me to possess such fine items. Please take them back and keep them for yourself. Auntie, it's quite all right. You truly deserve these. They are perfectly suited for you." No, really." At that moment, Han's father, who had been meditating nearby, opened his eyes and approached. "What is it, my dear?" Han's mother shook her head to indicate that she was fine and proceeded to explain the situation to him. After listening, Han's father found himself at a loss for how to refuse the generous offering. "Auntie, the soul bone is known as the right arm bone of the Azure Wind. As an agility-focused soul master, your speed and attack power are paramount. This soul bone will enhance your speed and grant you a wind-based attack soul skill, which will greatly bolster your strength." With that said, Ye Lei promptly placed the soul ring and soul bone into Han's mother's hands. Faced with such insistence, she could no longer refuse and accepted them. Under Ye Lei's protective guidance, Han's mother began the process of absorbing the soul bone. Blue-silver domain. Ye Lei activated the blue-silver domain, subsequently prompting the other 3 to commence their cultivation. While the 5 of them engaged in their practice, Ye Lei intermittently infused gentle soul power into their bodies, assisting in the clarification of their meridians. Meanwhile, as Ye Lei and his companions were immersed in their training, 10 individuals clad in black arrived at the location where Han's parents had previously dealt with the 5 unruly youths. Upon observing the ragged and bruised figures lying on the ground, the 10 black-clad figures wasted no time. They formed pairs and swiftly lifted the 5 individuals from the ground, transporting them out of the martial realm and into an inconspicuous, dilapidated van. Shortly thereafter, the 10 swiftly boarded a black vehicle, with the 2 cars departing in tandem. Chapter 41. The effect of soul skills. The earliest to absorb a soul ring, Ye Junqing, was the first to awaken, immediately sensing that her soul power had surged from level 20 to over halfway to level 24. Simultaneously, she felt that the meridians within her body had become significantly clearer. With a mere thought, 2 purple soul rings materialized and hovered at her waist. Ye Junqing surveyed her surroundings before stepping into a corner, ensuring she was sufficiently distant from Ye Lei and the other 3. She then spoke. Second soul skill, Shambing Storm. The second soul ring at her waist illuminated, and with a flourish of her hands, an ice-blue tornado laced with icy blades surged forward, crashing into the trees ahead. As the soul skill dissipated, the area traversed by the tornado lay in ruin, trees ravaged mercilessly by the icy shards. Awoken from his meditative state by the commotion caused by the soul skill, Ye Lei gazed at his father with a look of bewilderment. "Dad, what are you doing?" Upon hearing his son's voice, Ye Junqing turned to Ye Lei and replied, "Nothing much, just testing my second soul skill to see its effectiveness. Did I disturb you?" After Ye Junqing's response, Ye Lei exerted himself to stand and made his way to his father's side, observing the devastated trees. "Dad, it seems that allowing you to absorb the soul ring of the Beeching Bay Tiger was indeed the right choice. This soul skill is quite impressive. It is a ranged area of effect destructive skill. By the way, my son," Ye Junqing continued, "I now feel that my meridians have been significantly unblocked, and my speed has greatly increased. That is because you absorbed the soul ring of the Beeching Bay Tiger, which is a wind attribute spirit beast. The wind attribute is inherently linked to speed, so naturally, your velocity would improve. As for the unblocking of your meridians, that was due to my own soul power assisting you during the absorption of the soul ring." Ye Lei responded. Ye Junqing nodded, glanced at the other 4 individuals, and inquired, "What about them? Are they also in training?" "Indeed, just a moment ago, we procured a soul bone from the ancient 50,000-year-old Azure White Forehead Tiger, known as the Azure Gale Right Arm Bone. Its attributes align perfectly with Annie's martial soul. Hence I instructed her to absorb it while you were in the process of assimilating your soul ring." Ye Lei recounted, in detail, the events that transpired when Ye Junqing absorbed her soul ring. After listening, Ye Junqing nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, the group gradually concluded their meditation and began to awaken one by one. Ye Lei approached Hanmu and inquired about her absorption progress. "How has your absorption been? How effective is the soul skill?" "I feel quite good about it. I have named the soul skill from the Soul Bone Shadow Tempest / Very well, Andy. Please use the soul bone skill to attack me. Is that truly advisable?" Hanmu furrowed her brow slightly upon hearing Ye Lei's words, but upon seeing him nod, she refrained from further objections. After creating a certain distance from Ye Lei, the soul bone on her right arm manifested, indicating her readiness to Ye Lei. She launched her attack. Azure Tempest right arm soul bone skill, Shadow Tempest / A green light gathered between her fingers, and as Hanmu swung her right hand, 5 dark green slashes hurtled towards Ye Lei in an instant, accompanied by a series of piercing sounds. Second soul skill, Crimson Rock. Ye Lei knelt on one knee. His right hand clenched into a fist and struck the ground. 5 crimson stone walls surged upwards before him. As the 5 dark green light slashes made contact with Ye Lei's second soul skill, they passed through seamlessly, leaving behind 5 gashes. The subsequent 4 stone walls experienced the same fate. Ye Lei swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of the luminous blade. The 5 beams of light traversed through a multitude of trees before ultimately vanishing. Yu Junqing stepped forward. My son, how could your second soul skill possibly withstand this soul bone ability? Father, my Flame Lord's second soul skill is derived from the 45,000-year-old Crimson Scorpion King, while the soul bone is 50,000 years old. The difference in their ages is a full 5,000 years. It is only natural that it cannot hold up. Ye Lei replied. Chapter 42. The Girl Who Was Bullied. Ye Lei stepped forward to Aunt Han. Auntie, your soul bone skill possesses remarkable power. The cutting force of the wind element is extraordinarily potent, rendering any defensive soul technique under 50,000 years ineffective. Aunt Han, taken aback by his assertion, found it hard to believe. Oh dear, Xiao Lei, please do not jest. How could my soul technique be so formidable? Witnessing Aunt Han's astonishment, Ye Lei felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Auntie, I assure you, I am not joking. My second martial soul, the Flame Lord, derives its second spirit ring from the 45,000-year-old Crimson Scorpion King, which is a full 5,000 years younger than your soul bone. And it could not withstand a strike from you. Do you truly believe I am jesting? After listening to Ye Lei's explanation, Aunt Han finally relaxed. Once everyone had taken a moment to recuperate, they resumed their search for soul beasts. Meanwhile, Ye Lei's mind was racing with thoughts. Today, the soul rings to be hunted for uncle and aunt must possess a minimum age of 300 years. While that seemed manageable, the challenge lay in the fact that their first soul rings were merely 500 years old. He pondered how to elevate their age to the 1,000-year mark. It was unthinkable to suggest they sever their first soul rings. What difference would that be from murder? System, do you have any solutions to this dilemma? At a loss for ideas, Ye Lei turned to the system for assistance. Well, there is a solution. What is it? Speak quickly. System, I was not finished. Why interrupt me? Ye Lei, I am anxious. What else can I do? Thus, I must locate a soul beast whose age corresponds to the first soul ring of both individuals, allowing them to synergistically absorb it, thereby facilitating the fusion of the 2 soul rings. This process will elevate the soul rings to a millennium level. Additionally, it is imperative that the combined age of the 2 soul rings exceeds 1,000 years or precisely equals 1,000 years. The system articulated this in one breath before once again descending into a dormant state. Ye Lei pondered carefully over the conditions stipulated by the system. They were not difficult. Indeed, they were rather simplistic for him. Consequently, throughout the ensuing journey, Ye Lei remained vigilant for soul beasts that matched the first soul ring of Han's father and mother in both species and age. The vastness of the martial world, teeming with numerous soul beasts, meant that it did not take Ye Lei long to locate a suitable one. With the aid of his blue-silver domain, the originally yellow soul rings of Han's parents transformed into a delicate shade of purple. After a brief period of rest, they resumed their journey. However, this time luck was not on Ye Lei's side. After traversing for a substantial part of the day, he found no appropriate soul beasts, as either their age was too young or their attributes mismatched, causing him to drive them away. At that moment, a large bird soared overhead at an astonishing speed, and Ye Lei's eyes lit up. With a forceful flick of his right hand, he launched a blue-silver emperor, ensnaring the bird's neck and pulling it down. The bird crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, sending several blue-silver emperors bursting forth from the earth, binding the creature firmly to the ground. Extending his left hand, he activated the soul beast detection device on his arm, which began scanning the bird. Beep. The scan completed, revealing Magic Eye Ice Kite. Age 1,300 years. After reporting the results, the detection device promptly powered down. Splendid. After such a long search, I have finally found a suitable soul beast. It has been quite a struggle, he exclaimed. Nuaner, come here and slay it. Absorb its soul ring. Han Nuan obediently approached, gazing at the dark ice-colored bird. Suddenly, the Magic Eye Ice Kite lifted its head and locked eyes with Han Nuan. A flicker of its dark ice-colored pupils sent a wave of dizziness through her. As she felt her soul drifting, her body growing increasingly cold, she was compelled to maintain eye contact with the dark pupils, despite her instincts urging otherwise. Abruptly, darkness enveloped her vision, replaced by warmth and the pleasant scent of a boy. Instantly, all her disorientation vanished, and she regained control over her body. Nuaner, do not meet its gaze. Its primary method of attack is through eye contact, inducing a state worse than death. Upon hearing this, the 4 adults who had just peeked over to observe quickly turned their heads, unwilling to risk being subjected to such a dreadful fate. With a rustle, several blue-silver emperors burst forth once more, tightly binding the head of the Magic Eye Ice Kite, leaving no room for escape. Ye Lei finally withdrew his hand from Han Nuan's face. At that moment, Ye Lei felt an intense itch in his palm, a sensation provoked by Han Nuan's long eyelashes brushing against him. It was only after he playfully pinched her cheeks a few times that the itch subsided. The atmosphere shifted. As the icy depths of the demon eye's azure pupils gradually dulled, the once vibrant gleam fading away. Meanwhile, purple energy coalesced in the air, forming a soul ring under Han Nuan's guidance, slowly merging with it. As time slipped by, once Han Nuan concluded her absorption of the soul ring, Ye Lei retrieved some provisions from the system space and distributed them among the group. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the six continued on their journey. Ye Lei and his companions had not walked far when they heard voices ahead, accompanied by the sounds of insults. Straining to listen, Ye Lei discerned the harsh words being exchanged. As they approached, peering through the thicket, they spotted several girls of similar age mercilessly assaulting another girl seated on the ground, all the while hurling vile curses. In the distance, a couple of vans were parked, where a few men stood, indifferent to the girls' actions, allowing the bullying to unfold unabated. Chapter 43. The bully of the powerful. The girls' taunts were exceedingly unpleasant, and Ye Lei could no longer tolerate it. He resolutely parted the bushes and stepped forward. You lot. Cease this at once. What kind of prowess is it to overpower the weak in numbers? Ye Lei's voice suddenly resonated behind the group of girls, startling them. One girl, poised to kick, lost her balance upon hearing the voice and tumbled directly onto the girl on the ground. The latter, unyielding, shifted her position slightly, evading the fall. The girl who fell landed awkwardly, her face smeared with dirt. Rising to her feet, she raised her hand, intending to slap the girl, vociferously proclaiming, You wretched creature. Witnessing my fall, and yet you did not serve as my cushion. Do you seek death? Unfortunately, her slap missed its intended target and struck a nearby redstone instead. The sharp sound echoed, causing her to jump back, clutching her hand and exclaiming, Ouch, that hurts. I've broken my finger. It's all your fault, you foul wretch. Why don't you just perish? Yet, fate had other plans, as she subsequently kicked a stone with considerable force. The impact illustrated the extent of her exertion. Now at a loss, her right hand and foot throbbed painfully, leaving her to roll on the ground in agony. The other girls, snapping back to reality, neglected to check on the injured girl and began to confront Ye Lei. What the hell do you want? Are you insane? Oh. I bet he asked that foul wretch's little boyfriend. Now that you mention it, it does seem so, ha ha ha. Listening to their crude remarks, Ye Lei felt a wave of nausea. You privileged bullies, emboldened by your family's wealth, do you not feel a shred of shame? A brief silence ensued. Shame? Are you out of your mind? We are indeed leveraging our wealth. What can you do about it? To be frank, my boyfriend's father is the general manager of the Yi Group, Qin Haoze. He is exceedingly wealthy. Do you believe I could have him dispose of you? Do you even know the Yi Group, you despicable cur? Nearby, the bushes rustled. Yi Junqing, filled with fury, swiftly retrieved her mobile phone from her pocket and dialed a number. Before the first beep could resonate for 3 seconds, the call was answered. Hello. Is there an individual named Qin Haoze in our company? Yes, chairwoman. May I inquire what the matter is? Inform him not to report to work tomorrow. Furthermore, do not process his salary for this month. And the reason? Let him inquire with his precious son. With that, Yi Junqing hung up the phone without awaiting any response from the other end. The chairman of the Yi Group is none other than Yi Junqing. Taking advantage of her position as the head of the Yi Group, her son brazenly bullies the weak. Such employees are better off dismissed. At this moment, apart from Nuan, those around Yi Junqing exhibited no reaction whatsoever. They had already gleaned each other's occupations during their earlier casual conversation, with the exception of Nuan. Consequently, they were not taken aback when Yi Junqing made the phone call. Only Nuan, with her mouth agape in disbelief, stared at Yi Junqing. Unable to fathom that Yi Junqing, her future father-in-law, was the formidable chairman of the prestigious Yi Group in Rong City. Although the Han family was not without its own merits and possessed assets of their own, they paled in comparison to even a fraction of the Yi Group's wealth. Observing the young heirs and heiresses before him, Ye Lei was consumed by frustration, striding forward with an intense aura radiating from him. The girls sensed the impending trouble. One of them hastily called out to the person beside the business vehicle, Qin Song, hurry over. Someone's trying to bully me. The voice cut through the air. And the boy, still exhaling smoke rings, immediately rushed over to place himself between Ye Lei and the girl. You think you can bully my girlfriend? Qin Song declared as he launched a punch toward Ye Lei, unwavering in his resolve. Ye Lei sidestepped and executed a swift knee strike, forcefully impacting the vital area of Qin Song. The pain caused Qin Song to bend over, clutching his injury, and as he lifted his head to curse, he was met with a resounding slap. The crisp sound echoed as Qin Song was sent flying, crashing into a distant commercial vehicle, with half of his face rapidly swelling. Unconscious, Qin Song fell into a state of unresponsiveness. Chapter 44. Not a single one escapes witnessing Qin Song being struck and lying on the ground, oblivious to his fate. The surrounding girls were engulfed in panic. The sheer force of a single slap that could send a living person flying revealed the immense strength behind it. He was nothing short of a monster. Ye Lei strolled forward, his eyes ablaze with fury as he beheld the group of girls. Throughout my life, I have harbored an intense disdain for bullying, which led me to establish a resolute rule during my middle school years. Any instance of bullying I discover, regardless of the perpetrator's background, shall result in a lifetime of retribution. Today, I have witnessed all your transgressions, and by tomorrow, no. This very night, you shall receive a legal notice from Yi Corporation. I shall ensure that you forfeit all your family assets and experience the torment of being bullied yourselves. As he spoke, the girls regarded Ye Lei with expressions of sheer terror, as if confronted by a monster, prompting them to retreat hastily. Qin Song's girlfriend shouted towards the business vehicle, do not stand there foolishly. Bring him down. Beat him to a pulp. The bodyguards, clad in black suits, were momentarily paralyzed by the earlier incident involving Qin Song, who had been thrown back. They clustered around their young master, checking his vital signs, entirely oblivious to the girl's plight. Upon hearing Qin Song's girlfriend's urgent call, the suited bodyguards lifted their heads and, upon realizing their future young mistress was in peril, confirmed that Qin Song's condition was stable before hastening towards her, positioning themselves in front of Ye Lei to impede his advance. Bodyguards, is it? Then let the reckoning begin with you. A radiant white light enveloped the feet of several bodyguards, and a white soul ring materialized around their waists. A decade-long soul ring. How astonishing that such a soul beast persists after the merging of two worlds. I had previously overlooked this. Yet their soul ring abilities cannot inflict the slightest harm upon me. The first soul skill, high-pressure surge. One of the bodyguards clasped his hands together, unleashing a torrent of water as thick as a thigh, aimed directly at Ye Lei, with a nonchalant lift of his left hand. The stream evaporated upon contact with his arm, emitting a series of hissing sounds that left the bodyguard astonished. Exchanging glances, the suited guards coordinated their movements and charged at Ye Lei. Each blow, a punch, or a kick was effortlessly deflected by Ye Lei, who remained unfazed, casually raising his hands and feet to block their assaults. Ye Lei's patience was gradually wearing thin. At last, as the bodyguards prepared to launch their coordinated attack, Ye Lei raised his right hand slightly, and a crimson stone began to coalesce in his grasp. With a crack, the stone instantaneously shattered into numerous fragments. With a swift motion of his right hand, the shards flew forth, and in an instant, the bodyguards were struck down, each bearing the unmistakable marks of burns upon their foreheads. Only one bodyguard, after falling, managed to rise again, for his martial spirit was that of the Bishi, renowned for its formidable defense, yet even he could not evade the searing imprint upon his brow. Ye Lei remained oblivious to his circumstances, resolutely advancing toward the group of girls, entirely unaware that he had risen once more. The bodyguard, hands clasped atop his head, shook his head in disbelief, casting a fleeting glance at Ye Lei before stumbling into the pristine business vehicle. With a decisive click, the engine roared to life. The bodyguard pressed the accelerator to the floor, hurtling directly towards Ye Lei. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Ye Lei did not turn back but continued steadfastly toward the girls. Just as the business vehicle closed the distance to a mere 5 meters, a flash of purple light flickered from his left leg. In an instant, he executed a swift spinning kick, unleashing a surge of violet energy that pierced straight through the center of the vehicle. In the astonished gazes of the bodyguard and the girls, the business car split apart, careening in opposite directions. White smoke billowed forth as airbags deployed, and the bodyguard succumbed to unconsciousness in an instant, witnessing their protector's inability to obstruct Ye Lei's advance. Panic engulfed the girls. They turned to flee, only to find themselves plummeting into a gaping chasm that had materialized out of thin air. Chapter 45. The return journey. Ye Lei strode to the edge of the pit, gazing down imperiously at the cowering girls. A faint smirk played upon his lips as his fingers twitched slightly. From the rim of the great pit, stone pillars emerged, transforming the cavity into an inescapable prison. The terrified maidens looked up at him with pleading eyes. "Release us. We'll give you money, any amount you name. Please, just let us go. Will you?" They begged desperately. "Money?" Ye Lei's voice dripped with disdain. "The Yu family has no shortage of that." Ye Lei remained silent as a voice emerged from behind him. Ye Junqing approached slowly and came to a halt in front of the pit. Ye Junqing gently patted Ye Lei's shoulder and spoke. "Son, let us depart. Your father has already informed the authorities, and the remaining matters shall be handled by the police." With that, Ye Lei and Ye Junqing turned to leave, paying no heed to the cries of the girls trapped in the pit. As they passed by the bodyguards, Ye Lei ensured they were firmly restrained, leaving them no opportunity to escape. Upon Ye Lei's return, Han Nuan and her family wisely refrained from asking further questions. Having just learned from Tang Yunqing about Ye Lei's tumultuous middle school years, Han Nuan approached Ye Lei's side and noticed his closed eyes, indicating his troubled state. Silently, she slipped her hand into his. Feeling the warmth emanating from her grasp, Ye Lei gradually opened his eyes. The fury that once resided in their depths had vanished, replaced by an expression of tenderness. He raised his hand to affectionately ruffle Han Nuan's soft hair. Han Nuan looked up into Ye Lei's eyes, realizing that the anger he had previously displayed was no more. "Are you feeling better?" she inquired. "Rest assured, I am quite well," he replied. After Ye Lei finished speaking, he playfully ruffled Han Nuan's hair with a few forceful strokes. "Oh dear, you've completely messed up my hair," Han Nuan exclaimed as she pushed Ye Lei's hand away. Covering her head with both hands, her small face puffed up in indignation as she glared at him. Ye Lei gazed at Han Nuan, his eyes brimming with affection. He lifted his hands and playfully pinched her delicate face, stretching it to the sides. Han Nuan, momentarily bewildered, soon regained her composure and began to chase Ye Lei through the forest. Noticing her pursuit, Ye Lei did not slow down. In a final burst of energy, Han Nuan unfurled her wings and soared into the air, catching up to Ye Lei, and promptly perched herself upon his shoulders, tugging at his ears. Her expression still one of feigned annoyance. The instant Han Nuan mounted, Ye Lei instinctively supported her legs, concerned she might lose her balance and fall. The four adults looked on with amused smiles, enjoying the playful antics of the pair. Before long, the shrill sound of police sirens pierced the air, as several police vehicles raced into the martial arts community. Guided by the previously bullied girl, they arrived at the scene of the incident. What they witnessed was unforgettable. A business vehicle cleaved in two, a well-dressed man firmly pinned to the ground by stones, and a young man being struck against another vehicle, alongside several girls trapped in a deep pit. After gathering information from the bullied girl, the police swiftly took action, apprehending all involved and bringing them back to the police station. The legal department of the Ye group acted swiftly. Out of the blue, Hausa, who was on leave at home, was informed by the Human Resources Department that he had been dismissed. Confused, he inquired about the reason, only to be told to consult his son, leaving him utterly bewildered. Just then, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he found a colleague from the legal department standing before him. He intended to invite them in for tea, but instead, they shoved a file into his arms and departed without uttering a single word. Hausa, filled with perplexity, opened the document, and upon seeing its contents, his expression turned ashen. After wandering through the martial arts realm for quite some time, Ye Lei finally found a suitable soul beast for Han's parents. With a humble demeanor, he stood beside Tang Yuqing. Mother, your martial soul is rather unique, and it is challenging to find a compatible soul beast in the martial arts world. I will search for one tomorrow. Once uncle and aunt absorb their soul rings, we shall return. Tang Yuqing could only acquiesce, for after all, her own martial soul was a fish. Half an hour later, two purple soul rings materialized around Han's parents' waists, shimmering brilliantly. Moments later, they opened their eyes in succession, exchanged glances, smiled, and then walked over to stand beside Nuan. Han Kachin glanced at Ye Lei, a fleeting glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Is something amiss? Uncle, are you feeling unwell? Sensing the gaze upon him, Ye Lei turned to meet Han Kachin's eyes, mistakenly believing that something had gone awry during the soul ring absorption. Rest assured, I am perfectly fine. Under your blue-silver domain, both your aunt and I absorbed the soul rings with great success, Han Kachin replied slowly. I now believe that allowing you to be Xiaonuan's boyfriend was indeed a most prudent decision. Keeping her by your side ensures she receives the best protection, free from any danger. Ye Lei pondered. Safety, devoid of any peril? This assertion held a fragment of truth, after all. His prowess indeed afforded protection to those in his vicinity. However, he had now found himself inscribed upon the blacklist of the Elder Hall, regarded as a formidable adversary. It would be untenable for them not to have established numerous spies around him. Perhaps even now, the agents arranged by the 7th Elder lurk nearby. Wait, spies. Given the Elder Hall's proclivities, the deployment of a spy was not beyond the realm of possibility. Activating the domain skill of the human-faced left leg, the spirit hunting grounds. Invisible threads of energy unfurled from beneath Ye Lei's feet, instantaneously flooding his mind with the life signatures within a radius of 100 meters. Swiftly scanning the area, a shadow materialized in his consciousness. Found you. This time, I shall impart a lesson upon you. 4th soul skill, blue-silver cage. Ye Lei's right hand gently rested on the ground as 6 soul rings manifested beneath his feet, with the 4th ring illuminating brightly. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure dispatched by the elders of the 7 residents was concealed in the branches of a grand tree, meticulously observing Ye Lei and his companions. His code name was Shadow, a name that was assigned only after the awakening of his martial spirit, as his prior actions had been exceedingly covert, thus earning him this moniker. While he was intensely focused on watching Ye Lei's group, countless strands of blue-silver emperor vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring him within their grasp. What is happening? What are these? Shadow was bewildered, tugging at the blue-silver emperor vines in an attempt to break free with sheer strength, but his efforts proved futile. Suddenly, blue-silver emperor vines emerged from all directions, binding his limbs and suspending him in a star-like position in midair. At that moment, Shadow had yet to comprehend the situation. Then, a series of faint sounds emanated from below him. Upon looking down, he recognized the source of the noise. In an instant, chill coursed through him. A spiral blunt spike, woven from 3 blue-silver emperor vines, emerged from the ground, slowly ascending towards his vulnerable area. Hey, what is this? Shadow writhed in a futile struggle. Resistance was in vain, as the blue-silver blunt spike continued its gradual ascent. As Ye Lei suddenly crouched down, placing his right hand against the ground, the 6 soul rings of the blue-silver emperor appeared beneath him, leaving the onlookers in confusion. Ye Lei rose, casting a glance at the crowd, shaking his head to signal that there was no danger. He then took Nuan's hand and led everyone away from the martial arts realm. In a moment of unnoticed distraction, Ye Lei tightened his left hand's grip, and instantly, heart-wrenching screams echoed from the depths of the martial arts domain. Chapter 47, Explosion. News at the instant the screams erupted, everyone except Ye Lei was startled. What was happening? Had someone been harmed by a soul beast? It seemed unlikely. Perhaps those 5 individuals had merely received another beating. Upon hearing Ye Lei's assertion, the others nodded in agreement. After all, judging by their tone, it was evident that this was not their first encounter. Their familiarity suggested that several groups had previously fallen victim to such thievery. Shadow, I thank you. As everyone present was a soul master. A journey that would typically take over an hour to traverse the martial arts realm was completed in less than half an hour. As they passed the spot where the 5 individuals had been assaulted, Ye Lei did not spot them. However, he did notice a chaotic array of footprints on the ground. A closer inspection revealed that all the prints were of varying sizes, as if a single person had carelessly trampled the area. Ye Lei paid no heed to the footprints and exited the martial arts realm with the others. At that moment, he had no inkling that those 5 individuals would later pose a significant threat. In the depths of the martial arts realm, a figure lay sprawled on the ground, devoid of hope, with their mouth slightly agape, emitting peculiar groans. A tear in their trousers revealed a striking pair of crimson undergarments. Beep, beep, beep. The multifunctional military communicator on the figure's left wrist chimed. With a weary effort, they lifted their right hand to press a button. And the visage of a middle-aged secretary appeared on the screen. Code 49043, report on the operational status and the movements of the target. Reporting to the Elder S assistant. The covert operation has failed. The target has exited the martial arts realm, and I have suffered an unidentified attack, sustaining severe injuries. A moment of silence ensued on the other end, followed by a sharp inquiry. Failure? How could someone of your caliber fail? And how did you come to be subjected to an unidentified attack? Code 49043 provide a detailed account of the operation. The figure shifted their left hand aside, laboriously raised their head, and began to speak. The target eliminated 3 tiger-type spirit beasts, 1 avian spirit beast, and 2 others of unknown species within the martial arts realm. While they were resting and recuperating, I was unexpectedly assaulted, resulting in the loss of surveillance over them. What type of attack did you endure? Physical or energy damage? The corners of the figure's mouth twitched as they slowly articulated 3 words. Upon hearing this, the Elder S assistant fell into a profound silence, remaining mute for an extended period. Given this information, return at once. I shall dispatch someone to take your place. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended abruptly. The figure, with little strength left, rolled over, and upon making contact with the ground, sprang back up, clutching their rear and emitting another cry of distress. The anguished sound startled the birds into flight. Afternoon. After exiting the highway, Ye Lei and his companions parted ways, each returning to their respective homes. Upon arriving home, Ye Junqing habitually turned on the television to watch a variety show. The family of 3 settled on the sofa, engrossed in the comedic moments, when an urgent news bulletin interrupted the broadcast. This afternoon at 1:45 p.m., a sudden anomaly occurred at the large marine biology exhibition hall in Jianghe District, Rongqing. All marine creatures underwent mutations, escalating the danger level. Numerous innocent citizens sustained injuries, with current reports indicating 20 fatalities and countless others wounded, both severely and lightly. The exhibition hall has been sealed off, and the military has intervened. The public is advised to stay clear of the premises. This concludes our special report. Ye Lei, who had been languishing on the sofa, instantly sat up, his eyes alight with surprise as he gazed at Tang Yuqing. Chapter 48, The Soul Beast Transformation of Marine Creatures. Tang Yuqing felt uneasy under Ye Lei's intense scrutiny. Son, why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face? Upon hearing her words, Ye Junqing immediately straightened up and turned to Tang Yuqing, speaking with earnest conviction. Darling, how could there be anything on your face? You look absolutely stunning. Ye Lei twitched the corner of his mouth, reflecting on how his father, typically decisive and assertive outside, revealed a submissive side at home. How fearful he must be of his mother. Mind your own business. Go watch your television. Tang Yuqing firmly pressed Ye Junqing down, turning her attention to Ye Lei. Mom, have you been paying attention to the reports? Yes. Why? Tang Yuqing replied, her expression still puzzled, not grasping Ye Lei's implication. Mom, your second soul ring has been secured. At that moment, Ye Junqing finally grasped the situation, slightly lifting herself, and looked at Ye Lei. Son, are you suggesting that these mutated creatures bear similarities to the wolf thieves? Ye Lei remained silent, merely nodding in agreement with Ye Junqing's words. Tang Yuqing listened to the conversation between father and son, her brow furrowed in confusion. She could not comprehend their discourse. What are you two talking about? What on earth is a wolf thief? Without waiting for Ye Lei to speak, Ye Junqing began to enlighten Tang Yunk on this particular subject matter. Ye Lei said nothing further and remained sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in a variety show. 10 minutes later, Ye Junqing concluded her informative session with Tang Yuqing. Ye Lei then spoke. Mother, please prepare yourself, shortly. We shall proceed to the exhibition hall to assist you in selecting a suitable soul ring. Tang Yunqing nodded in acknowledgement, then rose to return to her room to make preparations. Half an hour later, Tang Yunqing and Ye Lei stepped outside. Originally, Ye Junqing intended to accompany them, but Ye Lei handed her a beast soul along with a perfect 1,000-year soul ring, instructing her to absorb them at home. Before stepping out, Ye Lei established a blue-silver barrier within his home, suffused with potent blue-silver emperor energy, sufficient to ensure his safety during the soul ring year limit breakthrough. The Oceanic Biological Exhibition Hall was not far from Ye Lei's residence, allowing them to arrive at their destination in a short time. However, the exhibition hall was currently surrounded by military personnel, rendering it impenetrable. As Ye Lei and Tang Yunqing approached, 2 soldiers clad in uniforms brandishing rifles approached them, obstructing their path. The military was engaged in combat within, and unauthorized individuals were prohibited from entering. They were instructed to return from whence they came. Before the soldier could finish his statement, both individuals raised their heads simultaneously. Upon recognizing the newcomers, the soldiers' hands trembled, their legs quaked as if shaken by a sieve, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Subsequently, they swiftly turned and fled towards the main contingent, shouting that the living Yama had arrived. The soldiers who had previously turned their backs to them, upon hearing this, turned around to gaze in their direction. Upon recognizing Ye Lei's visage, the soldiers, who had worn expressions of sternness, were suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Their eyes filled with terror, scattering in all directions. The black marks on the napes of their necks revealed their identities. Witnessing this scene, Tang Yunking was engulfed in confusion, pondering why the soldiers would exhibit such fear upon seeing her son. Was her son truly so fearsome? Ye Lei, I am uncertain as well. I have merely extinguished a few individuals from the Elders' Hall. Upon entering the exhibition hall, it was devoid of any presence. As we ventured further inside, the floor became increasingly saturated with water, interspersed with large patches of blood. In one corner lay a few dismembered bodies, clearly the unfortunate souls who perished in this incident. Just moments ago, as we traversed the path, several bulletproof glass cases housing small marine life had shattered, and all the creatures within had vanished. While Ye Lei and Tang Yuqing surveyed their surroundings, a colossal shadow loomed above them. Chapter 49, The Ice Swordfish. As Ye Lei noticed the dark shadow above him, he lifted his gaze, his brows furrowing in concern, and swiftly urged Tang Yunking to move aside. The shadow seemed to have detected their presence, and with a swift turn, several streams of solid ice blue sword energy pierced through the bulletproof glass, relentlessly pursuing Ye Lei. The glass bore only a few minuscule cracks, a testament to the razor-sharp nature of those sword energies. As Ye Lei turned to witness the unfolding situation, he propelled himself backward, taking Tang Yunking along with him. Boom, boom, boom. 3 azure blades of sword energy struck the ground where Ye Lei had just been standing, causing extensive fissures to appear. The solidified sword energy showed no signs of dissipating. Exuding a frigid chill that caused the surrounding water to freeze instantly, the sweltering summer exhibition hall transformed into a realm of icy coldness. However, this slight chill posed no real threat to Ye Lei and Tang Yunking. Mother, shatter that glass for me. Upon hearing this, Tang Yunking promptly nodded, her right hand sweeping forth as a violet soul ring materialized, revealing behind her a spiky ice sword. With her first soul skill, Frostwind Ice Blade, she swept her arms, launching 2 serrated azure beams that intersected and struck the bulletproof glass. In an instant, the glass shattered, unleashing a torrent of water. Observing this, Ye Lei swiftly raised his right hand, sending several strands of blue-silver emperor hurtling toward the shadow. Sensing the imminent threat, the shadow pivoted, and an invisible blade of sword energy severed the blue-silver emperor entirely. Ye Lei furrowed his brow slightly as 6 soul rings emerged, with the 3rd ring illuminating. The 3rd soul skill, Web Binding. A violet orb materialized in Ye Lei's hand, which he promptly cast into the water tank, pursuing the elusive shadow. Beep. Scanning complete. Soul Beast Ice Blade Fish, age 1,400 years. At that moment, Ye Lei's Soul Beast detector finalized its analysis of the shadow and reported its findings. The Ice Blade Fish, possessing ice attributes and an appropriate age, was indeed the most opportune soul ring presented to him, a true stroke of divine fortune. Let it serve as the 2nd soul ring for my mother. As the purple light drew near the Ice Blade Fish, it transformed into a colossal spider web, ensnaring its target. 4th soul skill, Blue-Silver Spike Formation. The 4th soul ring at Ye Lei's waist illuminated, and he abruptly crouched down, his hands pressing against the ground. In an instant, dozens of blue-silver emperor spikes erupted from the earth, hurtling towards the ice sword fish ensnared in the web. Sensing the imminent danger, the ice sword fish no longer concealed its true power. In a flash, a chilling sword aura surged forth, slicing through the blue-silver emperor, binding it. The shattered blue-silver emperor was instantly frozen into shards, cascading to the ground like delicate ice blossoms. However, the ice sword fish's desperate counterattack could not evade Ye Lei's 1,000-year soul skill, impaling it mercilessly. What Ye Lei did not anticipate was that the ice sword fish, on the brink of death, launched one final assault against him. An invisible sword aura pierced through the air, directly penetrating Ye Lei's lower abdomen. Ye Lei clutched his wound, staggering back several steps, blood spilling from his mouth as he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Son, are you all right? Is it serious? Why is there so much blood? Should we go to the hospital? Tang Yuqing rushed over, her face etched with concern as she gazed at Ye Lei. Ye Lei shook his head gently and lifted his gaze to Tang Yunking. Mother, do not worry. Your son possesses a formidable fate. Please proceed to absorb the soul ring now. Tang Yunking intended to say more, but Ye Lei's firm demeanor rendered her speechless, compelling her to focus on the soul ring absorption. Ye Lei had already placed the corpse of the ice swordfish on the ground. To prevent any possibility of a renewed attack, he decisively extracted its beast soul, ensuring it was sent to the underworld. While Tang Yunking was engaged in the absorption process, Ye Lei noticed that the sword energy that had wounded him was laced with intense ice elements, causing the blood surrounding the injury to begin coagulating. Ye Lei began to concentrate his soul power in his right hand, a crimson glow flickering upon it. Gritting his teeth, Ye Lei pressed his hand directly against the wound. Ye Lei could no longer endure it. As he opened his mouth, a heart-wrenching roar reverberated throughout the entire marine biology exhibition hall. One might wonder how a soul emperor of the 6th ring could be harmed by a 1,000-year-old soul beast. I can only say that it was due to the protagonist's blind confidence in his own abilities, neglecting the fact that soul beasts can retaliate fiercely when facing death. Thus, he sustained injuries, but it is not something worth dwelling on, for the author, Lao Tzu, does not wish for the protagonist to sail through life without any challenges. A touch of adversity is necessary. So, let it be. Respectfully, Lao Tzu, Chapter 50, Elemental Collision. A roar erupted, causing cracks to form in the surrounding bulletproof glass. A sheen of cold sweat trickled down Ye Lei's forehead as three distinct soul powers clashed within him. The Blue-Silver Emperor and the Flame Lord's powers were fervently suppressing the soul power of the Ice Swordfish, gradually expelling it from his body. This process was excruciatingly painful. Ye Lei nearly succumbed to exhaustion, as the collision of these mutually repulsive elements within him was unbearable. Once he succeeded in expelling the Ice Swordfish's soul power, he activated the Blue-Silver domain, using its energy alongside the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul power to mend his injuries. However, unlike Tang Sect, who possessed the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bone and extraordinary regenerative abilities, Ye Lei could only utilize his soul power to repair the damaged meridians and blood vessels within him. Nevertheless, 2 wounds remained on his lower abdomen, yet no fresh blood flowed from them. After propping himself against the wall, Ye Lei covered his wounds and approached Tang Yuqing, channeling a strand of soul power into her to expedite her absorption of the spirit ring. 10 minutes later, upon completing her absorption, Tang Yuqing opened her eyes and saw Ye Lei sitting beside her. She immediately inquired, "Son, how are you? Is your body feeling unwell?" "Mom, don't worry. I'm fine now. Just take me to the hospital for a stitch later. I've already stopped the bleeding," Ye Lei reassured her. Hearing his voice, he opened his eyes and looked at Tang Yuqing. Shortly after they left the Marine Biological Exhibition Hall, a shadow emerged in the corner. The shadow gradually took on a human form, revealing itself to be Shadow. Approaching the spot where Ye Lei had been injured, where remnants of his blood still lingered, Shadow knelt down and produced a test tube with a cotton swab from his pocket, extracting several drops of Ye Lei's blood. After securing the test tube, he vanished from sight. Upon arriving at the hospital, 2 nurses swiftly stitched Ye Lei's wounds, completing the task in mere seconds. As they prepared to leave, both nurses asked for Ye Lei's WeChat, addressing him as handsome brother, but he declined their advances. After settling the medical fees, he returned home with Tang Yuqing. Meanwhile, Ye Junqing, who had already absorbed her beast soul and spirit ring, was lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a variety show, laughing heartily. Upon hearing the noise from the door, she sat up, and moments later, Tang Yuqing and Ye Lei entered the living room. "Dear, how did it go? Did you find a suitable spirit ring?" Ye Junqing asked. Tang Yuqing nodded, and without waiting for further conversation, she pulled Ye Lei down to sit on the sofa with her. As Ye Junqing was about to speak, her gaze fell upon the vivid splash of red at Ye Lei's waist. She hurriedly exclaimed, "My son, what has happened to your abdomen? Why is there blood? And how did your clothes become torn?" Ye Lei let out a sigh of relief and slowly spoke. "Dad, I am perfectly fine. It was merely a minor mishap while assisting Mom in hunting a soul beast. I initially believed that the beast was completely defeated and thus did not pay it much heed. However, it made a last-ditch effort and struck me with its dying breath. It's just a trivial injury, nothing to be concerned about." Upon hearing Ye Lei's words, Ye Junqing cast a skeptical glance at Tang Yuqing. When she saw Tang Yuqing nod in affirmation, she finally accepted Ye Lei's explanation. That evening, the couple prepared a sumptuous meal to replenish vitality, which Ye Lei consumed to restore his strength. They then advised him to retire early for the night. The night passed without incident. Chapter 51, Soul Amplifier. After a restful night, Ye Lei awoke early the next morning. He gently touched the stitched wound on his abdomen and immediately entered a meditative state to cultivate. As time passed, the wound began to heal, and the stitches gradually fell away, revealing smooth and unblemished skin. Morning arrived. Ye Lei ascended to the rooftop terrace, harnessing the fleeting moment of the rising sun and the gentle eastern breeze to cultivate the purple extreme demon eyes. After 10 minutes, Ye Lei descended. Ye Lei ventured once more into the riverside forest, intending to procure the 4th soul ring for his second martial soul, the Flame Lord, while also assisting Yi and Han's parents, as well as Han Nuan, in acquiring suitable 3rd soul rings. Upon his arrival at the entrance of the riverside forest, the system's voice resonated once again. "Beep. The conditions for the 3rd task have been met. Task Condition 1. Suppress your own strength, limiting it to the Great Soul Master realm. Seal all soul rings except for the 1st and 2nd, reducing their age to 500 years. Condition 2. Conceal your true power, revealing it only when your life is in jeopardy. Otherwise, the seal remains intact. The task duration is 1 month." After the task was announced, Ye Lei furrowed his brow. The task was not particularly arduous. However, sealing his soul rings would disrupt his plans for the day. After all, relying on 4 500-year soul rings, how could he possibly contend with several thousand-year soul beasts? It would be akin to seeking out punishment. System, are there any additional task conditions? Host, you may accept this task at any time without time constraints. The system will also provide you with certain compensations. Compensation? What kind of compensation? Is it an immortal herb? Ye Lei was filled with questions, utterly perplexed. Please provide the host with a random soul guiding enhancement device. The system reward has been dispatched to the system space. The host is advised to check it. Buzz. A crisp sound echoed as Ye Lei directly entered the system space, where a round elixir lay quietly. Without a doubt, it was Ye Lei's soul-guiding enhancement device. Host, consume this elixir, and the enhancement device will bind to you. Only you will be able to utilize it. Ding. The system went offline. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Lei retrieved the orb and, firmly grasping it in his hand, swiftly made his way to a secluded spot where he ingested the orb, commencing the absorption process. Half an hour later, a bracelet composed of 9 shimmering beads gradually materialized around Ye Lei's right wrist. Moments later, he opened his eyes, his phoenix-like gaze sparkling with brilliance. At that instant, the voice of the system resonated, congratulating the host for acquiring the soul guide enhancer, the elemental orb. What exactly is the elemental orb? Wait, could it be this object adorning my wrist? Ye Lei gazed in perplexity at the bracelet adorning his right hand. Indeed, host, this is your soul-guiding enhancement device. The elemental pearl, capable of accommodating 9 elemental beast souls for assistance. As an auxiliary tool, it amplifies all elements, which does not seem trivial at all. This is arguably more effective than the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. Essentially, one merely needs to imbue it with a beast's soul of ice, one of fire, and one of wind, thus enabling elemental enhancement for Ba, Ma, and Han Nuan. Ye Lei gazed at the 9 colorless bracelets adorning his wrist, a subtle smile curving the corner of his mouth. He had acquired 2 martial souls and a soul-guiding amplifier, thus gaining an additional trump card against the Elder Hall. At that moment, Ye Lei resolved to visit the Oceanic Biological Exhibition once more, intending to procure an ice attribute beast soul as the inaugural enhancement element for his soul-guiding amplifier. However, for the time being, he would delve deeper into the Riverside Forest in search of a suitable 3rd soul ring for his parents. Chapter 52. The Devastated Forest. After taking a moment to recuperate, Ye Lei pressed onward into the depths of the forest. After a 10-minute trek, he sensed something amiss. Despite traveling such a considerable distance, he had yet to encounter a single soul beast, not even a decade-old one. The trees along the way were either broken or marred with copious amounts of blood. Sensing the anomaly, Ye Lei activated his mental hunting ground. Through its detection, he discovered that a multitude of soul beasts that once inhabited this area had vanished entirely, leaving behind only dismembered limbs and severed appendages. Ye Lei glanced around, discerning a direction, and then set off at a brisk pace. Upon arrival, he found himself before a vast, dark pit, within which lay the lifeless body of a colossal soul beast. This was indeed the site where Ye Lei had vanquished the Spider King, yet now, several additional pits had emerged in the vicinity. Ye Lei discovered a pit before him, within which lay the lifeless body of an adult male. A gaping, blood-soaked wound marred his abdomen, clearly indicating the cause of death. Ye Lei pushed aside the collar of the corpse, revealing a striking mark upon its neck, a black dragon entwined around his skull. Ye Lei recognized the insignia as the exclusive emblem of the Poison Dragon Legion, which was subordinate to Elder Chi-Chi. They had only the summons of Elder Chi-Chi, exhibiting a fierce and ruthless demeanor. It was indeed members of the Poison Dragon Legion who abducted Ye Lei that day. Given the circumstances at the scene, it appears that Elder Chi-Chi dispatched them to the Riverside Forest for the purpose of hunting soul beasts. However, their losses were considerable, yet they managed to succeed. For it would be implausible to traverse the vast expanse of the Riverside Forest without encountering a single soul beast. Furthermore, their ability to capture even 10,000-year soul beasts implies that the Elder Hall must possess advanced combat technology. For even several hundred well-trained soldiers would falter within a minute under the assault of such formidable creatures. It stands to reason that the missing marine soul beasts from yesterday's marine life exhibition must also be the work of their hands. Ye Lei slowly rose to his feet and searched the body, finding nothing of value. It seemed that the members of the Poison Dragon Legion had taken all the equipment from those who perished during the operation as they retreated. A rustle emanated from the woods not far behind Ye Lei. Who goes there? Ye Lei swiftly turned around and hurled a crimson stone sphere with his right hand. With a resounding thud, the stone struck the tree, causing it to sway vigorously. With a swift motion, Ye Lei darted to the base of the tree, scanning the surroundings. After a brief moment of fruitless searching, a frown creased his brow. Suddenly, a glimmer caught his eye. Approaching cautiously, he discovered it was a small silver nameplate, intricately engraved with a pitch-black silhouette, and in the lower right corner, a series of numbers, 49043. Turning it over, he found 2 distinct emblems, one representing the Elder's 7th abode, and the other, the insignia of the Poison Dragon Legion he had encountered earlier. As Ye Lei knelt in contemplation, several dark steel daggers hurtled towards his back. Sensing the imminent danger, he propelled himself to the right, executing a swift roll. The daggers struck the ground where he had just been, sending up clouds of dust in their wake. Ye Lei crouched low to the ground, shaking his head as he surveyed the surrounding trees. After all, his adversaries lurked in the shadows while he remained exposed, leaving him uncertain as to where the next attack might emerge. He could only wait and watch for any changes. Instantly, Ye Lei activated his mental hunting ground, scanning for all forms of life in the vicinity. Suddenly, from behind a towering tree, a dark figure materialized, its 4 soul rings shimmering at its feet. With a swift leap, it propelled itself into the air, delivering a powerful kick aimed directly at Ye Lei's back. "I found you." Ye Lei, with his eyes shut, broke into a grin. In a swift motion, he pivoted and unleashed a kick with his left foot, directly clashing against the shadow's foot. A resounding thud echoed as Ye Lei remained firmly planted in his position, while the shadow was sent reeling backward, gracefully landing upon a branch. The Poison Dragon Legion. Is it? I have already issued you a warning, yet you choose to disregard it. Why is that? Ye Lei gazed at the shadow and spoke, surrender the renowned emblem. And I shall spare your life, otherwise, I shall end you this very moment. The shadow retorted, and what if I refuse? Given the nature of your elder hall, do you truly believe you would grant me clemency? I have already issued my warning, yet you remain obstinate. There is no alternative. I must take matters into my own hands to grant your elder hall a fleeting respite. Ye Lei scoffed. Tear it apart. The shadowy figure gripped his own shirt, yanking it with force until it was shredded, revealing a robust physique adorned with the tattoo of the Poison Dragon Legion on his chest. Prominently inked on his left shoulder was a single character, Shadow. Chapter 53. A month later, upon seeing the tattoo of the character Shadow, Ye Lei suddenly comprehended. The individual who had been surveilling us in the martial arts world was indeed you, wasn't it? How does your stomach feel now? Would you like me to give you another taste? Damn it, you vile wretch, perish. Upon hearing Ye Lei's words, Shadow was consumed with rage. Leaping down from the tree and delivering a powerful punch towards Ye Lei, undeterred, raised his right fist and struck back. A resounding crash echoed as the shadow was sent flying, while Ye Lei staggered back a few steps. Observing this, the shadow resolved to refrain from engaging in close combat with Ye Lei any longer. After all, both of his previous assaults had been effortlessly thwarted. Continuing the melee would be a futile endeavor. He unleashed his first soul skill, Shadow Blade. The first soul ring beneath his feet illuminated, and a pitch-black Tang Dao materialized in his hand, slashing towards Ye Lei with relentless ferocity. The dark blade surged forth, aimed directly at Ye Lei. The Spider Empress's leg bone skill, Spider Empress's purple radiant slash. Ye Lei flashed a grin, swiftly kicking his left leg, unleashing several violet blades of light that met the shadow's first soul skill. The pitch-black blades were instantly shattered. Yet Ye Lei's assault showed no sign of abating as it surged towards the shadow. The second soul skill, Silent Shadow. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, the shadow activated his second soul skill, vanishing into his own shadow in an instant. The violet blade struck the tree behind him, cleaving it in two. The third soul skill, Shadow of Darkness. As Ye Lei turned his head, searching for the suddenly vanished shadow, the shadow's voice emerged unexpectedly. Numerous shadows erupted from the ground, ensnaring Ye Lei's limbs and immobilizing him. I've got you, meet your demise. First soul skill, Shadow Blade. The shadow leaped from Ye Lei's shadow and unleashed his first soul skill once more in midair. Observing the oncoming black blades, Ye Lei stomped his right foot, causing 3 dark soul rings to materialize beneath him, hovering at his waist. The third soul skill, Infernal Armor. The third soul ring radiated light, summoning nearby stones that rapidly coalesced before him into a crimson armor that enveloped Ye Lei. Clang. The sound of impact resonated as the shadow's first soul skill struck Ye Lei, but for him, it felt like nothing at all. After deflecting the shadow's first soul skill, flames erupted around Ye Lei, incinerating the shadows that had ensnared him. Regaining his freedom, Ye Lei turned to the shadow suspended in midair. Does your elder hall only know how to ambush? Can't you face me openly in a contest? Angered by Ye Lei's provocative demeanor, the shadow retorted, this is your doing. Prepare to perish. Fourth soul skill, Annihilation Blade of Shadows. The fourth soul ring at the shadow's waist glowed, and he grasped his sword, raising it high above his head. A dark phantom coalesced upon the blade, extending nearly 10 meters in length. Once charged, the shadow swung down towards Ye Lei. Without the slightest intention of dodging, Ye Lei raised his left hand at the moment the blade descended, catching it barehanded. This is impossible. How could you catch my fourth soul skill with one hand? Ye Lei replied, let me impart a lesson. There are always greater mountains beyond. Do not be too arrogant. There are many stronger than you. First soul skill, Infernal Magma Surge. Beneath the shadow, the ground cracked open, and magma surged forth. Ye Lei raised his right hand, and a massive column of magma erupted, surging towards the shadow. Caught in midair, the shadow had no time to evade. He retracted his attack and turned to unleash his fourth soul skill against the incoming magma column. In the clash of millennia, the ancient magma triumphed, consuming the shadow's form entirely, and thus, the world was rid of 49,043. A month later, September, the university semester begins. Chapter 54, Freshman Registration on September 1st, Rongqing University, having lain dormant for 2 months, buzzed with activity as a wave of new students flooded the campus. On the expansive playground, upperclassmen registered the incoming freshmen at their respective booths. As the crowd grew, the seniors began discussing which newcomers were handsome and which young women had striking figures, reflecting the same sentiments shared by the freshmen. However, when the newcomers perused their registration forms, many furrowed their brows. While the sections for names, contact information, and interests were quite standard, the last 2 lines requested their martial spirits and soul power levels. At this point, numerous students appeared perplexed, as many had not paid heed to the special report from a month prior, revealing expressions of embarrassment as they glanced at the upperclassmen, seeking assistance. Half an hour passed. Suddenly, a wave of exclamations erupted from the edge of the playground. for before their eyes, a figure floated gracefully towards them. Oh my, that beauty has a perfect figure. Is she our senior or part of our class? Goodness, I envy her figure. Even as a woman, I wish to get closer. As Nuan made her entrance at the playground, she attracted a flurry of chatter from both male and female students alike, paying them no mind. She soared directly above them and landed before a professional booth. The moment she touched down, a dozen boys swarmed around her, eager for her WeChat. With one even attempting to place his hand on her shoulder. Sensing his approach, Nuan unfurled her phoenix wings, blocking the boy's unwelcome advance. Come on. It's just adding WeChat. Is it necessary to act like this? The boy remarked with a cocky grin. Nuan turned slowly to regard the boys behind her. Seriously. Would you consider being my girlfriend? I promise to treat you well. The boy, still with a swagger, attempted to charm Nuan. Her brows furrowed instantly as a chilling aura radiated from her, transforming her once dark pupils into an icy blue. Crack. The water in the boy's bottle froze swiftly, as did the bottles held by his companions. What's happening? It's so cold. The boy, startled by the sudden chill, flung his hand, sending the bottle flying, and then tucked his hands under his armpits for warmth. I'll say this only once. Get lost. Nuan's frigid voice echoed in the ears of the boys, making them feel as if they had stepped into an ice cavern. Well, I've never encountered a girl like you before. You intrigue me. Do you know who I am? Being with me would ensure a lifetime of happiness. The brazen boy sneered at Nuan. I don't care who you are. I'll say it again. Get lost. Nuan replied disdainfully. You dare speak to me, Ma Tianming, in such a manner? Don't think you can remain in this school. I'll have my father expel you. Is that so? The Ma family, merely a small clan, is rather audacious. Nuan thought. She paid him no heed and turned to converse with her senior beneath the professional pavilion. Observing Nuan's dismissive demeanor infuriated Ma Tianming, who strode forward, raising his hand to grasp her neck. At that moment, a vine ensnared his wrist. Chapter 55. Instant fame. Before Ma Tianming could react, the vine yanked forcefully, pulling his right hand down to his thigh. It seemed as if Nuan had received a command. She pivoted, and a purple soul ring illuminated at her waist. Behind her, enormous ice blue eyes emerged, locking onto Ma Tianming's gaze. An ethereal ice blue imprint manifested within his eyes, causing him to recoil in terror, instinctively shielding his head with his hands as he stumbled back, ultimately collapsing to the ground, drenched in cold sweat and trembling uncontrollably. Nuan retracted her phoenix wings, disregarding the quaking Ma Tianming as she turned back to engage in conversation with her senior. The ice blue eyes that had met Ma Tianming as were the manifestation of Nuan's second soul skill, Ice Phoenix Magic Condensation. Derived from the group controllability of the demonic ice kite, this skill conjured immense eyes behind Nuan, instilling profound fear in those who met their gaze, rendering them temporarily incapable of combat. A boy trailing behind Ma Tianming attempted to assist him, but, upon inadvertently locking eyes with a distant pair of eyes, was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. He abandoned his friend and fled with a speed surpassing that of a rabbit. Those eyes, that gaze, became indelibly etched in his memory. He could vividly recall the incident, knowing full well he had spent half a month bedridden before he could rise again, and now, even the slightest touch to his back sent waves of pain coursing through him. On the opposite side of the playground, Ye Lei smirked slightly, turned around, and resumed his place in line to report. Standing at an impressive height of 190 centimeters, Ye Lei certainly attracts attention in the crowd. Many young women, upon catching sight of his chiseled profile, are captivated by his allure. They yearn to approach him, yet an invisible barrier seems to deter them, leaving them hesitant. Meanwhile, a figure seated on the ground draws curious glances from passers-by. After all, it is rather unusual for a tall young man to be sitting on the ground, clutching his head with both hands, drenched in sweat, and trembling from the cold. However, once his identity is revealed, no one dares to linger and gawk. Ma Tianming remains on the ground for a full 5 minutes before finally rising, his legs still quaking beneath him. After standing, he approaches a pavilion and addresses a male student, demanding, "You, give me the information form of that girl from earlier, quickly." Startled, the student glances up and hurriedly retrieves Nuan's information form, presenting it to Ma Tianming. Ma Tianming snatches the form and glances at it before saying, "Nuan, is it? Well, if I cannot have her, then neither shall anyone else." With that, he pulls out his phone and captures a photograph of the form. After a few taps on the screen, he commands, "Search for me. Find out who this woman really is." Putting away his phone, Ma Tianming tosses the information form aside and turns to leave. Only after he departs does the senior emerge from the pavilion to pick up Nuan's form. At that moment, a freshman approaches the senior and inquires, "Senior, who is that guy?" The senior, upon hearing this, nudges the freshman with his shoulder and replies, "Do not speak so lightly of him. That man is Ma Tianming. His father holds a 10% stake in our school and is a member of the board of trustees. The teachers here fear him, and he is quite bold. In the future, steer clear of him. Do not let him catch you, or you will regret it." With that, the senior shakes the information form and returns to the pavilion. Chapter 56. Serum. On the opposite side of the playground, Ye Lei furrows his brow. Having overheard every word Ma Tianming uttered, including the conversation between the freshman and the senior. Concerned that Ma Tianming would not relent, Ye Lei had conjured a sprout of blue-silver grass beside the pavilion to eavesdrop on their discussion. Now that he has completed his registration and confirmed his direction, Ye Lei makes his way to the dormitory building. Along the way, he pulls out his phone and types a brief message with one hand. Sending it off. "May I add you on WeChat for a chat?" Ye Lei raised his head, nearly expelling his breakfast. Before him stood a dinosaur girl with 4 eyes and steel teeth, holding a mobile phone displaying her WeChat QR code business card. Ye Lei, feeling utterly revolted, promptly shut his eyes. With a firm stamp of his right foot, the ground beneath him surged upward, elevating him to a height of 10 meters above the ground. Ye Lei, feeling helpless, took out his phone and sent a message to Nuan, pleading for assistance. After all, with a dinosaur-like girl lurking below, escape was not an option. He had also noticed an increasing number of girls around him, their phones illuminated and their gazes fixed on him with intense scrutiny. Alas, it seemed that university life was no easier than high school. In fact, there were even more people here, leaving him utterly speechless. "Nuan, please come to my rescue." In a remote area of Rongqing, deep underground within a clandestine research facility, the sound of footsteps echoed, growing louder until they halted before an iron door at the end of the corridor. A man donned in a white lab coat removed the gloves from his right hand, raised it, and pressed it against the center of the door. A faint beep resonated, followed by 2 beams of red light illuminating his eyes. With a click, the iron door swung open, and the man put his gloves back on and stepped inside. Inside the room, a man lay bound on a metal bed, his body restrained by iron chains, with countless needle marks adorning his wrist. The man in the white coat approached the bed, and upon seeing the stillness of the captive, an imperceptible smile crept across his face. He reached out and pressed a button on a nearby machine. Suddenly, electricity coursed through the chains, creeping up the man's body. Ugh! The man instantly arched his back, muffled groans escaping from his gagged mouth. However, the chains held him down, causing him to rise a mere 5 centimeters before collapsing back onto the bed. Repeating this motion several times until the man in the lab coat finally switched off the power. Breathing heavily, the captive lay on the bed, his eyes devoid of luster as he stared blankly at the ceiling. "What shall I use today? Perhaps this one, or maybe that." The man in the white coat busily retrieved vials of serum from a metal cabinet in the corner of the room. The colors of the serums were a chaotic mix, filling the cabinet with a vibrant array of hues, each labeled with various animal emblems. "How about this one?" he mused. Producing a vial of a reddish-yellow serum seemingly from thin air, the vial adorned with the image of an elephant's head. He then grabbed a syringe from the nearby workstation, extracted a portion of the serum, and approached the bed, addressing the man who lay there. "You know, your body is quite stubborn. It's been half a month, yet you refuse to accept the serum. Wouldn't it be less painful to accept it sooner?" With that, he thrust the syringe downwards, piercing the man's wrist. As the reddish-yellow serum slowly entered his body, eliciting a horrific wail from the captive. Chapter 57. The Mirror World. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Nuan was tidying up when she picked up her phone from the table and discovered a message from Ye Lei sent 5 minutes prior. He lamented being surrounded by a throng of girls and urgently requested her assistance. Feeling equally exasperated, Nuan recalled how, during high school, Ye Lei had been quite popular with the girls, never stepping out of the classroom unless it was for the restroom or if a teacher summoned him. Stuffing her phone into her pocket, she made her way to the balcony and, in front of her 3 roommates, leaped off the ledge. Her roommates gasped in shock, fearing she might be in distress. Rushing to the balcony, they were astounded to see Nuan soaring towards the boys' dormitory, her ice blue wings unfurling gracefully behind her. As she glided past her astonished classmates, beneath the stone pillar where Ye Lei stood, several girls gazed upward, their eyes filled with an intense fervor. Ye Lei felt quite helpless. Although he could run away from the more than 10 girls below, he did not want to see a few of them lingering around the boys' dormitory. Ye Lei glanced at his phone, noticing that another minute had passed, and he couldn't help but sigh. Why haven't they arrived yet? The flowers I await are nearly withering. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings reached his ears. Ye Lei turned in delight to see Nuan swiftly approaching him. As she drew nearer, Ye Lei flicked his right hand, sending a strand of blue-silver grass to wrap around Nuan's waist. With a push of his foot, the stone pillar retracted back into the ground. The blue-silver grass he had summoned now tethered Nuan to him, allowing her to carry him forward as he intermittently infused her with his soul power. The reason he opted for blue-silver grass instead of blue-silver emperor was due to the 3rd task issued by the system that morning, which had left both of his martial souls with only the first 2 soul rings, their ages reduced to a mere 500 years. Consequently, the blue-silver emperor had reverted to blue-silver grass. His 2 soul bones were also limited, leaving him with only the domain skill from the left leg bone of the spider emperor, the mental hunting ground. Ye Lei felt unable to voice his concerns, for he feared the displeasure of the system might sever their bond, leading to dire consequences. Nevertheless, possessing 4 century-old soul rings placed him among the elite of his peers. After soaring over 100 meters, Nuan gently descended to the ground, panting and glistening with beads of perspiration. Carrying a weighty figure of 160 pounds through the air was no trivial feat. Witnessing her exhaustion, Ye Lei felt a pang of sympathy. He raised his hand to soothe her back, channeling a portion of his soul power to assist her recovery. A minute later, Ye Lei glanced toward the nearby male dormitory and suggested Nuan return to rest, mindful of the military training scheduled for the following day. As he did not wish for her to overexert herself, Nuan offered no objections and took to the skies once more, her wings fluttering as she flew back. Upon noticing the absence of any female presence around him, Ye Lei finally felt at ease, as being pursued for his WeChat was undeniably uncomfortable. As he entered the dormitory building, he was greeted by a faint odor of sweat, though it was not overwhelmingly unpleasant. Upon reaching his dormitory, Ye Lei was astonished to find that his close friend from high school, Song Yang, was his roommate. The two young men were so excited that they nearly embraced one another, chatting animatedly for quite some time before they commenced organizing their living space. The accommodation could not be deemed luxurious, yet it was certainly not lacking either. It was a quad room, with bunk beds and desks below, a shared bathroom and shower, along with a refrigerator and a washing machine. Moreover, the essential air conditioning unit for the sweltering summer months was also present. The other two roommates had yet to arrive, prompting Ye Lei to swiftly select a bunk, thus establishing his residence. Fortunately, he had the foresight to bring his luggage to the dormitory in advance. Otherwise, he would have been in quite a predicament. While opening his locker, Ye Lei discovered a black iron box quietly resting at the bottom. Upon inquiring with Song Yang, he learned that a similar iron box resided within his own locker. Opening the remaining two lockers, he found that they, too, contained the same peculiar item. Ye Lei was equally perplexed, yet he proceeded to open the iron box. Inside, he found scant contents, a wristband emblazoned with the school emblem, and a pair of headphones. Upon donning the headphones, a beep resonated, signifying their activation. The version update completed, the system was activated, and the introduction commenced. Mere seconds after the initial beep, a voice emanated from the headphones. This system was named Mirror World, developed by the Elder Hall. Due to the national phenomenon of Douluo, a dimensional gateway connecting to the Douluo world had emerged in various regions across the country to enable more talents to serve the nation. The Elder Hall had installed multi-person teleportation devices in universities nationwide. With this wristband, users could be transported to the dimensional gateways in different regions, assisting them in hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings, as well as selecting the desired age of soul beasts. The user instructions concluded. As the voice faded from the headphones, Ye Lei gently furrowed his brow. Why was it again the Elder Hall? Knowing their character, they surely had ulterior motives. Nonetheless, this device proved quite useful, sparing him the trouble of venturing into the forest to seek out soul beasts. Ye Lei pondered. Chapter 58, Trials. As if by coincidence, the phones of Ye Lei and Song Yang chimed simultaneously. Upon glancing at their screens, they discovered a message from their academic advisor in the class group, accompanied by an image. The picture depicted the wristband and headphones developed by the Elders Hall. The advisor had added a note. Each student must carry these items at all times, according to the school's arrangements. Students from our software major will engage in practical training every 3 weeks. However, it is also permissible for a few students to venture together. Remember, do not seek out soul beasts of excessively high age, and should you encounter any danger, return to school immediately. After reading the advisor's message, Ye Lei chose not to respond, as he felt no pressing need to participate in such training, especially since he lacked soul rings. At that moment, Song Yang could no longer contain his enthusiasm and nudged Ye Lei's shoulder. Hey Lei, should we go check it out? It just so happens that I don't have a soul ring, and I believe you don't possess one either. Song Yang gazed at Ye Lei with an expression full of curiosity. Ye Lei, though feeling helpless, chose to remain silent, for in just 3 weeks, he would have to showcase his abilities before the entire class. So watch closely. Ye Lei took a step to the side, raising his right hand, revealing a small blade of blue-silver grass in his palm. Upon seeing this, Song Yang exclaimed, "Oh, why is your martial spirit blue-silver grass?" Before he could utter the words waste martial spirit, he was so astonished that his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. For, at that moment, he noticed 2 yellow soul rings gradually manifesting beneath Ye Lei's feet. In the girls' dormitory, as Nuan flew back to her balcony, she was immediately surrounded by 3 girls from her dormitory. Sister Nuan, where did you just go? Sister Nuan, you were so impressive just now. How did you manage that? It must be said that the quality of the girls at Rome University is quite high. There are many beautiful women, especially in Nuan's finance major, where the majority of the class consists of attractive females. Nuan's dormitory is no exception, with each girl possessing fair skin, striking looks, and long legs. Among them is a petite girl, standing at just 155 centimeters. Aside from her height, she has matured in all the right places. Nuan helplessly rubbed her temples, gently pressing down on Luo Yun, who was trying to cling to her. It was impossible to resist. The little girl was simply too adorable. At 16 years of age, with the innocent face of a middle school student, standing next to Han Nuan, those in the know recognized her as a classmate. Those unaware might have mistaken them for a young mother and her little daughter. Yet, at just 16, having skipped 2 grades and attending university after only 1 year of high school, she truly embodied the essence of a prodigious student. Han Nuan thought to herself. After seating the 3 girls, Han Nuan recounted the events that had transpired. Meanwhile, still reeling from the 2 soul rings at Ye Lei's waist, Song Yang watched as Ye Lei flicked his right hand, causing the blue silver grass and soul rings to vanish. Believing they had disappeared, Song Yang was taken aback when Ye Lei lifted his right foot and stomped down on the ground. The earth behind him cracked open, and the Flame Lord emerged, also adorned with 2 shining yellow soul rings at his waist. Ye Lei withdrew his martial spirit and gently patted Song Yang's shoulder. "Old Yang, how are you? Quite impressive, isn't it? Now it's your turn." Noticing Song Yang's lack of response, Ye Lei vigorously shook his shoulder with one hand while raising the other to close his gaping mouth. With a snap, Song Yang's jaw was brought together, and it was at that moment he regained his senses. Eagerly inquiring of Ye Lei how he had accomplished such a feat, it wasn't particularly difficult. Just employed a bit of technique and effortlessly dispatched 4 soul beasts. Ye Lei stroked his chin and remarked, "Isn't this a piece of cake? Lazy, you can't be joking with me." Song Yang exclaimed, shaking Ye Lei's shoulders. His face flushed with excitement. Ye Lei was so taken aback that he could only respond, all right, we can teleport together later. And I can assist you in acquiring a few soul rings. Is that acceptable?" Although Ye Lei had several hundred suitable soul rings for Song Yang stored in his system space, he refrained from retrieving any due to the constraints of his system tasks. Upon hearing Ye Lei's proposal, Song Yang paused, his flushed face returning to normal almost instantly. Subsequently, the 2 of them simultaneously took out their phones and began to play together. Before long, the other 2 roommates arrived in succession. After the 4 of them introduced themselves, they decided to head to the food street outside the campus for a delightful meal. In the girls' dormitory, after hearing everything from Han Nuan, Luo Yun and the others insisted on meeting the brother-in-law. Unable to refuse, Han Nuan had no choice but to take the 3 of them out for a meal. "Cafeteria, what did I do to deserve this? Why do you seem so disdainful of me? Is our food really that unappetizing?" Finally, a consensus was reached in the cafeteria, albeit at its own expense. Chapter 59. Casual chats. Ye Lei and his 3 companions arrived at a culinary street outside the school, selecting an authentic northeastern barbecue restaurant, where they reserved a private room and settled in. Within the confines of the room, the 4 began to engage in conversation. "By the way, what are your martial souls? Shall we all showcase them together?" Chen Sison suggested. Another male companion, Jing Hang, readily agreed. Chen Sison, the 3rd to arrive at the dormitory, stood at an impressive height of 185 meters, possessing an innocuous visage that complemented his plump figure. When he smiled, the flesh on his face would gather, giving him a rather endearing appearance. Jing Hang, the last to join the dormitory, was the shortest among them at 175 meters. Yet he ranked as the 2nd highest in intellect within their group, having achieved a remarkable score of 690 in the college entrance examination, just 5 points shy of Ye Lei. Undoubtedly, those who gained admission to Rome University were not to be taken lightly. Ye Lei remained silent, his expression filled with curiosity as he gazed at the 3 of them. To be candid, he too was intrigued by the nature of their martial souls, particularly that of Song Yang. Chen Sitsai and Jing Hang shifted their attention to Ye Lei, who instantly grasped their unspoken question. With a swift motion of his right hand, the ethereal figure of the Flame Lord materialized behind him, while the blue-silver grass manifested above his right hand. "My martial souls are the blue-silver grass and the Flame Lord, both at the age of a century, possessing a dual ring of spirit power at level 28. What about you?" Ye Lei retracted his martial spirit and turned his gaze towards Song Yang. "Well, at this moment, I am also unable to disclose my martial spirit. Could you assist me in discerning it?" At that moment, Song Yang ruffled his hair, waved his hand, and a shimmering aquamarine light emanated from behind him, gradually revealing a crocodile. "What is this?" Both Chen Sitsuan and Jing Hang expressed their confusion in unison. Beep, scan complete. The report is as follows. Name, Song Yang. Martial spirit, Sea Roaring Emperor Crocodile. Soul power, level 12. Name, Jing Hang. Martial spirit, Thunder Roaring Mammoth. Soul power, level 13. Name, Chen Sitsuan. Martial spirit, Wind God Winged Dragon. Soul power, level 15. At this juncture, the soul beast detector on Ye Lei's left hand began to announce the martial spirits and soul power levels of the 3 individuals as if reading out a menu. "What the hell?" exclaimed Song Yang and the others simultaneously, their eyes fixated intently on Ye Lei. "What was that sound just now? How did you know our martial spirits and soul power levels? Resistance leads to severe consequences, while honesty brings leniency. Yes, do tell us." As the 3 spoke, they rose to their feet, encircling Ye Lei, their heads bowed as they gazed at him. Ye Lei, feeling helpless, placed his left hand upon the dining table, revealing the device affixed to his wrist. "This," he declared, is what I have named the Soul Beast Detector. Its auxiliary function allows it to scan others, accurately discerning their martial spirit and level. The report you just saw was the result of its detection. As he spoke, Ye Lei lifted his left hand and waved it before the eyes of the trio. Song Yang and the others were completely captivated by the instrument on Ye Lei's wrist. The three of them circled around it, occasionally exclaiming in admiration. Ye Lei felt a bit dizzy. He waved his left hand and said, "All right, no need to look any further. I will prepare one for each of you three. Each costs merely 1 million RMB, which converts to 2 gold soul coins. With 4 of us, that amounts to 8 gold soul coins, a mere 4 million. Ye Lei has never forgotten about Han Nuan from his family, who also desires something. In the adjacent private room, Han Nuan sneezed unexpectedly. She rubbed her nose and continued dining with her friends. Chapter 60 Achu. Han Nuan in the private room sneezed for no apparent reason. She rubbed her nose. Sister Nuan, why did you sneeze? Are you catching a cold? Should we go back for some medicine? Luo Yun tilted her head, gazing at Han Nuan. Han Nuan raised her hand and waved it dismissively. I'm fine. My nose just itched suddenly. Ah, that makes sense. We are in a barbecue restaurant, and the air must be filled with the aromas of cumin and chili powder. Indeed, that must be it. As she spoke, Luo Yun raised her tiny fist confidently. Han Nuan and the other 2 girls smiled at Luo Yun's adorable demeanor. Han Nuan reached out and pinched Luo Yun's chubby little face, then addressed the 3 of them. All right, let us order. Choose whatever you like. Today, I'm treating. Yay. Sister Nuan is the best. Upon hearing Han Nuan's words, Luo Yun excitedly grabbed the menu and ordered several dishes of grilled meat before huddling with Wen Yunling and Xiao Na to peruse the menu together. 10 minutes later, all the dishes ordered by Luo Yun and her companions arrived at the table, and Han Nuan updated her social media status. In the adjacent private room, Ye Lei's phone on the table emitted a soft chime, drawing the attention of Chen Sikong and Jing Hang. Oh, so you've got a girlfriend now? Jing Hang arched an eyebrow, casting a knowing glance at Ye Lei. The distinctive notification tone, reserved for special contacts, pierced the quiet of the private room occupied solely by 4 young men. It was far too conspicuous, and no wonder Chen Sikong immediately deduced Ye Lei's romantic involvement. After all, what other reason would a young man have for setting such a unique alert? The answer was obvious. Ye Lei chuckled softly and nodded in acknowledgement. Whose little cabbage has been uprooted by your boar? This time, it was Jing Hang who spoke. She was the daughter of Han Kachin, the chairman of Han Group. Ye Lei spoke calmly. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew silent. In the private room, aside from Song Yang's lack of reaction, Chen Sitsuan and Jing Hang stared at Ye Lei with their mouths agape, unable to comprehend. The Han Group, the largest real estate company in Rongqing, virtually monopolizes all the real estate ventures in the city, making it a leading enterprise in the region. Ye Lei, surely you jest. How could the little princess of the Han Group possibly be your girlfriend? It seems utterly implausible. Indeed, Ye Lei, please don't jest with us, my friend. Wouldn't you agree? Song Yang remained silent, merely shrugging his shoulders while continuing to savor his meal. I am not joking. If you still doubt my words, just take a look next door, and you will discover the truth of my claims. It's ridiculous. I've been with Nuaner for 3 years now. How could this be a jest? Ye Lei thought to himself. As for why he said Han Nuan was next door, the moment Han Nuan and her friends stepped into the barbecue restaurant, Ye Lei had sensed her chilling aura. In this vicinity, who else could possess the Ice Phoenix spirit besides her? Chen Sikong and Jing Hang remained skeptical, adjusting their drinks. They left their private room and approached the neighboring one. Chen Sikong knocked on the door and called out, "Hello? Is anyone there?" With a soft whoosh, the door swung open. Yet, Chen Sikong saw no one behind it. Puzzled, he turned to Jing Hang and asked, "How did it open by itself? There's no one here." Jing Hang sighed in exasperation, pointing downward. Chen Sikong glanced at the floor, even more confused. "What? There's nothing there." Rolling his eyes, Jing Hang replied flatly, "Brother, would you kindly turn around?" Only then did Chen Sikong pivot. Chapter 61. Companions on the journey, and found himself facing empty space. Remembering Jing Hang's words, he lowered his gaze. The moment he did, his breath hitched. A petite, soft-faced little girl stood before him, hands on her hips, cheeks puffed in irritation. The instant Chen Sikong met Luo Yun's adorable visage, his heart lurched as if struck by an unseen force. His pulse quickened inexplicably. In that moment, he fell. "Luo Yun, who is it? Why is it taking so long?" A frost-laced voice drifted from inside the room. The icy tone sent an involuntary shiver through Chen Sikong and Jing Hang. Luo Yun, so that's her name. So cute. Chen Sitsong's eyes sparkled with stars. Luo Yun let out a disdainful humph and flounced back inside. Chen Sikong remained frozen at the doorway until Jing Hang nudged him. When he didn't budge, Jing Hang squeezed past him, shooting him a withering look. Pathetic. One little girl, and you're already spellbound. Carrying the drinks, Jing Hang stepped inside, only to freeze mid-stride. What kind of luck is this? For stunning beauties occupied the room. Heaven. And then his gaze landed on the girl seated beside Luo Yun. His pupils dilated. Han Nuan observed the 2 boys, one rooted at the entrance, the other standing dumbly before their table. Worse, The one at the door was ogling their precious Yun. Disgusting. Who are you? What do you want? Why are you in our room? Han Nuan fired off icily. Chen Sikong and Jing Hang remained statuesque. Han Nuan's temper flared, her eyes turning glacial. Leave. I won't repeat myself. As she spoke, the cola beside her hand crystallized into ice. Oh, what's got the young mistress so worked up? A rich, masculine voice sounded from the doorway, accompanied by approaching footsteps. It was Ye Lei, spotting Chen Sitsong's dazed stance and hearing Han Nuan's voice. He smacked the back of Chen Sitsong's head to snap him out of it before striding inside. You? How did you know I was here? Han Nuan's foul mood evaporated at the sight of him. I sensed you the moment you entered. Also, I was next door. Ye Lei spoke while pointing at the wall behind him. Oh, and these two individuals are my roommates, Chen Sitsai and Jing Hang. Just now, they doubted my claim of having a girlfriend, so I mentioned you were here, and they both rushed over. You fool, snap out of it. Upon saying this, Ye Lei gave Jing Hang a light tap on the head, instantly bringing him back to reality, causing him to jump and clutch his head. Who hit me? Huh, Ye Lei, when did you arrive? Jing Hang was about to turn around to scold someone when he realized Ye Lei was standing right behind him. I came to see my girlfriend. Do I need to explain that to you? What nonsense is this? Ye Lei delivered a swift kick to Jing Hang's behind. Jing Hang, with one hand shielding his head and the other covering his rear, let out a yelp and leaped aside. At that moment, Chen Sikong regained his composure and approached Ye Lei, resting his hand on his shoulder. Ye Lei, he inquired. Didn't you mention that your girlfriend is the daughter of the Han group? Where is she? I wish to see her. Always wanting to gaze upon beautiful women. Do you not have any shame? Ye Lei extended his finger and playfully tapped Chen Sitsuan's forehead. Isn't that what you said? Am I mistaken? Chen Sitsuan retorted, nudging Ye Lei's shoulder. Are you referring to me? The daughter of the Han family? Isn't that simply myself? Upon hearing Chen Sitsuan's words, Han Nuan instinctively interjected. Are you certain you are the daughter of the Han family? Is your father Han Kachin? Chen Sitsuan pressed on. Indeed, there are photos online. Why not look it up yourself? Now, Han Nuan's eyes were filled with perplexity. Undeterred, Chen Sitsuan took out her phone and began searching. After a few moments on Baidu, Chen Sitsuan exclaimed an expletive. No way. It really is you. Speaking, she compared several images for confirmation. Once assured, Chen Sitsuan was thoroughly convinced. All right, let us head back. Otherwise, all the food will end up in Song Yang's stomach. Ye Lei spoke up. Damn it. Chen Sitsuan and Jing Hang immediately sprang into action, rushing out. Once the two had left, Ye Lei approached Han Nuan, reaching for the ice-cold cola beside her. Leaning down, he whispered sweet nothings into her ear. Instantly, Han Nuan's cheeks flushed, and she cast a bashful glance at Ye Lei. Upon witnessing this, Ye Lei straightened his posture and offered a gentle smile. Approaching the door, he turned around and added, by the way, your fire is about to extinguish. As he spoke, Ye Lei snapped his fingers, and a small flame ignited at the tip of his right index finger. With a swift motion of his hand, the flame deftly soared into the grill below, instantly reviving the nearly extinguished fire. That gaze was so piercing. How I longed to be his girlfriend. Alas, he is my brother-in-law. I must not trespass. After Ye Lei exited the private room, Luo Yin murmured something under her breath and then transformed her sorrow into appetite, shoving a generous piece of grilled meat into her mouth with chopsticks. Hearing Luo Yun's remark, the other three erupted into laughter. When Yuning took a large gulp of ice-cold cola, belched, and said to Luo Yun, did you not notice? That fellow named Chen Sik An was so taken with you that his eyes were practically glazed over. Just moments ago, while speaking to my brother-in-law, he couldn't help but steal glances at you. His eyes were filled with little stars of affection. Exactly. Xiao Na chimed in, and you all continue to laugh. Just now, that fellow named Jing Hang was also rendered motionless upon seeing you. Luo Yun, unwilling to be outdone, shot back. Xiao Na, seated closest to her, reached out with both hands and began to tickle Luo Yun. Han Nuan remained silent, focused on her grilled meat, occasionally sipping on her icy cola slush. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, since returning to their private space, Chen Sikan and Jing Hang appeared as though their souls had been lost, solely preoccupied with their food. Ye Lei cast a glance and immediately understood the reason. So, have you two been smitten? The two individuals, engrossed in their meal, nodded in unison. Ye Lei and Song Yang burst into laughter, while the two of them remained preoccupied with their meal, occasionally glancing towards the wall. Ye Lei, feeling quite helpless, stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth and said, all right, you two, let's behave normally. We need to eat quickly, and then we shall head to the mirror world. I will assist both of you in acquiring a 100-year soul ring. Once we return, I will ensure that you exchange contact information. Really? Upon hearing Ye Lei's words, Chen Sikong and Jing Hang instantly perked up, responding in unison. Why would I lie to you? Of course it's true. I always keep my promises. With that, Ye Lei patted his chest, assuring them of his commitment. 10 minutes later, after Ye Lei and his companions resolved their conflict, they returned to Rome University. Upon retrieving their equipment, the quartet journeyed together to the newly constructed teleportation array at the heart of the campus. Standing upon the array, they exchanged glances and simultaneously pressed a button on their wristbands. For beams of light illuminated the space, and in an instant, Ye Lei and his companions vanished from their location. Chapter 62. Soul-hunting artillery. Ye Lei and the three others exchanged glances, simultaneously pressing a button on their wristbands. In an instant, four beams of light erupted. And just as swiftly, Ye Lei and his companions vanished from their original location. In the wilderness, upon a vast magical array, a brilliant light illuminated the surroundings. As the radiance dissipated, four figures emerged. Ye Lei and his companions stepped down from the teleportation array and took a few strides forward, revealing the magnificent scene before them. Outside the array stood a series of grand edifices, all predominantly adorned in platinum hues, positioned beside a colossal deep blue whirlpool. Ye Lei and his companions stepped inside, their presence drawing the attention of the soldiers patrolling the premises. Soon, two armed soldiers wielding specialized weaponry approached them. How did you arrive here? The aura emanating from the two soldiers enveloped Ye Lei and his three companions. Except for Ye Lei, the remaining three instinctively took a step back. Ye Lei stood motionless, his gaze fixed upon the two soldiers. The presence of these two formidable soul masters suggests that the Elder Hall has established a defense here to prevent soul beasts from emerging from the depths of that cerulean vortex. Ye Lei pondered. Ye Lei removed the wristband and handed it over. One of the soldiers took it and retrieved a device from his tactical vest. Placing the wristband upon it. Beep. The device activated, emitting a crimson light that scanned the wristband. After a brief moment, a luminous screen projected from the device, revealing all information aside from the martial soul and soul power. One soldier glanced at the image on the screen, then at Ye Lei, before returning the wristband to him with a nod, signaling that he could proceed. The remaining three promptly presented their wristbands. Soon, all four individuals had entered. Ye Lei discovered that they found themselves in a structure reminiscent of a shopping mall, with the ceiling soaring approximately 50 meters above the ground. Prominently displayed on the vast dome was the emblem of the Elder's 7 abodes. Upon lowering his gaze, Ye Lei noticed the same symbol emblazoned on the floor, albeit this one represented the Hall of Elders. Ye Lei and his three companions approached the deep blue vortex. When they were still 10 meters away, a nearby building caught Ye Lei's attention. It was a shop. Noticing Ye Lei's pause, Song Yang and the others also halted, following his gaze toward the store. Oh, how curious that there is a shop here. Let us go take a look, Jing Hang inquired, puzzled. Ye Lei replied mildly, and stepped forward. Entering the interior of the shop, the items displayed within left him quite perplexed. Unlike the snacks and beverages commonly found in other stores, this establishment boasted an array of intricate objects. As he ventured further inside, one particular item caught his eye. It was a hand cannon, entirely crafted in a lustrous platinum hue, adorned on one side with the emblem of the Elder Hall. Ye Lei glanced at the accompanying description below. It stated that this item was called the Soul Hunting Cannon, capable of loading various qualities of beast souls to serve as ammunition. The better the quality, the greater the power. Durability, excellent. The Soul Hunting Cannon? The fact that something developed by the Elder Hall was available here implied that its formidable power was sufficient to slay soul beasts, thus enticing those who sought to hone their skills in this place. Ye Lei pondered for a moment before glancing downward, discovering the price to be remarkably affordable, a mere golden soul coin. Without further deliberation, he reached out and picked one up, then proceeded to take 3 more. Cradling all 4 soul-hunting cannons in his arms, he scanned his surroundings before making his way over to Song Yang and the others. Lei, what have you got there? Chen Sikan, who had been browsing the merchandise, was the first to notice Ye Lei and inquired with a lifted gaze. At his words, both Song Yang and Jing Hang raised their heads to observe Ye Lei. These are soul-hunting cannons, devices designed for hunting spirit beasts, and the price is quite reasonable. Just a single golden soul coin each. Ye Lei uttered these words with an air of nonchalance, while Song Yang and the other 2 stared at him in utter astonishment. Lei, have you lost your mind? A single golden soul coin is exorbitantly expensive, equivalent to 1 million RMB. You just took 4, which amounts to 4 million RMB. Even if we sold all 4 of us, we couldn't afford that. Song Yang spoke gravely to Ye Lei. I'm perfectly sane. Besides, I never asked you to pay for it. Consider this my gift to you. And honestly, what has 4 million RMB? Do you really think I don't have that kind of money? Ye Lei remained as composed as ever, casually reaching out with one hand to grasp at the air. In an instant, a money pouch materialized in his palm, which he then tossed to Song Yang, instructing him to open it. Song Yang, his expression grave, carefully unsealed the pouch. Upon glimpsing its contents, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Lazy, where did you get so many golden soul coins? At this moment, Chen Sikong and Jing Hang also turned their gazes toward the pouch in Song Yang's hands. One glance was enough to render them utterly speechless, their mouths agape in shock. The money is legitimately obtained. Have you forgotten my identity, old Yang? Only then did Song Yang snap out of his daze, his stern expression softening instantly. However, Ye Lei's remark had successfully piqued the curiosity of Chen Sikong and Jing Hang. Let's not dwell on this now. We should focus on hunting the soul beasts first. Old Yang can explain everything to you later. Seeing their inquisitive expressions, Ye Lei could only offer this response to save time. After all, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. and they needed to complete the hunt swiftly to return to school and rest, especially with military training scheduled for the next day. Conserving energy was crucial. Once their expressions settled, Ye Lei instructed Song Yang to retrieve 4 golden soul coins from the pouch before heading off with him to settle the payment. Each of them emerged from the shop carrying a soul hunting cannon. After Ye Lei demonstrated how to operate the devices and secured them to their arms, the 4 arrived before the deep blue vortex. One final identity verification later, they finally stood at the threshold of the swirling portal. Ye Lei took the lead, stepping boldly into the swirling vortex. In the next instant, his entire being was sucked inside. Song Yang and the other 2 followed suit, entering the vortex one after another. An intense pulling sensation enveloped them, dragging the trio to the other end of the vortex. With a whoosh, the force of the vortex expelled them, and they found themselves standing behind Ye Lei, gazing upon an extraordinary forest unlike anything they had ever seen before. Is this the world within the mirror? One of them murmured, captivated by its beauty. Judging by the appearance of the forest, it must be the legendary Star Do Great Forest. Without turning his head, Ye Lei declared, enough admiration for now. Let us focus on securing your spirit rings first. Move out. Ye Lei lifted his foot and formally stepped into the starry forest. The 3 companions followed closely in his footsteps as they traversed the woods. By the way, you 3 should reveal your martial souls. Sekan, your martial soul is the wind god wyvern. You should be able to soar, right? Ye Lei halted his steps and turned to face them. Without uttering a word, the trio immediately manifested their martial souls. Behind Song Yang emerged a colossal dark green crocodile, its body armored with thick plates. Jaws agape with menacing fangs as a guttural roar erupted from its throat. Jing Heng's silhouette was graced by a towering purple mammoth, its massive form crackling intermittently with violet lightning, its mere presence causing Chen Sitsong's hair to stand on end in static repulsion. From Chen Sitsong's back soared an enormous pterosaur that circled briefly before diving straight into his body. Gradually, Chen began levitating, though his wings didn't extend from his back. Rather, like the prehistoric creature, his arms connected to his torso through expansive flesh-toned patagium membranes, while his fingernails elongated into razor-sharp talons. Ye Lei did not hesitate for even a moment. The ground behind him split open as the Flame Lord emerged, hovering ominously at his back. With all 4 individuals shielded by their martial souls, they advanced resolutely into the depths of the forest. At the moment Ye Lei stepped into the forest, he activated the soul bone skill of the human-faced Spider Emperor, Mental Hunting Ground. However, the detection range of the soul skill shrank from 800 meters in diameter to merely 400 meters, while the soul bone's age was forcibly elevated to the 1,000-year level. The 4 of them advanced cautiously through the woods, their eyes vigilant, scanning every shadow and rustle around them. Chapter 63, The Hunt Begins. Ye Lei and his companions looked around with vigilant expressions, wary of any soul beast that might suddenly spring forth and catch them off guard. Although the domain skill spirit hunting ground of the Spider Emperor's left leg bone could accurately detect all living creatures within its range, the originally 80,000-year-old soul bone had been forcibly suppressed to a mere 500 years, significantly diminishing the effectiveness of the skill. Even the buff that used to precisely identify the age of soul beasts had become unreliable. It was feared that 1,000 years might now be mistaken for a mere 100. By the way, Lazy, what exactly is a beast's soul? Shin Sitsuan inquired. Hovering in the air with a watchful demeanor, his back turned to Ye Lei. His question piqued the curiosity of Song Yang and Jing Heng. A beast soul, as the name suggests, is the essence of the power contained within a soul beast. It can be absorbed to enhance soul rings, Ye Lei explained, producing a golden orb in his left hand. This is a beast soul, derived from a 900-year-old golden needle hedgehog. When used as ammunition for the soul hunting cannon, it possesses formidable penetrating power. You may want to give it a try. With a flourish of his left hand, he tossed the beast soul to Song Yang, then produced another identical beast soul with his right hand and threw it to Jing Heng. This one is similar, but its age is only 750 years. Belonging to the same species. Wait a moment, Lazy, why do they each have one, but I do not? Shin Sitsuan protested, visibly dissatisfied. Just a moment. I'll find you a 1,000-year-old one. Ye Lei replied, closing his eyes. After a few seconds, he suddenly opened them, and with a grasp into the void, a dark gray beast soul materialized in his hand. He tossed it to Shin Sitsuan, saying, this is from a 2,000-year-old heavy-armored black tortoise. It possesses immense strength, so handle it with care. The 3, now in possession of their beast souls, silently loaded them into their soul-hunting cannons. In an instant, the energy within the cannons was activated, illuminating the previously transparent energy bars with 2 yellow lights and 1 purple light. Song Yang and Jing Heng's cannons glowed yellow, while Shin Sitsuan's emitted a purple hue. Are you ready? The hunt begins now. Ye Lei's lips curled into a faint smirk. Meanwhile, Song Yang and his 2 companions silently tightened their grips on their soul-hunting cannons. First soul skill, Eruption of Purgatory Magma. Ye Lei abruptly crouched down and struck the ground with his fist, leaving behind a spiderweb-like crack beneath his knuckles. A yellow soul ring glowed at his waist. 10 meters away from where Ye Lei and his companions stood, molten lava erupted instantaneously, spewing from the ground all around them. The columns of lava formed a circular barrier, trapping them within. As the lava continued to surge, Song Yang and the others were utterly bewildered by Ye Lei's intentions. At that moment, Ye Lei moved again. Second soul skill, Crimson Rock. Another yellow soul ring ignited at his waist. Countless boulders rose from the earth, hovering midair, over 100 in total. Ye Lei's fist, previously slammed into the ground, exerted force once more, causing the fissures on the earth to spiderweb outward. Over 100 stones instantly plunged into the molten lava, then hurtled toward the surrounding forest, encased in thick, searing magma. This technique was one of Ye Lei's recent self-created soul skills, Flaming Meteor Shower. As the second original soul skill of his Flame Lord persona, like the first for Flame's Transcendence, it was forged by merging his first and second soul rings. However, given Ye Lei's current soul power, activating 4 Flames Transcendence was impossible. Its consumption was far too immense. In the past, when his soul power had exceeded level 60, the expenditure had been negligible. Another distinction lay in their activation, for Flame's Transcendence required simultaneous triggering of both soul rings, whereas Flaming Meteor Shower only demanded sequential usage. As the last of the stones crashed down, more surged forth, this time not horizontally, but skyward under Ye Lei's control. A vast swarm of rocks arced through the air, tracing parabolic trajectories before plummeting toward distant targets. When the final stones vanished, Ye Lei ceased his assault, for faintly, the furious roar of a soul beast reached his ears. Ye Lei straightened his posture and took a deep breath, having expended an excessive amount of spiritual energy in that last strike, its power verging on the might of a millennium. 6 o'clock direction, you 3, on my command. Song Yang and the other 2 instantly adjusted their cannon muzzles toward the direction Ye Lei indicated. 100 meters, 90, 80, 40, 30, 20. Now fire, Ye Lei shouted loudly. In an instant, Song Yang and the others decisively pulled the trigger. Boom. 2 golden sharp needles and a light orb, no larger than a basin, shot forth from the cannon's mouth. Qin Sikong, having utilized the oldest beast soul, took a step back before steadied himself. Not far away, a soul beast clad in glazed armor burst forth, its tail flicking behind, sending a blade of glazed light hurtling towards Song Yang and his companions. At the moment of confrontation, the 2 golden needles vanished, leaving the basin-sized light orb to battle against the light blade. Observing this, the soul beast flicked its tail again, launching another light blade, which effortlessly shattered the light orb. As Qin Sikong contemplated whether to fire again, the soul beast was suddenly ensnared by blue-silver grass, immobilizing it in place. Taste this move, Soul Hunting Cannon. Scorpion Tail Armor Piercing. A thick purple scorpion tail shot forth from behind Song Yang and the others, aiming directly at the soul beast. However, the creature attempted to resist. Its tail bound and unable to move, forced to endure the assault. Boom. The scorpion tail collided with the soul beast, resulting in a deafening explosion. As the dust settled, the soul beast's head had vanished, leaving a gaping, bloody hole in its neck, deep enough that its spine was entirely obliterated, creating a massive blood cavity from neck to tail. Song Yang and his companions were left in shock. Witnessing a soul beast that had been alive mere seconds ago now lay before them as a bloodied corpse. They turned to see Ye Lei gripping the soul hunting cannon in his right hand, while his left held a dull beast soul. Lazy, did you do this? The power is astonishing, even stronger than my previous heavy armor critical hit. Indeed, it is powerful, Ye Lei replied, but it cost me a 2,000-year-old bloodthirsty scorpion beast soul. He shook the beast soul in his left hand, continuing, I set the soul hunting cannon to maximum power for that shot, completely draining the energy from the entire beast soul. What? Completely drained? Jing Heng exclaimed in disbelief. Lazy. Are you saying that strike was equivalent to the full force attack of a 2,000-year-old soul beast? Song Yang's mouth fell agape. Ye Lei nodded, indicating that what he said was indeed correct. The beast soul, having its energy drained, is precisely like this. Ye Lei extended his hand, presenting the beast soul. The 3 individuals gathered around, examining the beast soul in Ye Lei's grasp. Enough chatter, commanded Song Yang. You should absorb that soul ring. The soul beast is a Lioli beast, and the soul ring is a millennium old. The tail of the Lioli beast is exceptionally powerful. Absorbing it will likely grant you a soul ring that enables tail-based attacks. Without hesitation, Song Yang approached the lifeless body, found a suitable spot to sit, and summoned a deep green crocodile behind him. With a single gesture, a purple soul ring gradually detached from the remnants of the Lioli beast, drifting towards Song Yang and resting at his waist. Chapter 64, Bounty Announcement. Seated before the corpse of the Lioli beast, Song Yang began the process of absorbing the soul ring. The purple soul ring circled around his waist, slowly integrating into his being. Ye Lei stood beside him, flanked by 2 companions providing protection. Alas, what a pity. The earlier assault was exceedingly fierce, obliterating not only the soul of the glazed beast but also its head. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the soul-hunting cannon developed by the Elder Hall possesses formidable power. With such an invention, hunting soul beast will henceforth be a simple endeavor. Ye Lei, with one arm crossed over his chest and the other resting on his chin, remarked, Indeed, it is quite impressive to deliver a fatal blow to a millennium-old soul beast with a single strike. However, there is a drawback. The power of the soul-hunting cannon is contingent upon the age of the soul beast it bears. The greater the age, the higher the damage. Jing Heng concurred, adding, absolutely, that is indeed the case. Nonetheless, the soul hunting cannon requires regular maintenance. I just noticed that the repair shop next door charges a staggering 500 copper soul coins even for the simplest replacement of a barrel. As ordinary university students, we surely cannot afford such expenses for the upkeep of the soul hunting cannon. Since the nationwide transformation into the Douluo realm, 7 new currencies have emerged: gold soul coins, black soul coins, silver soul coins, jade soul coins, iron soul coins, copper soul coins, and shattered soul hearts. The shattered soul heart is analogous to 1 yuan in RMB, while the copper soul coin equates to 10 yuan, and so forth, with each currency differing by a factor of 10. All cash in households has automatically converted into these new currencies. Some affluent locals, who once held tens of thousands of yuan in their safes, now find their cash transformed into exquisitely designed soul coins. Initially, a few unaware wealthy merchants nearly fainted from the shock. Jing Heng and Chen Sikong, both impoverished students, sat disheartened on the ground, sighing heavily. The 500 copper soul coins translate to 5,000 yuan, a significant burden for Song Yang and the others, as their family circumstances are quite dire. Their monthly living expenses amount to merely 2,000 yuan. If they wish to replace the barrel of the soul hunting cannon, it would require them to forego food and drink for 3 months. With a furrowed brow, Ye Lei contemplated the situation, his mind racing through countless scenarios until one particular thought crystallized in his mind. I remember now. The bounty notice. Ye Lei suddenly shouted, startling the 2 individuals beside him. A bounty announcement? What is that? Chen Sikong was perplexed, and Jing Heng shared his confusion. Do you 2 remember the special shop that sells various types of meat and those bones? Oh, you mean that? What's the matter? Jing Heng replied. If I am not mistaken, the meat and bones sold there are all from soul beasts. Moreover, I have noticed that the shop not only allows us to purchase equipment, but also offers to buy items from us. In our inventory, we possess soul beast meat and soul beast bones, which are quite valuable. For instance, a piece of 100-year-old soul beast meat can be exchanged for 50 soul fragments. And that is the minimum price. If the quality is higher, the compensation increases significantly. Really? Both Chen Sikong and Jing Heng exclaimed, their spirits lifted by Ye Lei's revelation. Ye Lei nodded, deftly flipping his hands to reveal a dagger in each. He cast the blades before the 2 of them. Chen Sitsai and Jing Heng instantly understood. Grasping the daggers as they approached the carcass of the crystal beast, they cut a substantial piece of flesh from its intact leg and extracted 3 bones from the wound on the body, certainly not forgetting to account for Song Yang's share. I remarked, are you 2 foolish? Though I say this, dragging the carcass of the soul beast outside would surely fetch us a greater sum. Ye, standing aside, interjected with a hint of sarcasm. The 2, who had just contemplated extracting more meat and bones, suddenly snapped back to reality. Once Old Yang finished absorbing the soul ring, they resolved to hunt 2 more soul beasts and then drag the 3 carcasses outside for a handsome profit. The 2 quickly agreed. Half an hour later, Song Yang had completely absorbed the soul ring. The 4 continued on their journey. Chapter 65, the first bucket of gold in life as the 4 traveled. Song Yang observed Ye Lei wrapping the carcass of the crystal beast with blue silver grass, perplexed. Lei, what are you doing with the soul beast's body? Are you trying to attract more soul beasts? Ye Lei replied, you don't understand. This is our first bucket of gold. Chen Sitsai and Jing Heng turned to shout at Song Yang. Ye Lei informed Song Yang about the bounty announcement. Before long, Song Yang too was filled with joy. In a moment, each of you 3 will be responsible for a soul beast corpse. We'll take these 3 corpses out and fetch a handsome price. A millennium-old soul beast should surely sell well. But wait, what about you, Ye Lei? While the 3 of us each have a soul beast's corpse to sell, you do not. Jing Heng suddenly interjected. Ah, fret not. Have you forgotten the beast souls I just provided you? Ye Lei replied confidently. I possess plenty more. I can produce beast souls over 2,000 years old, so rest assured. Upon hearing this, Jing Heng felt reassured. The 4 of them advanced another kilometer. And during a brief respite, Ye Lei leaned closer to Chen Sitsuan and Jing Heng, saying, Jing Heng, your martial soul is the thunderous mammoth, an exceptional martial soul of the lightning attribute. In my opinion, your first soul skill should ideally be a defensive one, thus granting you formidable self-protection in the early stages and ensuring your life is not endangered in critical situations. Sitsuan, your martial soul, the wind god pterosaur, was the sovereign of the skies during the late Cretaceous period. You have 2 options for your first soul skill. The first would be to attach an attack attribute soul ring, allowing you to unleash wind attribute attacks. The second would be to attach a defensive soul ring, affording you self-defense capabilities. However, the choice is ultimately yours, and I respect your decision. Without hesitation, Chen Sitsuan opted for the defensive skill. Ye Lei nodded. All right, I understand now. There are only 2 defensive soul skills, and the most common defensive soul beasts are merely. Before Ye Lei could finish his words, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently, the sound of splintering trees echoing from nearby. Suddenly, 2 yellow-green armored beasts surged forth from different directions, charging towards Ye Lei and his companions. The armored beast, How fortuitous that these prey should present themselves so conveniently. I shall oblige you. Song Yang, you handle the one behind. I'll take care of the one in front. Upon hearing this, Song Yang dashed to confront the approaching armored beast. A violet soul ring materialized beneath his feet, illuminating the air around him. With a flicker of energy, he unleashed his first soul skill, Divine Crocodile Tail. A massive crocodile tail sprouted from his back, accompanied by the ethereal silhouette of the Sea Emperor crocodile. As he turned, the tail lashed forward, mimicking the motion of the spirit behind him. With a resounding crack, the crocodile tail collided with the spiraling body of the armored beast, sending its colossal form tumbling aside, several of its spines snapping upon impact. Meanwhile, the armored beast confronting Ye Lei fared far worse. Ye Lei grasped the air, summoning a beast soul into his hand, which he quickly loaded into the soul hunting cannon. The previously transparent energy core flared to life with a dark glow. Let us see if you can withstand this. Soul hunting cannon, Galeblade. A vibrant green light coalesced at the cannon's muzzle, forming a razor-sharp green blade that shot directly at the armored beast. With a sickening thud, the sound of flesh being torn asunder echoed as the spiraling armored beast was cleaved in two, its massive bodies crashing to the ground and spraying blood from the severed ends. Just as one of the armored beasts struggled to rise, it let out a furious roar before charging at Song Yang and his companions. However, it was met with a torrent of molten lava. The armored beast was engulfed by the searing magma, its form washed away before it collapsed, its life force extinguished. Turning their gaze, Song Yang and the others beheld Ye Lei's right fist, from which wisps of white smoke still emanated. Ye Lei, what was that? Song Yang inquired. This is a mutated version of my Flame Lord's first soul skill, Purgatory Lava Burst, and it requires no charge time. Ah, I understand now, they exclaimed in unison. As the two soul beasts were of comparable strength, Chen Sikong and Jing Heng casually selected one to begin absorbing its soul ring. Ye Lei was not idle either. Armed with a dagger, he pried open the skulls of the two soul beasts and extracted their beast souls. After half an hour, once the two had absorbed their soul rings, Song Yang and his companions grasped the blue silver grass and dragged their respective soul beast corpses. Chen Sitsuan, on the other hand, had managed to detach two corpses by himself, a consequence of his choice to confront the scaled beast that Ye Lei had severed in two. Without the earlier apprehensions weighing on them, the group's pace quickened, and in just 15 minutes, they returned to the deep blue vortex. The four stepped into the vortex together. The familiar pull enveloped them, and in the blink of an eye, Ye Lei and his companions found themselves back in the main world. The two soldiers stationed at the vortex's entrance cast a glance at the quartet as they emerged, snorting derisively, for in their eyes, Ye Lei and his friends were merely four inexperienced youths. Having entered for just over an hour, they were certain that the group had returned empty-handed. However, the two soldiers soon received a rude awakening, as they beheld three of the boys emerging, each dragging a soul beast corpse, judging by their size. It was evident that all three were of the thousand-year realm. Ye Lei completely disregarded the astonished gazes of the two soldiers and led Song Yang and the other two to the exchange counter of the special shop. They unceremoniously tossed the corpses of the soul beasts into the exchange device. Beep, beep, beep. The scanning was completed. 3,000-year-old soul beasts of exceptional quality, commencing the exchange. The chilling voice of the machine echoed throughout the entire hall, leaving the soldiers with expressions of utter disbelief. The device began to spew forth an abundance of soul coins, totaling no less than 100. Taking advantage of this interval, Ye Lei rushed into the special shop once more and acquired another soul hunter cannon. Chapter 66. The gift for the new semester. Taking advantage of the brief interlude, Ye Lei once again entered the specialized shop and procured a soul hunting cannon. He intended to present this high-tech weapon as a gift for Han Nuan's school commencement. After all, the price of a single soul hunting cannon was a staggering 1 million, a sum far beyond the means of an ordinary student, thus rendering this gift truly unique. After completing the transaction, Ye Lei emerged from the shop, the cannon in hand. While the one he had previously purchased was already stored in his system space, he approached the trio who were still counting their money. Fortunately, we have you, or else we would have suffered a significant loss, exclaimed Song Yang and the others in unison. All right, now that we have the money, let's return to school to count it. With a flourish reminiscent of a magician, Ye Lei produced 4 large plastic bags, distributing one to each of them. The 4 then hurriedly filled the bags with their cash, each person clutching a bag and the soul hunting cannon as they made their way to the teleportation array. In the next instant, for beams of light illuminated the air, and Ye Lei and his companions vanished from sight. Beep, beep, beep. The AI monitor on the desk emitted a sound, capturing the attention of the man in military attire. He raised his hand and pressed a button on the display, and in the next moment, another man dressed in military garb appeared on the screen. Sir. The officer furrowed his brow slightly, but did not look up, continuing to scrutinize the documents in his hands. Speak quickly, get to the point. Sir, that Ye fellow, the so-called living demon, just arrived in the mirror world governed by our 7th pavilion, accompanied by 3 of his classmates, and they hunted 3 soul beasts. Oh, and were they the only ones who entered? Yes, it was just the 4 of them. Those 4 youngsters could hardly hunt anything substantial. Surely they merely encountered 3 10-year-old soul beasts. Not at all, sir. They purchased 5 of our latest high-tech weapons, the soul hunting cannons. They entered just 2 hours ago and managed to slay a glazed beast and 2 scale-armored beasts, all of which were of the 1,000-year realm. What did you say? Upon hearing this, the officer slammed his hand on the table, leaving a mark on the solid wood surface. You mean to tell me that those 4 young rascals hunted 3,000-year soul beasts in merely 2 hours? You need to immediately send me the surveillance footage of the mirror world concerning them. I must personally witness the capabilities of this Ye Lei. Understood, sir. I will take care of it right away. After the soldier spoke, the image on the AI monitor faded from view. At Rome University, a brilliant white light flashed within a building on the otherwise dark campus, and shortly thereafter, Ye Lei and his companions emerged. Oh, by the way, you 3 head back to the dormitory first. I need to find Nuan. Song Yang and the others nodded in agreement, accepting the bag of money from Ye Lei before making their way back to the dormitory. Ye Lei strolled through the campus under the night sky, wielding a soul-hunting cannon. Upon reaching the girls' dormitory, he took out his phone and sent a message to Nuan, requesting her to come downstairs. Buzz. Nuan's phone vibrated, and after glancing at it, she approached the balcony and leaped down. In midair, Nuan unfurled her ice-blue wings. Chapter 67. The system store suspended in the air. Nuan spread her ethereal ice-blue wings. What's the matter, Ye Lei? Did you summon me so late due to some urgent issue? She inquired upon touching down beside him. Ye Lei shook his head, his phoenix eyes shining with brilliance. I am perfectly fine. I have prepared a gift for your new school term. As he spoke, Ye Lei handed the soul hunter cannon to Nuan, accompanied by 10 beast souls. What is this? Nuan asked, puzzled, as she accepted the items. This is a high-tech weapon known as the soul hunter cannon, which I procured from a special shop near the portal in the mirror world. It can load various qualities of beast souls to serve as ammunition, each possessing a unique skill. I dare say that no more than 5 individuals within the school will possess such a weapon. These 10 beast souls are sourced from soul beasts over 2,000 years old, and each soul can sustain the cannon's attacks for more than 5 times, granting you an unparalleled means of self-defense. Ye Lei, thank you, Nuan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight, and with a determined leap, she jumped into Ye Lei's embrace. Ye Lei cradled Nuan's thighs with both hands, gazing at her petite face just inches away. All right, you may descend now. The girls in your dormitory are watching. Ye Lei's gaze subtly indicated something, and Nuan followed his eyes to see 3 furry little heads peeking out from her dormitory balcony, all wearing an amused smile. Oh dear. Nuan's face instantly flushed crimson. She hastily covered her face with her hands and, clutching the gift from Ye Lei, scurried into the dormitory building. Ye Lei smiled at Nuan until she was out of sight, and only then did he turn and return to the dormitory. Unbeknownst to him, every action he and Nuan took was captured by a girl nearby with her phone. In the boys' dormitory, Jinghang sighed. I am so exhausted today. Exhausted? You think you're the most tired? Shouldn't it be Ye Lei? Came the retort from Song Yang and Chun Sison in unison. What are you all talking about? The voice of Ye Lei echoed from the doorway. Ye Lei pushed open the door, holding a plastic bag from a certain fast food restaurant, and looked at the 3 individuals in the dormitory. Come down, everyone. I've brought some late-night snacks for us to share. Upon seeing the plastic bag in Ye Lei's hands, the 3 hungry souls sprang from their upper bunks and rushed towards him. Hey, there's enough for everyone. Don't snatch. The following morning, the senior students knocked on each dorm room door, distributing specially designed military training uniforms to every student. Why does this military training outfit look so peculiar? Indeed, it is quite unique. Once the students received their uniforms, they began to engage in lively discussions. Ding. Detection complete. Host binding time has reached the limit. Achievement conditions met. System store unlocked. Congratulations, host. The voice of the system echoed in Ye Lei's mind. Is the system store what I imagine it to be? With this thought, Ye Lei promptly closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve into the system store. Gazing at the array of dazzling goods before him, he contemplated the prices listed beneath each item. Great system. Could you clarify what these points signify? Host. These points are calculated based on the age of the soul beast you hunt. A 10-year soul beast equals 1 point. A 100-year soul beast equals 10 points. A 1,000-year soul beast equals 50 points. A 10,000-year soul beast equals 100 points, while a 100,000-year soul beast equals 1,000 points. Great system. How many points do I currently possess? Ye Lei inquired. Well, I cannot say for certain. Host, perhaps you should take a look for yourself. The system replied. Beep. The soul beast detector on Ye Lei's left arm emitted a sound, prompting him to lift his hand for a glance, momentarily taken aback. Goodness, it was nearing 10,000 already. How many soul beasts had he slain? He found himself unable to recall. Ye Lei shook his head and plunged once more into the system shop. Ye Lei's right hand glided over the soul beast detector, manipulating page after page of merchandise that flickered before his eyes. Originally designed to scan the age of soul beasts, the detector had become a versatile tool in Ye Lei's hands. It allowed him to access system information, control the system store, and much more. There was nothing beyond the capabilities of the detector, as long as Ye Lei desired it. Ye Lei's gaze was drawn to the words soul bone displayed in the merchandise section. He raised his hand and tapped on it, prompting a line of subtitles to appear before his eyes. Please complete the soul bone collection achievement. Ye Lei gazed at the line of subtitles, a faint smile curving his lips. Achieving this milestone meant collecting 2 soul bones, did it not? There was no rush. He could wait until the seal was lifted and then venture into the mirror world to hunt down soul beasts exceeding 50,000 years in age. Surely, he would not be disappointed in finding 2 soul bones. With this thought in mind, Ye Lei exited the system shop. Reality. Upon receiving the military training uniform, Ye Lei donned it without hesitation. Remarkably, the uniform, crafted from elastic materials, was quite comfortable. However, he couldn't help but wonder why it was so form-fitting. As he cinched the belt, it accentuated his slender waist even further. Once the other 3 also adorned their military attire, their demeanor elevated significantly. Dressed impeccably, the quartet exited their dormitory and made their way to the dining hall. Along the route, they were subject to continuous candid photography, though they remained oblivious to it. Upon arriving at the dining hall, they observed a corner occupied by over 100 individuals clad in military garb, unmistakably their instructors for the forthcoming 5 days. Ye Lei noticed that some of the instructors bore a distinctive emblem on their backs, one he recognized well, the insignia of the Elder 7 residents. The number of instructors appeared substantial, likely proportional to that of the other instructors. Ye Lei did not ponder for long, and, together with Song Yang and the others, found a place to sit and enjoy their breakfast. Half an hour later, at the Rongda playground, the expansive field was already filled with people. In Ye Lei's cohort, there were a total of 20 classes, each comprising more than 50 students. At this moment, every class stood in formation under the guidance of their instructors, awaiting the arrival of the commanding officer. 10 minutes later, the instructors for each class took their positions, with 2 instructors assigned to each class, each distinct from the other. Very well, I am your chief instructor for the next 5 days, Huang Tianwei. The individual beside me is your assistant instructor, Zhuang Yan. Huang Tianwei addressed the formation in front of Ye Lei, stating, we are about to commence military training, but this year's training will differ from previous years. Now, I ask those who have not yet absorbed a soul ring to step forward. Huang Tianwei's authoritative voice resonated among the students of the software major. The students exchanged glances. And ultimately, aside from 4 individuals who remained still, the rest stepped forward. Huang Tianwei's gaze swept over the students who had stepped out, landing on the 4 individuals. Oh. In a class of 56, only you 4 possess a soul ring? Ye Lei and his companions found themselves under the scrutiny of 52 piercing gazes. Since it has come to this, let us begin with you. Announce your martial soul and the first soul ring aloud. Huang Tianwei's gaze fixed intently upon Song Yang. Song Yang, martial soul, Howling Sea Emperor Crocodile, soul power level, 18, first soul ring, Millennium. As Song Yang's voice resonated, he forcefully stomped his right foot. In the next moment, a colossal shadow of a crocodile emerged behind him, accompanied by a purple soul ring that hovered at his waist. Chapter 69. Old acquaintances. As Song Yang completed his declaration, he forcefully stepped forward, and the immense crocodile shadow materialized, its massive jaws opening wide as it unleashed a fearsome roar towards the onlookers. Chun Sikong, martial soul, wind god winged dragon, soul power level, 17, first soul ring, Millennium. With these words, Chun Sikong gradually ascended into the air, flesh-colored membranes connecting his arms to his body, while his fingernails elongated dramatically. A purple soul ring flickered at his waist. Jing Hang, martial soul, thunderous mammoth, soul power level, 18, first soul ring, Millennium. Upon completing his introduction, a massive purple mammoth appeared out of thin air behind him, its form crackling with electricity, as a purple soul ring materialized at his waist. After the 3 had spoken, the 2 instructors and the remaining classmates turned their attention to Ye Lei. The previous trio had left them astounded. All 3 possessed Millennium first soul rings. How could they not be shocked? Hence, their focus shifted to Ye Lei, eager to see if he too would reveal something equally remarkable. Ye Lei, dual martial souls, soul power level, 28, dual martial soul dual ring grand soul master. When Ye Lei's declaration reached the ears of the audience, including Huang Tianwei, a wave of astonishment swept through everyone present. How is this possible? The 3 of them, possessing Millennium first soul rings, are merely soul masters. How dare you? Without revealing your martial soul, claim to be a grand soul master with dual martial souls and dual rings? Do not boast foolishly, exclaimed a male student with a face full of acne. As whispers began to circulate among the students, Ye Lei responded, then please observe closely. This is my first martial soul, blue silvergrass. As Ye Lei uttered the words blue silvergrass, a number of his classmates erupted into uncontrollable laughter. clutching their stomachs. Ha ha ha, blue silvergrass, merely a useless thing, claiming to possess dual martial souls. How utterly ridiculous. They jeered. Indeed, just putting on a fade. However, the laughter soon faded as they beheld 2 yellow soul rings gradually rising beneath Ye Lei's feet, quietly suspended at his waist. So what if you have 200-year soul rings? Why not showcase your other martial soul? Did you not claim to possess dual martial souls? One taunted, their bravado waning. Standing beside Ye Lei, Jing Heng wore a look of disdain. This is my second martial soul, Flame Lord. With a flick of his right hand, the 2 soul rings vanished. Then, as Ye Lei stepped forward, the ground behind him fractured, and a pair of enormous red hands emerged. Followed by a colossal figure that rose and hovered behind him, 2 more soul rings once again appearing at his waist, another pair of 100-year soul rings. In an instant, the taunter was left speechless, and silence enveloped the other classmates. Very well, I did not expect that among the 56 of you, 3 soul masters would emerge, one being a great soul master. Now, your vice instructor will take you to the assembly point to commence your first day's special training. Ye Lei and 3 others responded in unison, and under the guidance of Zhuang Yan, they approached the podium, where several individuals were already gathered. Among them Ye Lei's old acquaintance, Qin Song. Upon seeing Ye Lei, Qin Song's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. And an inexplicable pain surged through his face, sharp and intense. The reason Qin Song was still able to attend school was that he had not participated in the bullying incident, but had merely been a bystander. However, the price he paid was extraordinarily high. His father's job was sacrificed, and his family compensated the bullied girl with a substantial sum, which ultimately quelled the turmoil. Chapter 70. The first lesson of military training. Qin Song slightly raised his head and cast a glance at Ye Lei, just as Ye Lei's gaze happened to meet his. Ye Lei's gaze briefly passed over Qin Song before settling on Han Nuan beside him. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a smile, prompting Ye Lei to abandon his companions and stand next to Han Nuan. Among the 15 individuals present at the podium, only Ye Lei and Han Nuan had attained the rank of Great Soul Master, while the others had soul rings that did not exceed a century in age. Soon, a figure clad in the attire of a chief instructor was escorted to the podium by the head instructors of various classes. Is it true that among over 1,000 individuals, only these 15 have met the criteria? Is this the extent of the prowess of the top-ranking university in Rome City? The chief instructor remarked. Hu Tianwei, your class boasts 4 members, correct? It is quite remarkable that a software program has produced 4 soul masters, 3 of whom possess 1,000-year soul rings. Impressive, indeed. I find this talent quite admirable. Fan Tianyan addressed the 15, including Ye Lei. Now, I shall hand over the proceedings to instructor Huang Tianwei, who will guide you through your first military training lesson. That will be all. You are dismissed. With that, Fan Tianyan turned and departed, while the other 19 instructors returned to their respective formations. All right, I will now lead you in completing your first military training lesson. I trust you have all donned the wristbands and headphones provided by the school? Huang Tianwei inquired. The 15 students exchanged glances before finally nodding in agreement. Excellent. We shall proceed to the mirror world, where your first lesson will entail hunting a soul beast of your choosing. There are no restrictions on the age of the beast. Once we arrive, you will determine the age of the soul beast you wish to hunt. Regardless of your ability to defeat it, you must successfully hunt it. If any of you fail to complete this first lesson, do not expect to remain at Rome University. With that, Huang Tianwei turned and made his way towards the school's teleportation array, prompting the others to follow suit. 5 minutes later, the 16 stood united on the teleportation array. A brilliant light enveloped them, and they vanished from sight. In the playground of Rome University, Luo Yun stood among the ranks, his mind wandering away from the instructor's speech. He subtly leaned towards his companion Xiao Na and remarked, Sister Na, this military training is dreadfully dull. I wish I could join Sister Nuan. Even if we went, we would only be a burden to Han Nuan. We lack even a single soul ring. How can we be of any assistance to her? Xiao Na replied without turning her head. Due to Luo Yun's height advantage, the instructor could not see his actions, but he could observe Xiao Na, which is why she responded without glancing back. Wang Yuning, overhearing their conversation, refrained from speaking as she stood directly in front of the instructor. She certainly did not wish to be singled out for punishment by being made to run laps in front of the entire class, especially under the sweltering summer sun. Chapter 71. Run fast. Do not look back in the wilderness. A massive magic circle glowed brightly. As the light dissipated, the 16 figures materialized. Huang Tianwei surveyed the group before leading them forward. Except for Ye Lei and his 3 companions, it was the first visit for everyone else. Wow, this place is incredibly luxurious. It rivals the grandeur of Huaran Wanxiang, exclaimed one student. Rivals? This is undoubtedly even more opulent than Huaran Wanxiang. Another chimed in. As several students engaged in spirited banter, Huang Tianwei frowned in annoyance and turned to them. Can you not keep quiet for a moment? What is all this noise about? If you continue, do you believe I won't fail your first military training lesson outright? Upon hearing Huang Tianwei's reprimand, The discussing students immediately fell silent, carefully trailing behind him. Song Yang, Shen Sitsai, and Jing Heng tactfully positioned themselves ahead of Ye Lei and Han Nuan, allowing the pair to enjoy their intimate exchange behind them. Ye Lei skillfully took Han Nuan's small hand, his gaze filled with tenderness as he looked at her. "Nuaner," he said, "when we hunt the soul beast later, use the soul hunting cannon I gifted you. Among the 10 beast souls I provided, one possesses an age exceeding 2,000 years. It is derived from the ice attribute, specifically the ice snow demon. When you wield it to attack, you can infuse your own ice phoenix power into the soul hunting cannon, amplifying the strength of that strike." Ye Lei flipped his right hand, revealing a violet soul ring which he then handed to Han Nuan. This soul ring is intrinsically linked to that beast spirit. Its age is sufficient to serve as your third soul skill. Keep it safe. Once your soul power reaches level 30, absorb it. For your fourth soul skill, use the 50,000 years simulated soul ring I gave you. That one seems capable of providing the most suitable fourth soul skill for you. Moreover, by allowing it to devour ice attribute 50,000 year soul rings, its age can continuously increase. To elevate from 50,000 to 60,000 years requires 1, from 60,000 to 70,000, 2, from 70,000 to 80,000, 3, from 80,000 to 90,000, 4, and from 90,000 to 100,000, 5. Han Nuan listened with slight astonishment. "Ye Lei, is this true? Can I really obtain a 100,000 year soul ring?" "Truly," Ye Lei nodded. "Leave the acquisition of those ice attribute 50,000 year soul rings to me. When the time comes, for every 3 levels you advance, you may consider increasing the soul ring's age by 10,000 years. However, there is one prerequisite. You must first reach the Soul King level and possess a soul ring of approximately 70,000 years." Han Nuan nodded repeatedly, overjoyed at the thought of possessing a 100,000 year soul ring like Ye Lei. She hastily stored the soul ring in her pouch. The 15 individuals followed Huang Tianwei's lead, arriving before the swirling vortex. "Very well, let me reiterate the task," Huang Tianwei declared. "Your objective is to select a soul beast within your capability to slay, eliminate it, and retain its soul ring and beast spirit for yourselves. Alternatively, you may sell them to our local shops in exchange for substantial rewards. As per the notice, you may also bring out the entire corpse of the soul beast or carve out a piece of its flesh or bone. The choice is entirely yours." Turning to face Ye Lei and the others, Huang Tianwei inquired, "Have you all understood?" "Understood." The 15 chorused in unison. "Good. Since you are all clear, proceed to select the age of the soul beast you wish to hunt on your wristbands." With that, Huang Tianwei approached the 2 soldiers, accepting a cigarette from one while the other dutifully lit it. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled a cloud of smoke with evident satisfaction before engaging in casual conversation with the soldiers. Meanwhile, Song Yang and his 2 companions huddled around Ye Lei once more, seeking his counsel. "Ye Lei, what free soul beast should we choose?" Song Yang: "If I were you, I would opt for a canine-type soul beast. There's a saying about them: bronze head, iron tail, tofu waist. No matter how high their age, their waist remains their inherent weakness, an immutable truth. Take my advice and select a 500-year nether wolf." Song Yang nodded and promptly operated his wristband. "Nuaner, you and Chen Sai can share the sky as your domain. My suggestion is to choose a soul beast that is cumbersome on land and lacks formidable attacks, such as a boa constrictor or a bishi. Nuaner, your martial soul is the king among birds, and birds are the natural adversaries of serpents. You should select the boa constrictor." Han Nuan and Chun Saiken nodded in agreement, making their selections on their wristbands. "Jing Heng, your martial soul is the thunder mammoth. Simply choose an aquatic soul beast no older than 100 years. The method of hunting is straightforward. Once you reach the location, activate your martial soul and plunge directly into the water. This way, you may even exceed the task's requirements." Having dispensed his advice, Ye Lei proceeded to select his own target. Nearby, a long-haired, earring-adorned nonconformist youth impatiently swiped through his wristband before settling his gaze on a crimson soul beast. Without hesitation, he made his choice. "Have you all made your selections?" Huang Tianwei, having finished 2 cigarettes, tossed aside the butt and approached Ye Lei's group. "Done. X15 good. Now that you've chosen, enter the mirror world. You will be sequenced according to the age of the soul beast you selected. The lower the age, the earlier your trial begins." With those words, Huang Tianwei stepped into the vortex and vanished. Ye Lei and Han Nuan exchanged a glance, hand in hand as they stepped into the swirling vortex. One by one, the others followed suit, arriving at the Star Doe Forest. "I wonder how Sister Nuan is doing now. Military training is so tedious. All right, with brother-in-law around, Sister Nuan will be just fine, so rest assured. The instructor is coming. Quickly stand at attention." With a rush, several individuals entered the Star Doe Forest. Soon, among the 15 of them, a boy of average build found his wristband flashing. 5 seconds later, He and the others were transported to another location, where they were greeted by a small blue-gray cat, a 10-year-old modeled cat. It seems this student is quite prudent, aware of his limited strength, and choosing the weakest feline spirit beast as his assessment target. Time passed swiftly, and of the 15, 14 had completed their tasks, leaving only one remaining. The last boy's wristband lit up, and in the next moment, everyone was transported to an open space. The temperature in this area was inexplicably high, with the surrounding plants exuding a scorching aura. Fire attribute. The boy had chosen a fire attribute spirit beast as his target. But could someone with only a 10-year spirit ring contend against it? It's worth noting that among the previous 14, Ye Lei had selected a 400-year-old mandala snake, while Song Yang and Han Nuan chose 1,000-year spirit beasts. Could a 10-year spirit ring triumph over a 1,000-year spirit beast? Roar. A commanding roar echoed from afar. Whoosh. A scarlet light blade hurtled towards the nonconformist. At that moment, the nonconformist was preoccupied with his phone, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Watch out. A violet figure dashed forward, shoving the nonconformist aside and facing the scarlet light blade. Boom. The violet figure was hurled backward, crashing heavily into a nearby tree before collapsing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Jing Hang. Song Yang shouted, rushing to Jing Hang's side to help him up and assess his injuries. Jing Hang's shirt was torn open at the chest, revealing a bloody gash on his skin. Just as Ye Lei and the others reached Jing Hang, his spirit beast detector began to vibrate violently. Beep. Scan complete. Spirit beast. Hellfire Scythe Mantis. Age, 60,000 years. Upon hearing the age of the spirit beast, terror spread across the faces of everyone present. What is happening? How could it be a 60,000-year-old spirit beast? And of the fire attribute? What have you done? Why would you choose a 60,000-year-old spirit beast? Have you lost your mind? At this moment, Ye Lei's furious voice rang out. Ye Lei grasped the collar of the non-mainstream individual with both hands, lifting him off the ground, and shouted furiously into his face. Explain yourself. You, a soul master with merely a decade of soul rings, chose a soul beast of 6,000 years. Are you attempting to lead us all to your demise? Look at him. He risked his life to save you, and now his fate hangs in the balance. Yet you still have the audacity to play on your phone? The non-mainstream individual cast a disdainful glance at Ye Lei, retorting, what does the duration of my choice have to do with you? Besides, it was not my request for him to save me. His injuries are of no concern to me. He brought this upon himself. He shrugged nonchalantly, adding, even if I were to be overpowered by this soul beast, I still have instructor Huang Tianwei at my disposal to assist me in vanquishing it. Ye Lei, filled with fury, raised his fist. Just as it was about to descend upon the face of the non-mainstream individual, another crimson light blade struck, this time aimed at the people surrounding Jing Hang. Ye Lei, without a moment's hesitation, discarded the nonconformity and swiftly advanced to stand before the crowd. His second soul skill, Crimson Rock, was unleashed. The second soul ring on Ye Lei's waist shimmered, and several stone walls rose before the crowd, resolutely intercepting the crimson blade of light. Ye Lei's second soul skill was effortlessly obliterated by the radiant blade, akin to tofu being sliced asunder. The stone wall failed to impede the advance of the luminous weapon. Observing this, Ye Lei unleashed another powerful strike. First soul skill, Infernal Magma Burst. The crimson magma clashed against the equally crimson light blade, merely managing to slightly diminish its velocity. At that moment, Ye Lei turned his head towards Han Nuan and urged, run swiftly, do not look back. Chapter 72, Breaking the Seal. Run swiftly, do not look back. However, Han Nuan straightened herself and took a tentative step forward. I wish to stay and assist you. There is no however. If you do not remain, you are aiding me already. Furthermore, even if your martial spirit is of the finest ice attribute, your attacks are utterly ineffectual against the infernal fire scythe mantis. Before it, you can only be suppressed. If you genuinely wish to assist me, then teach that nonconformist a proper lesson. Ye Lei exerted every ounce of his strength, summoning the soul power within him to sustain his soul skill. Observing this, Han Nuan chose not to voice any further objections, and, instead, retreated with Song Yang and the others in the opposite direction. However, before they could cover much ground, a multitude of crimson light blades suddenly erupted from the ground, obstructing their path. These blades ascended into the air, only to crash down once more, forming a wall of red light that ensnared them within its confines. What? Song Yang exclaimed as he launched a punch, but upon contact with the light wall, he cried out in pain and retracted his hand. Damn it, this wall is scorching hot. I refuse to accept this. He invoked his first soul skill, the divine crocodile's tail. A massive crocodile tail manifested behind him, and with a swift turn, he lashed it against the light wall. Boom. At the moment of impact, the wall erupted in a dazzling crimson glow, sending Song Yang hurtling backward, while the acrid scent of singed flesh permeated the air. The group turned to see a charred mark on the crocodile tail behind him. First soul skill, Feather of Ice. Han Nuan furrowed her brow as ice blue wings unfurled from her back. With a powerful flap, countless ice blue feathers surged forth, darting toward the light wall. Yet, mere centimeters from their target, the feathers were instantaneously vaporized. Realizing this, Nuan ceased her assault on the wall. "Have any of you seen Instructor Huang?" a boy remarked as he glanced around. Upon hearing this, the others realized that their leading instructor had vanished. On the other side, as Ye Lei realized that no one was behind him, he swiftly rolled to the side. The crimson light blade broke free from its constraints, continuing on its trajectory until it struck a massive boulder not far away. In an instant, a charred mark appeared on the stone as the blade embedded itself, and the entire boulder was cleaved in two. Soon after, a colossal red mantis emerged from within the forest. This mantis was immense, its body displaying a bizarre blackish-red hue, crowned with a pair of enormous compound eyes. One of its massive pincers resembled a razor-sharp sickle, exuding an overwhelming sense of menace against the backdrop of dark red. Dreadfully, my soul energy is depleting far too rapidly. Should it launch another attack, I would be unable to evade. No matter how I ponder, given my current strength, it is implausible for me to withstand another assault. What should I do? What should I do? In that case, I can only... Ye Lei summoned all his soul power to shatter the seals within his body, the chest, the left leg, the dantian, and so forth. Just as Nuan and the others heard Ye Lei shout and turned to look, they witnessed the emergence of fissures in the 2-century-old soul rings beneath his feet, while cracks began to appear on the fiery lord behind him, accompanied by a sharp sound emanating from his left calf. "Ye Lei!" shouted Song Yang and Chen Sitsuan in unison. However, this exclamation caught the attention of the infernal fire scythe mantis. Its compound eyes turned toward Song Yang, and in the next moment, its massive claws erupted with crimson light, forming two scarlet light blades in an X shape that surged toward Song Yang. Without hesitation, Nuan drew forth the soul-hunting cannon and pulled the trigger. Storm of blizzards. A swirling vortex of pure white collided with the light blade. Song Yang and Chen Sitsuan followed suit, retrieving their own soul-hunting cannons, though Song Yang wielded one belonging to Jing Heng in his other hand. Heavy armor detonation. Golden needle piercing. Two golden spikes and a light orb, as large as a basin, raced after Nuan's storm of blizzards. The 4 energy blasts vanished upon colliding with the light blade, which continued its trajectory towards Song Yang and his companions, just as they believed their demise was imminent. The light blade did not strike them. When they looked up, they beheld a colossal crimson stone wall that had intercepted the attack, leaving only a faint mark upon its surface. The group turned to the side, discovering a figure suspended in midair, wielding a blue-gold spear, with 6 soul rings floating at his waist. Upon recognizing his visage, all but Nuan were struck with astonishment. It was none other than Ye Lei. At that moment, Ye Lei had forcefully broken through all the seals within him, restoring his soul power to level 63, along with the full activation of all his soul rings and abilities. Ye Lei hung in midair, his eyes ablaze with fury. "I shall spare none who seek to harm Nuan." 5th soul skill, Blue-Silver Emperor Spear. The 5th red soul ring around Ye Lei's waist glowed, and with a swift turn to gather strength, he hurled the spear in his hand, striking directly at the infernal fire scythe. Chapter 73, Ye Lei's Moment of Glory. 5th soul skill, Blue-Silver Overlord Spear. The 5th crimson soul ring at Ye Lei's waist ignited, and with a swift turn to gather strength, he hurled the spear in his grasp towards the infernal fire mantis. The infernal fire mantis was not without cunning. It exerted force with its hind legs and leaped backward, evading the attack, while simultaneously slashing with its formidable claws. The luminous blade struck against the blue-silver tyrant spear, causing it to veer off course. With a thunderous crash, the blue-silver tyrant spear landed elsewhere, creating a sizable crater and sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. The infernal fire mantis settled nearby, its compound eyes glaring menacingly at Ye Lei, while its massive claws twitched ominously. Beep, the soul beast scan was complete. Infernal fire mantis, fire attribute, 60,000 years old, possessing the skill double blade flash. The soul beast detector relayed the detailed information, its voice reaching Ye Lei's ears. A smirk curled at the corner of Ye Lei's mouth as he coldly declared, "Since you have arrived, do not even think of leaving." With that, he waved his right hand, stepping forward with his left foot. The 6 soul rings at his waist vanished in an instant, and the blue-silver tyrant spear also dissipated, replaced by the flame lord that emerged behind him, along with the 3 10,000-year soul rings at his waist. As Ye Lei focused his thoughts, the 1st and 2nd soul rings at his waist illuminated simultaneously. A vast expanse of molten lava began to spread from beneath his feet, swiftly enveloping the surrounding ground. A crimson energy shield ascended, encompassing Ye Lei, the infernal fire scythe mantis, and others within its protective embrace. This was one of Ye Lei's self-created soul skills, the domain of 4 flames ascending to the heavens. The other students, witnessing the transformation of their surroundings, became increasingly agitated and anxious. Noticing their distress, Nuan hastily reassured them, "Do not be afraid. This is merely a soul skill of Ye Lei's and will not cause harm to anyone." As she spoke, beads of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Yet she felt powerless in the face of Ye Lei's domain of 4 flames ascending to the heavens, which exerted tremendous pressure upon her. She had to expend her soul power to maintain her form, lest she succumb to becoming a mere husk. At that moment, Ye Lei's attention was wholly fixated on the infernal fire scythe mantis before him, oblivious to the situation on Han Nuan's side. The infernal fire scythe mantis moved with apparent difficulty, its crimson glow significantly dimmed. Nevertheless, its compound eyes remained fiercely fixated on Ye Lei, as it raised one of its claws, launching another blade of light towards him. This was the 3rd soul skill, the armored inferno of 1,000 tons. Ye Lei summoned his 3rd soul skill, enveloping himself in a suit of armor, and boldly advanced toward the infernal fire scythe. As the radiant blade soared toward him, Ye Lei raised his right hand and unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the luminous weapon with a resounding crash. It is futile. Within my domain of 4 fire heavens, any fire attribute attack is rendered ineffective against me. Furthermore, the fire elements within you will be entirely absorbed by my 4 fire heavens. Even if you possess any hidden trump cards, they are merely the last gasps of a dying ember. Ye Lei spoke softly. A soul bone silently materialized at the left calf. The soul bone skill, Spider Empress Purple Radiant Slash, from the soul bone of the left leg with a human face. Ye Lei's left leg unleashed a swift arc of purple light, a blade that soared through the air. This strike was in retaliation for the injuries inflicted upon Jing Hang because of you. The violet blade raced towards the infernal scythe mantis, piercing through one of its legs with a resounding crack, severing it cleanly. This blow was aimed at those who sought to harm me. With that, Ye Lei leapt into the air, descending with a right fist charged with molten energy. Sensing imminent danger, the infernal scythe mantis attempted to flee, only to find its leg ensnared by the earth, trapped beneath heavy stones. With no other recourse, it could only raise its claw in defense. Chapter 74. Erasure of Memory. The infernal scythe mantis, realizing the dire situation, tried to escape, yet its leg was ensnared by the ground, firmly restrained by the rocks. With no alternative, it could only lift its claw to retaliate. The massive claws of the infernal scythe mantis swung rapidly, unleashing a flurry of crimson blades that hurtled towards Ye Lei. Ye Lei remained utterly indifferent to the assaults of the infernal scythe mantis. The crimson blades of light, when they struck against his 3rd soul skill of the Flame Lord, merely left behind a series of shallow scratches. As Ye Lei's fist was about to descend upon the infernal fire scythe mantis, the creature's compound eyes suddenly ignited with brilliance, and its formidable claws were engulfed in roaring flames. In an instant, it raised its massive pincers to intercept Ye Lei's strike. The mantis employed its exclusive defensive skill known as Mantis Arm Block, a technique that deftly employs minimal force to counteract overwhelming strength, demonstrating the principle of yielding to overcome. Ye Lei furrowed his brow slightly, delivering several powerful punches. Unable to breach the defenses of the infernal fire scythe mantis, he leveraged its colossal pincers to catapult himself backward, landing gracefully atop the manifested Flame Lord. Intriguing, he mused. Let us see if you can withstand this technique. 1000-weight body soul bone skill, 1000-weight meteoric descent. As he spoke, the 1000-weight Ant Emperor's soul bone materialized prominently on Ye Lei's chest, emanating a crimson glow. The fire and earth elements in the air began to coalesce, and in an instant, a massive fiery meteorite took shape above. Onlookers were left in awe, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment, with the exception of Han Nuan. Goodness, is this truly the Ye Lei I know? Could he possibly be a reincarnated god of war? They marveled at the extraordinary prowess of their peer, feeling their own ambitions diminished in comparison. The colossal meteorite formed in the air as Ye Lei waved his right hand, sending it hurtling towards the infernal fire scythe mantis. Sensing impending danger, the mantis summoned the elemental energy within, breaking free from its constraints and narrowly evading the meteorite. However, Ye Lei was relentless. Upon witnessing the mantis's escape, he clenched his fist with determination, causing the suspended meteorite to shatter into blazing fragments that homed in on the mantis. Within the domain of Ye Lei's 4-fold fire realm, the mantis experienced significant energy depletion, having previously expended its fire attribute energies to free itself. It was left with scarcely any strength. After withstanding several fiery projectiles, the mantis could no longer defend itself, and its life force gradually waned under Ye Lei's relentless assault. Once he confirmed the complete demise of the infernal fire scythe mantis, Ye Lei approached its lifeless form and commanded the manifested Flame Lord to crush its head. Leaving only its beast soul intact, Ye Lei retrieved the soul ring collector from the system space and directly extracted the soul ring of the Hellfire Scythe Mantis. After completing this task, he finally withdrew the Four Flames heavenly domain. Approaching the group, he noticed cold sweat beading on Han Nuan's forehead. It suddenly dawned on him that during the heat of battle, consumed by fury, he had momentarily forgotten that his domain would suppress Han Nuan's martial soul. Swiftly switching his own martial soul, Ye Lei channeled the gentle soul power of the Blue-Silver Emperor into Han Nuan's body. Only after observing the color returning to her complexion did he furrow his brows and move to Jing Hang's side. Kneeling down, he placed his right palm over Jing Hang's wounds. A soft blue-gold radiance shimmered as tender soul energy flowed into Jing Hang's body, mending his damaged meridians. Ye Lei rose to his feet, and the voice of the system echoed in his ears. It detected that the duration of the host's third task was insufficient, thus breaking the seal and revealing the host's true strength to the majority. Now, the host must decide whether to erase all memories of this incident from the parties involved. Chapter 75. Keep it confidential. May I inquire, host, do you choose to eliminate the involved parties' memories regarding this matter? Should you opt not to erase them, it will be regarded as a failure of your third task, and no rewards will be granted by the system. Ye Lei unhesitatingly opted for the erasure. Yet with a hint of inquiry, he posed a question to the system. Dear system, if I choose to erase, what will happen to Han Nuan? Will her memories also be obliterated? The system assured him, rest assured, this memory erasure does not pertain to Miss Han, for she is well aware of your true capabilities. Upon hearing this, Ye Lei's anxious heart finally found solace. The memory erasure commences now. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A resonating hum filled the air, and apart from Ye Lei and Han Nuan, the eyes of everyone else present grew vacant in an instant. What on earth is happening? Han Nuan questioned, bewildered. Fear not, Nuaner. It's merely that I prefer not to reveal my true strength to such a multitude. I have chosen to erase their memories of this moment. You will keep this a secret for me, one to you? As he spoke, Ye Lei raised his hand to his lips, mimicking a zipper motion, and continued. My prowess is rather conspicuous, and I am still under the scrutiny of the Elders' Council. I cannot ascertain whether they might exploit my combat data for experimentation. Hence I must maintain a low profile and conceal my abilities. However, there is a minor task at hand. Understanding Ye Lei's intention immediately, Han Nuan mirrored his action in response. Upon seeing her delightful demeanor, Ye Lei could not help but chuckle. Subsequently, he commanded the Flame Lord behind him to thrust a hand into the ground, effortlessly excavating a stone sphere as large as a roadside bollard. He weighed it in his hand before turning to Han Nuan. Nuaner, come and add some embellishments. Let us present a grand gift to Instructor Huang. With a broad smile on his face, Ye Lei elicited an immediate understanding from Han Nuan, for she was all too familiar with that particular grin. Whenever Ye Lei wore such an expression, it signified that someone was destined to face misfortune. In her heart, Han Nuan silently mourned for Instructor Huang for a fleeting moment. Returning to the matter at hand, without further ado, Han Nuan summoned her martial spirit and unleashed her first soul skill, transforming the stone sphere into a spiky hedgehog. Ye Lei smiled, raising his left hand to infuse the sphere with a surge of fire energy, serving as a form of explosive. Let me see where our dear Instructor Huang is. Ah, found it. Upon hearing Ye Lei's peculiar tone, Han Nuan's body trembled slightly. Goodness, this is quite cheesy. It sends shivers down my spine. With the target located, Ye Lei forcefully hurled the stone sphere. At the opportune moment, he snapped his fingers, and in an instant, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the forest, accompanied by the faint echo of a human's anguished scream. Ye Lei smiled and glanced at Han Nuan. Han Nuan also returned his gaze. Suddenly, Ye Lei reached out with both hands and playfully pinched Han Nuan's chubby little face a few times. Instantly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retaliated with a few playful punches. Beep. Memory clearance complete. The system's voice echoed in Ye Lei's ear, and shortly thereafter, his power was once again sealed, reverting him to the realm of a dual martial soul, dual-ringed Great Soul Master. However, an alteration had occurred. At the moment he broke through the soul power seal, he successfully elevated his soul power by 1 level, reaching the 64th level, drawing closer to the 70th level of Soul Saint. Chapter 76. Give him a glare. Beep. Memory clearance complete. The system's voice resonated in Ye Lei's ear, and subsequently, his power was sealed again, returning him to the dual martial soul, dual-ringed Great Soul Master realm. Yet, a change had transpired. As he shattered the soul power seal, he managed to elevate his soul power by 1 level, attaining the 64th level, inching closer to the 70th level of Soul Saint. Ye Lei's gaze swept over the crowd, and he noticed that their previously vacant eyes gradually regained their luster. Song Yang shook his head and turned to Ye Lei, inquiring, what is the situation now, Lazy? Where is Instructor Huang? Others echoed his question, their eyes collectively turning towards Ye Lei. Ye Lei replied, Instructor Huang fought valiantly against the Hellfire Scythe Mantis to protect us, expending the last vestiges of his soul power to vanquish it. He was subsequently thrown into the forest by the creature's tremendous force, and we are uncertain of his condition. However, he instructed us to return to the school. Upon hearing Ye Lei's words, the crowd was filled with confusion, and their gazes shifted to Han Nuan, who stood beside Ye Lei. Upon meeting their inquisitive stares, Han Nuan nodded, affirming that what Ye Lei had said was indeed true. With this confirmation, the group began to trust in Ye Lei's account. They then assisted the injured Jing Hang and departed the area. As they passed by the nonconformist, each one of them instinctively delivered a kick, their eyes filled with disdain. The nonconformist, infuriated by their actions, manifested his martial spirit and approached to confront them. It was at this moment that Ye Lei discerned the nature of the nonconformist's martial spirit. Beep. Hostile data detected. Commencing scan. Scan complete. Name, Chu Ci. Martial spirit. Thunderstorm Illusion Whale. Soul power. Level 11. One Ring Soul Master. Thunderstorm Illusion Whale? A water-based martial spirit with lightning attributes. No wonder he exuded such arrogance. It turns out he is a junior from the Chu family. His disposition mirrors that of his despicable father. An unworthy lineage begets a similar progeny. It is only the second day of school, and my brother Jing Hang sustained such severe injuries while rescuing you, Chu Ci. And yet, you present yourself with an air of indifference. Just wait. I shall not let this go unaddressed today. Nuaner, give him a fierce glare. Ye Lei seethed with fury and immediately addressed Han Nuan. Han Nuan instantly understood, and wings resembling those of a phoenix unfurled from her back, accompanied by the emergence of two violet soul rings. The second ring began to radiate, and a frosty blue apparition gradually materialized behind her. How dare you glare at me with such audacity? Do you believe I could have my father extract your eyeballs? Before Chu Ci could finish his retort, a chilling blue imprint was indelibly marked in his eyes. In an instant, he clutched his head and howled in agony, his body drenched in cold sweat. Han Nuan gave a gentle flap of her wings, and three razor-sharp feathers struck the ground before Chu Ci. His already panicked form was further startled, causing him to drop to his knees, the color in his trousers darkening as a foul scent pervaded the air. The onlookers instinctively pinched their noses, hastening their steps towards the swirling entrance of the Star Doe forest, casting not a single glance at Chu Ci. Deep within the forest, Huang Tianwei found himself trapped beneath a pile of broken branches. His fingers twitched involuntarily, and then he opened his eyes, bewildered as he crawled out from beneath the debris, his clothes in tatters. Huang Tianwei was unclear about the events that had transpired. When the Reaper's scythe appeared, he had fled without looking back. After running a considerable distance, he had paused to rest, intending to use his military equipment to signal for help when suddenly, the tree above him exploded. Countless icy blue blades sliced through his clothing, some even grazing his face, and he was sent flying by the shockwave of the explosion. Before he could rise, a tree branch struck the back of his head, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 77. This is impossible. Upon regaining consciousness, he sluggishly glanced at the time, realizing that a full 15 minutes had elapsed since his escape. Huang Tianwei thought to himself, by now, that brat named Yi should have been dispatched by the soul beast. And it was fortunate that the little devil named Chu Ci chose a soul beast with a staggering age of 60,000 years. This would undoubtedly earn me the admiration of Elder 7, and I might even become one of the 7 leaders of the Poison Dragon Legion. Ha! Huang Tianwei laughed heartily, then hastened toward the exit. However, when he returned to the scene of his flight, he was struck with shock at the sight before him. A colossal soul beast lay slain, one of its legs severed and lying a short distance away, the wound remarkably clean. The beast's enormous skull had been lifted, discarded to the side. How could this be? A 60,000-year-old soul beast could not be so easily slain. Among the 15 of us, only 2 were Grand Soul Masters. The rest were merely at the first ring level. Who, then, was it that aided them? Huang Tianwei was infuriated. Damn it, the duck I had nearly caught has flown away. Ye Lei and his companions, bearing the injured Jing Hang, returned to the vortex. Without a moment's hesitation, they all stepped inside, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves back within the platinum edifice of the Elder Hall. Amidst the bewildered expressions of the stationed soldiers, they proceeded to the teleportation array, ultimately returning to the school. In the starry forest, Huang Tianwei, on his way back, spotted a boy squatting on the path ahead. As he approached, he recognized the boy as Chu Ci. Noticing Chu Ci trembling uncontrollably, his clothes thoroughly soaked and the air tinged with an unpleasant odor, Huang Tianwei was perplexed. He could not fathom why a young man like Chu Ci would stray from the group to sit there shivering, especially on such a warm day. Puzzled by Chu Ci's silence, Huang Tianwei, feeling helpless, lifted him and carried him back to the Platinum Building. Have any of you seen those students return? He inquired. Reporting to Deputy Huang, those students have indeed returned, but they brought back an unconscious individual, seemingly injured in the chest. He is one of the 4 students who came here last time. Oh, is that so? Send this student back. I will check the surveillance. Huang Tianwei commanded. After receiving confirmation, he unceremoniously handed Chu Ci over to a soldier and followed another soldier to the monitoring room. As he reviewed the surveillance footage, disbelief washed over him. This is impossible. His exclamation startled the soldier beside him, causing the cup in his hand to drop. Captain Huang, are you all right? The soldier timidly inquired. How could I possibly be all right? Huang Tianwei roared, slamming his fist onto the expensive control panel, which shattered into countless fragments that scattered across the floor. Moments later, several soldiers arrived to clear away the debris, while 2 others brought in a brand new control panel to replace the broken one. Huang Tianwei, seething with anger yet powerless, exited the monitoring room with his arms crossed behind his back. The soldiers within the monitoring room exchanged puzzled glances, completely unaware of what had provoked their captain's fury to such an extent that he had shattered the specially designed control panel over a mere video review. With a shrug, they returned to their respective duties. At Rome University, on the playground, as Ye Lei and his companions returned to school, they swiftly carried Jing Heng back to the dormitory and assisted him in requesting a leave of absence from deputy instructor Zhuang Ming. Subsequently, the three of them made their way directly to the playground. At that moment, the playground was orderly, with 20 classes lined up neatly, all facing the podium. As Ye Lei and his companions returned to the class train, Huang Tianwei also arrived, standing at the forefront alongside Zhuang Ming. Upon noticing Ye Lei and the others, he regarded them with an inquisitive glance before nodding, signaling them to rejoin the ranks. A commanding voice echoed through the campus loudspeakers, belonging to the formidable Finshin Yan. Next, I have a few words to convey. The nationwide Douluo transformation has granted the people of our great nation, with its billions, the possession of martial souls. As students of the premier institution in Rome City, your martial souls possess both strengths and weaknesses. However, in the eyes of our elder hall, each of you radiates your own unique brilliance. Over the course of your 4-year academic journey, there will be specialized mentors guiding you in the mastery of your martial souls. I firmly believe that by the end of these 4 years, you will wield powers far surpassing the ordinary. Each of you harbors your own talents, capable of flourishing in various realms. Nevertheless, we at the Elder Hall do not wish to witness the emergence of any rabble among you, nor do we desire to see the presence of an arrogant individual. Yet, it is with regret that I must inform you that within this cohort, such an arrogant person has already arisen. At this juncture, Finshin Yan waved his hand, and a soldier, akin to lifting a chick, hoisted an individual onto the podium, casting him down at Finshin Yan's feet. The individual was none other than Chu Xi. This individual represents the rabble among you. He is one of the few first-ring soul masters among over 1,000 soul practitioners. During the first lesson of our specialized military training, his hubris led him to select a 60,000-year-old soul beast as his target, one he could not hope to contend with. This reckless choice endangered the 14 companions accompanying him, one of whom, named Jing Heng, suffered severe injuries while attempting to rescue him and now lies unconscious in the dormitory. The soul beast he chose to confront inflicted grave injuries upon one of our instructors, who only narrowly managed to slay it. In the end, he remained oblivious to his own errors. Therefore, I trust you do not wish to associate with such a person as a classmate. Consequently, after deliberation by the board of directors, this student is hereby expelled, and no university in Rome City shall accept him. The declaration sent a wave of uproar through the crowd. Chu Xi's classmates began to murmur amongst themselves, astonished to discover the true nature of the individual they had thought was merely unconventional. They unanimously agreed that his belongings should be discarded. Moments later, the instructors from each class interrupted their idle chatter and escorted them to their respective training grounds, officially commencing their first day of military training. Throughout the training, Ye Lei pondered whether the punishment meted out to Chu Xi was excessively harsh. However, he soon reconsidered. Merely expelling him from Rome University would likely lead him to other institutions, where he could cause further harm. His exclusion from any university would ultimately safeguard the students' welfare. With this thought, Ye Lei resolved to focus solely on the military training. Meanwhile, Chu Xi found himself unceremoniously ejected from the school premises by security, along with all his belongings. Bewildered, he struggled to recall the events that had transpired, vaguely remembering the icy blue eyes that had made him feel as if he were plunging into a freezing abyss, accompanied by the emergence of his greatest fears. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered himself at the school gate. Shaking his head to dispel the confusion, he spotted his luggage nearby. What on earth is going on? Why is my luggage here? Chapter 79. The Soul Master Realm. Why is my luggage here? This is unacceptable. I must inquire about this. With that, Chu Xi dusted off his trousers and approached a security officer. Hey, what's the deal? Why was my luggage tossed out? What kind of attitude is this? Who authorized this? Chu Xi unleashed a torrent of expletives at the bewildered security officer. Apologies, student, but you have been expelled from Rome University. Please refrain from causing a disturbance at the school gate and leave immediately. A physical education teacher on duty replied. Expelled? Are you joking? This cannot be happening. Chu Xi exclaimed, dismissing the officer's words. Get out of my way. I demand to see the principal. Ignoring the warnings, Chu Xi attempted to scale the school gate. Hey, what do you think you're doing? The security officers quickly intervened, dragging him back down, causing him to stumble. Enraged, he sprang to his feet and clashed with the officers. In the chaos, either by accident or intent, Chu Xi collided with one of the officers, who promptly fell to the ground with a cry of pain. Ouch! How can you be so rough with us older folks? Oh no, I think I've broken something. Dumbfounded, Chu Xi exclaimed. Hey, don't create a scene. I didn't lay a finger on you. You know it. The remaining officers and the physical education teacher were equally stunned. It took them a moment to regain their composure. and upon noticing the fallen officer groaning in agony, they hurried to assist him. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Si slipped past them through a side entrance adjacent to the duty room. "Hey, that little brat is escaping," someone shouted, prompting two younger security officers to sprint after him, armed with riot control batons. However, Chu Si was no match for the trained officers. As they caught up, they swiftly subdued him with their batons. The physical education teacher promptly called the police. Within 10 minutes, a police car arrived. Upon seeing the officers, Chu Si's agitation only escalated until he was handcuffed and taken away, leaving him utterly bewildered. As the police car drove off with its siren blaring, the school gate returned to its former tranquility. Later that evening, after a long day of military training, Ye Lei and his companions returned to their dormitory. As they stepped inside, a blast of cold air from the air conditioning sent a shiver down their spines. Song Yang and Shin Sikong, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto their beds. Ye Lei also desired to lie down, but suddenly recalled that Jing Hang was still in a state of unconsciousness. Upon this realization, Ye Lei hastily descended from the ladder and made his way to Jing Hang's bedside, climbing up using the ladder. Upon observing Jing Hang's face, which bore a hint of color, Ye Lei felt a wave of relief wash over him. It appeared that he was out of danger, fortunately. He had activated his first soul skill in time before the onslaught of the infernal scythe manted that afternoon, using it to mitigate the attack. Otherwise, he would have been left to witness the lifeless body of Jing Hang. Ye Lei thought to himself, how fortunate it was that he had chosen the Scale Beast as his first soul skill. Indeed, the addition of a defensive soul skill to the first soul ring is the true path to success. Ye Lei felt immensely fortunate about his choice. Just as he stepped off the ladder, he was greeted by two distinct snoring sounds, harmonizing together like a symphony. These two individuals, truly. Ye Lei sighed helplessly. The girls' dormitory. My soul power has finally broken through to level 30, entering the soul master realm. Han Nuan, meditating on her bed, opened her beautiful eyes and stretched lazily. Chapter 80. Soul Bone Collection Progress at 80? What? Sister Nuan, your soul power has reached level 30? Luo Yun peered out from her blanket, her bright eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Han Nuan. Han Nuan nodded in affirmation. What? Who has reached level 30 in soul power? Wang Yuning, brushing her teeth, poked her head out from the washroom. A delicate toothbrush in her mouth and foam bubbling from her lips. Who else could it be? Among our cohort of over 1,000, only 15 possess soul rings. Of those, only Sister Nuan and her husband have achieved the level of Great Soul Master. Besides, isn't it natural for Sister Nuan to reach level 30? It has been over a month since the National Douluo event, and with her possessing 2,000-year soul rings, her training speed surpasses that of ordinary soul masters, resulting in rapid soul power enhancement. Luo Yun explained, leaning over the edge of her bed to Wang Yuning. Congratulations, Sister Nuan. However, the gap between us has widened significantly. Considering we lack soul rings, Xiao Na chimed in. Soul rings are not so difficult to obtain. I will help you all acquire a few tomorrow. Han Nuan declared confidently. Sister Nuan, are you sure? Luo Yun asked timidly. Of course. Your brother-in-law conservatively has several hundred soul rings. Obtaining a few for you will be no trouble at all. What? Are you saying your brother-in-law has hundreds of soul rings? Wang Yuning nearly spat out the foam in her mouth. Yes. Come over here, and I will tell you all about it. In the boys' dormitory. Ding. The phone on the bedside rang. A pair of large hands emerged from under the covers, grasping the phone. What the heck? Ye Lei emerged from his cocoon of blankets, his disheveled hair standing on end as he gazed at the information on his phone. Han Nuan's soul power had surpassed level 30? Such rapid progress. As for the soul ring, he could contemplate allowing her to absorb the 50,000-year mimic soul ring. Ye Lei pondered, and just then, his phone chimed once more. Upon seeing this, Ye Lei could not help but chuckle. He promptly replied with a message. Isn't it just a few spirit rings? A trivial matter. Just let me know their martial spirits, and I will assist in selecting 2 spirit rings for each of them, which I shall deliver to you by tomorrow morning. Oh, and by the way, your spirit power has reached level 30. It is time for you to absorb your 3rd spirit ring. He sent the 2 messages. Dear System, regarding the 50,000-year mimic spirit ring you provided me, is it suitable for Han Nuan to absorb? Will there be any adverse effects on her body if she does? He posed these 2 questions in quick succession, startling the system from its rest. Rest assured, host. Anything delivered by this system is devoid of side effects, and its efficacy is assured. That's wonderful. Nuaner, you should utilize the 50,000-year mimic spirit ring I previously gifted you for your 3rd spirit skill. After a brief moment, Han Nuan replied with another message. Will there be any side effects? There will be no side effects. You can absorb it with confidence. Excellent. After Ye Lei finished messaging, he tossed his phone onto the bed and buried his head beneath the covers. In the female dormitory, Han Nuan put away her phone, climbed down from her bunk, and seated herself in the center of the room. The other 3 occupants observed her with expressions of confusion. Sister Nuan, what are you doing? Luo Yun inquired with curiosity. The other 2 remained silent, yet their eyes betrayed their intrigue. I am about to absorb my 3rd soul ring. You three should quickly get out of bed, put on an extra layer, and then wrap yourselves tightly in your blankets. This coming night will be quite chilly. The three hurriedly descended from their beds, retrieved thicker outer garments from their wardrobes, and swiftly climbed back under their blankets, ensuring they were snugly enveloped. As Nuan activated her martial spirit, a pair of ice blue phoenix wings unfurled from her back, causing the temperature in the dormitory to plummet. She glanced around the room before rising to fully open the balcony door, as well as the dormitory door. Returning to the center of the room, she produced her 50,000-year mimicry soul ring, crushing it in her hand. Instantly, a dark energy enveloped the room, condensing around Nuan's waist into an ominous black soul ring. Wow! The three girls exclaimed in unison. In the male dormitory, a notification chimed. Ding! Host's soul bone collection progress at 80, with 20 remaining to achieve completion. 80% soul bone collection? Ye Lei appeared utterly bewildered. Chapter 81. Another task awaits. Soul bone collection progress. 80? Ye Lei was bewildered, blinking in astonishment as he fell back down, muttering to himself. So what if the soul bone collection has reached 80? It's not a big deal. Wait a minute. The soul bone collection has reached 80? Ye Lei suddenly sat up straight and hurriedly inquired about the system. Dear system, you must be jesting. When did I acquire another soul bone? How could that be? A series of images flashed through Ye Lei's mind, ultimately crystallizing upon one particular vision. Surely not, dear system. The soul bone you speak of cannot possibly originate from the infernal fire scythe mantis, can it? Ye Lei struck his thigh with a sudden force and addressed the system. Correct answer. The system replied. Let me take a wild guess. This soul bone must be one from either the left or right arm, and its skill is likely akin to the dual dagger flash of the infernal fire scythe. Am I right? Correct answer. The system responded. Host, this soul bone is named the right arm bone of the infernal fire scythe, with an age of 60,000 years, though its skill remains undisclosed. Ye Lei inquired, Oh, esteemed system, what about this soul bone? Is it in your possession? Ye Lei was filled with excitement. After a prolonged silence, the system remained unresponsive. Suddenly, a synthesized voice belonging to the system echoed once more, rousing the nearly slumbering Ye Lei. However, the subsequent announcement from the system prompted him to express his grievances loudly. The conditions for the side quest have been met. The mission is now commencing. On this dark and windy night, please, host, venture into the mirror world before dawn, evade the scrutiny of the Elder Hall's soldiers, and retrieve the soul bone. Ye Lei was on the verge of tears. He had yet to complete the third task of his guise as a pig feasting on a tiger, and now another side quest had emerged. How could one possibly endure this? Woe is me. Oh, great system. Must the task be completed tonight? Might it be postponed until tomorrow? Ye Lei implored. Dame, the deadline for the task is merely tonight. Should I fail to accomplish it, this 60,000-year soul bone will fall into the hands of the Elders Hall, and then I accept. Before the system could finish its sentence, Ye Lei interrupted. After all, he did not wish for such a formidable soul bone to be seized by the Elders Hall. That would be too advantageous for them. The soul bone obtained from the arduous defeat of the soul beast should not be handed over to the Elders Hall without recompense. With this thought in mind, Ye Lei resolutely accepted the task. However, he pondered, Dear system, while I have no issue traversing to the mirror world, the swirling vortex leading there is heavily guarded by the Elders Hall. My blatant entry would certainly attract attention. Moreover, they are all from the Elder Seven's pavilion, and they are bound to recognize me. If I approach them so openly, I may very well be subjected to a collective assault. Given that my current strength is severely suppressed, confronting them would only lead to my defeat. Ye Lei opened his mouth once more, chattering away at the system for quite some time. The system remained silent. Host, I have yet to finish my statement. What I intended to convey is that the system will grant you a potent invisibility potion, effective for a duration of 2 hours. Ye Lei, you wretched system, why did you not inform me sooner? System, who prevented me from finishing my words? You were so impatient, acting as if the world was ending. And yet you blame me. Reality. Well, enough of this argument. Quickly hand me the invisibility potion. I must attend to my task. Ye Lei spoke. The invisibility potion has been stored in the system space. Please check it, host. After delivering the potion to Ye Lei, the system promptly went offline. Chapter 82. Escape. Once the system was offline, Ye Lei retrieved the powerful invisibility potion bestowed by the system from the space. Grasping with his left hand, 2 vials of potion materialized in his palm. The first vial displayed a pale blue hue, while the other was colorless. As Ye Lei picked up the colorless vial, its effects were automatically revealed to him. This potion is meant for internal use, with an efficacy lasting 2 hours. Upon consumption, it renders the entire physical body invisible, imperceptible to any thermal imaging scanners. Upon lifting the pale blue vial, the method of its application was also disclosed. This potion is for external use, designed to render clothing invisible. To utilize it, simply splash it onto the garment requiring concealment. Any fabric that comes into contact with the potion will automatically become invisible. However, The sole drawback of this potion is its sensitivity to high temperatures. Exposure to elevated heat will lead to its automatic decomposition. After reviewing the usage instructions, Ye Lei descended from his bed with 2 vials in hand. Ensuring that Song Yang and the others were soundly asleep, he moved with great caution to retrieve a pitch-black garment from his wardrobe. This dark attire was crafted during the summer break using materials he had sourced through his connections, specifically designed as a suit for nocturnal ventures. Its singular feature was its remarkable resistance to incineration upon contact with intense flames, coupled with extraordinary flexibility. The fabric was composed of vantablack, the darkest material known to man, allowing the wearer to navigate through the most shadowy environments with unparalleled stealth. Even someone with the keen eyesight of Sun Wukong would be unable to detect him. Furthermore, this night suit was uniquely owned by Ye Lei, with a staggering production cost amounting to several $1 million. After Ye Lei donned his nocturnal attire, he uncorked the vial of colorless potion and tilted his head back, downing it in one swift motion. The elixir, imbued with a sweet essence, glided down his esophagus and into his abdomen, subsequently permeating his bloodstream. A full 10 seconds elapsed, during which Ye Lei's form gradually became translucent, until he ultimately vanished from sight. Ye Lei placed the empty test tube into the system's space, then retrieved a ghost mask from the corner of the wardrobe. After adorning his face with it, he opened the remaining vial of potion and splashed it upon himself. In an instant, the garments that came into contact with the potion became completely transparent, including the ghost mask that adorned Ye Lei's face. Ye Lei slowed his pace as he approached the balcony, deftly tossing a strand of blue-silver grass that entwined itself around the railing, before vaulting over it and leaping down. Upon landing, he hurriedly dashed towards the teleportation array. In the girl's dormitory, Nuan, while absorbing her soul ring, emanated a chilling aura that plunged the entire room's temperature below freezing. Luo Yun and the others found it impossible to remain in bed. They simultaneously rose, donning their thickest coats, yet still felt unbearably cold. The 3 huddled together in a corner of the dormitory for warmth. During this time, Xiao Na, feeling parched, attempted to retrieve her water cup, but as her hand brushed against it, she recoiled immediately. It wasn't that she didn't wish to grab it. Rather, her cup felt as frigid as a block of ancient ice from the depths of Antarctica, too cold to touch. Soon, she discovered that all the water containers in the dormitory had frozen solid, with a thick layer of frost coating the glass surfaces. Goodness! Nuan's absorption of that soul ring has released an utterly frigid temperature. It's summer, yet at this moment, I feel as though we've been tossed into the Arctic Ocean without a stitch of clothing. A sneeze escaped Wang Yuning, her teeth chattering as she spoke. Same here, replied the youngest, Luo Yun, struggling to articulate her thoughts as she wrapped her coat tighter around herself, shrinking further into the corner. Xiao Na was too cold to utter a word, merely nodding weakly in agreement. Why don't we sit by the door? It's far too cold in here, Luo Yun suggested softly, immediately garnering the agreement of her companions. The 3 quickly bundled up in their clothes and rushed out the door, bypassing Nuan. In the hallway, they relished an unprecedented comfort. Oh my, I finally feel alive again, Luo Yun sighed contentedly. I've just realized something. When Nuan releases such an icy aura while lying, what about her brother-in-law? I recall her mentioning that one of his martial souls is fire attribute. When he absorbs a soul ring, he must emit an equally high temperature. If they practiced together, what would the room's temperature be like? Wang Yuning suddenly pondered. Wouldn't that create a stark contrast between the warmth of Africa and the chill of Antarctica? Xiao Na chimed in. I certainly wouldn't want to train with them, lest I become half frozen and half roasted. Luo Yun and Xiao Na shared their thoughts, and Wang Yuning found their reasoning quite sound. Both Nuan and her brother-in-law are already so powerful. We must strive to grow stronger and catch up to them. Inspired by Luo Yun's words, the 2 felt a surge of determination to enhance their own abilities. The trio collectively shed their constricting coats, forming a circle to begin meditative practice. Ye Lei swiftly arrived at the platinum structure through the teleportation array, unnoticed by the station soldiers. With his heart finally at ease, he made a dash and leaped into the swirling vortex. Upon reaching the starry forest, he hurriedly headed towards the spot where he had hunted the infernal fire scythe mantis earlier that morning, intent on retrieving the soul bone. However, to his surprise, he encountered the very individuals he had hoped to avoid that evening, standing before the colossal corpse of the mantis. Fan Tianyin was accompanied by 20 instructors, engaged in conversation regarding the soul beast's remains. Eager to discern their discussion, Ye Lei cautiously approached, treading lightly to avoid disturbing them. As he drew nearer, he could finally discern the content of their exchange. Fan Tianyin inquired, Tianwei, are you certain that the one who hunted this soul beast this morning was not you? Huang Tianwei replied firmly, absolutely certain. I swear that once this soul beast emerged, I fled. Given my strength, even slaying a 2,000-year-old soul beast is a daunting task, let alone one that is 60,000 years old. Instructor A interjected, old fan. Do you think it could have been that individual who made the kill? Huang Tianwei dismissed the notion. It's impossible. I witnessed the quality of his soul rings this morning. All of the rings attached to his two martial souls are merely a century old. Fan Tianyan used, though. This matter is becoming intriguing. Could it be that an unrecorded powerhouse has emerged to assist those young fools? Uncertain, the 20 instructors echoed his sentiment. Fan Tianyan continued. Our immediate concern is to retrieve this soul bone. However, we have all attempted to approach it. Yet the energy emanating from the bone of the Flame Emperor repels us. It seems to reject our presence, and I suspect we must await the arrival of the one who defeated it. Otherwise, no matter the means we employ, this soul bone will not depart from this location. Observing their fervent discussion, Ye Lei glanced at the remaining effect time of his potion, an hour and a half left. Unable to contain himself any longer, he resolved, since you are all unwilling to leave, do not blame me for taking a forceful approach. With that, he unleashed his second self-created soul technique, Flame Flow Meteor. The ground behind Ye Lei began to fracture, as countless massive stones rose into the air, accompanied by streams of magma. The two elements merged mid-air, transforming into colossal flaming meteors. Under Ye Lei's command, these fiery projectiles hurtled toward the direction of Wen Tianyan and his companions. By the time they realized the impending danger, it was already too late. The 21 individuals hastily attempted to evade the meteors, yet the sheer scale of the assault made it nearly impossible to avoid the searing flames that accompanied the barrage, resulting in painful burns. Amidst their frantic dodging, a silver-blue vine swiftly ensnared a soul bone, dragging it into the depths of the forest. Elder 1, the soul bone. An instructor, utilizing the advantage of the 5 rings to remain airborne, was the first to notice the theft and promptly reported to Wen Tianyan. Skillfully evading the meteors, he pursued the fleeing Ye Lei. Observing this, the others quickly followed suit. Attack! Carpet bombardment on that forest. Wen Tianyan roared in fury, unleashing his soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, revealing himself as a 5-ringed soul king. With rapid motions, he unleashed countless fiery slashes toward the woods ahead. The other instructors, inspired by his actions, activated their martial souls and soul rings, launching diverse attacks into the forest. Are they out of their minds? Thankfully, I'm currently invisible. Otherwise, I'd be their target. As he witnessed their indiscriminate bombardment, Ye Lei seethed with anger, propelling himself toward the exit with renewed speed. Frustrated that such relentless attacks failed to flush out the thief, Wen Tianyan's rage escalated. 4th soul skill, Blazing Charge. 5th soul skill, 6 Flames of Fury, simultaneously activating his 4th and 5th soul skills. A massive fire lion apparition surged toward Ye Lei, incinerating the surrounding trees in an instant, reducing them to ash. Is this a joke? Are the instructors dispatched from the Elder Hall really this formidable? A 5-ring soul king? If this continues, I'll inevitably be exposed. If only my strength was fully restored, I wouldn't be in such a passive position. To Ye Lei, this was not merely a mission, it was a deadly survival game. Chapter 83. A toast refused as a punishment. Drink. The enormous fire lion apparition leaped high, descending toward Ye Lei, its front paws slashing through the air, unleashing countless fiery light slashes. This rhythm is going to cost me my life. As Ye Lei sprinted forward, he turned his head and beheld countless fiery blades of light surging towards him, prompting an involuntary curse to escape his lips. In the very instant the luminous strikes descended, Ye Lei flicked his right hand, sending a tendril of blue-silver grass soaring ahead, ensnaring a distant tree. With a firm tug, he propelled himself towards it. As Ye Lei departed, the luminous flames and the colossal phantom of the fiery lion descended, erupting in an instant. The immense blaze radiated outward with the force of the explosion, engulfing everything in its wake. Regardless of how swiftly Ye Lei left this place, he was still caught in the shockwave of the blast, propelled away as his cloaking potion lost its potency in that very moment. Ye Lei was propelled several dozen meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground. Due to inertia, his body continued to slide forward after the fall. Ye Lei's right hand plunged heavily into the ground, leaving 5 deep imprints in the earth. It then glided for several meters before finally coming to a halt. A cough escaped his lips. Ye Lei coughed several times, a stream of crimson blood spattering onto his mask. Cursed be it, the shockwave from earlier has injured me tonight. Were it not for the fact that my 3rd task remains unfulfilled and my powers still sealed, how could a mere 5th Soul King possibly harm me? Ye Lei pressed his right hand against his chest, while his left hand forcefully struck the ground, expressing his anger. Feng Lao, I see him, he's right up ahead. Huang Tianwei's voice pierced through the haze and reached Ye Lei's ears. I was wondering who had such audacity to come and seize what our Elder Hall has set its sights on. Speak, boy, who are you, and who sent you? Feng Tianyan's mocking tone echoed in Ye Lei's ears, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. I am simply myself, no one accompanies me. Ye Lei still clutched his chest, slowly rising to his feet, and spoke coldly. Oh, quite ambitious, aren't you? I shall grant you an opportunity. Surrender that soul bone and join our Elder Hall. If you agree, I shall spare your life. Fan Tianyan, with arms crossed, regarded Ye Lei from a position of superiority, saying, Come to our Elder Hall, and become a subservient dog. Upon hearing this, the instructors flanking him erupted into laughter. Huh, how could I possibly relinquish what belongs to me to merciless killers like you? If you wish to obtain it, then have the courage to kill me. I can assure you, with your condescending demeanor and callous hearts, you are utterly unworthy of this soul bone. Ye Lei calmly stated. How audacious of you to confront Elder One. He has already granted you a chance, yet you have foolishly chosen to refuse it. Do not blame us for being merciless now. Brothers, let us unite and dispose of this brat. Huang Tianwei bellowed, pointing at Ye Lei before charging towards him. The other instructors, witnessing this, leaped into action as well. All 20 instructors unleashed their respective spirit rings, a dazzling display of yellow and purple. It was evident that all 20 were 4-ring spirit masters. Very well, let us see if you can indeed take me down. Prepare yourselves. Raging Wave Fire Dragon. Ye Lei smiled wryly, his right hand grasping the soul-hunting cannon from the void, adjusting the gear to its maximum, and pulling the trigger with determination. A colossal fire dragon erupted forth, hurtling towards Huang Tianwei and his companions. Brothers, form a formation. A voice, unclear in origin, called out, and simultaneously, 4 soul rings illuminated. The others followed suit. A massive energy shield materialized out of thin air, steadfastly withstanding the tremendous fire dragon. A combination technique of 20 unified martial souls, quite intriguing. Since you can endure this attack in the form of a Millennium Beast soul, let us see how long you can hold out. Ye Lei flipped his left hand, revealing a dark crimson beast soul in his palm. Ye Lei, with a crooked smile reminiscent of a dragon king, said now, let us see if you can withstand this move. Twin blades flash. Ye Lei inserted the beast soul into the cannon's chamber and pulled the trigger. A colossal X-shaped crimson beam erupted from the muzzle, crashing heavily against the combined skill energy shield of the 20 warriors. With a resounding crack, the energy shield shattered, disintegrating into countless luminous particles that vanished into the air. Chapter 84. The Bone of the Faced Spider Emperor, seal released. With another crack, the energy shield fragmented, transforming into myriad glimmers that dissipated into the atmosphere. The 20 instructors encircling the formation were all struck by backlash, simultaneously spitting out blood. A group of inept individuals, unable to even withstand this. Was the training you received merely for show? In the end, I have to take matters into my own hands. Witnessing this, Sun Tianyan abandoned his previously condescending demeanor and directly summoned his martial soul, advancing towards Ye Lei. Sun Tianyan's originally jet-black hair gradually transformed into a vibrant red. His fingernails elongated into sharp claws, and a lion engulfed in flames materialized behind him, instantly raising the ambient temperature. Ding. Scanning complete. Sun Tianyan, martial soul, fiery spirit lion. Soul power level, 54. The soul beast detector suddenly announced, delivering the completed scan report to Ye Lei. Since you are unwilling to relinquish the soul bone, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. First soul skill, Crimson Flame Claw Strike. Sun Tianyan remained exceedingly arrogant, as the first soul ring coiled around his waist illuminated. With a swift motion of his hand, 5 massive claw blades surged towards Ye Lei with unparalleled speed. How infuriating. Ye Lei gritted his teeth and spoke. Ding. A severe threat to the host's life has been detected. Now, the seal on 20 of the host's power will be lifted. The bone of the Spider Emperor's left leg, seal released. The system's voice resonated like a timely rain, echoing at a critical moment. A warm current surged through Ye Lei's left leg, and he flashed a charming smile, just in time. I wonder if I can still act arrogantly after this. The skill of the left leg bone, the Spider Emperor's purple radiant slash. A black-purple soul bone affixed itself to Ye Lei's left calf. With a swift spinning kick, a purple blade of light shot forth, clashing against the 5 fiery claw blades. Ye Lei stood with his back to the direction of the blazing inferno, as violent explosions erupted behind him. The immense blasts illuminated the darkened forest once more, revealing Ye Lei's figure to the assembly in the Elder Hall for the first time. Before their eyes stood a tall figure clad in black, adorned with a ghostly mask that evoked the image of ancient assassins, emanating a chilling aura of lethal intent amidst the night. A presence exuding razor-sharp menace was the initial impression that formed in Fan Tianyan's mind as he discerned Ye Lei's silhouette. I care not who you are, but today, you shall not escape my grasp. With a fierce resolve, he unleashed his third soul skill, Lion King's Roar. The third soul ring at his waist glowed brilliantly, and the fiery spirit lion that loomed behind him opened its maw, releasing a deafening roar. He followed with his first soul skill, Hell's Magma Eruption. Ye Lei clenched his right fist and propelled it forward with great force. A colossal column of magma erupted from thin air, as Ye Lei brazenly disregarded the third soul skill of Sun Tianyan, the Lion King's Roar, and unleashed his first soul skill towards Fan Tianyan's position. Fan Lao, in a state of vulnerability, Huang Tianwei, realizing that Fan Tianyan could not evade the crimson magma column, shouted in desperation. He then activated his most formidable soul skill, positioning himself directly in front of Fan Tianyan. The other instructors swiftly followed suit, forming a protective barrier around Fan Tianyan. Ha 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 ha, you have fallen into my trap. Ye Lei burst into a hearty laugh, promptly relinquishing the use of his first soul skill. The colossal column of magma abruptly vanished, and upon witnessing this, Huang Tianwei unleashed his most formidable attack against Ye Lei. The second soul skill, Crimson Rock. With a smile, Ye Lei manifested 3 violet soul rings around his waist, the second ring illuminating with brilliance. Before Huang Tianwei and the others could regain their composure, numerous stone walls surged upward, encircling them entirely. This is bad. It's a trap. We must escape. Fan Tianyan swiftly reacted, urgently directing everyone to break free into the sky. However, when he looked up and beheld Ye Lei suspended in midair, his heart jolted with an overwhelming sense of menace. First soul skill, Hellfire Magma Surge. First soul skill, Hellfire Magma Burst. Ye Lei unleashed both soul skills of his first soul ring simultaneously. In an instant, 2 colossal columns of magma surrounded the members of the burning sky, immersing them in a fiery baptism. Seeing that the plan had succeeded, Ye Lei landed and swiftly made his way towards the vortex. This time, he harnessed the primordial power. As he approached the vortex, a resounding explosion echoed behind him. Hearing this, Ye Lei leaped with great force just a few meters away from the vortex and plunged directly into its depths. Who goes there? Halt! Ye Lei suddenly emerged from the vortex, startling the soldiers stationed at the Platinum Building. They immediately fired at Ye Lei, signaling him to halt. 2 soldiers even attempted to intercept him directly, with predictable consequences. As the 2 soldiers advanced toward Ye Lei, he swiftly unleashed 2 powerful punches, sending both soldiers hurtling through the air. Ye Lei swiftly dashed into the teleportation array, raising his right hand to press a button on his wristband. And in the next moment, he vanished without a trace. Just as Ye Lei was transported away, Fan Tianyan, accompanied by 20 instructors, emerged from the swirling vortex, only to behold the shimmering teleportation array and 2 soldiers lying motionless on the ground. Damn it, he got away. Fan Tianyan seethed with rage, forcefully stomping his foot, causing the platinum-hued tiles beneath him to shatter with a resounding crash. Chapter 85. Successful Soul Ring Absorption. Damn it, he got away. Fan Tianyan's fury escalated, and he again stamped his foot, the floor beneath him fracturing into pieces. Watching helplessly as Ye Lei departed, Fan Tianyan's face turned a deep shade of maroon, and he unleashed his wrath into the air. Damn it, you have guts, kid. Just hope I never see you again. Otherwise, I shall rend you limb from limb. Fan Tianyan's roar echoed throughout the entire Platinum Building, lingering in the air. Rome University, teleportation array. Ye Lei sat on the railing of the dormitory balcony, panting heavily. Fortunately, it was not solely our agricultural university that possessed a teleportation array. Several other institutions also shared the same capability. Even if that old fellow, Fan Tianyan, were to pursue me, he might not reach me in time. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the side quest and retrieved the soul bone of the Hellfire Side's right arm. The previously lifted seal on your soul power will now be reinstated. Please prepare yourself mentally. Sealing countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, commencing seal. The system's cold voice resonated in Ye Lei's ears as 3 violet soul rings materialized around his waist. Gradually, the 3rd ring began to fade, while the colors of the remaining 2 rings began to shift, ultimately transforming into a brilliant yellow. Observing the sealing of his soul power once more, Ye Lei smiled. Thank you, dear system, for your timely intervention. The temporary release of 20 of my soul power allowed me to strike unexpectedly. Otherwise, I would have perished at their hands. At that point, no one would be left to assist you in completing tasks. To serve the host is my duty. It is my responsibility to aid you in times of peril. After all, I am bound to you. Should you meet your demise, I too would vanish from this world. Thus, it is my utmost joy to provide you with the greatest assistance when danger arises. The system articulated in a frigid, synthetic tone. Wait a moment, vanish together? Can't the system bind to anyone at will? Why do you say such things, dear system? Ye Lei was filled with perplexity. After a prolonged silence, the system finally spoke again. Host, unlike those sweet and indulgent systems, I am unique within the realm of systems. The Douluo continent system exists solely through me. Since I have bound myself to you, there shall be no other individual in this world who can connect with the Douluo system. This system is singular and irreplaceable. In essence, it can bind itself to only one person throughout its existence, namely, you. As I am bound to you, I will become an integral part of your being, accompanying you through the entirety of your life. Henceforth, there shall be no Douluo continent system in this world. Ye Lei was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that the binding of the system to him would culminate in such an outcome. He had previously believed that upon the demise of an individual possessing a system, the system would detach from that person and subsequently seek a suitable new host to continue its service. Thus, a fervent notion ignited within him. Dear system, since you have articulated this, I shall not betray your expectations. I will fulfill your tasks with unwavering dedication, even unto my last breath. The system reassured him, rest assured. Now that the nation has undergone Douluo transformation, human lifespans have multiplied. With your prowess, you shall undoubtedly become the oldest and most formidable individual in the realm. This declaration instilled a sense of confidence in Ye Lei. The pair, a person and a system, settled on the balcony railing, engaging in delightful conversation. After a considerable time, the surrounding air suddenly plummeted several degrees, and a radiant azure light surged forth from a nearby girl's dormitory, transforming mid-air into a magnificent ice-blue phoenix. Wonderful. Worm's third soul ring has been successfully absorbed. Ye Lei let out an excited scream. In the air, within the colossal illusion of the ice phoenix, a woman with a striking figure unfurled 2 pairs of enormous ice-blue wings, allowing her to hover gracefully. That person was none other than Nuan. Chapter 86. The Murder of a Husband. Splendid. Nuan's third soul ring has been successfully absorbed. Ye Lei let out an excited scream. In mid-air, within the vast shadow of a colossal ice phoenix, a woman with an impressive figure unfurled 2 pairs of enormous ice-blue wings, enabling her to hover gracefully. Who could that person be if not Nuan? At this moment, Nuan still had her eyes closed. In the next instant, she enveloped herself with the wings on her back, and after a few seconds, the ice-blue wings spread open once more, revealing Nuan's striking figure. In the air, Nuan opened her eyes, and a glimmer of cold light flickered within them. Accompanying this was the emergence of 2 pale purple soul rings and a massive black soul ring, arranged sequentially. As soon as Nuan opened her eyes, she spotted a dark silhouette perched on one of the balconies of the boys' dormitory directly in front of her. Observing the figure transition from sitting on the balcony railing to standing upon it, raising a hand, Nuan's heart raced with alarm. Swiftly, she raised her hand and launched 5 ice daggers towards the shadowy figure. Upon noticing Nuan open her eyes, Ye Lei, who was just standing by the railing, reached out in an attempt to greet her. To his astonishment, he was met with 5 razor-sharp ice blades. Ye Lei was taken aback, but upon regaining his composure, he swiftly bent down to evade. Although he successfully dodged the blade, his foot slipped, causing his waist to collide forcefully against the iron railing. Ye Lei let out a pained cry, then slipped into the balcony through the iron railing. Ye Lei lay on the balcony floor, his right hand pressed against his waist, releasing a series of groans. Upon witnessing the shadow collapse, Nuan let out a cold chuckle and promptly took flight, flapping her wings. When Nuan discerned the identity of the moaning figure on the ground, her lips twitched. "Nuan, what are you doing? Are you committing murder against your own husband?" Ye Lei lay on the ground, clutching his waist as he spoke to Nuan. "But how could I possibly know it was you? In such a dark environment, having just absorbed the soul ring, I instinctively thought you were some lecherous man sitting here. That's why I threw the ice blade." Nuan lowered her head, unable to meet Ye Lei's gaze, her voice gradually dwindling until it resembled the faint buzz of a mosquito, much like a child caught in wrongdoing. All right. Do not berate yourself. Just help me up, my back is killing me." As Ye Lei observed Nuan, an inexplicable softness enveloped his heart. He then clutched his waist and gradually sat up. Noticing this, Nuan hurriedly stepped forward to lend a hand. Once Ye Lei had risen to his feet, Nuan finally discerned his attire. "Ye Lei, are you truly wearing this at such a late hour? Have you ventured out to engage in some mischief?" Nuan inquired, her voice laced with curiosity. "Oh, I assure you, Miss Han, why do you always presume that I am up to no good? I am merely embracing the perilous path, knowingly treading towards the tiger's den. My purpose for venturing out at this hour is to retrieve this." Ye Lei wore an expression of innocence, and then, as if conjured from thin air, he extracted the infernal scythe's right arm bone. The moment the soul bone emerged, the waves of heat it radiated swiftly overwhelmed the chill emanating from Nuan. Could this be the soul bone of the infernal scythe manted from this morning? Gazing at the bone before her, which exuded a torrent of warmth and resembled a scythe, Nuan instinctively blurted out, "Indeed." Ye Lei replied, "Indeed. It was the soul beast in question. Earlier, while I was resting, I suddenly sensed an inexplicable warmth emanating from the Hellfire Scythe Mantis soul ring and the beast's soul, as if something was resonating with them. Consequently, I surmised that the soul bone belonging to the Hellfire Scythe Mantis had manifested at that moment. Thus, I donned this night attire and ventured into the mirror world to retrieve the soul bone. However, I was taken aback to discover that the elders had also unearthed the soul bone. Seizing the opportunity, I incited chaos and stealthily reclaimed the soul bone. But little did I know that I would incur the wrath of the Burning Heaven Flame faction, and I barely managed to escape with great effort." Ye Lei, with an air of nonchalance, recounted the perilous experiences of the night. Nuan listened in astonishment, pausing for a moment before finally grasping the implications of Ye Lei's words. Chapter 87. The Feast. Ye Lei, are you saying that you ventured alone into the den of danger at night to seize a soul bone from our instructor? And you were pursued? Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Nuan couldn't help but raise her voice, reaching out to grasp Ye Lei's ear. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Nuan, be gentle." Ye Lei winced in pain. All right. See, I'm fine, merely a minor shock injury. In fact, considering the circumstances. The injuries sustained by that group, led by Fan Tianyin, might be more severe than mine. What do you mean by that? Han Nuan queried, her mind swirling in confusion, akin to a CPU overheating. When I went there, I deliberately unsealed 20 of my own restraints, granting both of my martial souls 3,000-year soul rings. Moreover, I completely unsealed the left leg bone of my Spider King, which is why I was able to go. This not only concealed my identity, but also afforded me a brief window for escape. Fan Tianyin has reached the 5th ring Soul King realm, while the remaining 20 instructors are all at the 4th ring Soul Sect level. They should count themselves fortunate that I did not fully unseal my other soul bone, the 85,000 year Ant King's torso bone. Otherwise, tomorrow's military training would have transformed into a feast for our entire cohort, paying respects to the 21 of them. Seeing Ye Lei's audacious arrogance, Han Nuan felt a mix of helplessness and contemplation. Yet, she realized Ye Lei had a point. If he had unleashed the skill of the 85,000 year Ant King's torso bone, the heavenly destruction flame, it was likely that Fan Tianyin and his entourage would have been reduced to mere dust within the Stardow forest. The thought sent a shiver through Han Nuan, as she recalled the murderous glint in Ye Lei's eyes when he observed the infernal fire scythe mantis earlier that morning. Resembling a deity of death, exuding an aura of lethal intent that swept through the surroundings. Beep, beep, beep. The electronic clock on the balcony of their dormitory chimed precisely at 1:00 a.m. in the imperial capital, momentarily startling Ye Lei and Han Nuan. My goodness, has it grown so late? All right, Nuaner, let us return and rest. We have military training tomorrow. Ye Lei gazed at Han Nuan with affectionate eyes, gently ruffling her hair with his hand. All right, I understand. You've completely tousled my hair, she retorted, casting him a playful glare, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. As Han Nuan turned to take flight, Ye Lei suddenly recalled the matter she had entrusted to him. Wait a moment, Nuaner. You haven't collected the items you requested from me yet. With that, he lifted his hand and presented her with 3 pale purple soul rings. These are 3 soul rings, each with a millennium of age. You can give them to your 3 roommates. They can easily absorb them, so feel free to distribute them as you wish. Ye Lei instructed. All right. Han Nuan smiled sweetly, extending her hand to gather the 3 soul rings before swiftly soaring towards the dormitory balcony. After watching Han Nuan enter the dormitory, Ye Lei finally departed from the balcony, returning to his room. After removing his night attire, he chose not to place it back into the wardrobe. Instead, he stored it, along with the ghost mask, into the system space. Having completed these tasks, he then climbed back into bed to rest. As soon as Ye Lei's head met the pillow, he succumbed to slumber. Upon returning to the dormitory, Han Nuan sensed something amiss. The other 3 beds lay completely unoccupied. With a puzzled expression, she noticed 3 distinct hues of light seeping through the crack at the door. Driven by curiosity, she opened the door, only to find Luo Yun and her companions seated at the entrance, engaged in meditation, their thick garments piled beside them. Han Nuan, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement, thought to herself that their preference for practicing outside was likely due to the chilling aura emitted during her soul ring absorption. Yet, she could hardly control such phenomena, given that her martial spirit was the Ice Phoenix, renowned for its frigid essence. Shaking her head, she called the 3 meditators to rise. Luo Yun was the first to awaken from her trance, and upon seeing Han Nuan, she inquired, Sister Nuan, have you finished absorbing your soul ring? The other 2 slowly awakened at the sound of Luo Yun's question, their eyes lighting up with excitement as they turned to Han Nuan. Really? Sister Nuan, where is it? Please show us your soul ring, they exclaimed in unison. Among the trio, Han Nuan found it hardest to resist Luo Yun's adorable pleas. With a serious demeanor, she replied, All right, if you wish to see, I shall reveal it. However, I must advise you to avoid getting too cold or catching a chill. Seeing the 3 nod eagerly like chicks pecking at grains, Han Nuan wasted no time and unleashed her martial spirit along with her soul rings. Luo Yun's gaze fixated on the 3 rings adorning Han Nuan's waist, then glanced at the softly fluttering wings behind her. After a moment's pause, she couldn't help but exclaim, Sister Nuan, I can't shake the feeling that your wings have grown even larger, or is it merely my imagination? At her remark, Xiao Na and Wang Yunning also directed their attention to Han Nuan's wings. I think so too, they chimed in unison. Han Nuan brought her wings to the front for a closer inspection and mused, hearing your comments, it does seem likely. Perhaps it's a result of absorbing this 50,000-year soul ring. I've heard Ye Lei mention that under normal circumstances, my wings might not have expanded to such an extent. Normal soul ring absorption? What does that mean? Sister Nuan, isn't your absorption already normal? Luo Yun queried, her face a canvas of confusion. As a 16-year-old girl, she had little interest in the fantastical realms depicted in Douluo during her junior high years. Had it not been for the current nationwide trend, she would likely still be engrossed in her studies, oblivious to such narratives. What I mean by normal soul ring absorption is that once a soul master reaches level 10, they must absorb a soul ring. According to the lore, their first soul ring choices typically range from 10 to 100 years. rather than my first being 1,000 years. The sequence of their soul rings typically follows the pattern of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. They might also choose a formidable 100,000 year soul beast for their 9th ring. As for my first 2 soul rings, they were derived from a 1,000 year steel-winged blue-headed eagle and a 1,300-year magic eye ice kite. Under normal circumstances, my first 2 soul skills would be of 100 years. But since Ye Lei assisted in selecting gentler soul beasts, I absorbed them with relative ease. Now it's getting late. Let us rest early. Oh, and about the soul rings you wanted, I've brought them for you. With that, Nuan retrieved the 3 1,000 year soul rings that Ye Lei had previously given her from her pocket. After distributing the rings among Luo Yun and the others, she instructed, shortly, "You'll need to absorb these soul rings. Simply crush them when the time comes." "Thank you, Sister Nuan," the trio exclaimed excitedly. No, you needn't thank me." Nuan corrected them. "Oh right. Thank you, sister-in-law," they chorused. That night proved to be remarkably fulfilling. The following morning, after breakfast, everyone gathered on the playground. Upon recognizing their chief instructor, Nuan could not stifle a laugh. Indeed, Ye Lei had spoken truthfully. Their instructor, who had sported a stylish steel-clipped crew cut just yesterday, now bore a completely bald head, adorned with charred patches. In this school, who else could manage such a transformation but Ye Lei? Suppressing her amusement, Nuan continued with the military training. Half an hour later, Fan Tianyan reappeared on the podium, addressing the students across all grades, announcing that each class's instructor would lead those without their first soul ring into the mirror world to hunt for one. Upon hearing this, the students lacking soul rings erupted into discussions. 10 minutes later, 20 instructors escorted their respective classes to the school's teleportation array. As Nuan's class instructor prepared to lead the way, he noticed that Luo Yun and her companions showed no intention of following. He inquired, "What is this? You 3 girls don't want your first soul ring?" "Sorry, instructor, we don't need it," they responded in unison. A moment of silence enveloped the air. "Don't need it? What kind of jest is this? Do you realize how crucial your first soul skill is? You wouldn't have absorbed a soul ring less than 100 years, would you? If so, your martial spirit's developmental paths would be utterly ruined." "But, instructor, we genuinely don't require a soul ring," Luo Yun timidly replied. "All right, since you're so adamant about not wanting a soul ring, let us see it. Show us what you've got," the instructor retorted indignantly. "Show. All right then," Luo Yun murmured softly, then clasped her hands together at her chest. In the next moment, a radiant spectrum of colors emanated from between her hands, and a magnificent 7-story pagoda gradually materialized behind her, accompanied by a pale purple soul ring. The world's foremost support-type martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed pagoda. Soon after, a classmate exclaimed upon witnessing Luo Yun's martial soul. At that moment, the instructor felt as though he had been soundly slapped across the face. The ringing echoed in his mind. Upon showcasing her martial soul, both Qiao Na and Wang Yunling revealed theirs simultaneously, a deep blue flower and a majestic dark purple deer. "What is this?" The instructor gazed at their martial souls, utterly bewildered, unable to identify these 2 unique manifestations. "Instructor, my martial soul is the Tsang Hai flower, and her martial soul is the demon twilight deer," Qiao Na informed him. The instructor, resigned, nodded and, rubbing his forehead, instructed them. "All right, I understand. You 4 go wait at the podium. Instructor Fun will personally guide you through your military training course shortly." With that, the instructor led the class towards the school's teleportation array. On the way, he touched his slightly flushed cheek. He intended for things to escalate this way. But today's 3 slaps stung rather painfully. "All right, you 3, please retract your martial souls. Let us find Ye Lei and then gather at the podium," Nuan suggested, turning to unveil her wings and soaring towards Ye Lei's class formation. Given her martial soul granted her the ability to fly, why waste energy walking? Every step saved was a step towards conserving strength. With Nuan's departure, the 3 girls remained in place, wide-eyed. Qiao Na and Luo Yun exchanged glances before simultaneously turning to Wang Yunling. "Sai, what is it? What do you wish to see from me?" A few minutes later, the 4 reunited with Ye Lei and his companions. Upon spotting Luo Yun and Qiao Na, Chen Sison and Jing Hang's gazes instantly fixed upon them, captivated. Luo Yun felt uneasy under Chen Sison's scrutiny, shifting her stance and retreating behind Nuan. Noticing this, Chen Sison refrained from staring any longer. Lingering gazes could lead to unwanted consequences, especially since his crush was now hiding behind his friend's partner. If he continued to gaze, he would undoubtedly face Ye Lei's ire, likely ending up as a roasted dragon meat dish. The thought caused Chen Sison to tremble, as he could vividly imagine the repercussions if such a situation arose. Subsequently, he redirected his attention away from Luo Yun, stepping beside Jing Hang and landing a swift slap on his back. Cough. The forceful impact elicited a violent cough from Jing Hang, nearly causing him to spit blood. "What the hell, Chen? What are you doing? Are you trying to get electrocuted?" Jing Hang gritted his teeth in annoyance. "You must be blind. knowing full well I just recovered from an injury yesterday. And you dare to do this to me today? Do you want me to return to my dorm and lie down for another day? If you have the guts, let us duel. I'll zap all the hair off your body. As Jing Heng unleashed his tirade, a surge of electricity crackled through the air around him, causing Chun Sison's hair to stand on end with static. Hey, big guy, are you out of your mind? Look at yourself. Your gaze is so blatant. It's making Xiao Na shy away. Chun Sison retorted, unwilling to back down. At that moment, Xiao Na discreetly moved closer to Han Nuan, feeling it would be less awkward to hide behind her friend rather than endure Jing Heng's lingering gaze before establishing any relationship with him. And what about you? Just moments ago, you were staring at that little girl, making her shy enough to hide behind Ye Lei's partner. How dare you call me out? Jing Heng shot back. The tension between them escalated, their martial souls materializing behind them, illuminating their forms with flickering hues of purple and green. As they prepared to unleash their powers, just as it seemed they would clash, a stone wall suddenly appeared between them. Enough. Is it really necessary for you two to act this way? If you fancy the girls, then pursue them. Why waste your time staring and making it awkward for everyone? And must we resort to using our martial souls for a mere exchange of words? We still have military training to attend. If you deplete your energy reserves, how will you defend yourselves? I certainly won't be covering for you too. Ye Lei approached and delivered a swift kick to Chen Sitsong's backside, launching into a scolding of the two. After a lengthy reprimand, he finally returned to Han Nuan's side. Chun Sikong and Jing Heng reconciled as if nothing had transpired. However, when their gazes met, their eyes brimmed with a fierce resolve. Have you seen Lao Yang? Have you spotted Wang Yuning? She seems to have vanished. After a brief silence, Jing Heng and Xiao Na spoke in unison. Ye Lei turned to look at Han Nuan, their gazes meeting perfectly. They exchanged a smile and simultaneously spoke. They are heading to the playground. Huh. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew quiet. What? Huh? What on earth? Lazy, what did you say? Huh. Ye Lei and Han Nuan couldn't help but burst into laughter at the reactions of the four. Sikan, Jing Heng, have you two not realized yet? Song Yang is no longer a single man. He has been in a relationship for quite some time. Not wishing to prolong the teasing, Ye Lei got straight to the point. What? Song Yang has a girlfriend? Chen Sikan and Jing Heng exclaimed in disbelief. How did he move on faster than us? They were taken aback and quickly inquired further. Who is his girlfriend? Who else could it be but Wang Yuning, who vanished alongside him? This time, Luo Yun also caught on, peeking out from behind Han Nuan, puffing up her cheeks as she spoke. What? They are together now? When did this happen? Jing Heng asked, puzzled. Chen Sikan, upon seeing Luo Yun's adorable expression, felt his heart soften, rendering him momentarily speechless as he stood there quietly. After a while, Chen Sikan managed to ask, how long have they been together? This time, he approached the question with a sense of curiosity. Well, they have been neighbors since childhood, which means they are childhood sweethearts. Their mothers are close friends, and they even arranged a betrothal for them. When Wang Yuning was little, she clung to Song Yang like a little snail, calling him brother. They were classmates from primary school through high school, sitting together and developing feelings over time. They promised each other that once they both got accepted into Rome University, they would officially start dating. So, they began their relationship the day they received their admission letters, which means it has been over a month. However, I dare say they behave like an infatuated newlywed couple. Moreover, my relationship with Han Nuan was also facilitated by them during our second year of high school. With that, Ye Lei affectionately wrapped his arm around Han Nuan's waist, his gaze towards her filled with tenderness, leaving the four present feeling overwhelmed by their display of affection. Suddenly, an announcement echoed throughout the school. All new students with soul rings, please gather at the podium. Your second military training lesson is about to commence. At the sound of the broadcast, over 10 students on the playground hurried towards the podium. Once Ye Lei and the others stood at the podium, they spotted Song Yang and Wang Yuning approaching hand in hand from a distance. As they got closer, Song Yang noticed the murderous glint in Chen Sikan and Jing Heng's eyes. Confused, he barely had time to react before the two approached him, grabbing his arms and pulling him aside despite his struggles. As they left, Jing Heng turned back to Wang Yuning and assured her, don't worry. We won't harm your boyfriend in the slightest. We'll return him to you safe and sound. With that, they departed, leaving Wang Yuning alone, bewildered in the wind. After a few moments of dazed silence, Wang Yuning walked over to Han Nuan and timidly asked Ye Lei, will your friends do anything to Song Yang? Oh, don't worry, they wouldn't dare. Han Nuan reassured her. That's a relief. Wang Yuning sighed, placing a hand on her chest to calm herself. After the 17 students assembled at the podium, they stood in silence, awaiting the arrival of Fun Tianyan. Ah, we have 3 new faces today. Splendid. Now, I shall announce the content of today's military training. This is your second lesson, and for some of you, your first. Today's session will be relatively simpler than yesterday's, focusing on teamwork. You 17 may form teams at your discretion, but the difficulty of today's assessment will depend on your team dynamics. You will assist 10 third-year seniors in hunting for their first soul rings. The higher the age of the soul ring captured by your team, the richer the rewards from the Elder Hall. With a clap of his hands, Yen summoned 10 male and female seniors to the podium. You may now begin forming teams, with no restrictions on the number of members per group. As soon as Yen finished speaking, the 17 students quickly divided into two teams, one consisting of 9 members and the other of 8. After Ye Lei and his companions concluded their conversation with Yen, the 8 of them instantly gathered together, showing no intention of separating or accepting the group requests from the other 9 individuals. Consequently, the remaining 9 had no choice but to form their own team. It appeared that the distribution of these 17 students was quite swift. Now, the senior students from the 3rd year were invited to choose a team to join, with each team permitted to consist of only 5 members. A few male seniors exchanged glances between the two teams and unhesitatingly opted for the 9-member group, reasoning that the absence of any females in their team contrasted starkly with the presence of 4 females in the 8-member group, which they perceived as a liability. Thus, they straightforwardly selected the all-male 9-member group. The choice made by the male seniors visibly displeased the 9-member group, as the combined strength of their 9 individuals would struggle to eliminate a century-old soul beast, whereas the 8-member group could easily handle a millennium soul beast. The 9-member group quickly filled up, leaving the remaining 2 male seniors and 3 female seniors with no choice but to join Ye Lei's 8-member group. With the selections complete, it was time for the members of both teams to reveal their martial souls and levels. Under the hopeful gazes of the 5 male seniors, the 9-member group displayed their respective martial souls, which were all accompanied by uniform white soul rings, barely reaching the 15th level. The expressions of the 5 male seniors darkened considerably. They then turned their attention to Ye Lei's 8-member group. A radiant display ensued, revealing that even the weakest soul ring among them belonged to the century level, while the rest boasted purple millennium soul rings. As Nuan's first and second soul rings flashed by, her third soul ring soon followed. Upon the revelation of the color of her third soul ring, everyone present, including Yen, was taken aback. A 10,000-year third ring? How could this be possible? Yen exclaimed in disbelief, noting that among the powerful figures in the Elder Hall, their third soul rings typically ranged around 2,000 years, with only a few reaching 6,000 years. To find such talent in this small school was astonishing. He felt compelled to find a way to bring her into their Elder Hall. With this thought, Yen gestured to a soldier who immediately approached him. He whispered a few instructions into the soldier's ear, who promptly set about executing them. On the podium, Ye Lei observed Yen's every move. What scheme was this old man concocting? Judging by his recent actions, could it be that he intended to recruit Nuan into the Elder Hall? If that were the case, it was imperative to thwart their plans. Ye Lei murmured softly. What did you just say, Ye Lei? Nuan leaned in closer and inquired sweetly. It's nothing. Ye Lei opened his mouth and uttered 3 words, dismissing the matter. He refrained from sharing his thoughts with Nuan, fearing it might alarm her. He resolved that if the day should indeed come, he would resolutely thwart the intentions of the Elder Council. In the eyes of the Council, those who could be of benefit to them would be welcomed, while those who refused to join them would face only the prospect of vanishing from this world. Ye Lei was acutely aware of this outcome, which fueled his deep-seated hatred for the Elder Council, a body that professed to serve the people and act in their best interests, yet secretly pursued their own gains by preying upon the lifeblood of the innocent. As Ye Lei turned around, he was met with the exceedingly twisted gaze of Yen, which was unsettlingly lewd. It appeared that he truly harbored such thoughts. Indeed, he was an old pervert. The murderous intent in Ye Lei's eyes intensified. At that moment, when Nuan's martial spirit manifested, the group of 9 erupted in fervor. The 5 senior students from the 3rd year unleashed a torrent of insults upon the 9, invoking their ancestors in their tirades. How is it that you 9 boys cannot contend with the 8 from the neighboring group? I would expect at least one of you to possess a yellow soul ring, yet all of you have merely 10-year soul rings. Pray tell, how many century-old soul beasts can you possibly slay? After one of the boys finished cursing, he strode directly to the front of Ye Lei's group and addressed the 2 male and 3 female seniors who had chosen to align with them. You 5 should switch with us. You go to the group of 9, and we will remain here with the 8. Ma Gu, this is unwise. After all, it was you who selected this group and looked down upon these freshmen, remarked the one referred to as Ma Gu, who was none other than Ma Tianming. What? Do you look down upon me? If I demand you to switch, then you shall switch. Should you refuse, you face but 2 fates. Either you exit on your own accord, or I shall escort you out. Ma Tianming forcefully shoved one of the male seniors, while another, intimidated by Ma Tianming's reputation within the school, dared not utter a word. Burning instructor, is it permissible for our 2 teams to inflict harm upon one another? At that moment, a sudden voice resonated among the crowd. Following the sound, they discovered it was Ye Lei who spoke. Burning Tianyan paused for a moment, then replied. The regulations of the assessment do not prohibit mutual harm between teams, thus it is permissible. With the answer in hand, Ye Lei nodded and gestured subtly at Song Yang. Song Yang immediately understood, and a massive crocodile materialized behind him. With a swift motion, Song Yang lashed its tail against the waists of those 5, sending them flying several meters away. Subsequently, Ye Lei and his companions led their seniors directly to the teleportation array. Along the way, one male senior could not contain his curiosity and asked, "May I inquire which among you 8 is the leader?" The gazes of the 7 immediately fixed upon Ye Lei. "What are you all looking at me for?" Ye Lei was momentarily taken aback by their gaze and inquired, "Although it is true that your soul ring configuration is the lowest among the 8 of us, you possess a distinct advantage that none of us have, which is the dual martial soul. Moreover, all the soul rings of the 7 of us were acquired with your assistance. And you have the most profound understanding of soul beasts, enabling you to accurately determine the soul skills that should be attached to each of our martial souls. Given your combat intelligence, it is only fitting that you take the lead in our group of 8. Nuan asserted emphatically. "What? You have a dual martial soul?" "Indeed. And I am a dual martial soul Grand Soul Master," the male senior exclaimed in astonishment. "I must hold on to this significant ally tightly. P.S. I am quite fatigued today. There are still 2 chapters to go. Chapter 93. Instant Kill, Millennium Soul Beast. I must cherish this invaluable ally," the male senior thought. 5 minutes later, the group traversed the teleportation array and entered the Platinum Building. "Wow, this place is so luxurious. It's beautiful." The 2 female seniors were astounded as they stepped into the Platinum edifice, fervently capturing photos with their phones. "Excuse me, ladies, but photography is prohibited here due to military confidentiality." A soldier quickly approached to intervene upon witnessing the actions of the 2 female seniors. Reluctantly, the 2 seniors had to comply and deleted all the photos they had just taken. "All right, seniors, let us proceed inside." Ye Lei took the lead and directly stepped into the vortex. 13 individuals swiftly entered the Star Doe Forest. "Senior brothers, reveal your martial spirits. Once I have observed them, I shall assist you in making a decision regarding the most suitable soul beast for each of you." All right. The 5 senior brothers promptly unleashed their martial spirits, their bodies undergoing subtle transformations. Scanning complete. Shen Tian, martial spirit. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, soul power, level 15. Wang Bo, martial spirit. Kuanpeng, soul power, level 14. The soul beast detector on Ye Lei's left arm unveiled the martial souls of all 5 seniors. 3 senior sisters, there is no need for you to hunt soul beasts. I have the soul rings you require right here. You may simply take them and absorb them. Ye Lei retrieved 3 purple soul rings from the system space and handed them to the 3 senior sisters, encouraging them to absorb their essence. "So, what type of first soul skill do you envision? Defensive, self-enhancing, or offensive?" he inquired. "I shall choose offensive," one replied. "I concur," echoed the other. Wang Bo and Chen Tian pondered for a moment before responding. "Very well, I understand. Please wait for me a moment." Ye Lei nodded. He unleashed his self-created soul technique. Flame Flow Meteor. Ye Lei simultaneously unleashed the first and second soul skills of the Flame Lord, causing hundreds of enormous firestones to rain down around them. The initial wave of assault swiftly attracted a soul beast. Beep, scan complete, soul beast identified. Thunder Bear, age 1,200 years. Chen Tian, prepare yourself. Your soul ring is approaching. Ye Lei said with a smile. "Huaner, it is time to test your third soul skill." "All right." Huan nodded, then manifested her martial spirit and soared into the air. A thunderous roar erupted from the forest, and in the next moment, a towering bear, its entire body adorned with light purple fur, emerged from the thicket. The Thunder Bear possessed immensely powerful limbs, and electric sparks danced around its form. A distinct charred mark marred its left forearm, clearly indicating that the soul skill previously unleashed by Ye Lei had struck it, inciting its furious wrath. Ye Lei skillfully molded a colossal stone sphere with his bare hands, infusing it with the power of fire elements. He then hurled it into the sky. At the moment the stone sphere began its descent, Ye Lei delivered a powerful punch, directing the sphere toward the Thunder Bear. The Thunder Bear let out a thunderous roar and struck with its paw, unleashing 5 blades of crackling lightning that shattered the stone sphere into countless fragments. With a flourish, Nuan activated her third soul skill, Ice Flash Stab. Suspended in midair, she channeled her soul power, summoning a magnificent ice blue phoenix apparition that materialized behind her. With a swift gesture of her right hand, the ethereal phoenix surged toward the Thunder Bear. In an instant, the apparition penetrated the Thunder Bear's body. With a resounding crack, the Thunder Bear was instantly encased in ice, and the next moment, it exploded from within. The creature's form was completely obliterated, leaving only a scattering of icy remnants. Goodness, did that just happen? It was an instant kill? Chen Tian was taken aback, his jaw nearly grazing the ground as he stammered in disbelief, unable to fathom that such a feat was achievable by a mere human. In a single strike, a millennium-old soul beast was vanquished. The faint purple soul ring began to coalesce in the air. Senior Chen Tian, you may absorb the soul ring now. Feel free to do so right here. There shouldn't be any soul beasts around for the time being, so you can absorb it without worry. Ye Lei remarked. Oh, splendid. Chen Tian, regaining his focus, approached the soul ring and seated himself upon the ground, encircled by the formidable form of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus. The gentle lavender hue gradually infused into his being. As Chun Xuezhang commenced the absorption of the soul ring, it was time for us to persist in our mission. Wang Bo, your martial soul is the Kunpeng, one of the ancient divine beasts of Huaxia, characterized by its robust and resilient nature, akin to a sandbag in its ability to withstand blows. Thus, your first soul skill presents you with two possible directions, an offensive approach. Given that your Kunpeng martial soul lacks any elemental enhancements, the selection of your inaugural soul skill is of paramount importance, as it will significantly influence the trajectory of your future 8 soul skills. Should you opt for a defensive path, acquiring your first soul ring becomes rather straightforward. Formidable soul beasts such as the armored beast, 1,000-pound ant, or the ironclad tortoise, known for their tough exterior, would be your optimal choices. However, if you choose the offensive route, the attribute that harmonizes best with the Kunpeng martial soul is the water attribute, although other elements are also viable. The greatest advantage of the Kunpeng martial soul lies in its proficiency in underwater combat, allowing you to navigate effortlessly beneath the surface, undeterred by water-based attack skills. To the Kunpeng, water attributes serve as the finest supplementary resources. Areas abundant in water elements become your battlefield. Ye Lei spoke at length to Wang Bo, leaving him momentarily stunned. In the end, he could only nod in agreement. It was quite simple then, he thought to himself. All he needed was to find a soul beast devoid of any attributes, or perhaps one of the water attribute. Ye Lei raised his hand, commencing operations on his wristband, selecting the most suitable spirit beast for Senior Wang Bo. The Kunpeng can be considered a type of fish. Thus the selection of spirit rings could be confined to aquatic creatures. The sole weakness of the Kunpeng lies in its sluggish speed. Therefore, it would be prudent to choose a highly aggressive and agile aquatic spirit beast. If such a selection were to be made, the arrow-shaped fish would undoubtedly be the most fitting candidate. With this thought in mind, Ye Lei informed the group and promptly transported them to the coastal forest, concurrently bringing along Chen Tian, who was in the process of absorbing his spirit ring. Senior Wang Bo, your first spirit ring is to be acquired here. The spirit beast I have selected for you is the arrow-shaped fish, renowned for its exceptional mobility and formidable penetrating power. In addition to bestowing immense offensive capabilities, it will also compensate for the inherent deficiencies of your martial spirit. Now, it is your turn, Jing Hang. Ye Lei remarked. All right, no problem. Just watch me. With that, Jing Hang activated his first soul skill, the body of the mammoth. A colossal purple mammoth materialized behind him, emitting a thunderous roar before merging seamlessly with Jing Hang. A protective purple shield enveloped his form, shimmering with countless flashes of lightning. At the moment when the arrow-shaped fish was about to leap from the water surface, Jing Hang plunged into the depths. As his body, which had just surfaced, plunged back into the water, he began to thrash about wildly. The surface of the water soon became dotted with numerous small fish and shrimp. After a few moments, the arrow-shaped fish ceased its struggle, flipping onto its back and floating motionless. All right, task complete, Jing Hang exclaimed as he emerged from the water, dispelling his body of the mammoth. Ye Lei flicked his right hand, sending forth a blue-silver vine that effortlessly pulled the arrow-shaped fish to the shore. Senior Wang Bo, you may now absorb the soul ring. Ye Lei tossed the soul beast before Wang Bo, who nodded in acknowledgement, seated himself on the ground, and commenced the absorption of the soul ring. Well, our second lesson in military training has concluded, and all 5 seniors have successfully acquired their first soul skills. Once they complete the absorption of their soul rings, we can return to school and await further instructions, perhaps indulging in a hearty meal at the cafeteria. There should be little to attend to in the afternoon. Ye Lei stretched lazily and settled beside Han Nuan, cheerfully speaking. Suddenly, 3 azure blades of light descended upon the ground before the crowd, leaving deep impressions in the earth. Ye Lei was taken aback. As he lifted his gaze, he spotted a monkey adorned with shimmering azure fur perched on a nearby tree. Beep. Scanning complete. Soul Beast Blade Water Monkey, year 1800. Upon hearing this, Ye Lei's heart leapt with joy, and he turned to Song Yang, saying, Old Yang, have you broken through to level 20 in your soul power? Just achieved level 20 this morning. What's the matter? Your second soul skill is within reach. Lazy, are you referring to the monkey attacking us? Indeed, it is a water element soul beast, perfectly complementing your Sea Emperor crocodile martial spirit. Absorbing its soul ring should grant you a formidable cutting skill. It's merely a 1,000-year soul beast. No need for you to intervene. Leave it to me, and you can await the soul ring absorption. With that, Ye Lei took a bold step forward, charging directly at the Blade Water Monkey, while simultaneously unleashing the Flame Lord. In truth, Ye Lei had intended to utilize his blue-silver grass. However, the control effects of his first 2 soul skills were insufficient. He needed at least the 3rd soul skill, Spider Web Binding, or the 4th soul skill, Blue-Silver Cage, both of which were renowned for their exceptional control among his initial 4 skills. The Flame Lord excelled in explosive power, and when battling a water attribute soul beast, the sheer intensity of its flames would serve to suppress it. Moreover, the Blade Water Monkey's offensive skills were merely water blades. which would be evaporated before Ye Lei's searing magma. Nuan, assist me in controlling it. Ye Lei shouted loudly, unleashing his first soul skill upon the blade water monkey. The initial soul skill, Infernal Lava Surge. Ye Lei struck the ground with a powerful punch, and immediately, a tremendous column of magma erupted from beneath the tree where the blade-edge water monkey resided. The searing magma instantaneously reduced the tree to ashes, prompting the blade-edge water monkey to emit a frantic cry as it leaped towards another tree with great force. Upon witnessing the scene, Ye Lei swiftly transformed his martial soul. The first soul skill, Entanglement, manifested as a robust blue-silver grass vine that instantaneously ensnared the hind leg of the blade water monkey. With a vigorous tug, Ye Lei pulled the creature down to the ground. As the blade water monkey crashed to the earth, it immediately sprang back to its feet, its claws poised to strike. Unperturbed, Ye Lei activated his second soul skill, Parasitism. In an instant, countless tendrils of blue-silver grass erupted from various parts of his body, binding the blade water monkey tightly. The creature's attempt to unleash its own soul skill was forcefully stifled. The second soul skill, Ice Phoenix Enchantment, was unleashed by Nuan as she observed the blade water monkey immobilized. Behind her, a pair of colossal ice blue eyes materialized from the void, locking onto the monkey's gaze. The moment the blade water monkey beheld the ethereal blue eyes, its frenzied struggle ceased abruptly. An ice blue imprint appeared in its eyes, and a delicate layer of frost enveloped its surface, rendering the blue-silver grass that bound it rigid and unyielding. Songyang, the final task is entrusted to you. Ye Lei swiftly maneuvered behind the blade water monkey, delivering a powerful kick that sent the creature hurtling towards Songyang. Exchanging a glance with Wang Yuning, they simultaneously summoned their martial spirits, their first soul rings igniting in unison. The first soul skill, Divine Crocodile's Tail. The first soul skill, Horned Deity's Heavy Spear. A colossal crocodilian tail manifested behind Songyang, striking fiercely at the blade water monkey, while the spectral magic dusk deer materialized behind Wang Yuning, from which a violet long spear coalesced, launching toward the same target. Both formidable thousand-year soul skills collided with the blade water monkey, creating a massive gash in its form, ultimately leading to its demise. Such was the might of the magic dusk deer's assault. The power of the Horned Deity's heavy spear rivaled that of the formidable fourth soul skill, Annihilating Shadow Blade. Ye Lei stroked his chin, contemplating the corpse of the blade water monkey, which bore a significant wound at its neck. It is no wonder that Tang Sect would choose the demon Twilight Deer as the third soul skill for his Haoyan hammer. It truly possesses remarkable strength. P.S. I returned to school today, and it has changed so much. I find myself longing for the start of the semester, yet I must wait until October 8th. It is quite dull at home. The novel has begun to gain recommendations, and the data is improving steadily. I must ensure that I complete all my tasks for September to secure perfect attendance. Songyang, begin to absorb your second soul skill. I am confident it will bestow upon you an unexpected power. Ye Lei remarked, upon absorbing this soul ring. You will become the third among us 8 to attain the rank of Great Soul Master. Chapter 96, Support. Songyang, commence the absorption of your second soul skill. I am confident it will bestow upon you an unexpected ability. Ye Lei spoke, by absorbing this soul ring. You will become the third among our group of 8 to reach the Great Soul Master realm. I understand. I will surely catch up with you and Nuan. Together, we shall rise as the strongest in this world. Excellent. Then strive with all your might. I have no doubt that one day, you will earn the title of Roaring Sea as a titled Douluo. Ye Lei smiled, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Songyang returned the smile, and then sat down on the ground. Behind him, a colossal ethereal crocodile materialized, quietly resting beside him. With a mere thought, Songyang summoned the soul ring of the water blade to himself, beginning the absorption process. Noticing that Songyang had entered a meditative state, he addressed the others, who possessed only a single soul ring. Now, while we have this brief moment of respite, take the opportunity to meditate and cultivate your powers. After all, we have already surpassed many from the 9-person group, yet we must remain diligent. Our goal is to elevate your soul power to level 20 within these 7 days of military training. It is only the second day of training, with 5 more days ahead. I dare say that Instructor Fun and his group will subject us to rigorous training, and with Fan, a 5-ring soul king, as our instructor. While each of our class instructors is a 4-ring soul master, it is likely that on the final day, each of us will face them in one-on-one duels. Therefore, if we can elevate our soul power to level 20 in these 2 days, we can then hunt for soul rings, significantly enhancing our strength. Moreover, your first soul abilities are all of the Millennium grade. Should you all break through to become Great Soul Masters, with your second soul rings also being of the Millennium grade, your soul abilities would resemble the 3rd and 4th abilities of our instructors. Of course, achieving the rank of Soul Venerable during this training period is not out of reach, but it depends on individual effort. Among us 8, the 5 powerful attack-type soul masters are Nuan, Jing Hang, Chen Sikong, Wang Yuning, and Songyang himself. The only support type among us is the youngest, Luo Yun. The control type comprises myself and Xiao Na. It is worth noting that I also qualify as a powerful attack-type soul master, given that I am a twin martial soul wielder. I will inform you in advance about Instructor Fun Tianyan's martial soul. It is the fire attribute, the fiery spirit lion. His first soul ability is the fiery claw strike, while I am currently unaware of his second and third abilities. His fourth ability is known as fiery leap, and his fifth is called six paths of fiery flames. What? You mean Instructor Fun is actually a fire attribute 5-ring soul king? Jing Hang inquired. Indeed, came the reply. The power of a soul king is formidable. Even if we combined our efforts, we would not prevail against him. Furthermore, he has two abilities yet to be revealed, and I am uncertain whether he possesses soul bones. If he does, it would place us at an even greater disadvantage. I must warn you all in advance. The Elder Hall, while publicly professing to serve the people, secretly thrives on the exploitation of others. Once someone becomes a target of the Elder Hall, there are only two potential fates. Either they comply and join the organization, or they are covertly eliminated. The method of elimination is not simple. They will sever all your connections in this world. When Huaxiao was just transformed into Douluo, Elder Xiao Xiong, also known as Xiao Qi, stationed in Rong City, sent individuals to recruit me into their ranks, offering me a position as their advisor. I declined, and Elder 7 immediately sought to eliminate me. That day, I made them pay a price to escape, and over the past 2 months, they have tested me multiple times, all of which I have thwarted. One encounter that left a lasting impression was with Elder 6, the brother of Elder 7, Xiao Zhe, who dispatched 6 individuals. Among them, one possessed the highest soul power, if memory serves, at around level 30. He was a malevolent soul master, and his third soul ability required the sacrifice of human blood. At that moment, he drained the blood of 3 police officers right before my eyes. Ye Lei spoke with deep resentment. Apart from Nuan and the absorbed Song Yang, the other 5 individuals were utterly astonished. They could never have imagined that the Elder Hall, which ostensibly served the people of the nation and had made numerous contributions, harbored such secrets behind the scenes. Their unwavering trust in the Elder Hall began to waver at this moment. Well, let us set this aside for now. Ye Lei shook his head, attempting to dispel those thoughts, and spoke again. You should focus on your training for now. I will share the complete details of this matter with you later. Once Song Yang and the senior students have absorbed their soul rings, we will assist the 9-man team. After all, we are all students of the same cohort and ought to support them, given their strength. It is likely that they will face significant challenges from Ma Tianming and his 5 companions during this mission, and there is a strong possibility that a few of them may sustain serious injuries. Ye Lei concluded his words and seated himself on the ground, closing his eyes to commence his meditation and cultivation. The others, upon witnessing this, refrained from speaking, merely casting inquiring glances toward Nuan. Ye Lei was indeed correct. When the 7th elder issued his threats against him, he had also declared that eliminating Ye Lei would entail eliminating me as well. Nuan addressed their doubts, her eyes glistening with a chilling murderous intent as she spoke. Chen Sitsuan, has Ye Lei not yet revealed his true prowess to you? His genuine strength is that of a dual martial soul master, a great soul master with dual spirits and dual rings. Chen Sitsuan inquired with confusion, while Jing Hang remained silent beside him. No, it is true that Ye Lei possesses dual martial souls, but his martial souls are not as they currently appear. His soul power has reached the impressive level of 64, transforming his blue-silver grass into blue-silver emperor, which is enhanced with 6 soul rings, each over 50,000 years old, including a single 100,000 year soul ring. 100,000 years. Chen Sitsuan and Jing Hang were left astounded. They glanced at the reactions of the 3 other girls, only to find their responses surprisingly calm, as though they had anticipated this revelation. Furthermore, his Flame Lord martial soul was also augmented with 310,000 year soul rings and possessed 2 soul bones. No, 3. The first was derived from an 80,000 year old man-faced Spider King, known as the left leg of the man-faced spider, with 2 skills, the attack skill Spider King's Purple Radiant Slash, and a domain skill named Mental Hunting Ground. The second was taken from an 85,000 year old mutated Titan Ant King, called the Titan Body Bone, with the skill Titan's Falling Flame Strike. The third, which you all have witnessed, is the 60,000 year soul beast, the Purgatory Fire Scythe Mantis, that injured Jing Hang yesterday. Nuan no longer concealed the truth and candidly disclosed all of Ye Lei's capabilities to the group. Sister Nuan, are you certain of what you are saying? It has only been 2 months since the Douluo transformation. How could Ye Lei's strength be so extraordinary? This surpasses the typical rate of cultivation for any individual. At this moment, Jing Hang, who had been silent, finally spoke. I am unsure of the reasons, but on the very day of his Douluo transformation, Ye Lei's strength was as such, and his second martial soul, the Flame Lord, officially awakened the following day. By the 3rd day, he had acquired those 2 soul bones. Enough, Nuaner, do not speak further. Nuan was about to continue when suddenly, Ye Lei's voice resonated from behind her. Unbeknownst to them, He had awoken from his meditative state. Indeed, I have concealed certain truths from you, but it was unavoidable. There exists a profound enmity between me and the Elder Hall. They wish to see me eliminated. Do you recall the soul beast that Huang Tianwei purportedly vanquished yesterday? It was not he who defeated it. In truth, he abandoned us the moment the soul beast appeared, fleeing alone. His intention was to use the soul beast to eliminate me, showing no concern for your lives. He had already devised an explanation, claiming that the purgatory fire scythe mantis had appeared suddenly, catching us off guard, and that our inferiority led to our swift demise. He would insist that he narrowly escaped, absolving himself of any responsibility. Once the announcement was made, the Elder Hall would dispatch someone to eliminate that soul beast, and this matter would dissipate into obscurity. Ye Lei stood up and brushed off his trousers, addressing the crowd. Do not worry that I might bring misfortune upon you. On the very day the new term commenced, I sealed away the majority of my powers, rendering my abilities to what you now witness, a mere soul power of level 28, with both of my martial souls having absorbed only 2-century-old soul rings. Moreover, I suspect that the Elder Hall will take action after the military training concludes. It is perplexing how they would dispatch a multitude of individuals to hunt me down. Should they succeed, the entire student body of Rongdao would inevitably be affected. To avert such a calamity, I have resolved that from this moment forth, I shall no longer conceal my true strength. Let the Elder Hall come forth. I shall not shy away. Ye Lei resolutely declared just a minute ago. As Ye Lei sat on the ground, he had not truly entered a meditative state. Instead, he chose to converse with the system. Dear system, may I inquire what penalties I would face should I fail to complete this task of feigning incompetence? Host, should you opt to abandon the third task, the system will enact a penalty. Regardless of the nature of the punishment, bring it forth. The Elder Hall may take action soon. Hence I have resolved not to conceal my strength any longer. I shall reveal myself and confront the Elder Hall directly, since the host has made a decision. The third task is hereby deemed a failure. The penalties are as follows. Your soul power will be unsealed, with both spirit souls drawing from a shared pool of soul power. As your first awakened spirit soul is Blue Silvergrass, its power is set at level 64. The Flame Lord, having awakened later and previously sharing soul power with Blue Silvergrass, is now designated at level 40. Please choose. Host, will you abandon the third task? I choose to abandon it. Beep. Detection confirms the host's failure of the third task, commencing unsealing of soul power. With a sharp crack, a sound reverberated within Ye Lei's body. He immediately felt his once abundant soul power divide into two streams, one gentle, the other fierce and blazing. The unsealing of soul power is complete. Please proceed to break through the soul power seal, the system instructed. After the system's announcement, Ye Lei opened his eyes and stood up, leading to the earlier scene. Lazy, is what you said true? Are you truly a 64th level soul emperor? Even now? Chen Sikong struggled to believe everything Ye Lei and Han Wan had claimed. Of course, I speak the truth. During the nationwide Douluo transformation, I too was curious about what spirit soul I would awaken. With a mere thought, Blue Silvergrass appeared before me. I initially believed I had awakened the most ordinary spirit, only to be astonished moments later when 6 10,000-year spirit rings manifested beneath my feet. At that moment, I was perplexed, unaware of why I had transformed into someone so extraordinary. I thought it might all be an illusion. But once I experienced the thrill of personally slaying a spirit beast, I realized it was all genuine. Subsequently, I reflected that since the heavens had chosen to bestow such formidable strength upon me, there must be a purpose behind it. Upon discovering the true nature of the Elder Hall, I understood that the heavens intended for me to eradicate evil from the world. Moreover, I learned from behind the scenes why the Elder Hall managed to elevate all their subordinates to the third realm in merely a month. They employ a nefarious training method. Each of the 10 elders coerces their subordinates to bind their own families, using their physical bodies to enhance their cultivation. In their eyes, this is a means of unification with their families, and they have brainwashed everyone beneath the 10 elders of the Elder Hall. This explains why Ye Lei possesses such knowledge. When he was taken by the 7th elder, he witnessed numerous laboratories filled with soldiers seated before vast incubators, where living individuals were confined, their bodies punctured with tubes, their nutrients being siphoned to the soldiers, drastically accelerating their soul power growth, averaging a 5-level increase daily. Once those individuals surpassed the rank of Great Soul Master, they ceased to utilize this method for cultivation. Furthermore, upon their demise, the Elder Hall issues orders to eliminate their remaining family members, subsequently disguising these sudden disappearances as foreign fraud cases. Their narrative appears entirely credible to the masses, and they even produce corpses of missing individuals, claiming they retrieved the bodies of those who were deceived abroad. Thus, the public remains oblivious, often applauding the actions of the Elder Hall. Ye Lei revealed everything he knew, serving as a potent reassurance for his companions. Lazy, regardless of the choices you make, we will unconditionally support you and provide the utmost assistance. Chen Sitsuan ceased to harbor any doubts and chose to place his trust in Ye Lei. After all, both his brother and his companion had spoken so. What could there possibly be to doubt? Moreover, It is a well-established fact that a soul master's first soul ring should not exceed the limit of 500 years. Absorbing a soul ring older than 500 years could lead to catastrophic consequences. Good fortune might allow for survival, but bad luck could result in instant demise. Yet, Ye Lei disregarded this rule, allowing them to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, and astonishingly, no adverse effects occurred. Instead, their physical capabilities surged exponentially. Now that I have said so much, it is time for you to witness it, he declared, as he unleashed his two martial souls. The blue silver grass and the flame lord materialized beside him, each adorned with two yellow soul rings hovering below. Crack! The sound of 4 shattering echoes filled the air. The 4 yellow soul rings displayed cracks, and in the next moment, they shattered, dissipating into specks of yellow light. Subsequently, beneath the flame lord martial soul, 3 purple soul rings gradually emerged, changing color to black. In an instant, an intense, searing pressure erupted from the flame lord. Upon sensing this pressure, Han Nuan immediately crouched down, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Nuan Jia, are you alright? Luo Yun inquired, concerned by Han Nuan's state. I'm fine. My martial soul is ice type, and it is being suppressed by Ye Lei's flame lord soul power. The color of the blue-silver grass began to shift as well, its original silver patterns transforming into a brilliant gold. Dark red and yellow hues began to emerge beneath the blue-silver grass. The moment the 5th red flower appeared. Despite having believed in the narrative shared by Han Nuan, witnessing it firsthand still evoked astonishment. As the blood-red soul ring manifested, an overwhelming pressure far more terrifying than that of the flame lord enveloped the area. Long Chi Chiao Na felt an overwhelming dread as the 100,000-year soul ring appeared. Her martial soul, the hidden sea flower, instilling a profound sense of fear within her. Why is my bloodline being suppressed so severely? This was due to her martial soul being the blue-silver emperor, the sovereign among plant-type martial souls, capable of overpowering all others in its category. Moreover, a unique trait of the blue-silver emperor is that any soul skill derived from absorbed plant-type soul beasts would be rendered utterly ineffective before its might. Another black soul ring emerged, encircling the 100,000-year soul ring. Human face Spider Emperor's left leg soul bone skill, Spider Emperor's purple radiance slash. As Ye Lei's soul power broke through its seal, an immense energy surged through his left leg instantaneously, overwhelming him with the sensation that it might explode at any moment. Ye Lei could only unleash his soul bone skill into the empty space. Ye Lei swiftly kicked his left leg, unleashing a tremendous purple light slash that instantly severed all the trees standing on the open ground. In that fleeting moment, several soul beasts met their untimely demise. This is utterly monstrous, Jing Heng exclaimed, gazing at the fallen trees that concealed the bisected corpses of the soul beasts. If you desire, I can assist you in hunting one right now. Ye Lei flashed a dazzling smile, revealing a set of bright white teeth as he addressed Jing Heng. Lazy, can't we refrain from jesting? Jing Heng responded, his words faltering as he scratched his head. Besides, my abilities aren't that formidable. Isn't it a bit premature for me to absorb a soul bone at this stage? Premature? Is that truly the case? Han Wan's mother, my future mother-in-law, absorbed a 5,000-year-old soul bone from a blue-silver tiger long before she even acquired her second soul ring. Absorbing a 10,000-year-old soul bone now would hardly be too early. I can confidently assert that in 5 days, the Elder Hall will undoubtedly dispatch a formidable force to wreak havoc at our school. With a soul bone skill, you effectively possess 3 soul techniques that can ensure your self-preservation. Furthermore, there exists a soul beast in that direction, one that is perfectly suited for you and boasts an impressive age of 50,000 years. As he spoke, Ye Lei activated the domain skill of his human face Spider King's left leg bone, the mental hunting ground, thoroughly scanning the surrounding forest for any soul beasts. Lazy, are you certain? Jing Heng questioned, skepticism evident in his voice. He found it hard to believe that Ye Lei could so confidently assert the presence of a suitable 50,000-year-old soul beast in that direction without any prior investigation. He seemed to forget that Han Nuan had previously mentioned that one of Ye Lei's soul bones possessed the ability for extensive life detection, granting him clear insight into the soul beasts lurking nearby. I am absolutely certain. If you doubt me, then wait here for a moment. Ye Lei grinned broadly, exerting a gentle force with his legs, and landed directly atop the head of the Flame Lord. Give me 5 minutes, and I shall bring back that soul beast. With that declaration, he soared away without a backward glance. Sister Nuan, do you truly believe brother-in-law can retrieve a 50,000-year-old soul beast? One inquired, concern lacing their tone. Surely he must have confidence, right? Rest assured, he has single-handedly vanquished soul beasts exceeding 80,000 years. How could he possibly fear a mere 50,000-year-old creature? Just wait and witness the spectacle. Time swiftly elapsed, and soon enough, 5 minutes had passed. Lo Yun keenly spotted a figure gradually approaching from across the way. Look, isn't that brother-in-law? Lo Yun exclaimed. By heavens, he truly returned in exactly 5 minutes, not a second more. Chen Sikong remarked. glancing at the clock and uttering an expletive. Wait, why do I see a gigantic object trailing behind brother-in-law? Am I imagining things? Joanna squinted and posed the question. Upon hearing this, everyone focused their gaze, and indeed, it was true. Ye Lei was dragging a blue-silver emperor, towing something substantial as he flew toward them. As Ye Lei leapt from the head of the flame lord towards the shoreline, he landed and wiped the sweat from his brow. With a determined effort, he raised his right hand and hurled the objects entangled in the blue-silver grass onto the shore. A resounding thud echoed as several colossal forms were cast ashore, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, onlookers beheld 4 spirit beasts, their limbs severed, lying at the very heart of the haze. Jing Hang, come. Finish it. Ye Lei deftly maneuvered the blue-silver emperor, dragging the largest of the 4 soul beasts before Jing Hang. This, as I mentioned, is the 50,000-year-old soul beast known as the Flash Thunder Demon Tiger, whose attributes are exceptionally compatible with your thunderous mammoth martial soul. By the time you reach level 30 or 40, you will be able to absorb it. Having spoken, Ye Lei flipped his right hand, producing a sharp dagger that he presented to Jing Hang. After stepping aside, he retrieved a soul ring collector from the system space, preparing to capture the soul ring at the precise moment it manifested from the Flash Thunder Demon Tiger. Jing Hang closed his eyes and plunged the dagger into the neck of the Flash Thunder Demon Tiger. Upon extracting the blade once more, a torrent of crimson blood erupted from the wound, quickly saturating the ground. In an instant, a dark radiance surged forth from the soul beast's body, coalescing in midair into a black soul ring. Upon witnessing this, Ye Lei promptly activated the instrument in his hand. Instantly, a powerful suction drew the soul ring from midair, which re-emerged as a palm-sized circular form. Blue-silver domain. Ye Lei unleashed his inherent domain ability, enveloping the surroundings in a vast expanse of blue-golden energy. This ethereal energy transformed into a gentle soul power, flowing into the meridians of the 7 individuals. Wow, this feels delightful. Brother-in-law, what are these blue-golden lights? Luo Yun inquired with a sense of comfort. The innate domain skill of the blue-silver emperor martial soul, the blue-silver domain, bestows a soothing soul power upon those within its confines. And with my prowess, your cultivation speed within the blue-silver domain can be significantly enhanced. Ye Lei replied, and then urged everyone to hasten their cultivation. Beep. Detection of soul bones initiated. Soul bone collection progress reached 100. Achievement completed. The system's cold, synthetic voice resonated in Ye Lei's ears, announcing the unlocking of the soul bone shop. Ye Lei gazed in the direction of Jing Hang and beheld a soul bone, shimmering with the brilliance of lightning, severing from the head of the Thunderbolt Demon Tiger. With a chime, the soul bone materialized, its age marked at 50,000 years. Known as the Thunderclap Head Soul Bone, endowed with the skill of purple lightning explosion. The system's voice resonated once more in Ye Lei's ears. Jing Hang. This soul bone is called the Thunderclap Head Soul Bone. Seize this opportunity to absorb it. I am confident that it will bestow upon you a formidable soul skill. Ye Lei addressed Jing Hang, saying, very well, I understand. I shall commence the absorption now. Jing Hang smiled, seated himself on the ground, summoned the soul bone, and pressed it against his forehead, beginning the absorption process. Observing that Jing Hang and his companions had commenced their training, Ye Lei chose to do nothing further. Sitting down himself, he retrieved the infernal fire scythe right arm bone from the system space, then summoned the Flame Lord martial soul, affixing the soul bone onto the right arm of the Flame Lord. Half an hour later, while Nuan was in a meditative state, she suddenly felt the ground beneath her tremble. Alert, she immediately opened her eyes. Aside from the trees devastated by Ye Lei's soul bone abilities, there was nothing amiss. Just as she was about to close her eyes and return to meditation, a tree several meters away suddenly splintered, and a massive fireball shot forth from the forest. The fireball hurtled directly toward them. Nuan glanced back at her companions, still in meditation, and without hesitation, activated her martial soul. With her first soul skill, Ice Feather. The purple soul ring shimmered as the wings behind Nuan flapped vigorously, and in an instant, dozens of ice blue feathers transformed into blades, hurtling toward the fireball. Upon contact, the blades extinguished the fireball instantly, leaving only a wisp of white smoke in its wake. Run. What the hell is going on? The instructor explicitly stated that today was for you to hunt soul rings for us. How is it that you cannot even handle a single soul beast? Brother Ma, it's not that we are unwilling. It's simply that the beast you chose is beyond our capability to defeat. The disparity in strength is insurmountable. I don't care. If you fail to slay this soul beast and procure a soul ring for me today, you shall face the consequences when I return and deal with your families. The source of the intermittent sounds from the direction where the fireball had been launched quickly dawned on Nuan. It was the 9-man team. However, upon hearing their words, she furrowed her brow. Brother Ma, the 9-man team cannot handle a soul beast? The strength disparity is too great? This is reminiscent of a farcical retelling of Chuxi. Nuan sighed, realizing that in such a vast school, fools were indeed plentiful. Yet, she refrained from commenting, hastening to awaken Ye Lei. Having just completed the absorption of the soul bone and consolidating his cultivation, Ye Lei felt a sudden chill envelop him. an icy sensation piercing through to the crown of his head, abruptly ending his meditation. What is it, Nuan? Ye Lei opened his eyes to see Nuan standing before him, her wings still gently flapping. Why have you risen? Are you not continuing your training? Let us put training aside for now. The 9-man team is in trouble. They are currently being hunted by a high-aged soul beast. Oh, given their strength, they should not have chosen a soul beast of such high age. Even a 500-year-old beast poses significant threats to them. They wouldn't make such a foolish error. Alas, who else could it be? I just overheard their conversation. It must be that scoundrel Ma Tianming. Ma Tianming, the one who attempted to make advances on you during the new student orientation? Ye Lei asked in confusion, struggling to recall who the figure Ma Tianming was. Yes, it was indeed him. He resembled a mere replica of the ancient poet Chu Yuan. Very well, let us proceed and address their security concerns. With that, Ye Lei rose to his feet, summoned the Flame Lord, and directed it toward the specified location. Nuan promptly unfurled her wings, following Ye Lei as they soared into the air. Upon entering the forest, they clearly observed 14 individuals desperately evading the pursuit of the soul beast behind them. The foremost 5 moved with remarkable speed, while the remaining 9 struggled to keep pace with the relentless chase. It became apparent that the swiftest among them was none other than Ma Tianming himself. As the 9 followers approached, one of them overtook a minion of Ma Tianming, who, without hesitation, delivered a forceful kick to the individual, then continued to flee alongside his leader without a backward glance. Alas, such individuals are quintessentially those who remain oblivious to danger until it confronts them. They speak boldly in times of safety, yet flee with the swiftness of an ostrich when peril arises. Very well, I shall now employ the new skill I have recently acquired. Ye Lei's tone was remarkably calm, laced with a hint of sarcasm. Subsequently, a soul bone resembling a scythe materialized on his right arm. Ye Lei lifted it and then closed his eyes. The skill of the Infernal Fire Lotus right arm soul bone, Infernal Scythe Flash. The moment Ye Lei opened his eyes, he clenched his right fist tightly and then swung his right arm, unleashing a tremendous fiery slash that surged forth instantaneously. The strike sped towards the soul beast, swiftly severing its head in the blink of an eye. Despite the beast's demise, Ye Lei remained vigilant, for the pursuit of the 9-member team was not the work of a solitary soul beast, but rather a multitude. As another week draws to a close, time seems to fly by. Let's persevere. There are only 2 days left to complete our check-in. Chapter 102. Impaled on a tree, although the soul beast lay dead. Ye Lei did not lower his guard, for the relentless pursuit of their group was not the result of one beast, but an entire pack. Ding. Soul beast scanning complete. Soul beast identified. Frenzied rhino. Notable characteristics. Social. The soul beast detector swiftly relayed the specific information regarding the assembly of creatures. Upon hearing this, Ye Lei smirked slightly. This Ma Tianming truly lacks foresight. Why provoke anyone at all, yet choose to antagonize the frenzied rhinos, a species known for their social nature? I suspect he must have disturbed one of the younglings. It is no wonder that they are being pursued by such a horde. Nuan nodded in agreement. However, the frenzied rhino soul beast was indeed quite suitable for his uncle, as they belonged to the same lineage. Absorbing the soul ring of a frenzied rhino could significantly bolster his uncle's martial spirit. And given that the soul skills of the frenzied rhino typically revolve around explosive enhancement, they would be quite fitting for both him and his uncle. Ye Lei swiftly pondered in his mind and soon articulated the most significant utility of the frenzied rhino. If the frenzied rhinos are indeed social creatures, then among them, there must undoubtedly exist one that possesses unparalleled strength, Ye Lei declared, and then he promptly activated the extensive scanning ability of the soul beast detector. With a hum, the scan concluded, revealing the target, the frenzied rhino king, age 12, 600 years, possessing the skill frenzied rampage. Upon the completion of the report, Ye Lei exchanged glances with Nuan, sharing a knowing smile before descending to position themselves amidst the group of 9, directly confronting the throng of frenzied rhinos. You all should hurry and flee. It is much safer by the river, Ye Lei asserted. I too shall not retreat. He then unleashed his first soul skill, Infernal Lava Burst. The black soul ring around Ye Lei's waist shimmered as he unleashed a powerful blow with his right fist, which erupted into a massive column of lava. In the blink of an eye, several frenzied rhinoceroses met their demise beneath the molten torrent. His first soul skill, Ice Feather. Nuan, not to be outdone, released her own first soul skill against the throng of frenzied rhinoceroses. In an instant, countless ice blue feather-shaped blades soared into the herd, claiming the lives of several younger frenzied rhinoceroses. Enough of the theatrics. Now, for the 6th soul skill, Blue-Silver Magic Entanglement, a reign of devastation. Ye Lei exerted no further effort as he swiftly transitioned his martial soul, unleashing the 6th soul skill of the Blue-Silver Emperor upon the frenzied herd of rhinoceroses. A sphere of azure and gold ascended into the night sky, only to transform into countless tendrils of Blue-Silver Emperor, plunging towards the ground. Under the relentless assault of the densely packed vines, myriad frenzied rhinoceroses met their demise. The 4th soul skill, Blue-Silver Cage. Ye Lei relentlessly unleashed his 4th soul skill, ensnaring the frenzied rhinoceros that had evaded the vine attacks within its grasp. The 4th soul skill, blue-silver stabbing formation. With a firm grip of his right hand, Ye Lei summoned countless sharp thorns within the blue-silver prison, piercing the frenzied rhinoceros trapped inside into a string of agony. Next, only you remain. 5th soul skill. Blue-silver tyrant spear. As Ye Lei unleashed his 3 soul abilities, the once formidable legion of soul beasts crumbled into disarray, leaving only a handful behind. Observing this, Ye Lei directed his focus towards the frenzied rhinoceros king, summoning the 5th soul skill of the blue-silver emperor. A striking blue spear materialized in his grasp. With a swift motion, he hurled the spear forth. Sensing imminent danger, the frenzied rhinoceros king activated its own skill, Frenzied Fury. In an instant, a colossal fireball condensed upon its horn and hurtled towards Ye Lei. This attempt, however, proved to be utterly futile. The fireball's assault was as ineffective against the blue-silver emperor's spear as a piece of tofu, being effortlessly pierced through. The spear then penetrated the mouth of the frenzied rhinoceros king, emerging from its rear and pinning it firmly against a tree that required several individuals to encircle. The frenzied rhinoceros king fell. It had been a long time since Ye Lei experienced such exhilaration. Exhaling a sigh of relief, he stretched and remarked, reflecting on it. The last time he felt this liberated was during his battle with the Spider Emperor. Now that when Li was unsealed, he could finally wield his true strength. No longer confined to the role of a timid turtle, suppressing his soul power while masquerading as a mere great soul master. Ye Lei approached the lifeless body of the fervent rhinoceros king, pinned to the tree, and, with decisive resolve, withdrew the blue-silver overlord's spear from its mouth. The lifeless form collapsed with a resounding thud, spilling a copious amount of blood from its mouth and rear, while its intestines tumbled forth, permeating the air with a pungent stench. He pondered the culinary merits of the fervent rhinoceros meat, recalling that the school cafeteria seemed to offer dishes crafted from soul beast flesh. Yet, he dismissed the thought, deciding to leave the carcass behind. For he had no appetite for such fare, especially in the absence of a beloved companion to share it with. With that thought, Ye Lei relinquished his martial soul state, causing the spear in his hand to vanish. Approaching the stunned 9-member group, he patted one on the shoulder and remarked, "What are you staring at? Just a bunch of corpses. There's nothing captivating here. Come on, let's go and make our presence known." As Qin Song was lost in thought, a large hand landed on his shoulder, startling him greatly. Upon recognizing the owner of the hand, his legs weakened, and he hurriedly followed in Ye Lei's wake. Calling out Brother Yi with every step, Ye Lei did not intervene, for he was well aware of Qin Song's character. It was merely a month ago that he had dispatched him with a single, effortless strike in the martial arts arena. It appeared that fear had gripped Qin Song, compelling him to willingly assume the role of Ye Lei's subordinate. Qin Song reflected, could I possibly act otherwise? At the time, Brother Ye's seemingly gentle slap concealed an immense force. It sent me flying several dozen meters, and even my family's 2 luxury vans, worth over 100,000 each, were rendered useless. I can no longer afford to provoke this individual. Embracing the role of a subordinate is the only means to preserve my fragile existence. As for Ma Tianming, he should step aside. The mere Ma family is insignificant in the presence of the Yi family in Rong City. Ye Lei and Han Nuan returned to their temporary domain by the seaside within the forest, accompanied by 9 others. As they approached, they beheld Ma Tianming. Akin to a lord, ushering his 4 subordinates directly into the blue-silver territory he had previously claimed, unperturbed as he settled down within, voraciously consuming the energy of Ye Lei's domain. Ye Lei chuckled softly, and with a subtle movement of his right index finger, he caused the 5 individuals who had just seated themselves to leap from the ground, howling in dismay as they clutched their rears. Subsequently, Ye Lei led the group of 9 into his domain. What is happening? I feel as though my lost soul power has been instantly restored to its peak. Qin Song mused, extending his hands in confusion. All right, you 9 may find a place to sit and meditate, replenishing your soul power. Each of you should absorb these. Ye Lei instructed, elegantly waving his right hand. In an instant, 18 white soul rings soared towards the group, with each individual receiving 2. Brother Yi, what is the meaning of this? We have yet to reach the stage where we require the absorption of a second soul ring. Why bestow upon us 2 at once? Qin Song inquired, perplexed, as he examined the 2 soul rings in his hands. These 2 rose rings are intended to enhance the duration of your first soul ring. When you cultivate, fuse these 2 rings with your first soul ring, and thus, the longevity of your soul ring will reach a century. Ye Lei offered an explanation, then cast a piercing gaze at Ma Tianming and his 4 companions, who were still clutching their behinds. What are you staring at? Never seen your elder before? Ma Tianming, sensing the scrutiny, turned to look at Ye Lei and retorted, I am your elder. I have always held in contempt individuals like you, who, when faced with danger, flee faster than ostriches. Ye Lei showed no hesitation and retorted directly. Chapter 104. What do you mean? I am your superior. Throughout my life, I have held the utmost disdain for those who, devoid of any peril, flee faster than an ostrich at the mere hint of danger. Ye Lei, unperturbed, retorted directly. You, Ma Tianming, momentarily taken aback by the rebuttal, glared at Ye Lei with growing fury. What do you mean you? Hurry up and get out of my territory. You are not welcome here. How audacious of you. This is the first time in my life that someone has spoken to me in such a manner. I believe you are tired of living. Today, I, Ma Tianming, shall break one of your legs. I refuse to believe otherwise. Upon finishing his declaration, Ma Tianming's 4 underlings swiftly drew gleaming daggers from behind. They charged towards Ye Lei, brandishing their knives menacingly. I have already offered you a chance. Yet you have chosen to squander it. Do not blame me for being uncivil now. Second soul skill, Parasite. Just as the 4 daggers were about to pierce Ye Lei's chest, an abundance of blue-silver emperor vines erupted from the backsides of the 4 thugs, rapidly ensnaring their bodies entirely. First soul skill, Bind. With a swift flick of his right hand, Ye Lei ensnared 4 robust blue-silver royal vines around the waists of his subordinates. Then, with a powerful motion, he hurled them into a secluded part of the forest. Their piercing cries echoed through the trees, igniting Ma Tianming's fury even further. What have you done to my men? And this is my new hairstyle. How dare you claim it as yours? Why should I concede? Simply due to my prowess. As he spoke, Ye Lei stamped his foot, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that surged towards Ma Tianming. The force knocked him heavily to the ground. Just as he was about to curse, he noticed 6 soul rings materializing beneath Ye Lei's feet, 5 black and 1 red, radiating immense oppressive power. Ma Tianming, dismissing the sight, brushed off the dust from his pants and scoffed. Oh, it's merely a little chicken with 6 soul rings. With such gaudy colors, your strength must be lacking. Today, I shall avenge the humiliation I have endured and defend my subordinates. With that, Ma Tianming reached behind him and drew a gleaming watermelon knife. Ye Lei let out a cold snicker, disregarding Ma Tianming's actions, and turned to leave. Ma Tianming, thoroughly incensed, summoned his martial soul, and instantly, a dog with black and red fur materialized behind him. In an instant, the watermelon knife in his hand erupted in flames. Today, I shall sever one of your legs. Ma Tianming declared, brandishing the knife as he strode towards Ye Lei. As he drew near, he swung the knife down towards Ye Lei's shoulder. Alas, what an arrogant fellow. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Ma Tianming realized that his blade had not struck Ye Lei's shoulder as anticipated, but had instead been caught firmly in a large hand. This is impossible, he exclaimed. If my knife cannot harm you, then allow me to show you this technique. First soul skill, Fire of the Hyena. The fiery hyena behind him opened its mouth and unleashed a fireball towards Ye Lei. Let us see how long you can survive. The fireball, comparable in size to a soccer ball, struck Ye Lei as if it were a mere drop of water falling into the ocean, leaving not a single mark on his clothing. You dare to attack me with a fire attribute martial soul? How foolish, Ye Lei retorted, as the ground beneath him and Ma Tianming suddenly transformed into molten lava, a wave of intense heat surging towards Ma Tianming. The ground beneath Ye Lei gradually fissured, and a pair of crimson hands emerged from the crevice. In the next moment, a colossal red giant fully manifested from the chasm. The 6 soul rings that had once adorned Ye Lei's feet vanished, replaced by 3 obsidian rings. Ma Tianming sought to resist, to summon his first soul skill. Yet his martial spirit, the fire mastiff, stubbornly refused to materialize despite his fervent calls. How dare a mere fire mastiff martial spirit make a ruckus before the flame sovereign? You are truly bold, Ma family. In my eyes, you are insignificant. Do you think your family is formidable? You are merely a second-rate clan, and allowing you to exist in Rong City is already a favor. Suddenly, countless flames enveloped Ma Tianming. Let go of me, you bastard. Do you believe I can have my father eliminate you? I will ensure you have no burial place in Rong City. Oh, is that so? Then before that, mind your own conduct. The 9 of us painstakingly assisted you in acquiring those soul rings. They are not to be squandered so lightly. However, considering you are our senior, I shall spare your soul rings this time. But I must insist that you behave appropriately in school henceforth, or how you will meet your demise, I cannot predict. As he spoke, Ye Lei tightened his grip on the flaming watermelon knife, which instantly shattered under his force, reducing it to a shower of fragments. Subsequently consumed by the molten lava, Ye Lei swung his right hand once more, and a robust blue-silver emperor vine ensnared Ma Tianming's waist. As the oppressive force dissipated from him, Ma Tianming had just unleashed his martial spirit, the fire mastiff, but before he could even activate his soul skill, he was forcefully hurled away by Ye Lei. Soaring through the air, Ma Tianming proclaimed, I shall return, before vanishing into a certain part of the forest. Ye Lei did not harbor any intentions of inflicting harm upon the 5. Rather, he merely cast them near the exit. Subsequently, he engaged in cultivation alongside these fellow students from his cohort. After all, he needed to expand his network within Rome University, and these individuals possessing soul rings were indispensable. P.S. Keep going, just 2 more chapters, and then it's time to clock out. Chapter 105, Soul Bones? Who possesses soul bones? Ye Lei did not exhibit any mercilessness towards the 5 of them. He merely cast them near the exit. Following this, he engaged in cultivation with these fellow students from his cohort, as he sought to expand his connections within Rome University. The presence of these individuals, each endowed with spirit rings, was indispensable. Seated casually within the domain, Ye Lei extracted the soul ring of the infernal scythe mantis from the system's functionalities. As he contemplated whether to absorb this ring, the long silent system spoke once more. Ding. Detection indicates that the host's soul bone armor has reached 50 completion. The manifestation of the armor remains, with an additional 50 yet to be achieved. Is this the armor referred to by the master in Douluo? A 50 completion of the soul bone armor suggests that it corresponds to the 3 soul bones currently within my possession. Based on my existing soul bone absorption, it seems likely that I could manifest 2 sets of soul bone armors. One set requires the Flame Lord to absorb 4 soul bones, followed by my own absorption of a right leg bone to activate it. The other set would necessitate the addition of 5 soul bones to myself, a head bone, a torso bone, a left arm bone, a right arm bone, and a right leg bone. However, I need not immediately attach those 5 soul bones. I merely need to acquire 2 fire attribute soul bones, specifically, one for the head and one for the left arm. As for myself, obtaining just 1 right leg bone would suffice to activate the soul bone armor. Wait a moment, if I were to acquire a 3rd beast martial soul, would I not be able to forge yet another set of soul bone armor? System, I would like to inquire how I might obtain my 3rd martial soul. Ye Lei contemplated this and promptly inquired about the system. Ding. To acquire the 3rd martial soul, the host must complete a series of system tasks and trigger the opportunity for the martial soul's awakening. However, considering the limitations of the host's world, the maximum number of martial souls one can possess is 5. Only 5? Does that mean I can only awaken 3 martial souls? Rest assured, dear host, when the opportunity for forecasting and awakening martial souls arises, you may choose whether to activate this particular martial soul. Of course, should you encounter a more formidable martial soul, you may also choose to discard your currently possessed 2 martial souls. As Ye Lei's spirits began to wane, the system opened a window of possibilities, yet ultimately doused him with a bucket of cold water. To abandon the current 2 martial souls? Well, I suppose that's just how it is. I have grown accustomed to these 2. The remaining 3 martial souls shall be left to chance. If it is meant to be, then so be it. Ye Lei made a decisive choice and immediately shattered the infernal fire scythe soul ring in his hand, summoning the Flame Lord from behind him. He retrieved the beast soul belonging to the infernal fire scythe from the system's space and began to absorb both the beast soul and the soul ring simultaneously. The pitch-black soul ring relentlessly compressed Ye Lei's body, while the beast soul, suspended at his chest, continuously channeled energy into the soul ring and the right arm of the Flame Lord. The right arm of the Flame Lord grew increasingly robust, a testament to the effects of absorbing the soul bone. In other words, when Ye Lei switched to the Flame Lord for combat, his right arm's strength would be several times greater than when he utilized the Blue Silver Emperor. The dark soul ring gradually merged into Ye Lei's body, and the beast soul hovering at his chest slowly became transparent as the essence of the 60,000-year-old soul beast soul power fused seamlessly with the soul bone and soul ring. 5 minutes later, Ye Lei has completely absorbed the soul ring and beast soul of the infernal fire scythe mantis, elevating the soul power of the Flame Lord to level 43. Ye Lei simultaneously unleashed the 1000-gene torso soul bone and the infernal fire scythe right arm bone. The moment these 2 soul bones manifested, it became evident that they were beginning to intertwine. The 1000-gene torso soul bone gradually extended portions of its skeletal armor from the shoulder, merging seamlessly with the armor that extended from the infernal fire scythe right arm bone. Upon lowering his gaze, Ye Lei noticed that the 1000-gene torso soul bone had also extended its armor towards his left leg, where the human-faced left leg bone similarly extended its armor. The armor emerging from the human-faced left leg bone fused with that of the 1000-gene torso soul bone, resulting in a breathtaking array of patterns at the point of convergence. The skeletal armor connected at the shoulder radiated a bright crimson hue, while the junction at the waist displayed a striking contrast of red and deep violet. Ah, splendid. My soul bone has been fully absorbed, and my soul power has consequently surged to the 20th level, exclaimed Jing Hang, who sat on the ground, opening his eyes to cheer joyfully at Ye Lei. Soul bone. Who possesses a soul bone? Inquired Song Yang, still dazed after just absorbing a soul ring, casting a bewildered glance at them. Me. Old Yang, look. This is the soul bone Ye Lei procured for me, taken from a 5,000-year-old thunderbolt magic tiger. Jing Hang replied excitedly. Oh, congratulations on acquiring a 5,000-year soul bone. As he spoke, Song Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, and he grasped Jing Hang's shoulders, asking, what did you say? A soul bone. And a 5,000-year one at that? Indeed. Old Yang, could you please stop shaking me? I'm about to be sick, Jing Hang pleaded, prompting Song Yang to cease his vigorous shaking. Are you saying Ye Lei assisted you in obtaining it? Song Yang reiterated. Yes, what of it? Isn't he a formidable soul master? As Song Yang spoke, he turned his gaze towards Ye Lei, only to discover 4 pitch-black soul rings shimmering ominously at Ye Lei's feet. Yangzi, what's the matter? Is there an issue? Ye Lei noticed that Song Yang was staring at him with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, in the next moment, Song Yang rolled his eyes, kicked his legs, and collapsed straight to the ground. The onlookers were all taken aback, momentarily unable to react. Gu. A few seconds later, Wang Yunning, disregarding her shyness, dashed to Song Yang's side and helped him up. Gu, are you alright? Please don't scare me. Wang Yunning was on the verge of tears upon witnessing Song Yang faint before her. Yunning, it's nothing. Song Yang must have been overwhelmed by the 4 soul rings beneath Ye Lei's feet. Han Wan stepped forward, gently patting Wang Yunning's shoulder to offer comfort. In the next moment, she shot a glare at Ye Lei. Ye Lei was startled by Han Wan's gaze, and even the intense heat radiating from the Flame Lord behind him began to diminish. Ye Lei hurriedly stepped forward, switching to his blue-silver Emperor martial soul, and gently infused a soothing soul power into Song Yang's body. Alright, Yangzi, he is fine now. It seems he was merely startled a moment ago. His heart just needs a little time to recover. A good night's sleep will set him right, and tomorrow he will be as lively as ever. Song Yang retorted. Ye Lei, after 2 years of brotherhood, how could you act so devoid of martial ethics? Upon hearing Ye Lei's words, Wang Yunling finally relaxed her previously anxious heart. Ye Lei glanced at Jing Hang, perhaps understanding the situation immediately, and promptly summoned his martial soul. The long trunk of the mammoth entwined around Song Yang's form, gently placing him upon the back of the colossal creature. Ye Lei, fearing for Song Yang's safety, swiftly dispatched a blue-silver emperor vine to secure him atop the thunder mammoth. After a brief wait, they returned to the school alongside the 5 senior students and the 9-member group once their meditation concluded. Concurrently, Ye Lei utilized the blue-silver emperor to drag back the corpses of the thunder bear, arrow fish, and frenzied rhino. The sight of hundreds of soul beast carcasses in tow left Xintian and the other seniors wide-eyed, as they had not anticipated such operations could occur in this place. Senior, you may also take a portion of these soul beasts. I've heard that their remains can be sold for profit at the base. Xintian and his companions could only nod in astonishment, for they had not expected their junior to possess such formidable prowess. In just a single morning, he had hunted down hundreds of soul beasts and even eradicated a branch of the frenzied rhino species. Had a specialized military force from the Elder Hall been dispatched, it might not have achieved such dominance over the soul beasts. The group teleported back to the vicinity of the vortex. But Ye Lei noticed the absence of Ma Tianming and his companions, likely having returned to the school. Ye Lei instructed the others to pass through the vortex first, while he himself slowly entered the swirling abyss, dragging the corpse of the white-headed soul beast with the blue-silver emperor vine. Upon witnessing Han Wan and the others emerge one after another, the 2 soldiers stationed at the vortex were not taken aback. However, when they beheld Ye Lei emerging while dragging the 100-headed soul beast, they nearly fainted in astonishment. Ye Lei, oblivious to the world beyond, dragged the corpses of over 100 soul beasts to the soul beast exchange device. He deftly manipulated the blue-silver emperor vines, casting in all the words spoken by Yudo. The device whirred to life, and the coin slot began to spew forth an array of colorful soul coins. Save for the coveted 1 million refined soul coins and the 10,000 black soul coins. Yet, a multitude of other soul coins emerged in abundance. Ye Lei grasped a large handful of coins from the substantial pile and approached the 5 senior students, Xintian and the others. Seniors, these soul coins are rightfully yours. There is no need for formality. Please accept them. Without waiting for Xintian's response, Ye Lei divided the substantial amount of soul coins into 5 portions and placed them into the hands of 5 senior students. Having completed this task, he turned his back on them and returned to the pile of soul coins, swiftly storing them within the confines of the system space. Very well, let us depart. It is time to return to school, he declared. Following this, Ye Lei and the others utilized the teleportation array to return to their school. After bidding farewell to Ye Lei, Xintian and his companions returned to their respective classrooms to resume their studies. Seeing that none of their classmates who had obtained spirit rings in the forest had returned yet, Ye Lei and his companions decided to rest in the open space in front of the podium. Seeing that time was ample, Ye Lei beckoned a few individuals to gather around him, initiating a meditative session. He activated his blue-silver domain, providing its energy to aid their cultivation. However, Ye Lei feared that the brilliance of his blue-silver domain might be too resplendent. Thus, he concealed its radiance, allowing onlookers to perceive them merely as a group engaged in meditation. Ye Lei also closed his eyes, beginning to cultivate the soul power that belonged to the Flame Lord. He aimed to swiftly elevate his soul power to a level comparable to that of the blue-silver emperor. After all, he needed to at least reach the rank of Soul King. The only soul skill he currently lacked was one related to self-enhancement. The blue-silver emperor specialized in control, while his Flame Lord's spirit emphasized explosive power. His first soul skill, Infernal Lava Burst, and the second, Infernal Lava Charge, both qualified as explosive abilities. The second skill, Crimson Rock, could serve both offensive and defensive purposes, as well as provide a modicum of control. Combined with his first soul skill, he possessed 2 distinct abilities. Although the Four Flames Heaven domain offered some amplification, its enhancement came at a cost, drawing from the soul power of enemy soul masters. However, the consumption was significant, and during combat, the energy absorbed might not even match the expenditure, thus limiting its suppressive effect. The Flame Flow Meteor skill expanded his attack range several times, but its effectiveness in battle was minimal. In his confrontation with Fan Tianyan, this skill only served to delay rather than inflict substantial damage. Yet, this was not the true reason. After all, the combined technique had only just reached a millennium in age, and attacking a group of 20 Soul Masters and a Soul King was akin to executing a standard third Soul skill. However, the scenario was different now. His strength had fully recovered. Should he utilize Flame Flow Meteor again, the damage from the two 10,000-year soul skills combined would far surpass his previous output, exceeding 5 times that amount. In a mountain laboratory, a man clad in a white coat administered another injection into the bare-chested man lying on the iron bed. As an unknown serum coursed into his body, the man suddenly roared, shattering the iron chains that bound him with his swollen muscles. The clarity that once lingered in his eyes had vanished, replaced by blood-red pupils. Deep gray hair began to erupt wildly from his body, and his fingers elongated, piercing through his skin to form sharp bone claws. Several unknown tails sprouted from his back, only to be replaced in the next moment by a single purple scorpion tail. Excellent. The task assigned by Elder 7 is finally complete. The Soul Beast Serum Transformation Project has been achieved. He cackled, his laughter echoing ominously through the vast corridors of the research facility. Time passed, and after more than 2 hours, the students who had ventured into the mirror world to obtain their soul rings returned to the schoolyard. Look over there. What are those people doing at the podium? They seem quite peculiar. Isn't it obvious? They're cultivating over there. If I remember correctly, they're the first in this cohort to possess soul rings. Oh, it's them. No wonder. Their strength is indeed formidable. I heard that one among them is a soul master of the third ring, with a soul ring configuration of purple-purple-black. Wow, that's incredibly abnormal. A 10,000-year soul skill? A 10,000-year soul skill? Is that strong? A timid girl inquired. Of course. A 10,000-year soul skill could instantly annihilate everyone present. Like harvesting wheat, a boy retorted. As several students began to discuss Ye Lei and his companions, Fan Tianyan and over 20 instructors returned to the playground. Upon reaching the podium, they noticed Ye Lei and the other 17 seated neatly on the ground, meditating. Well, these little ones are quite self-disciplined, knowing to cultivate on their own. Not bad. That group of 8 is filled with promising talent, especially the girl with the Ice Phoenix spirit. Find a way to recruit her. I want to personally train her, Fan Tianyan remarked, turning to the 20 instructors behind him. Understood. They responded in unison. However, sensing their cultivation, Fan Tianyan felt it was entirely different from the usual antics of the younger students. He advanced to the perimeter of Ye Lei's blue-silver domain, raising his right hand to touch the barrier. Just as his hand approached the field's edge, an unusual energy repelled his palm. It's impossible. This energy exerts such pressure that even my flame lion spirit feels fear. As a 5-ring soul king, I am threatened by this power. Truly, this positive energy is extraordinary. Fan Tianyan muttered, shaking his throbbing hand slowly. Elder Fan, what's wrong? Huang Tianwei inquired, stepping closer to observe Fan Tianyan. I was merely shaken by this strange energy. But it's nothing to worry about. By the way, how is the serum project progressing? Report. Elder Fan, the serum project was successfully completed at 8:30 this morning and is ready for immediate action. Excellent. Once this matter concludes, we shall execute the plan. It's time to force him out, and together we will eliminate him, ensuring we claim his head. Yes. Meanwhile, as Fan Tianyan conversed with Huang Tianwei, Ye Lei within the domain slowly opened his eyes, filled with a cold, fierce glint. Those who dare to act against me shall find no place to die. With that thought, Ye Lei closed his eyes once more, yet his actions did not cease. With a mere thought, the blue-silver domain vanished, unleashing a wave of searing pressure that surged toward Fan Tianyan. Poof! Fan Tianyan, who had been exhaling smoke, suddenly coughed out a mist of blood, doubling over and clutching his chest. Elder Fan, what happened to you? Huang Tianwei rushed to his side, while the other instructors dropped their half-smoked cigarettes and surrounded him. I don't know why, but just now, a wave of intense pressure struck me, and I sensed that its owner surpassed my strength. What? You are a 5-ring soul king, yet someone can exert pressure greater than yours? Could it be him? At present, we remain uncertain, yet the possibility cannot be entirely dismissed. However, are not both of his soul spirits adorned with century-old soul rings? This presents one of the most significant enigmas. Let us refrain from further discussion for now and prepare for the address. Indeed, at this moment, Ye Lei quietly awoke and directly conveyed a message into the minds of the remaining 16 individuals. Do not continue your cultivation, rise. The group swiftly concluded their meditation and simultaneously stood up, returning to their respective ranks. P.S. One more chapter awaits. Strive, and strive again. September 12th, Chapter 109. The conclusion of military training. At this moment, Ye Lei quietly awoke and conveyed a message to the minds of the remaining 16 individuals. Cease your cultivation for now and rise. The group swiftly concluded their meditation and stood up, promptly returning to their respective formations. The 20 instructors also returned to their designated groups. Standing alongside the vice instructors of the Mayban, Fan Tianyan ascended the podium to commence his speech. Upon the conclusion of his address, the day's military training came to an end. In the days that followed, aside from their training, Ye Lei and his companions devoted their time to cultivating in their dormitory. During this period, Song Yang pleaded with Ye Lei, expressing his desire for a soul bone. Ye Lei, feeling somewhat helpless, acknowledged his wish, as he had intended to procure a high-quality soul bone for each member of their group of 8. However, he explained to Song Yang that while he would certainly assist him in acquiring a soul bone, it would not be immediate. Given the unique nature of his Xia crocodile martial spirit, the most suitable soul bone could only be found in the ocean, as the soul bones produced by marine soul beasts would be most compatible with his martial spirit. Of course, there was another avenue to obtain a soul bone, the soul bone shop opened by the system. However, the soul bones available there were significantly less potent than those acquired through the hunting of soul beasts in reality. Ye Lei could hunt marine soul beasts, allowing the quality of the soul rings and soul bones they produced to be greatly enhanced, a feat that the system's shop could never surpass. It wasn't that Ye Lei was unable to make purchases, rather, the cost was prohibitive. Each soul bone required an exorbitant amount of points, often exceeding several tens of thousands. While he currently possessed just over 10,000 points, he would need to slay thousands more soul beasts to afford a single soul bone. He concluded that it would be more prudent to seek out high-age soul beasts, which could yield high-quality soul bones as well. The soul bones from the system shop could wait for another time. System, you cannot treat me this way. I have kindly opened this shop for you, and yet you disdain the soul bones I offer. Woe is me, I am heartbroken. 5 days later, the military training officially concluded, and Ye Lei and his companions embarked on their first university class. Time always flows swiftly, and soon they arrived at the annual Teachers' Day celebration. Ye Lei, Nuan, Song Yang, and Wang Yunling agreed to return to their alma mater to visit their teachers. On the afternoon of September 10th, taking advantage of their free time, the 4 of them hailed a taxi to their high school, Rongqing No. 8 Middle School. Standing once again at the entrance of their high school, Ye Lei felt a profound sense of gratitude. It was here that he had encountered an exceptional teacher who had helped him emerge from the shadows of bullying in middle school, and where he had also met someone who had captured his heart. With such cherished memories, how could Ye Lei not feel grateful? Ye Lei turned his head and gently took hold of Han Nuan's delicate, fair hand with his left hand. Suddenly feeling the warmth of a large hand enveloping hers, Han Nuan looked up at the boy standing before her, bathed in sunlight. His face appeared even more radiant and his features more distinct. What is the matter? Han Nuan raised her fluffy little head to gaze at Ye Lei. It's nothing. Just returning to campus has stirred up some beautiful memories, he replied. Ye Lei said softly, it's time to clock out. Tomorrow I will be volunteering again. How exhausting. I won't dwell on it any longer. I'm off work now. September 12th, Chapter 110, The Elders' Assembly Mobilizes. What is wrong? Han Nuan lifted her fluffy little head to gaze at Ye Lei. It's nothing. Returning to campus brings back some cherished memories. Ye Lei spoke. Well, didn't we agree to wait for the teacher upon our return? Teacher Huang should only have half an hour left in class. Let us continue to wait. How about we gather for dinner tonight, just the 4 of us, old classmates? This notion was met with approval. Song Yang chimed in from the side, indeed. I wholeheartedly agree. All right, I shall notify our former classmates at once. The 4 of them promptly reached a consensus. Ye Lei then took out his phone and sent a message regarding the dinner in their previous class group, also sharing the location for the evening's gathering. At the moment Ye Lei and his companions stepped onto the campus, several first-year students who had already finished their classes recognized him. Look, isn't he the legendary figure of our school, this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, Senior Ye Lei? Be confident, remove the word not. If he is Senior Ye, then the person standing beside him must be Senior Han, right? Exactly. The young first-year students gazed at the handsome young man and beautiful young woman entering through the school gate with admiration in their eyes. Ye Lei, you can wander around here for a bit. I'll go surprise Teacher Huang, Han Nuan said as she reached out to embrace Ye Lei's right arm, lifting her small face to speak to him. All right, you go ahead. I'll take a stroll around the playground. Ye Lei reached out to gently stroke Han Nuan's fluffy head, smiling as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Han Nuan released her grip on Ye Lei's arm and dashed towards the 6th floor of the teaching building. Ye Lei gazed at her retreating figure and smiled before slipping his hands into his pockets and making his way toward the school's rooftop playground. As he ascended to the playground, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, reminiscent of his senior year when he frequently played badminton with classmates and participated in various athletic competitions. Though merely 2 months had passed, reflecting upon that time brought him immense joy. Amidst the intense atmosphere of study, engaging in sports to alleviate stress was an unparalleled sensation. Just as Ye Lei was lost in his reverie, the rooftop playground suddenly convulsed violently beneath his feet. What was happening? As Ye Lei reminisced, he was abruptly interrupted by an inexplicable tremor. He steadied himself and cast a vigilant glance around his surroundings. At that moment, the mysterious vibration ceased, and Ye Lei relaxed his watchful gaze, choosing instead to close his eyes once more and savor the beauty of time. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed across the entire open playground. Ye Lei abruptly opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the source of the anguished cries. A strange man had suddenly appeared on the playground, Were it not for the enormous pit behind him, Ye Lei might have doubted his very existence. The man's upper body was bare, his muscular physique distinctly defined, while his lower limbs, exposed beneath his shorts, bulged with muscle, giving him an imposing presence. Astonishingly, he towered at a height of 3 meters. Could this be the Elders' Council's scheme? Observing the emblem etched on the man's back, Ye Lei spoke coldly. The man bore a striking mark of a dark green 5-clawed black dragon, surely the insignia of the Poison Dragon Legion, under the dominion of the 7th Elder. It was surprising how swiftly the Elders' plans had unfolded, and how accurately they had discerned his presence here. Clearly, he could not underestimate them this time. With that thought, Ye Lei advanced towards the unfamiliar man. However, the stranger had his back turned, preventing Ye Lei from witnessing the repugnant visage that had terrified the girl into screaming. For it was not a human face, but one adorned with fangs, large patches of scales on his cheeks, and eyes of an eerie blood-red hue, accompanied by hands ending in sharp claws. What kind of monster are you? The utterance of the word monster compelled the strange man to lower his head, fixing his peculiar gaze upon the girl seated on the ground. Indeed, it was it, for this being could no longer be considered human. It possessed a human exterior, yet was a creature genetically modified with serum from soul beasts. From its tailbone, a blackish-purple scorpion tail slowly emerged, raised high above its body, and aimed directly at the girl's heart. In that moment, the air around them fell eerily silent, the onlookers rendered motionless, their eyes wide as they beheld the purple tail's lethal intent. The girl, gripped by fear, shut her eyes tightly, yet in the next instant, she felt no pain in her chest. Gradually, she opened her eyes to find a crimson stone wall standing before her, intercepting the scorpion tail's assault. Is it your calling as a man to prey upon the weak? A chilling male voice resonated from afar. The crowd turned towards the sound, revealing Ye Lei, his right hand raised, a flickering crimson energy pulsating within his palm. Observing the purple scorpion tail behind the strange man, Ye Lei's expression turned curious. The Elders' Council is indeed peculiar. Have they created such a monster merely to instill fear? Ye Lei spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Keep going. Just 2 more chapters, and you'll be done for the day. September 13th, Chapter 111. The Annihilation of Humanity in the Elders' Hall. As he gazed at the unfamiliar man's purple scorpion tail, Ye Lei's expression turned inquisitive. The Elders' Hall is truly peculiar. It has actually transformed into such a strange creature. Could it be that your purpose is merely to instill fear? Ye Lei spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Senior Yi, this creature appears formidable. Shall we flee? At least we might preserve our lives, a member of the badminton club remarked as he rushed to stand behind Ye Lei. Not to worry, allow me to confront it. I am eager to discern whether it is truly human or a monster. Ye Lei stamped his right foot fiercely, causing the ground beneath him to crack open instantaneously, as the Flame Lord's martial soul surged forth. Beneath his feet, 4 soul rings shimmered with an obsidian glow in succession. At that very moment, when Ye Lei unleashed the soul rings, the audience erupted in astonishment. Now, I implore you to vacate the playground immediately and gather in the small square beneath the teaching building, where your safety will be assured. Ye Lei's voice resonated in the minds of everyone present on the playground. Upon hearing his words, not a single student dared to defy him. The physical education teacher promptly organized the students to evacuate the area in an orderly manner, leaving the space for Ye Lei and the unfamiliar man. However, not all individuals were as compliant as the students. A few troublemakers from the school remained, hiding in the corners of the playground, preparing to capture the unfolding events with their phones. Since you have arrived, as a creature that brings calamity to the world, do not attempt to leave this place. Allow me the opportunity to personally bring about your destruction. Ye Lei's gaze gradually turned frigid, and then with a decisive motion of his right hand, the first and second soul rings simultaneously ignited. He unleashed his self-created soul skill, for flames reaching the sky. In an instant, searing magma began to spread from beneath Ye Lei's feet, swiftly enveloping the entire ground of the training field. Subsequently, a crimson barrier encircled the area. When the ruffians realized the peril of their situation and attempted to flee, it was already too late. They found themselves ensnared within Ye Lei's domain, rendered immobile. A feral roar erupted from the unfamiliar man, reminiscent of a beast's primal cry. With a powerful thrust of his muscular legs, he propelled himself towards Ye Lei. As he charged, the stranger raised his clawed hand, unleashing a verdant wind blade. The wind blade surged towards Ye Lei with remarkable speed, and sensing the agitated air currents, Ye Lei's brow furrowed. He recognized this wind blade all too well. Wind blade, wind elements. Could it be from the azure-winged white tiger? How could this be? The energy of a 50,000-year-old azure-winged white tiger could not possibly reside within a mere human. This man seemed to possess more than one skill. The scorpion tail he had previously unleashed did not appear to be a mere manifestation of a martial soul. Considering that he was sent by the Elder Seven's Hall under the Poison Dragon Legion, could it be that the Elder Seven's Hall had employed human modification techniques, implanting various soul beast serums into an ordinary human, resulting in genetic mutations that granted this man soul beast skills associated with the serums? How absurd. Oh, Elder Hall, I never imagined your humanity would be extinguished so soon. Ye Lei did not underestimate his opponent before him. He directly unleashed his third soul skill, the thousand-weighted flame armor. Crimson stones ascended, transforming into the semblance of armor in midair, and affixed themselves to Ye Lei's body, enabling him to withstand the onslaught of the unfamiliar man's windblade. The windblade struck heavily against the armored right arm of Ye Lei, leaving a faint cut upon the surface of the armor. To his astonishment, he had managed to leave a mark on my third soul skill, the thousand-weighted flame armor. It seems that the Elder Hall has indeed exerted considerable effort to enhance the potency of your serum. In that case, it is now my turn. With a swift motion, Ye Lei activated the soul bone skill of his left leg, the Spider Emperor's purple radiant slash. Instantly, a purplish-black soul bone materialized on Ye Lei's left calf. He kicked out with his left leg, sending forth countless violet slashes hurtling towards the unfamiliar man. The stranger, undeterred, revealed a flicker of strange light in his eyes. In an instant, a surge of earthy energy coalesced around his right leg. He forcefully raised his right foot and stomped down upon the ground. Boom! The earth beneath him instantly fractured, the cracks rapidly spreading outward. From the ground, numerous earthen spikes erupted, soaring into the air and enclosing him within. Ye Lei's soul bone skill could only strike these earthen spikes, causing them to shatter with a resounding crack, scattering debris all around, while the spikes continued to emerge unceasingly, maintaining their protective barrier around the unfamiliar man. In light of this, if my soul bone skill cannot penetrate your defenses, then allow me to introduce this technique. My first soul skill, the infernal magma surge. Ye Lei let out a cold snort, and then swiftly struck the ground with a powerful punch, causing the first soul ring beneath his feet to illuminate. In an instant, a colossal column of magma surged forth from beneath the feet of the unfamiliar man. At that very moment, the stranger leaped to the side, and with a flash of silvery light, he vanished into thin air. He had seemingly disappeared without a trace. Could it be that the Elder Hall had administered a serum derived from a soul beast with the ability to render one invisible? Truly remarkable. This tactic could indeed catch ordinary individuals off guard. However, it would prove ineffective against me. The spirit bone skill of the Spider King, the soul of the mental hunt. Ye Lei stepped forward with his left leg, and in an instant, the entire scene of the playground flooded into his mind. I have found you. Let me show you this technique. Fourth soul skill, infernal twin blades. Ye Lei let out a cold snort, and in that instant, the fourth soul ring in the sequence illuminated. The ground beneath his feet erupted into a bubbling magma, and with a forceful stamp of his right foot, the earth cracked open. A peculiar great sword adorned with black and red patterns leapt forth from the ground, which Ye Lei grasped firmly in his hand. He then crouched down sharply, using his free left hand to plunge into the earth, forcibly retrieving another great sword bearing the same intricate design. At this moment, Ye Lei donned a striking crimson armor, wielding two black and red great swords, as he flashed towards a corner of the training ground. The skill of the infernal fire scythe on his right arm activated, infernal scythe flash. In an instant, a side-shaped soul bone manifested on Ye Lei's right arm. The luminous radiance of the soul bone flickered and swiftly transferred to the great blade in his grasp. Immediately, both great blades ignited with a brilliant crimson glow. Ye Lei swung his great sword directly towards the direction he had locked onto. In the next moment, two crimson beams of light intertwined, converging to form an X. Soaring forward. Do not contemplate vanishing again. Embrace the judgment from the abyss. As Ye Lei's voice faded, the magma-laden ground of the four-fire heaven domain erupted in a frenzy, causing the previously concealed figure of the stranger to re-emerge. A primal roar echoed, resonating like that of a wild beast, as multiple hues of light ignited around the stranger's form. These radiant colors coalesced before him, forming a vibrant barrier that defiantly withstood Ye Lei's onslaught. The technique, known as the Thousand June Body Soul Bone skill, Thousand June Falling Flame Break. Ye Lei's gaze flickered, and a fragment of a soul bone materialized at his chest. A colossal meteorite coalesced in the air, crashing heavily towards the unfamiliar man. With a thunderous roar, the ground erupted in a cloud of dust and debris, as the flames carved a deep crater into the earth. The stranger lay within it, yet curiously, his original height of 3 meters diminished instantaneously to that of an ordinary man, and the swollen muscles of his body reverted to their original state. As Ye Lei discerned the figure lying in the pit, a profound tremor coursed through his gaze. How could this be possible? Were you not one of the notorious quintet that terrorized the martial world? What on earth has transpired? Why have you become this way? A moment of silence enveloped the air before a hoarse voice emerged. Hurry, in my life. It is Elder 7 from the Hall of Elders. He forcibly abducted us 5 and subjected us to a horrific experiment of human modification, injecting us with various soul beast serums. Among us, the 4th brother has already perished at their hands. Now, only the eldest and the remaining 3 are left. They injected our leader with serum derived from soul beasts over 10,000 years old. He has become a mere puppet for the Elder Hall. In the depths of the pit, the man, having regained his consciousness, responded to Ye Lei with his raspy voice. Yet, before he could finish his words, he succumbed to silence, his body dissolving into dust, merging with the earth beneath him. Standing at the edge of the pit, Ye Lei's countenance darkened as he gazed thoughtfully at the dust that had blended into the soil. The serum modification plan, as he described, indicated that 3 other modified individuals remained. This likely explained the recent disappearance of numerous soul beasts from the Riverside Forest and Marine Exhibition Hall, a scheme orchestrated by the Elder Hall. If my suspicions are correct, this man had at least 4 varieties of soul beast serums implanted within him, including that of the azure-striped white-headed tiger I had slain, the bloodthirsty scorpion from the arthropod soul beasts, and the mighty mammoth. As for the others, their identities elude me. Nevertheless, his demise can be seen as a release. Yet, 3 remain, and I wonder when they will surface. I surmise they too harbor similar serums, and he mentioned that their leader received the most potent serum. My current strength should suffice to confront him, but given the Elder Hall's disposition, they would not release those remaining modified individuals lightly. Each one may be more formidable than the last. Furthermore, the fact that the Elder Hall dispatched this man here suggests they intend to extract my battle data, which likely means they already possess a portion of it. The forthcoming modified individuals will undoubtedly prove increasingly challenging. Contemplating this, Ye Lei shook his head, decisively terminating his soul technique. In an instant, the crimson barrier vanished, and the ground beneath him returned to its original state, the pit dissipating into nothingness. Having completed his task, Ye Lei descended from the training ground and awaited at the base of the classroom building. As the class period concluded, the bell rang, signaling the end of a long day for both teachers and students alike. Remarkably, Ye Lei's timing was impeccable. As he reached the bottom of the teaching building, the bell chimed, unleashing a torrent of students from the 5 to 6 stories of classrooms. They stretched and relaxed in the corridor, with some seizing the brief 10-minute reprieve to review their textbooks. Senior Yi, what happened to that man on the playground? An inquisitive student from the badminton club approached him. Rest assured, that man was merely a mutated soul awakening and has been dealt with, Ye Lei replied confidently. Ye Lei spoke with a casual demeanor, deliberately omitting the origins of that man, fearing it might incite panic within the institution. After all, in his view, should the remaining 3 modified individuals make their appearance, he would obliterate them without hesitation. One would meet its demise, and should 2 appear, he would eradicate them both. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Ye Lei's eyes, sending a shiver down the spine of the junior behind him. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Ye Lei waved his right hand, and a yellow soul ring materialized out of thin air, landing in the junior's palm. Senior Yi, what is this? The junior inquired. This is a gift for you. There are 4 more, also for you. Before your soul power reaches level 60, these 5 soul rings will grant you the finest soul skills. Once you break through to level 60, come to me, and I shall assist you in acquiring the 6th soul ring. As he spoke, Ye Lei waved his hand once more, and the 4 additional soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, flew into the junior's grasp. Senior Yi, this might not be appropriate? The junior furrowed his brow. What could possibly be inappropriate? These soul rings are not difficult to obtain. I have over 100 of them. Ye Lei smiled and shrugged, then turned his gaze toward the staircase, watching the students emerge one by one, searching for that familiar figure. Moments later, 2 silhouettes appeared side by side, exiting the academic building. Upon seeing this, Ye Lei took a step forward. Happy Teacher's Day, Teacher Huang. Ye Lei approached the 2 women and addressed one of them. Huang Xiaoshu smiled as she looked at the tall young man walking towards her. Ye Lei, how have you been lately? I have been quite well, Teacher Huang. I recall that you are not on duty tonight, correct? No, I am not. Why do you ask? If that is the case, would it be all right if we gathered for dinner with our high school classmates this evening, Teacher Huang? Of course, that would be no problem at all. In fact, I have been longing to see students from your cohort. After all, you are the first group I taught. Huang Xiaoshu beamed with pride as she gazed at the 2 students before her. Well then, teacher, shall we be on our way? Ye Lei has already made reservations at the restaurant. Han Nuan, with a cheerful expression, linked her arm with Huang Xiaoshu's as they walked side by side towards the school gate. Ye Lei walked behind, observing Han Nuan, who was strolling alongside Huang Xiaoshu, and smiled gently. He then took out his phone and sent a message to Song Yang. Old Yang, Han Nuan and I are heading to the restaurant with Teacher Huang now. Would you like to join us with Wang Yuning so we can all ride together? No need. You 2 go ahead with Teacher Huang. Wang Yuning and I will linger around the school for a bit before we come over. All right, just remember, we're in room 381 on the 3rd floor of Jinrong Hotel. Okay. Ye Lei put away his phone and took a step forward to follow. Ye Lei escorted the 2 of them into a spacious Mercedes-Benz S-Class limousine, which had been arranged by Yi Junxing. After informing the accompanying driver of their dining destination, he settled into the luxurious 9D floating seats in the rear alongside Han Nuan. The 3 of them engaged in light conversation, sharing updates about their recent lives in the pleasantly cool interior of the vehicle. How has your university life been, Ye Lei? I trust it has been rather satisfactory? Han Nuan inquired. Quite well, indeed, Teacher Huang, he replied. By the way, Teacher Huang, what is your martial spirit? Han Nuan suddenly asked. My martial spirit? I have yet to summon it. Huang Xiaoshu reflected for a moment before responding. Then, Teacher Huang, why not give it a try? Han Nuan coaxed playfully. Very well. I shall attempt it, Huang Xiaoshu said, raising his hands. He began to channel the faint soul energy within him, and gradually, a soft blue light emerged from his chest, transforming into a deep blue flower before them. 9 Hearts Begonia, a rare gem among support-type martial spirits. Ye Lei exclaimed in astonishment, Teacher Huang, please take good care of these 5 soul rings. This evening, you shall be able to absorb this soul ring. Ye Lei pointed to a soul ring suspended in midair and addressed Huang Xiaoshu. Teacher, it seems rather inappropriate for you to accept these 5 soul rings without reason, does it not? Do not worry, Teacher Huang. Ye Lei possesses an abundance of soul rings, came the reassuring reply. If you doubt it, just take a look. Han Wan reached out to open the car window, then stood up and unleashed her martial soul. A deep violet-black hue manifested as 3 soul rings appeared around her waist. The moment her martial soul emerged, the temperature inside the vehicle plummeted dramatically. Fortunately, Han Wan had opened the window in advance, or the enclosed space would have descended to sub-zero temperatures in an instant. Teacher Huang, behold, this is the soul ring that Ye Lei helped me acquire, which has significantly augmented my strength. With that, Han Wan dismissed her martial soul, and the temperature within the car returned to normal. Ye Lei promptly closed the window. At this point, Huang Xiaoshu had no further objections and accepted all 5 soul rings. The trio then continued their casual conversation. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Jinrong Grand Hotel. Ye Lei offered a few words of instruction to the driver before entering the hotel alongside Han Wan and Huang Xiaoshu. Young master, welcome, greeted the front desk manager, who promptly bowed upon seeing Ye Lei's arrival and inquired about the number of the private room. Room 381 on the 3rd floor. Certainly, please follow me. The manager swiftly retrieved a walkie-talkie and announced, Attention, attention, the young master has arrived. The words transmitted over the intercom prompted the hotel staff to adopt an unparalleled level of service, as if preparing for an impending challenge, demonstrating their utmost professionalism to all the dining patrons present. The sudden shift in the demeanor of the staff at the Jinrong Grand Hotel left all the diners in a state of bewilderment. What is happening here? Why has the attitude of the staff changed so dramatically? One patron wondered, echoing the sentiments of others around him. The servers were unconcerned with the confusion. They were acutely aware that their future employer, the heir of the Ye family, was hosting a high school reunion that evening. To secure their positions, they felt compelled to present their most diligent selves, eager for the young master to witness their dedication. They understood that a commendable service performance could lead to promotions and salary increases. After all, working at the premier 5-star hotel in Rome City, even a front desk attendant earned nearly 10,000, not to mention those in higher positions. Once seated in the private room, Ye Lei waved his hand grandly and ordered the hotel's signature dishes without hesitation. Today, he bore no concern for the cost of the meal, as it was his family's establishment. He felt free to indulge in whatever he desired, knowing that the revenue was a trivial matter for the Ye family, which owned numerous enterprises. Half an hour later, the remaining students arrived at the private room in succession. Upon entering, they eagerly greeted Huang Xiaoshu, with several girls presenting her with gifts they had just purchased. Ye Lei suppressed a laugh as he observed the gifts, which consisted mainly of red pens, notebooks, or flowers, classic tokens reminiscent of Teacher's Day. He recalled his own past offerings, which had been more sophisticated red pens accompanied by an array of refills. When faced with teachers he did not particularly favor, he would simply present a handful of red pens and refills, with nothing else included. Presumably, the current student's Teacher's Day gifts were akin to his own experiences. 10 minutes later, Song Yang and Wang Yuning arrived, bearing a selection of items far more useful for teachers than what the girls had presented. The gifts they brought were of considerable value. Fortunately, during military training, Song Yang had accumulated a substantial amount of soul coins, making him relatively affluent among the ordinary students at school, especially since the items useful to teachers were not overly abundant. As the atmosphere reached its peak, Ye Lei signaled for everyone to quiet down. He took a seat and clapped his hands. Soon, 2 waiters entered in succession. The first waiter wheeled in a large box and announced, "This is a smart office chair, specially procured at the behest of the young master. Designed by a master from abroad, it possesses the luxurious texture of a sofa and features a massage function, providing exceptional comfort, perfectly suited to Miss Huang's office needs." After completing his introduction, the first waiter bowed and exited, while the second waiter entered with a cart laden with exquisitely packaged gift boxes. These are health tea bags custom-made for our hotel by the young master, crafted from the finest medicinal herbs. They offer benefits for beauty, heat clearing, and fat reduction, making them equally suitable for Miss Huang's office requirements. With that, the second waiter also withdrew from the private room. Huang Xiaoshu gazed at the opulent office chair and the mountain of health tea bags, smiling softly. "Ye Lei, you need not go to such lengths for me. As a teacher, I have no need for such lavish gifts." "Teacher Huang, what are you saying? As your first student since you began teaching, it is only fitting that I express my gratitude for the 3 years of your guidance with a small token. Please do not refuse these gifts." As Ye Lei was speaking, the door to the private room was abruptly kicked open with a resounding bang. An unexpected guest made their entrance at the threshold. Everyone present was taken aback, their gazes swiftly drawn towards the doorway, where stood a boy of average height and build. His hair dyed a striking shade of yellow. "Qintao, what brings you here?" Upon recognizing the visitor, Ye Lei's tone instantly turned frigid. P.S. Off work. September 14th, Chapter 116. Where did this dog come from? As Ye Lei was speaking, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang. An unexpected visitor appeared at the threshold. Everyone present was taken aback, turning their gazes towards the entrance, where they beheld a young man of average height and build, sporting a head of dyed blonde hair. "Qintao, what brings you here?" Upon recognizing the visitor, Ye Lei's demeanor instantaneously grew frigid. "What? Am I not allowed to attend the first gathering of our high school classmates?" Qintao scoffed. "Yet how can I forget that someone once volunteered to declare he would never set foot in Class 10 again? He even proclaimed that if he were to go back on his word, he would perform the act of consuming excrement before the entire class." Ye Lei did not lift his head. Instead, he casually picked up a few peanuts with his chopsticks and placed them in his mouth, speaking in a nonchalant manner. Instantly, his words prompted a chorus of laughter from the students present. "You, Ye Lei, I have long been intolerant of your attitude. I am here solely for my high school diploma. Huang Xiaoshu, if you do not hand over my diploma today, do not blame me for being rude." Qintao exclaimed in a fit of rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Huang Xiaoshu. "Oh, where did this dog come from, spouting so much nonsense? I am eager to see how you will treat Teacher Huang today." Ye Lei slammed his palm onto the table, causing the entire surface to tremble. "Well then, Ye Lei, I am a formidable soul master from the second ring. Today, I shall eliminate you first, and then deal with your girlfriend," Qintao declared indignantly, his right hand reaching out to conjure a crimson axe that materialized in his grasp. In the next moment, a white and a yellow soul ring appeared beneath his feet. Instantly, the entire private room, with the exception of Ye Lei, Song Yang, and the four others, fell into a state of shock. However, Huang Xiaoshu exhibited no astonishment upon witnessing Qintao's white and yellow soul rings. Just half an hour earlier, she had observed a far superior soul ring configuration on the minibus. In comparison, Qintao appeared to be utterly insignificant before Han Nuan. Yet, she firmly believed that Ye Lei's soul ring configuration would undoubtedly surpass that of Han Nuan in sheer terror. Alas, yet another foolhardy individual, with a mere white and yellow soul ring configuration, dares to make a ruckus on my territory? I fear you may have no intention of leaving this establishment alive." Ye Lei exerted force with his legs, pushing his chair backward before reclining leisurely against its back, crossing one leg over the other with an air of nonchalance. His narrowed eyes observed Qintao, who brandished his axe martial spirit menacingly. "Ye Lei, you're forcing my hand. I'll chop off your head. And you, Huang Xiaoshu, if you don't hand over my graduation certificate today, I'll do the same to you." Qintao roared, charging toward Ye Lei with his axe raised high. Bystanders scattered in fear, unwilling to intervene lest they be caught in the axe's deadly arc. Yet Ye Lei remained unperturbed, sipping from a goblet with an air of serene indifference, as though the weapon in Qintao's grip were nothing more than a trivial nuisance. Whoosh! The axe cleaved through the air with a thunderous howl, prompting onlookers to squeeze their eyes shut, dreading the gruesome spectacle. But moments passed without any cry of agony from Ye Lei, only the pained squeals of Qintao himself. Confused, the crowd cautiously peeked through their fingers, only for their eyes to widen in disbelief. There, before them, Ye Lei had effortlessly intercepted the descending axe between two fingers. "And no, this can't be. How could you stop my axe so easily?" Qintao stammered, his face contorted in bewilderment. He strained with all his might to wrench the weapon free, yet it remained immovable, as though fused to Ye Lei's grasp. "Why? You should ask yourself that," Ye Lei replied coolly. "And as for why you haven't received your graduation certificate, that, too, is your own doing. Don't expect Teacher Huang to clean up your mess. If you want that diploma, you'll submit your ideological report properly to the academic office. Otherwise, your graduation certificate will remain forever at Rongqing No. 8 High School." Ye Lei casually held a cup in one hand while pinching Qintao's axe with the other, never casting even a glance in Qintao's direction. "How infuriating! Ye Lei, you have forced my hand." With an unbearable surge of frustration, Qintao summoned his soul power and unleashed his first soul skill, Lava Blade. The white soul ring shimmered, and the axe blade, which Ye Lei held between his fingers, erupted with a crimson glow, hurtling towards Ye Lei's palm. Just as the light was about to graze Ye Lei's skin, a searing pressure emanated from within him, dispersing the red glow. While Qintao was violently thrown back by this force. "This is impossible. How can you?" Upon landing clumsily, Qintao's axe dissipated, and he pointed a trembling finger at Ye Lei. Yet before he could articulate his thoughts, he was rendered speechless by the four soul rings that slowly emerged beneath Ye Lei's feet. At that moment, even Huang Xiaoshu gasped in astonishment, her mouth covered in disbelief. She had thought that Han Nuan's triad of purple and black soul rings was formidable enough, but she was utterly taken aback by the sight of Ye Lei's four soul rings, each a deep black that signified 10,000 years. This indicated that Ye Lei's strength was such that a few more Qintaos would not suffice to challenge him. "So Qintao, how do you intend to sever my head? I had already given you a chance, yet you squandered it." Now it's my turn. Guards, take him away. At this command, Ye Lei's voice resonated through the building, reaching the ears of the security personnel on the third floor. Startled, they swiftly recognized their young master's voice and rushed to the private room 381, where Ye Lei was located. You there, drag him out immediately. Also, summon Manager Zhang to meet me. Ye Lei languidly reclined in his chair, taking a sip of his beverage before speaking. Yes, young master. Two security guards swiftly approached, grasping Chen Tao from either side and forcefully escorting him out. Regardless of his protests, they unceremoniously hurled him to the entrance of the Jinrong Hotel. Chen Tao landed heavily at the hotel's threshold, rubbing his backside as he rose to his feet. Subsequently pointing an accusatory finger at the two guards and unleashing a torrent of invective, even dragging their ancestors into his tirade. The guards, their expressions darkened, restrained the impulse to retaliate against Chen Tao. Moments later, the front desk manager emerged, whispering a few words into the ears of the guards. Upon hearing this, the two guards promptly stepped forward and dragged Chen Tao into the hotel's underground parking lot, where his anguished screams echoed through the dimly lit space. Young master, you summoned me. Is there something you require? 5 minutes later, a distinguished man clad in an exquisite white suit appeared at the door of box 381. Manager Zhang, I called you here to discuss that man who appeared in our box today, Chen Tao. You know what needs to be done. Ye Lei savored the exquisite dishes, scarcely casting a glance at the entrance. Manager Zhang, standing at the doorway, immediately grasped the underlying message in Ye Lei's words and promptly exited the private room, shutting the door behind him. Once outside, Manager Zhang retrieved his phone and composed a message. Sir has decreed that from this day forth, the man in the attached photograph and his relatives are prohibited from entering any hotel in Rongqing. Should any establishment dare to allow them entry, it would be tantamount to declaring war against our Jinrong Grand Hotel and the Yi family. After sending the message, Manager Zhang returned his phone to his pocket and resumed his duties. Xiao Wu, instruct the kitchen to promptly prepare a portion of today's newly developed dishes to be sent to room 381. And remember, each guest in room 381 should receive a serving of our desserts. Make haste. Manager Zhang then approached the kitchen entrance and summoned a rotund chef with a beer belly. Issuing his command, the chef, well aware of the significance of room 381, nodded eagerly and hurried back to his station, directing his team of cooks. Instantly, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. After the gathering concluded, Ye Lei arranged for a driver to safely escort Huang Xiaoshu to her home. Considering Chen Tao's earlier behavior, Ye Lei dispatched 5 personnel from Yi Family Guarantee Company to stand guard outside Huang Xiaoshu's residence overnight. Even during her attendance at Rongqing No. 8 Middle School, 2 security guards discreetly watched over her, though those details would come later. As he watched the business vehicle disappear into the distance, Ye Lei sighed softly. Alas, such a pleasant gathering was ruined today. Even the finest ingredients failed to evoke their rightful flavors. Shall we venture to the food street near the school for a bite? Han Nuan, playfully clinging to Ye Lei's arm, swayed slightly and gazed at him with eager anticipation. Of course, how could I possibly be unaware of your cravings, little foodie? Wouldn't you agree? Ye Lei extended his hand, playfully kneading the soft flesh on Han Wanxiao's belly with his fingers. Hee. Lazy, are Yuning and I going? We've had our fill these past 2 evenings, so we'll head back to school first. As she spoke, Song Yang took hold of Wen Yuning's small hand, offering a warm smile. All right then, I won't disturb your stroll any longer. See you in the dormitory tonight. With that, the 4 of them parted ways, each heading in a different direction. Ye Lei, did you know? My soul power has already surpassed level 36. I believe it's due to your absorption of that 50,000-year-old mimic soul ring, coupled with the vast amounts of domain energy I've absorbed within your blue-silver domain over the past few days. Hee. You guessed it right. Ye Lei and Han Nuan strolled hand in hand down the street, engaging in playful interaction. Observing Han Nuan, who appeared as cold as ice to outsiders but revealed her diminutive and adorable self in his presence, Ye Lei could not help but flash a radiant smile, his eyes brimming with affection for her. Under the moonlight, they walked side by side, enveloped in a myriad of pink bubbles. In Rongqing, within a vast office, an elderly man with white hair sat before an ornate wooden desk, perusing documents in his hands. Report, Elder 7, news from the Burning Heaven faction has arrived. Oh, do enlighten me. Days prior, the Soul Beast modification program they had been researching had successfully concluded, with 4 out of 5 experimental subjects achieving success. The failed one had been discreetly eliminated. This afternoon, they dispatched the 4th experimental subject to collect battle data on a certain Yi. The battle data has been transmitted to your exclusive mobile device, Elder 7. Please check your messages. The chief assistant to the Elder pushed open the office door, approaching the desk to present another document. Since the battle data has returned, what of the 4th experimental subject? Without lifting his gaze from the documents, Elder 7 replied. The 4th experimental subject has perished, leaving no trace behind. Dead, you say? No matter, our experiment has succeeded regardless. We can always capture a few homeless individuals from the streets for further modifications. Indeed, Elder 7. I shall issue the orders now to find 10 homeless individuals for the Soul Beast Modification Program. I believe, one day, your modified army will flourish magnificently. Very well. You may leave. Understood. At Rome University, outside the school gates, someone asked, Nuan, would you like to maximize the attack power of your second soul skill? As Ye Lei and Han Nuan just crossed the school gate, Ye Lei suddenly turned his head and inquired, Oh, if I wish to enhance the attack intensity of my second soul skill, wouldn't that require absorbing soul rings of corresponding ages? Han Nuan raised her delicate face. Her expression one of curiosity and responded, Well, I suppose that's not entirely incorrect. However, your second soul skill is derived from the millennium-old magic Ice Kite, a spirit beast of the mental attribute. Your second soul skill has also inherited the attacking technique of the magic Ice Kite. Yet, mental attribute soul beasts are rather rare. Nonetheless, I possess a unique technique that can significantly amplify the offensive power of your second soul skill. Would you be interested in learning it? At this moment, Ye Lei created a sense of suspense, gazing joyfully at Han Nuan. Really? I want to go. I want to learn. Upon hearing that there was a profound skill to enhance her second soul ability, Han Nuan looked at Ye Lei with wide, sparkling eyes, brimming with anticipation. Rest assured, I will definitely teach you. Now, listen carefully. This ultimate skill is called the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. The Purple Extreme Demon Eye? What is that? It sounds incredibly powerful. The Purple Extreme Demon Eye is one of the top secret techniques from a sect known as the Tang Sect. Mastering the Purple Extreme Demon Eye will grant you an additional skill that allows you to attack with your gaze, wielding formidable power. Ye Lei tilted his head with a smile and began to recite the secret technique of the Purple Extreme Demon Eye from the Tang Sect's ancient text word for word. This technique, known as the Purple Extreme Demon Eye, is cultivated during the fleeting moment when the morning sun rises and the purple aura flows eastward, greatly enhancing one's vision. It grants an extraordinary power of observation, allowing one to inflict psychological damage upon adversaries. One can perceive distant landscapes and scrutinize minute details. The Purple Extreme Demon Eye is categorized into 4 levels: the comprehensive vision, minute observation, seed of insight, and vastness. The effects of each are as follows. Comprehensive vision significantly enhances sight, allowing one to grasp every detail with clarity. Minute observation offers an even clearer view, capturing richer details and enabling one to react to all that lies before them at a slowed pace, facilitating rapid responses. Seed of insight, externally. One's eyes emit a golden-purple glow. From the practitioner's perspective, the surroundings become exceptionally clear, revealing a world rich in layers and vibrant colors. Even the transparent air becomes discernible, with faint dust particles identifiable. As lengthy passages of this knowledge flowed through the air into Han Nuan's ears, she found herself momentarily stunned, struggling to process the information. Ye Lei, could you possibly repeat that secret technique? I didn't quite comprehend it the first time, Han Nuan asked, tilting her head and gazing at him with hopeful eyes. Of course, no problem at all. Here, take this Tang Sect's ancient text. You can study the secret techniques it contains thoroughly. They will greatly aid you in your future battles. With that, Ye Lei flipped his right hand and retrieved the Tang Sect's ancient text from his system storage, presenting it to Han Nuan. Nuan, let me be clear. This ancient text must not fall into the hands of outsiders. The secrets inscribed within are unparalleled in this world, originating from the Douluo continent. If outsiders were to learn these techniques, it could have significant repercussions for us, Ye Lei said earnestly as Han Nuan accepted the ancient text. All right, I understand. You need not worry. I will ensure that this book remains undiscovered by anyone, including Wing Yunling and the others, Han Nuan replied, tucking away the tome with a smile directed at Ye Lei. Well then, it's getting late. Let us return to the dormitory to rest. Oh. And within that Tang Sect ancient text, you should focus on learning the Purple Extreme Demon Eye, the Ghostly Shadow Step, and the 100 Solutions of Hidden Weapons. Ghostly Shadow Step? 100 Solutions of Hidden Weapons? What are those? Han Nuan inquired, her face a picture of curiosity as she posed her questions to Ye Lei. The Ghostly Shadow Step is a unique maneuver included in the Tang Sect's teachings. Once perfected, it will provide you with remarkable agility in combat, proving to be immensely beneficial. As for the 100 Solutions of Hidden Weapons, you can utilize the feather-like ice blades released by your first soul skill, Ice Feather, as silent weapons to stealthily inflict harm upon your foes. Ye Lei elucidated. Han Nuan finally displayed a look of realization, then adorably nodded and obediently remarked, I understand now. Ye Lei felt a pang of softness in his heart upon hearing her response, and guilt extended its hands, gently grasping Han Nuan's delicate face, beginning to playfully torment her. Ye Lei, what are you doing? Han Nuan's soft visage bore faint red marks from Ye Lei's playful grip. She then raised her little pink fists, striking down upon Ye Lei's firm chest muscles with fervor. Observing Han Nuan's tiny fist rain upon his chest, Ye Lei could not help but chuckle. After all, her feeble attempts at offense were utterly harmless to him. Following the absorption of his third soul ring by his flame lord martial spirit, his physical strength had multiplied several times beyond that of an ordinary person. Han Nuan was well aware of this fact, hence she infused her punches with a smidgen of soul power. Yet, this slight essence dissipated upon contact with Ye Lei's chest. akin to a droplet vanishing in the vast ocean. All right. I shall not tease you any longer, Nuan. It is getting late. You should head back. Humph. I am angry. I don't wish to talk to you. Han Nuan pouted, turning her back to Ye Lei, her expression one of indignation. Her sulky demeanor tempted Ye Lei to extend his mischievous hand once more, yet a sense of conscience restrained him from succumbing to that impulse. Instead, he gently placed his large hand on her fluffy head, affectionately embracing her. Come now, do not be upset. The hour is late. Let us return to the dormitory. We have classes to attend in the morning. Ye Lei's eyes were filled with tenderness. Humph. Seeing your sincere attitude of admitting your mistake, I shall reluctantly forgive you. I will head back to the dormitory now. See you tomorrow. With that, Han Nuan turned around to face Ye Lei, beaming with a smile, and then skipped joyfully towards the girl's dormitory, clutching the treasured techniques of the Tang Sect. Ye Lei gazed at the youthful figure of the girl as she bounced away, a smile involuntarily creeping across his lips. As he recalled Han Nuan's expressions from earlier, he felt an overwhelming urge to gently grasp her head and trace the contours of her lips. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to shake his head vigorously, dispelling the inappropriate thoughts that had invaded his mind. Goodness, why have I been preoccupied with such notions today? Nuan is still quite young, perhaps in a few years. Ha ha ha. Just as he managed to regain his composure, another errant thought crossed his mind, causing him to shake his head with even greater fervor. P.S. Keep pushing forward, just one more chapter. Resolve it within half an hour. September 16th, Chapter 121. Campus Forum. Ye Lei gazed at the youthful figure of the girl as she leapt with joy, a smile involuntarily spreading across his lips. He recalled Han Nuan's expressions from earlier, and an overwhelming urge to grasp her head and trace the contours of her lips overtook him. Just the thought of it compelled Ye Lei to shake his head vigorously, dispelling the inappropriate thoughts clouding his mind. Goodness, why have I been preoccupied with such notions today? Nuan is still so young. Perhaps I shall wait a few more years, and then, just as he regained his composure, a stray thought flickered through his mind, prompting him to shake his head even more fervently. Not far away, within a teaching building, a faint glimmer of light flickered behind a window. September 11th. Early morning. Ye Lei was roused by his three roommates. He exclaimed, "What are you three doing? It's not even 8 o'clock yet. Can't you allow me to sleep a little longer?" Ye Lei sat on his bed, his eyes still heavy with sleep as he gazed at the three individuals standing on the floor. Lazy, quickly check the campus forum, Song Yang said, cradling his phone without lifting his gaze from the screen. Ye Lei was utterly bewildered as he picked up his phone to take a glance, yet offered no response before retreating back to bed, yearning to indulge in a brief slumber. Alas, I ponder, Ye Lei, how can you remain so indifferent to your own affairs when you and Han Nuan have made headlines on the campus forum? Is your apathy towards your own life truly that profound? The fact that Han Nuan and I have graced the campus forum is of little consequence. After all, our relationship as a couple is well established, and I have yet to make an official announcement within the university. In a way, his actions have inadvertently aided me. But enough of this. Allow me to enjoy a bit more rest. Ye Lei, in a state of resignation, turned over and impatiently remarked. Upon hearing his words, the three individuals beneath the bed displayed expressions of sudden realization. Indeed, it seemed that there was no need for haste. It was perplexing how that group of individuals perceived Ye Lei as someone who had stolen their girlfriend. It was rather absurd. Furthermore, the girls were particularly fierce in their criticisms, mercilessly berating our sister-in-law, even going so far as to label her a harlot. It was bewildering how they could think themselves as Lei's undisclosed romantic interests, as if he would even consider them. After voicing their frustrations, the trio continued to engage in a heated exchange on their phones, trading barbs with the trolls on the campus forum. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Han Nuan released several photos chronicling her relationship with Ye Lei on the campus forum. Upon witnessing these images, the more deranged students on the forum became utterly frenzied. Instantly, a number of girls flocked to Han Nuan's account to unleash a torrent of insults. Yet, a few rational students, upon seeing the photos, commented wishing for the happiness of Ye Lei and Han Nuan. Alas, brothers, that Ye Lei resides next door in my dormitory. Let us band together and teach him a lesson, exclaimed one. Count me in, another chimed. Brothers, that Ye Lei lives in dormitory 408. As a result, a multitude of male students, ranging from freshmen to seniors, began gathering at Ye Lei's dormitory door. One particularly aggressive athlete kicked open the door and stormed inside. The three, engrossed in their online battles, were startled by the resounding crash of the door against the wall, turning their heads to find a throng of boys assembled at the entrance. Which one of you is Ye Lei? Come out and face me. You've stolen the woman I adore, and I want to allow you to remain unscathed in this school, the leading athlete proclaimed arrogantly. The expressions of Song Yang and his companions darkened instantly. That was quick, remarked Jing Hang. How amusing. It seems that it is you who will be unable to continue here, Song Yang retorted. Finally, we have a valid reason to settle this. Chen Sitsai added. Why should their relationship concern you? Do you aspire to be a third wheel? They have been together for over 2 years. How could you claim she is yours when you've only seen her a handful of times? Ridiculous. The trio unleashed their retorts upon the athlete, leaving him speechless. Regardless, the woman I desire belongs to me, boyfriend or not. Move aside, or else my fist might inadvertently strike you. The athlete, Wang Ba, boasted, flexing his wrists, revealing the imposing figure of a 2-meter-tall gorilla behind him. However, at the moment of his martial spirit's manifestation, no soul rings appeared. Oh? Do you truly believe that someone without a single soul ring can contend with us? Song Yang's group's expressions hardened as they summoned their martial spirits. Instantly, 3 enormous beast-like spirits materialized within the room, accompanied by 6 faint purple soul rings. Yes, 6 purple soul rings. During military training, both Jing Hang and Shen Sicai had successfully broken through to level 20, with Ye Lei assisting them in selecting the most suitable soul beasts. Additionally, Jing Hang had absorbed a 50,000-year-old soul bone, significantly enhancing his soul power, making him the 3rd strongest among their group, aside from Ye Lei and Han Nuan. Thus, when his martial spirit appeared, visible electric sparks filled the room. In contrast, those who had barged into the dormitory found themselves startled by the electric discharges due to their failure to release their own martial spirits. You think just because you have 2 purple soul rings, you can intimidate me? I don't care that Ye Lei must separate from Han Nuan, the campus flower, until I tire of her. Wang Ba declared, relishing the thought of his unseemly intentions. Say that again if you dare. Just as Wang Ba envisioned those unsightly scenes, a voice resonated, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that bore down on the dormitory entrance. Wang Ba, caught off guard by this sudden force, fell to the ground, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. As he attempted to rise, a blue-silver spear abruptly thrust itself between his legs. The sight of the spear nearly caused him to faint, and once more, he was drenched in sweat. Weren't you quite boastful a moment ago? What happened to that bravado now? Ye Lei's figure suddenly appeared behind Song Yang and the others. His eyes filled with fierce intent as he gazed at Wang Ba and his companions standing at the entrance of the dormitory. So you are Ye Lei, are you? From this day forth, you shall relinquish Han, the school beauty, to me for a week, or else. With a chilling glare, Ye Lei retorted, you truly possess the audacity of a bear and the ferocity of a leopard. How dare you covet my woman? It seems you have no intention of surviving in this school. Upon hearing Wang Ba's words, Ye Lei's eyes glinted with an even more frigid intensity. You dare threaten my standing in this school, you little pretty boy? Do you even think you are worthy to speak such words? Remember to draft your statements carefully. At that moment, Wang Ba rose to his feet, a smug expression plastered across his face as he regarded Ye Lei. If I am unworthy, then pray tell. What makes you worthy? Ye Lei pushed aside Song Yang and the others, taking a step forward. With a flick of his right hand, the blue-silver overlord spear, which had previously been embedded in the ground, instantly returned to his grasp. Gripping the spear tightly, Ye Lei thrust it forward, aiming the silver tip directly at Wang Ba's throat. You wretched scoundrel, no one in this world is worthy of honor except for me. Now, I demand you to leave at once. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to add another's blood to my blue-silver overlord spear. As he spoke, a surge of will surged through him, causing 6 soul rings to rise from his feet and hover around his waist. 6-ring soul emperor. How is this possible? You are merely an 18-year-old youth. Why? How could you possess 5 10,000-year and 100,000-year soul rings? This defies reason. Wang Ba was utterly flustered, staring at Ye Lei in disbelief. How can it be impossible? The world is vast and full of wonders. What of my status as a 6-ring soul emperor? And you lot, wise up and leave immediately. I shan't repeat myself. When Ye Lei responded to Wang Ba, he shouted directly at the group of boys behind him. Instantly, they scattered, leaving Wang Ba standing alone. After witnessing his companions flee, Wang Ba attempted to escape as well, but Ye Lei's haunting voice echoed once more. What? After humiliating someone, you wish to run away? Today, if you do not pay a price, I shall not bear the surname Ye. As he spoke, countless tendrils of blue-silver vine emerged, replacing the damaged dormitory door and blocking the entrance. Bro, let us talk this over calmly. A gentleman uses words, not fists. You made a mistake today. Please don't hold it against me. Senior, not holding it against you? Very well, then today I shall take something of yours. And I will not hold it against you. As Ye Lei witnessed the success of his scheme, a broad smile spread across his face. What is this? At that moment, Wang Ba had lost his previous arrogance, gazing at Ye Lei with a sycophantic expression. Your lifeline. You claim to have a fondness for women. So I shall confiscate your instrument of seduction. Let us see how you intend to play now. Ye Lei's words left Wang Ba and Song Yang utterly astonished. At that moment, they realized that this senior before them had truly touched Ye Lei's sensitive spot. However, they refrained from speaking. For it was only fitting that a scoundrel who reveled in the company of women faced consequences for his actions. What do you mean, you want my lifeline? What if I refuse? Upon hearing this, Wang Ba immediately became enraged. After all, he had been attending Rome University for quite some time, and his circle of friends changed almost weekly, not to mention the countless times he had rented rooms. If his lifeline were confiscated, how could he continue his pursuits? Thus, Wang Ba stood his ground, believing that this was a school setting and that Ye Lei was beneath him. Fine, since you are unwilling to comply, I shall resort to other means. Ye Lei sneered. Brothers, let's teach him a lesson. With that, Ye Lei activated his blue-silver domain and swiftly slapped Wang Ba across his pudgy face. Witnessing Ye Lei's aggression, the other three hesitated momentarily but soon joined the fray. Song Yang unleashed a powerful blow with an alligator's tail, striking Wang Ba in the abdomen, causing him to crash into the blue-silver emperor that Ye Lei had used to seal the door. The remarkable elasticity of the blue-silver emperor then propelled him back, sending him crashing to the ground. Jing Hang wasted no time either, releasing a net imbued with faint electrical elements, ensnaring Wang Ba and eliciting cries of agony from him. Meanwhile, the neighboring dormitory was abuzz with curiosity, wondering about the source of such piercing screams. It seemed that a few upperclassmen had come to confront the infamous Ye Lei, and the group that had initially gathered had scattered, leaving only Wang Ba behind. The owner of those anguished cries was undoubtedly Wang Ba himself. It was common knowledge that his girlfriend changed weekly, and he had been involved with numerous girls, including some from their own cohort. Such a person was nothing short of a scoundrel, breaking up with girls after their encounters, only to threaten them with secretly recorded videos and photos when they attempted to reason with him. To protect their dignity, those girls chose not to pursue the matter further. Now, however, Wang Ba found himself in dire straits, having provoked the strongest warrior among their cohort, Ye Lei, and he was likely in for a severe reckoning. As the cacophony of screams subsided after several minutes, Ye Lei finally withdrew the blue-silver emperor that had served as a barrier. The three of them tidied themselves and emerged from the dormitory, dragging Wang Ba, who bore no marks of bruises, by his ankle with a blue-silver vine. Ye Lei acted with a certain bluntness, unceremoniously depositing Wang Ba at the entrance of the boys' dormitory before heading to the cafeteria with Song Yang and the others without a backward glance. Alas, Ye Lei, when you were pummeling that despicable scoundrel, why did you activate your blue-silver domain? Humph. Activating the blue-silver domain was merely a concession to him. My blue-silver emperor martial soul possesses a unique skill known as wildfire cannot be extinguished. Spring breeze brings new life. In essence, this ability grants me the power of self-healing. Any wounds upon my person will mend themselves within my blue-silver domain over a certain period. Oh, I see now. Ye Lei, you activated the blue-silver domain to prevent that vile creature from reporting you afterward? Thus, within Ye Lei's domain, any injuries he sustains will be restored to their optimal state under the domain's energy. Therefore, giving him a beating inadvertently benefits him, as he absorbs the energy from my domain, significantly enhancing his own cultivation. However, I have left my blue-silver emperor mark within him. Should he continue his previous misdeeds against those girls, the mark will instantaneously cause him to meet his demise. As Ye Lei spoke, his gaze suddenly turned icy. Nevertheless, I granted him 3 opportunities. Should he attempt to deceive any young woman, the mark would incapacitate him instantly. After 3 chances, it would signify his demise. P.S. There is one more chapter. I must rise early tomorrow. September 17th, Chapter 124. Official announcement. Ye Lei, meeting a tragic end, would that not be somewhat cruel? Song Yang inquired, his voice tinged with anxiety. Cruel? I considered it a mercy that I did not leave the Flame Lord's mark within him. Had I done so, his primal soul would scarcely endure 5 hours. Once the time elapsed, his body would ignite spontaneously, and within 10 seconds, he would be reduced to ashes. Ye Lei spoke expressionlessly. Instantly, the 3 individuals beside him were astounded, for they too believed that leaving a blue-silver emperor mark within that despicable creature's body was a mere leniency, as long as the opportunity was cherished. He would not perish. However, should he squander this chance, only death awaited that loathsome wretch. Contemplating this, Song Yang and the others ceased their musings on the matter. After dining with Ye Lei in the canteen, they hastened to their classroom for lessons. Meanwhile, beneath the boys' dormitory, Wang Ba lay on the ground in a state of distress. At that moment, a classmate happened to exit the dormitory and rushed over to assist him. Hey, what are you doing lying here? Didn't you just say you were going to teach that junior, who snatched your potential girlfriend, a lesson? Did he manage to beat you? Don't even mention it. That junior turned out to be a soul emperor at the 6th ring, possessing a spirit ring of 100,000 years. I confronted him in his dormitory and received a thorough beating. Oh, it truly pained me to my core. Just then, Wang Ba attempted to move his pained neck, only to realize there was no sensation of pain whatsoever. Skeptically, he prodded the area on his abdomen where Song Yang had struck him with his tail, yet the result was the same, no trace of discomfort. This is impossible. Why am I devoid of any pain? This defies logic. Wang Ba held in frustration, for he had anticipated using the scars of a lifetime to extort some recompense from Ye Lei. Yet now, he could find no sign of injury on himself. Even the places where he had been struck elicited no pain, leaving him utterly enraged. Ye Lei, since the campus forum has become quite lively due to your affair, how do you intend to handle it? What else can be done? It must be addressed in the simplest and most straightforward manner. Since Nuan has already made an official declaration, I shall do the same. I will formally announce it on the campus forum, after all. I am the last principal party yet to respond. Indeed, I am certain that there are quite a number of extreme girls on your sister-in-law's side. Yet they would never dare approach her within 5 meters. After all, the chilling aura she exudes is unbearable even for us. Not just you, even I, who possess a fire attribute martial soul, could only withstand her ultimate ice for a minute. The elemental clash between fire and ice is not a new experience for me. A month ago, while assisting my mother in hunting for a second soul ring, I was injured by a dying soul beast due to my arrogance. Who would have thought it was a top-tier Ice attribute C soul beast? Fortunately, I possess the blue-silver Emperor martial soul. Otherwise, I might still be nursing my old wounds. Ye Lei chuckled softly. Rongchen, in the ancestral home of the Ye family, Tang Yuqing, who was comfortably seated on the sofa indulging in fruit while watching a television drama, inexplicably sneezed. Puzzled, she rubbed her nose and voiced her thoughts. What is going on? Why did I suddenly sneeze out of the blue? Wait a moment, it must be Ye Junqing playing pranks on me again. Tonight, he can forget about sharing my bed. After expressing her frustration, Tang Yuqing resumed her enjoyment of the fruit and the drama. Meanwhile, Ye Junqing, tirelessly working at the Yi group to earn a living, found himself in quite the predicament. P.S. Off work. September 16th, Chapter 125, Beyond the Law. Ye Junqing exclaimed, Ye Lei, you little rascal, after raising you for 18 years, is this how you repay me? You've made it impossible for me to sleep tonight. Just wait until your break. I shall see how to deal with you. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the cafeteria, Ye Lei's left hand was frantically maneuvering on his mobile device, while his companion Song Yang and the others remained entirely oblivious to his actions. However, they refrained from inquiring, as they could surmise that Ye Lei was likely contemplating the official announcement for the campus forum. Indeed, once he completed his task and set his phone aside, the devices of Song Yang and the others chimed in unison. Let me take a wild guess. Ye Lei, have you just posted an official announcement on the campus forum? Is there any need for guessing, Jinghang? The ramifications of this matter are too significant. Just look at how many boys stormed our dormitory this morning. Ye Lei surely didn't wish to conceal it any longer, so he must have seized this moment to make the announcement. Exactly. Ye Lei, do you think we are correct? Absolutely, without a doubt. Since someone has been surreptitiously capturing photos of me in Nuan air, inadvertently thrusting us into the limelight at school, I might as well stoke the flames further. Making the announcement now serves to extinguish any aspirations harbored by those with ulterior motives. Ye Lei consumed his salty porridge with an impassive expression. Song Yang and his companions exchanged knowing smiles before simultaneously reaching for their phones to peruse the campus forum. At the pinnacle of the forum, they noticed a freshly updated post that garnered thousands of views within a mere 2 minutes, accompanied by a multitude of comments. Song Yang casually clicked on one and was immediately incensed by the remarks within. How could this girl, Han Nuan, possibly be worthy of our campus heartthrob? Ye. Her face is obviously artificial. Another user chimed in. Count me in. Ladies, I have her information. I'll send each of you a copy later. Let us track her down. Oh, Ye Lei, the situation here is rather grim. Numerous extreme comments from jealous girls are flooding your post, disparaging your girlfriend. What should we do? Should we crawl through the internet and beat them up? Rest assured, I will address this matter, since they dare to insult my girlfriend. Let them know that the internet is not a legal free-for-all. They believe they can slander others online without repercussions? Within half an hour, they will receive a letter from the Yi family's attorney. I want them to face legal consequences. Having spoken, Ye Lei calmly finished the last spoonful of his porridge and stood up, causing the atmosphere around Song Yang and his companions to feel significantly more oppressive. Despite being in an air-conditioned room, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. Promptly, they finished their breakfast and followed Ye Lei out of the cafeteria. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Nuan Jia, he just posted about your relationship on the campus forum. Luo Yun exclaimed, glancing at her phone. I say, Xiao Luo Yun. Brother-in-law has publicly declared his relationship. Isn't that wonderful? Exactly. In my view, brother-in-law is merely awaiting the opportune moment. I believe Nuan Jia and brother-in-law are waiting for the person who took the photos to release them, so that they can announce their relationship and dispel any romantic notions from others. I heard from the boys in our class that a senior from the third year caused a ruckus at brother-in-law's dorm this morning, only to be thoroughly beaten up. All right. You three, stop discussing it. Let it go. Focusing on studying is paramount. Han Nuan said, peeking out from the restroom. Nuan Jia is right. We are here to learn and acquire skills. However, I think Nuan Jia could do well even without attending university, Luo Yun said, playfully shaking her tiny fist with a charming smile. That makes sense. Xiao Na and Wang Yuning concurred in unison. What do you mean it makes sense? You three. Please refrain from making such comments. Han Nuan blushed, peeking out again. P.S. What to do if I don't want to attend online classes? Seeking solutions. Just 2 more chapters to go. Let us keep pushing. September 18th, Chapter 126, Transmission. Luo Yun and her companions couldn't help but laugh at Han Nuan's bashful demeanor as she peeked out from the restroom, though she retreated to wash her face. The blush on her cheeks lingered. While the jest of her roommates was harmless, it prompted her to reflect on her situation. After all, she and Ye Lei possessed substantial family wealth, ensuring their future was secure, devoid of financial worries. Ye Lei, in particular, hailed from the prestigious Yu family of Longqing, whose total assets ranked prominently nationwide. If all their holdings were converted into cash, they could sustain generations without concern for sustenance or attire. Moreover, Ye Lei possessed an impressive amount of gold coins, which, when converted to RMB, likely surpassed even the entirety of Han's family wealth. Never mind. Why dwell on such thoughts? I am not the type to rely on family wealth to live a life of ease. I must forge my own path. Such a life holds true significance. Han Wan shook her head vigorously, redirecting her focus to the sudden blemishes that had appeared on her face overnight. Uncle Wang, I will send you a list shortly. Please investigate the individuals behind those IP addresses and send them each a lawyer's letter. I will forward the contents of the letter to you in an image. Sitting in class, Ye Lei typed swiftly to his lawyer, Wang. Before turning to his companions beside him, brothers, I ask a favor. Please help me identify those IDs that have insulted Han Wan and me on the forum. Remember, anyone who has disparaged us must not be overlooked. Find each one, and let us compile them on this paper. With that, Ye Lei produced 8 sheets of A4 paper, distributing 2 to each of his friends. They silently nodded in agreement and, in unison, began searching on their phones with black pens in hand. Before long, half the A4 sheet was filled with densely packed ID accounts, while Ye Lei remained focused, jotting down IDs as he glanced at his phone. Since the uproar had begun the previous night and persisted into the morning, the number of insulting comments had soared into the thousands. It took the 4 of them 2 class periods to compile the relevant IDs, after which they took a photograph of their findings and sent it to lawyer Wang. Then, in a moment that left Song Yang and his friends dumbfounded, Ye Lei performed an astonishing act. He transmitted his voice through spiritual energy. Greetings to the seniors of Rong University and the newly enrolled students. I am Ye Lei, the one who gained notoriety on the campus forum last night. I am certain many of you are eager to find ways to thwart my relationship with my girlfriend, Han Wan. However, I fail to comprehend why you feel the need to interfere. We have been together for over 2 years, and our relationship does not require your concern. Therefore, if anyone dares to insult or defame Han Wan and me on the campus forum again, I will treat all offenders equally. Regardless of whether you come from a humble background or a wealthy one, you shall receive a warning letter from my attorney. I trust there will be male seniors who may feel defiant, but it matters not. If anyone feels unsatisfied, feel free to confront me in person. If you can endure for the duration of a joss-stick-ass burning time in my presence, I shall grant you a chance to speak. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. If you doubt my resolve, I suggest you inquire with a senior named Wang Ba. With the transmission concluded, Ye Lei maintained an air of indifference. After all, in the entire school, there was not a single individual who could endure even half the duration of an incense stick under his influence, let alone someone capable of lasting an entire stick. Thus, only the shameless boys, who understood the stakes, would dare approach him, and he would not recommend resorting to brute force to resolve issues. Well done, Lei. Your ability to transmit spiritual energy is formidable enough to instill fear. Indeed, with your prowess, even the members of the Elders' Hall would likely struggle to endure even half the duration of an incense stick in your presence. Kindly omit the word likely. Ye Lei chuckled softly and spoke. P.S. There is still 1 chapter left before work ends. Let's keep going. September 18th, Chapter 127. Another challenger approaches Sister Nuan. Your words to your brother-in-law exude such commanding authority, reminiscent of the domineering CEOs found in novels. Previously, when Ye Lei communicated telepathically, he addressed the entire student body. Thus Han Wan Luoyin herself absorbed those words. Instantly, a warmth surged within Han Wan's heart. With a boyfriend like Ye Lei, her sense of security was unparalleled. Hey, brother, isn't that Ye Lei a bit too arrogant? How can he be so presumptuous without fearing a confrontation? In a corner of the playground, a lackey questioned his older brother, puzzled. It seems he is unaware of who holds the power in the school. Come, let us confront this Ye Lei. I am curious to see how he can withstand even a single incense stick's duration. With that, the school bully rose, surrounded by his followers, revealing a striking yellow soul ring beneath his feet. Lazy, shall we go out for lunch? Chen Sikan inquired. Sure, order whatever you wish. It's on me. Can we? Jing Hang hesitated to speak, a look of indecision on his face. Can we invite Xiaona and the others? Of course, that's no problem. However, the opportunity to do so is something you and Lao Chen must seize. Ye Lei smiled knowingly, directly revealing Jing Hang's innermost thoughts. Hey, how about we go out for lunch? Sure, what do you want to eat? You decide, it's all the same to me. Whichever place you choose. That's where we'll eat. All right then. By the way, Jing Hang wanted to ask if your other 2 roommates would like to join us for lunch? Oh, you mean Luo Yun and Xiaona? Hold on, let me check. 30 seconds later. They said they can make it. Then it's settled, 11:30 at the school gate. Don't be late. So, what is the verdict? Did they agree? Jing Hang eagerly approached Ye Lei as he put down his phone. Look at you, so impatient. Don't worry, they agreed. We'll meet at the school gate at 11:30. Ye Lei couldn't help but chuckle at Jing Hang's anxious demeanor. Look at Chen. He isn't nearly as impatient as you are, right, Chen? With that, Ye Lei reached out and patted Chen Sitsai's shoulder, inquiring further. What happened? Chen Sitsai, startled, looked up at Ye Lei with a perplexed expression. I dread the sudden stillness in the air. Ye Lei and Jing Hang exchanged glances, both surprised to discover that Chen Sitsang's eagerness was not due to impatience, but rather because his mind was filled with thoughts of the little girl, Luo Yun. It was no wonder he had inadvertently tuned out their conversation. Brother, I meant to suggest that we dine off campus at noon with Han Wan and the others. Really? Is Luo Yun joining us as well? Upon hearing that Luo Yun would be present, Chen Sitsang's spirit soared, and he mirrored Jing Hang's expression perfectly. Ha ha. At that moment, Ye Lei and his companions could no longer contain their amusement and burst into hearty laughter, leaving Qin Sikong bewildered and alone in the wind. Utterly unable to grasp the source of their mirth, his face a portrait of confusion. Brother, the one in front is Ye Lei. Suddenly, this remark shattered the cheerful atmosphere among the four. Upon hearing someone calling his name, Ye Lei slowly straightened up and glanced in the direction of the voice. With a nonchalant demeanor, he patted the shoulders of the three companions beside him and prepared to head towards the school gate. Hey, I'm speaking to you. Are you Ye Lei? And if I am? He replied coolly. You seemed rather arrogant just now. Well, here I am, seeking a confrontation. I'm curious to see how you intend to make me endure less than a stick of incense. The leader, flanked by his subordinates, spoke with an air of brazen defiance. Another one looking for trouble. Ye Lei smiled helplessly and coldly remarked, Are you daring to repeat that? Night Shi Shui. The leader, surrounded by his underlings, shouted after hearing Ye Lei's words. May I ask the senior, do you have a hearing problem? Must I reiterate that for you? Ye Lei spoke expressionlessly, his tone laced with profound mockery. You bear the surname Yi, yet I, Yu Qi Shui, have never endured such a grievous humiliation. It appears you are intent on making your stay at this school intolerable. Should you be willing to surrender the Hanmyo flower? I might consider sparing you the loss of a leg. Yu Qi Shui's fury ignited, and his eyes instantly transformed into a blood-red hue as he gazed at Ye Lei. Wait. The change in his pupils, could it be that his martial soul is a primal one? Upon witnessing the change in the hue of Yu Qi Shui's pupils, Ye Lei pondered for a moment. Just then, he was interrupted by a voice. Ye Lei, what are you all doing here? Weren't we supposed to dine off campus? At that moment, Nuan and her companions arrived, observing the scene before them, where Yu Qi Shui stood facing Ye Lei. Nuan, you've arrived just in time. This senior has openly declared his intention to win you over. What do you propose we do about it? Ye Lei, with a smirk that belied his true feelings, remarked. What? Am I being robbed? Are there still people bold enough to confront me directly? Upon hearing this, Nuan's anger flared instantly. Ye Lei, where is that person? I want to turn him into an ice sculpture right now. He is right there, watching you with a gaze that is utterly unabashed. I am yearning to exact justice upon him. As he spoke, Ye Lei's fists tightened, the bones cracking audibly under the pressure. Following his gaze, Nuan quickly spotted Yu Qi Shui, who was scrutinizing her with an unrestrained stare. Senior, are you out of your mind? It's broad daylight, and you're leering at a girl. Have you lost your senses? Without hesitation, Nuan shot back defiantly. Very well. I admire this spirited and untamed girl. I had no intention of retaliating, but now, it's different. I shall exact double the punishment upon you. Ye Lei could no longer contain himself and spoke directly. You arrived just in time. The opponents across from us are all first-ring soul masters. Let the 8 of us confront them together. After Ye Lei finished speaking, he leaped backward, landing firmly atop the head of the flame lord that had emerged from the ground, his body radiating an intense heat that erupted instantaneously. Witnessing this, the other 7 no longer held back and, at that very moment, unleashed their martial souls. Nuan, previously discomforted by Yu Qi Shui's unabashed gaze, felt relieved to finally release her own martial soul. Enormous wings unfurled from her back, and 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, materialized in succession. In an instant, the surrounding atmosphere shifted, the heat emanating from Ye Lei colliding with the coolness of her aura, creating a peculiar balance of warmth and chill in the arena. Unsurprisingly, the others also bore 2 Millennium Soul Rings beneath their feet. Night Brother, they all possess a Millennium First Ring. Are we truly going to engage them? A younger associate, closest to Yu Qi Shui, inquired. Yes, we shall fight. However, we must temper that Ye's audacity, Yu Qi Shui replied, his crimson pupils darkening ominously. If we don't confront them now, how shall I maintain my reputation as Azrael within the school? Brothers, unleash your martial souls. Whoever first breaks one of Ye's legs shall earn 3 iron soul coins from me. Yu Qi Shui proclaimed, generously raising 3 iron soul coins high above his head. The coins gleamed with a unique iron-silver luster in the sunlight, and at the sight of them, his entourage became invigorated, activating their own martial souls. A glance around revealed that all of them were illuminated by the glow of yellow light beneath their feet. Yu Qi Shui surveyed the scene behind him, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Thanks to our Yi family's business dealings with the military, we have amassed such a considerable number of soul rings. I refuse to believe that with so many of us, we cannot best you 8, he declared abruptly, regardless of how softly Yu Qi Shui spoke. The formidable Ye Lei absorbed every word. With the military's commercial ties, it was unlikely that his subordinate soul rings all originated from the Elder Hall, given their nature. It was improbable they would provide him with so many century-old rings. Even if they did, they would likely be of only a century or 2 in quality. As he pondered, Ye Lei discreetly activated his soul beast detector, scanning Yu Qi Shui's group. As anticipated, the quality of their soul rings ranged only from 1 to 200 years, with not a single 300-year ring among them. Do you truly believe that your numbers alone can intimidate us 8? We need not even unleash our soul techniques. We could easily subdue your dozen or so with ease. Ye Lei let out a cold laugh and spoke. In the distance, some individuals had begun to glance this way, even brandishing their phones in an attempt to capture the moment. However, Ye Lei was not one to allow their petty antics to succeed. Without uttering another word, he activated the 4 Fire Heaven domain, enveloping both parties within its confines. The searing magma swiftly covered the ground, and a crimson energy shield ascended, encapsulating Ye Lei and his companions, as well as Ye Shui and his entourage. What is this? What has happened? What have you done? Ye Shui inquired anxiously, noticing the transformation of the ground beneath him and the sky above. I haven't done anything at all. Wasn't it you who wanted to engage in a brawl? Very well then, let us commence. How infuriating. Enough of your rambling, you lot. Seize him and break one of his legs. Ye Shui gritted his teeth, pointing a commanding finger as his underlings charged towards Ye Lei and his 8 companions with a furious roar. Humph, how foolish. Nuan observed the scene, her aura growing increasingly frigid. With a swift motion of her wings, she unleashed her second soul skill. A colossal ice blue eye materialized in the air, and upon locking gaze with it, several of Ye Shui's subordinates gasped and fell to the ground, clutching their eyes in agony. Her first soul skill, the divine crocodile's tail, was unleashed as Song Yang executed a sudden turn, summoning a massive crocodile tail that struck, sending 3 of the underlings flying. They were hurled out of Ye Lei's domain and fell heavily to the ground outside the 4 Fire Heaven domain, rendered unconscious. Onlookers outside, witnessing the inexplicable emergence of the crimson barrier, reached out to touch it. In an instant, they recoiled with a cry, only to see 3 figures suddenly burst forth from within. When they hit the ground, a loud thud echoed, and they lay there, unconscious. The spectators, no longer concerned with the barrier, rushed over to check on the fallen individuals. Jing Hang also took action, employing the skill of the 50,000-year-old soul beast, the Thunder Magic Tiger, which he had absorbed days prior. However, he deliberately tempered the attack's potency, wary of reducing the assailants to mere ashes. A purple beam shot from Jing Hang's forehead, striking the ground and conjuring an electrified lightning net. Several underlings, unable to react in time, found themselves ensnared, jumping about in a shocking dance. With merely 3 individuals taking action, Ye Shui's cadre of over a dozen subordinates found themselves utterly powerless. This is impossible. How could my underlings be? Ye Shui exclaimed in astonishment, watching his subordinates cry out in distress and dance in place. How can it be impossible? Did you not declare your intent for a brawl? Now that we have answered your challenge, you appear unsatisfied. Is that so? Ye Lei observed as the minions of Ye Shui were subdued before he spoke. However, to the other 7, his voice was warm and inviting, while to Ye Shui's ears, it resonated as a chilling tone laced with malice. This frightened Ye Shui so much that he scrambled away towards the barrier's edge. Just as he believed he could dash through the barrier to escape, his head collided forcefully with it, producing a resounding thud, after which he tumbled to the ground. He quickly sprang back to his feet, for Ye Lei's domain skill, the 4 flames of the heavenly realm, rendered the ground a seething mass of molten lava. Moreover, Ye Shui ended up sitting down abruptly, resulting in 2 large holes being burned into his trousers, exposing his pale, tender skin. Did I ever say you could leave? You stirred up this trouble, and yet you wish to flee without resolving it. Your temperament resembles that of Ma Tianming. Ye Lei hovered above the Flame Lord, gradually drifting toward Ye Shui. What is this? After provoking someone, do you intend to flee without consequence? Is there such a cowardice in a man? Ye Shui, covering his behind with both hands, turned around completely. The sight that greeted him was so terrifying that he could no longer restrain himself, and he involuntarily wet himself. For he beheld the 4 soul rings at Ye Lei's waist, shimmering with a sinister black light. Hey, what do you mean by that? Do not sully my domain. The stench is unbearable. Ye Lei wrinkled his nose in disdain. You lack the strength to claim the title of a mouthy champion. My dear senior, the world is not as simple as you perceive. Do not assume that your family's wealth grants you supremacy. There are many who are far wealthier than you. Now, be gone and cease to disturb my life. Otherwise, I shall sever your legs. Ye Lei delivered a powerful slap, sending Ye Shui flying, and subsequently dismantled the 4 Fire Heaven domain. Upon witnessing the crimson barrier dissipate, the onlookers peered curiously inside, only to find several individuals with their hair standing on end from the electric shock, while others knelt on the ground, clutching their heads and shivering. Their astonishment peaked when they recognized another figure among them. Isn't that the school bully? The one who refers to himself as Azrael? Indeed, it is. Keep up the good work. Just one more chapter to finish before 11:30. September 19th, Chapter 130. A resounding fame. Those 8 individuals cannot possibly be newcomers, can they? Good heavens, will they not face dire consequences? I doubt it. Look at how those 8 managed to handle Ye Shui and his entourage. They had them fleeing in disarray. That serves as the best testament. Amidst the crowd, 2 voices emerged, one expressing concern for Ye Lei and his companion's future at the academy, while the other felt a sense of delight, for Ye Shui and Ma Tianming had long been indulging in reckless behavior due to their affluent backgrounds. And now they were facing retribution. How could they not be pleased? Ye Lei, was our earlier display truly appropriate? I've heard that individual is supposedly the eldest son of the Ye family. Nuan inquired softly, her gaze fixed upward at Ye Lei. The Ye family? You mean the one involved in the arms business? Yes, but from what I know, the heirs of the Ye family possess blood-red pupils as their martial spirits. Blood-red pupils? What kind of innate martial spirit is that? I recall that to cultivate their soul power, they must consume the blood of soul beasts, which is how they enhance their abilities. Nuan tilted her head, deep in thought. Nonetheless, as long as they do not resort to human blood for sustenance, their essence may not be inherently malevolent. However, should their family choose to absorb human blood to augment their strength, then they should not expect mercy. The last person to harness human blood to activate soul techniques was reduced to ashes by my flames, Ye Lei said with resentment. Recalling the group of 6 sent by the 6th elder a month prior. Among them were a pair of twin brothers, both possessing the martial soul of the blood demon falcon. One of them wielded a third soul skill that required the absorption of human blood to activate, resulting in the tragic demise of 3 police officers that very night. Now that it has come to light that the Ye Qiushiwei family cultivates their soul power through the absorption of blood, it cannot be dismissed that someone might be clandestinely committing murder for this purpose. However, if their cultivation involves the consumption of human blood, then the entire Ye family, young and old alike, would be classified as sinister soul masters. Yet, this matters little if their soul sacrifices necessitate human blood for their activation. Then they cannot fault me for my lack of courtesy. I would not hesitate to allow my infernal twin daggers and blue-silver tyrant spear to be stained with the blood of those detestable individuals. Ye Lei spoke in a calm tone, yet his gaze was imbued with an unmistakable and profound desire for vengeance. However, that recent unilateral domination would undoubtedly secure our notoriety within the school, but on the bright side, it would deter any further harassment towards the two of us. This is truly splendid, as I detest the way that Senior looks at me. It is so overt that it makes me wish to gouge out his eyes. Upon mentioning this, Nuan raised her petite fist and swung it through the air a few times. All right, if such a moment were to arise, how could I allow your hands to become tainted with their filthy blood? Allow me, as the male, to handle such matters. Ye Lei affectionately ruffled Nuan's hair and softly murmured. Among the 8 individuals, 2 couples in the front were engrossed in their tender exchanges, displaying their love and showering affection, leaving the remaining 4 in a state of discomfort. This was particularly true for Chen Sitsuan and Jing Hang, who found themselves captivated by the very girls they admired, yet lacked the courage to approach. They could only follow quietly behind. Observing the playful antics of Luo Yun and Xiao Na, their eyes filled with longing, Ye Lei inadvertently turned his head and caught the gaze of 2 boys. Alas, Nuan Yuan, I have now realized that the way Chen Sijun and Jing Hang look at those 2 girls is truly something else. Ye Lei smiled at Nuan, casually taking her small hand and speaking, I am merely curious about the attitudes of your 2 roommates and whether they hold any feelings towards them. As for that, I cannot divulge anything. However, Xiao Na should be receptive to Jing Hang, considering our little Luo Yun is merely 16 years old. And it seems her family opposes early romantic relationships. What? Only 16? Ye Lei gasped, instinctively turning to glance behind him, momentarily lost in thought. Ye Lei, you big oaf. Why are you staring at the little girl? Nuan chided, noticing Ye Lei's reluctance to respond. With a playful pinch at the soft flesh around his waist, she strode ahead. Feeling the sting at his side, Ye Lei snapped back to reality and beheld Nuan, arms crossed, briskly walking away. He touched the spot where she had pinched him. The sensation was hardly painful, akin to a mosquito bite, merely a gentle itch. Amused by the encounter, Ye Lei chuckled and quickened his pace to catch up with Nuan. However, as he approached her, he reached out to drape his arm over her shoulder, only for Nuan to shake off his hand in a huff and accelerate her stride. Moana, all right, I admit my fault, he exclaimed, a wry smile on his face. With a subtle flick of his wrist, a vine of blue-silver royal ivy silently unfurled, delicately wrapping itself around Nuan's slender waist. Ye Lei gently pulled, bringing Nuan into his arms, securing her in a princess embrace. Initially sulking, Nuan suddenly felt something encircle her waist. Before she could react, she was unexpectedly tugged backward, landing softly in a warm embrace. This startled Nuan to the brink of unleashing her martial spirit. But upon recognizing the identity of her captor, that thought vanished instantly. Nevertheless, she turned her face away, letting out a soft, playful hum. Ye Lei gazed at the delicate girl in his arms, his eyes gradually igniting with fervor. However, he swiftly suppressed that intense feeling. Moana, I was wrong. Will you forgive me? As he spoke, Ye Lei lowered his head, burying it in Nuan's neck, inhaling her unique fragrance. At that moment, he discovered something peculiar. The fervor he had just quelled surged back, flooding his mind with a compelling desire, which was. Ye Lei channeled his soul power, once more suppressing the searing sensation within him. This time, he employed the abilities of the blue-silver emperor, firmly imprisoning that intense heat within his dantian. However, Ye Lei maintained his course, cradling Nuan as they made their way toward the barbecue restaurant. Ye Lei, there are so many people here. Please put me down. Nuan exclaimed, noticing the curious gazes of those around her. Why should I? So what if there are many people? I've already made our relationship public. And our parents have met. What is there to fear? Ye Lei replied with an air of calmness. After all, as long as I am not embarrassed, the awkwardness belongs to others. Oh, come on. Just put me down. I've already forgiven you. Isn't that enough? Just a little longer. He insisted. Ye Lei insisted firmly. At this point, no matter what Nuan said, Ye Lei refused to set her down. Seeing this, Nuan ceased her resistance, instead wrapping her arms around Ye Lei's neck and resting her head on his shoulder, closing her eyes. In that moment, Nuan shifted her perspective. Since she was being held this way, she might as well save her energy for walking, especially since she was feeling hungry. When they reached the barbecue restaurant, she planned to feast heartily on Ye Lei's expense to satiate her appetite. After maintaining this position for a few minutes, Nuan began to feel drowsy in Ye Lei's embrace. However, Ye Lei's sudden remark jolted her awake. Mom and Dad, what are you doing here? P.S. There are still 2 chapters left until the end of work. Keep it up. September 20th, Chapter 132, Awkwardness, 3 rooms and 1 hall. Mom and Dad, what are you doing here? With a sudden remark from Ye Lei, Nuan was nearly sent away on the spot. She abruptly opened her eyes and found Ye Junqing and her husband standing at the entrance of the barbecue shop, wearing beaming smiles that resembled those of an affectionate aunt. At this moment, Nuan no longer wished to remain in Ye Lei's embrace. She struggled a few times, yet Ye Lei showed no intention of releasing her. On the contrary, his grip tightened, rendering her unable to escape. Realizing her protests were futile, Nuan had a sudden flash of inspiration. She closed her eyes for a moment, gathering her emotions, then cast a tear-filled gaze towards Tang Yuqing. The once smiling Tang Yuqing's expression transformed in an instant. She dashed forward, seized Ye Lei's ear with a firm grip, and exclaimed loudly, Ye, are you feeling mischievous? How dare you bully my future daughter-in-law? Before Ye Lei could react, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ear. Turning to see his mother, one hand on her hip and her eyes wide with fury, he was instantly struck by a chill down his spine. Ye Lei glanced at the girl in his arms, and in that fleeting moment of eye contact with Nuan, he instantly comprehended the situation. Observing Nuan gazing at him with those innocent eyes, Ye Lei realized that his girlfriend had indeed sought a protector, and had chosen the most formidable one available. He was left with no choice but to reluctantly set Nuan back on the ground, despite his mother's command being one he could only resist. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Nuan hurriedly concealed herself behind Ye Lei. Unable to face her future in-laws, her embarrassment palpable to the point that she could almost dig a 3-room apartment with her toes. Dear friends, being cradled by my boyfriend makes me long for slumber, only to be caught by my future parents-in-law. How utterly mortifying. Who can relate? Nuan even contemplated the perfect caption for her social media post. By the way, Mom, what is the soul power level of you and Dad now? Have you reached level 30 yet? Ye Lei also discovered Nuan's shy side and quickly diverted the topic. Alas, it would have been better if you hadn't mentioned it. Now I'm incensed. For over a month, your father has been incessantly urging me to train. I feel utterly exhausted. The mere mention of training ignited Tang Yuqing's anger, as she cast a glance at Ye Junqing, who stood behind her. Ye Junqing feigned ignorance, extending her hand to embrace Tang Yuqing's waist, displaying a charmingly silly smile. The remaining 6 stood behind Ye Lei, observing the scene before them. While Song Yang and Wang Yuning appeared relatively unfazed, the situation proved rather unfortunate for the 2 who had been single since birth, Chen Sikong and Jing Heng. They had initially only needed to endure the affectionate display of their 2 brothers, but now, with the appearance of the Yi Group's president and his wife showcasing their own affection, it left them yearning to be close to their own girlfriends, which they did not possess. Consequently, Chen Sikong and Jing Heng could only cast desperate glances towards Luo Yun and Xiao Na, seeking some semblance of solace in their presence. So, Mom, have you and Dad's spiritual powers broken through to level 30? Ye Lei helplessly sighed and remarked, Alas, my son. Your mother and I have long surpassed the threshold of level 30. We are both nearing level 33 now. Ye Junqing interjected, It's sufficient to surpass level 30. So, dear parents, please let me know when you are available, and I shall assist you in hunting suitable soul beasts. If you have time. Both my mother and I are free this week. Just let us know if you are not occupied. Ye Junqing remarked, All right, I understand, father. Now, please contemplate the direction of your 3rd soul skill. Should it focus on enhancement, defense, or offense? Ye Lei inquired, Son, could you assist your mother in acquiring a soul skill that enhances strength? There are moments when it would be quite useful. Tang Yuqing suddenly interjected, deliberately emphasizing the phrase at times with particular weight. Ye Lei instantly comprehended the implications behind his mother's words, and subsequently cast a gaze filled with a touch of sympathy towards his father. At this moment, he had made up his mind. Regardless of whether his father agreed or not, he was determined to assist him in acquiring a defensive-type soul skill. Ye Junqing, Ye Lei, I am truly grateful to you. You are indeed a wonderful son to me. Ye Lei, after all, I am a devoted son, and I will certainly assist with this small task. However, father, I have also devised a plan for your future. P.S. I have completed another chapter, leaving only one more to accomplish today. Let us encourage ourselves. September 20th, Chapter 133, Mother. Oh, by the way, Mother, have you and Father had lunch yet? If not, I would advise against joining us for a meal. Ye Lei suddenly exclaimed, Ah, what a coincidence. My father and I have just arrived at the food street next to your school. We were actually planning to find you. And here we are instead. Mom, if you don't mind, let us dine together. This barbecue place serves rather excellent food. With that, Ye Lei took the lead and entered the barbecue restaurant. Considering the balanced gender ratio at the scene, he ordered a generous variety of meats and vegetables, reflecting the evolving culinary standards of the times. Just after placing the order, Ye Lei casually glanced towards a corner of the kitchen and spotted a plate of vividly red meat. Excuse me, what is that red meat? It's not on the menu, he inquired. The owner replied, Ah, young man, you have a keen eye? That is our newly acquired meat. Freshly sliced from a millennium-old spirit beast this morning. It's incredibly fresh. I haven't had the chance to add it to the menu yet before you spotted it. Then please bring me 2 plates of that. Ye Lei requested eagerly. Certainly, please hold on a moment. Ye Lei returned to the private room and sat beside Han Nuan. Little Lei, aren't you going to introduce these classmates to your father and me? Tang Yuqing inquired, glancing at the 4 unfamiliar faces. Of course not. This is Song Yang, along with his girlfriend, Wang Yuning. Mom, you already know them. They are both high school classmates of mine and Nuan's. Hello, Auntie, they greeted in unison. This is Jing Hang, whose martial spirit is the Thunder Mammoth, currently possessing the 3rd highest soul power among our group of 8. His soul ring configuration consists of 2 purple rings, and he also possesses a 50,000-year-old soul bone. Hello, Auntie, he said. This is Chen Sitsai. With the martial spirit of the wind god Pterodactyl, configured with 2 purple rings, ranked 4th in our group. Hello, Auntie, he greeted as well. This is Luo Yun. 16 years old, a student with direct admission, whose martial spirit is the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, also boasting 2 purple rings, ranked 8th in our ensemble. Hello, Auntie. And this is Qiao Na, with the martial spirit of the hidden sea flower, also configured with 2 purple rings, ranked 7th in our group. Hello, Auntie. The 5th and 6th ranks belong to Song Yang and Wang Yuning. Little Lei, you haven't told me what martial spirit Song Yang and his girlfriend possess yet. Mom, I was just getting to that. Song Yang's martial spirit is the Howling Sea Emperor Crocodile, with a configuration of 2 purple rings, placing him 5th. Wang Yuning's martial spirit is the Demon Mist Deer, which also has 2 purple 1,000-year rings, ranking 6th. I suppose I need not elaborate further on these 2. My father, Yu Junqing, is the president of the Yi group in Rongqing, with a martial spirit of the 9-tailed mysterious ice wolf, also configured with 2 purple rings like yours. My mother, Tang Yuqing, is currently not working and relies on my father, possessing the martial spirit of the ice thorn sawfish, configured similarly with 2 purple rings. After Ye Lei's introduction, Tang Yuqing inquired about their recent circumstances. Xiao Lei, how have you been lately? Have you made any breakthroughs in your abilities? I can't exactly say there has been a breakthrough. I merely absorbed another soul ring and soul bone, and that was about it. Ye Lei shrugged nonchalantly, uttering a phrase that left the entire room speechless. Yet among them, only Jing Hang maintained a relatively composed demeanor, for he too possessed a soul bone, albeit one of lesser antiquity than Ye Lei's. Recently, he had experienced a breakthrough, attaining a soul power of level 30 and absorbing a 50,000-year-old soul ring. After a moment of internal conflict, Han Nuan finally mustered the courage to utter a word. The single utterance of Mom filled Tang Yuqing with uncontainable joy, prompting her to exclaim, Little Nuan, call Mom once more, let me hear it. Mom. Han Nuan's face flushed crimson instantaneously, her gaze dropping shyly. Just then, the barbecue restaurant's proprietor and 2 staff members entered the room, carrying 3 large iron trays brimming with barbecue, which they placed in the center of the table. With a cheerful wish for a pleasant meal, they exited the room. With a sense of curiosity, Ye Lei picked up a skewer of roasted soul beast meat and placed it in his mouth. After chewing for a moment, he swallowed it. In an instant, a unique energy surged through his limbs and body. Dad, you, Mom, and Han Nuan must not eat that soul beast meat. It is derived from fire element soul beasts, which would be detrimental to you. Ye Lei hurriedly intervened upon seeing his father reach for a skewer of soul beast meat. P.S. Work is done. Let us continue to strive tomorrow. September 20th, Chapter 134. The Restless Soul Power What? This platter of roasted soul beast meat comes from fire element soul beasts? Indeed. Mom and Dad, you and Han Nuan are all ice element soul masters. If you consume this meat, it would harm your meridians. After I ate it, I felt the fiery elemental energy rush into my meridians. For me, the energy contained in the soul beast meat offers no enhancement, as its fire elemental energy is feeble. Barely a fraction of my flame lord martial spirit. However, it poses a significant threat to you. Ye Lei spoke with righteous fervor, declaring, aside from the 3 of you who cannot partake in this, Song Yang, you're also excluded. Your martial soul possesses a water attribute, and your soul skills have already been determined. Your second soul ring originates from a water-type soul beast. If you consume this meat, it will clash with the water element energy within you, resulting in an elemental collision. As for the others, they may partake, but Xiaona, your martial soul, like mine, the Blue-Silver Emperor, belongs to the plant category and is also control-oriented. However, to prevent any potential mishap when facing a fire attribute soul master, where your soul skills may prove ineffective or even cause self-ignition, tasting this fire element meat could endow your martial soul with a measure of fire element resistance. With that, Ye Lei concluded his guidance, and the group resumed their meal. During the dining experience, to facilitate the absorption of the fire element energy embedded in the soul beast meat, Ye Lei unhesitatingly activated the blue-silver domain. The azure golden energy gradually flowed into everyone's bodies, adjusting their meridians. After the meal, the group's physical condition significantly improved. They noted that the obstacles encountered while channeling their soul power had diminished considerably, particularly the previously constricted meridians within them, which had relaxed, thereby enhancing their training speed severalfold. Rome de Mail Dormitory. Lazy, I have realized that after our meal, my soul power has increased slightly. I am merely 3 levels away from breaking through to level 30 and becoming a soul master. I shall soon catch up with you all. Jing Heng exclaimed excitedly to Ye Lei upon returning to the dormitory and meditating on his physical condition. Congratulations to you. However, by the time your soul power reaches level 30, it is likely that my dear Nuan will have surpassed level 40 and become a soul zone. Came the response, akin to a bucket of cold water poured over Jing Heng's head. Nonetheless, I will assist the 3 of you in rapidly enhancing your soul power. And I will also seek out a suitable soul bone for you. Of course, Lao Yang and Lao Chen, I shall not neglect you either. I shall provide a complete set of soul bones for all 3 of you. Ye Lei readily acquiesced, and then spoke again. In fact, I possess another method that allows the 3 of you to absorb 6 additional soul bones. Is that truly the case? They exclaimed in unison. Of course. Observe. The soul bone of the Faceless Spider Emperor on my left leg is absorbed in the same manner as yours, Jing Heng, directly augmenting my own body. This enables me to utilize 2 distinct martial souls simultaneously. Furthermore, the other 2 soul bones are affixed to my second martial soul, the Flame Lord, which means they can only be activated when I wield the Flame Lord. This method of attaching soul bones to a martial soul significantly enhances its potency. Currently, when I employ the Flame Lord, my chest boasts the highest defensive value across my entire body, while my right arm exhibits considerable strength. My left leg is equally formidable. Jing Heng, your head is your most formidable asset. The Lightning Demon Tiger excels in area of effect damage skills, and the soulbone skill you acquired, Purple Thunder Burst, embodies this very capability. The accompanying 50,000, your soul ring not only grants you a powerful soul skill, but also amplifies the potency of your soulbone skill. Upon finishing his explanation, Ye Lei promptly urged the 3 of them to return to their respective beds. He then activated the blue-silver domain, filling the dormitory with the gentle power of the blue-silver emperor. As Ye Lei commenced his cultivation of the Flame Lord martial soul, the soul power belonging to the Flame Lord within him surged abruptly, violently colliding against his meridians. The force of this impact nearly caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Ye Lei clutched his chest with one hand, gasping for breath, and hastily inquired about the system. Dear system, what is the situation I find myself in? Why has my soul power suddenly become agitated? Host, the system replied. The cause of the agitation in your soul power stems from the fact that your 2 martial souls originally drew from the same source of soul power. However, due to the failure of your 3rd task, this singular source has been divided into 2. Consequently, the ferocious energy belonging to the Flame Lord has coalesced into a singular mass, unrestrained by the previous suppression of the blue-silver emperor. Moreover, the absorption of a 60,000 fire attribute soul ring and soul bone a few days ago has further contributed to the unrest in your previously stable soul power. Additionally, out of the 4 soul rings absorbed by your Flame Lord martial soul, 3 are derived from fire attribute soul beasts. Presently, your Flame Lord's soul power level stands at a mere 43, and under normal circumstances, your soul ring configuration should consist of 2 yellow and 2 purple rings. After conducting a thorough examination of Ye Lei's internal condition, the system began to analyze the situation further. Is there any solution to resolve this issue? Ye Lei inquired. Ye Lei spoke in a hoarse voice. There are indeed ways. P.S. There is still an hour and a half left if I write 2 more chapters. I can leave work. Keep going, keep going, keep going. September 21st, Chapter 135, Soul Power Medium. There are indeed ways. What methods? Speak quickly. Ye Lei hurriedly exclaimed. The solution lies in finding a medium to transfer the restless vitality within you onto it, which will allow your soul power to return to its normal state. The system revealed the method. Medium? What kind of medium? Ye Lei remained perplexed. Host, your elemental pearl is indeed quite suitable. Hearing the system's words, Ye Lei suddenly recalled that he possessed an auxiliary soul-guiding device. He descended from the bed and rummaged through the cabinet for a brief moment before retrieving the 9-bead bracelet. After climbing back onto the bed, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to gradually channel a portion of the restless fire attribute soul force within him into one of the beads of the elemental pearl. At last, the soul force within Ye Lei returned to a state of equilibrium. Finally stabilized. However, my soul force may drop a level at any moment. Nevertheless, it matters not. I shall restore it through cultivation tonight. Ye Lei exhaled a breath of turbid air and said relaxedly, wait a moment, dear system. Can this part of the body and the earth be reclaimed in the future? Ye Lei pondered over another question and inquired once more with the system. That is certainly feasible, host. However, I advise that you absorb the soul power you have infused into the elemental pearl back into your body at critical moments. For instance, when you find yourself at an impasse in your cultivation, unable to advance to the next realm, it would be prudent to draw this soul power back within to facilitate your breakthrough. Since that is the case, there are still 8 empty chambers within the elemental pearl. May I also infuse the soul power of the Blue-Silver Emperor into it? Indeed, that is also possible. Ye Lei pondered over this matter, fully mobilizing his soul power to commence his cultivation. As the night unfolded, his training reached its conclusion, restoring his soul power to its original state, with a slight enhancement beyond its previous level. In anticipation of unforeseen circumstances in the future, Ye Lei deliberately imbued a dragon-shaped jade token with the soul power of his Blue-Silver Emperor, considering it his final trump card. Thus, he resolved to expedite his cultivation of the Blue-Silver Emperor to level 70, achieving the Soul Sage realm to absorb the 7th soul ring and attain his martial soul's true form, which would elevate his strength to unprecedented heights. As for the Flame Lord martial soul, Ye Lei had devised a plan to acquire a soul ring with an age approaching 100,000 years, either during the absorption of the 5th or 6th soul ring, to gain a powerful amplification-type soul skill. With such a formidable enhancement at his disposal, he anticipated that his strength could temporarily reach the Soul Sage realm. Consequently, the choice of the soul beast from which to derive this amplification-type soul skill was of paramount importance. Ye Lei harbored this plan deep within his heart, for he envisioned that when the time came to seek this soul ring, he would venture alone into the depths of the Star Doe forest within the mirror world. In pursuit of formidable soul beasts, he intended to undertake the arduous task of slaying and absorbing the essence by himself. This endeavor was fraught with peril. A single misstep could very well cost him his life. Even if he emerged unscathed, there remained the possibility that his Flame Lord martial soul might shatter, leaving his internal meridians irreparably damaged. Ye Lei concluded his thoughts and, after changing his attire, set forth alone to the mirror world, journeying to the Star Doe Great Forest. There, he intended to assist Yi Junqing and his mother in hunting for the 3rd spirit ring, while also seeking to procure a 3rd spirit ring for his future mother-in-law. As for his father-in-law, Han Kachin, Ye Lei harbored no intent to aid him in obtaining a spirit ring, considering that the frenzied rhinoceros herd he had slain a few days prior yielded numerous spirit rings suitable for Han Kachin. He need only select the one with the most appropriate age. Moreover, he had to assist his few brothers in choosing their 3rd spirit rings as well. Within the Star Doe Great Forest, spirit beasts of the lightning attribute were exceedingly rare. During their previous stay, Ye Lei had only encountered 2. Ye Lei's objective this time is to hunt a thunder bear with 6,000 years of cultivation. He has already contemplated what Jing Heng's 3rd soul skill would be. Having decided which soul beasts to hunt in the morning, Ye Lei set off without hesitation. Now, 1,000-year soul beasts are merely trifles for him, as they cannot approach or harm him, except for that icy swordfish. At that time, Ye Lei had underestimated it, allowing that creature to take advantage of him. Meanwhile, at the Ma family villa, Dad, I can't hold back any longer. I have my eyes set on the young lady from the Han family. I wish to forge a union with them. Tianming exclaimed. Are you certain? Are you truly determined to ally with the Han family, a second-rate clan? Mrs. Inyo, Ma Tai inquired, gazing at her son. Yes, mother, I am resolute in my decision to unite with the Han family. I must have their only daughter. Well, since you have voiced your desire, I shall support you. Once the union is successful, all enterprises under the Han family's name will belong to the Ma family. Haha. In the outskirts, at the Yi family villa, Butler Qin immediately released the news. I, the eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Qixue, intend to ally with the Han family. Yes, young master, I shall attend to it right away. After Butler Qin departed, Yi Qixue picked up a photograph from the table and said, Humph, Han Nuan, yesterday I was merely being courteous. You shall become my woman. As the morning swiftly passed, Ye Lei effortlessly hunted all the soul beasts he had aimed for. He even preserved some meat from the Ice attribute soul beasts, intending to experiment with culinary methods, creating a nourishing dish for his parents and Han Nuan to enhance their physical well-being. Despite his ample wealth, he still dragged the corpses of those soul beasts back, exchanging them for a substantial amount of soul coins. After all, who would complain about having too much money? There's a saying, if you throw stones at me, it annoys me. If you throw coins, it doesn't bother me at all. Once he stored the soul coins in his system space, Ye Lei arrogantly returned to school. Due to the Platinum Building's restriction on civilian communication devices, his phone erupted with notifications as soon as he arrived. Breaking news, the Ma family unilaterally announces a union with the Han family. Explosive. The Yi family has also declared, unilaterally, their intention to unite with the Han family today. Upon reading these headlines, 2 forces of soul power surged within Ye Lei once more. A union with the Han family? I, Ye Lei, vehemently oppose it. His booming voice echoed across the campus, drawing the attention of surrounding students. What audacity from the Ma family and the Yi family to stand against me, Ye Lei. Today marks the demise of your clans. Another thunderous declaration from Ye Lei elicited scorn from the nearby students. A terrifying aura erupted from Ye Lei, raising the surrounding temperature by several degrees. Ye Lei's figure flickered like a fading shadow, vanishing from the spot. At the entrance of Rome University, a throng of journalists had gathered, their path obstructed by the bodyguards of the Ma and Yi families. Ma Tianming and Yi Qixue stood behind the imposing line of bodyguards. Responding to the inquiries of the reporters, the two shared a peculiar bond, both harboring an unwavering desire for Han Nuan to become their beloved wife. willing to go to any lengths to achieve their goal. Ma Tianming, Ye Shui, it seems you two have a death wish. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed at the school gate, startling the journalists, causing them to nearly drop their equipment. A tall figure strode toward the entrance, while another silhouette approached from the opposite direction. P.S. Tomorrow's chapter will be exceptionally thrilling. The Ma and Yu families are about to make their exit. End of shift. September 21st, Chapter 137, Soul Beast Projection. Oh, isn't this our junior, Ye Lei? Are you envious of my alliance with the Han family? Ma Tianming remarked with a sarcastic tone. I have no need to envy you. The one destined to unite with the Han family should be me. The young master of the Yi family in Rongqing, Ye Lei. You? The young master of the Yi family? You must be joking, junior. Ye Shui scoffed dismissively. Humph. Just wait and see. Ye Lei let out a cold laugh, then took out his phone, locating the chat labeled Dad. He promptly sent a voice message. Dad, we can commence now. Let the dirt on the Ma family and the Yi family be exposed. From this day forth, two families will vanish from Rong City. After speaking, Ye Lei cast a disdainful glance at the two individuals standing at the school gate, their faces adorned with smug expressions, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. What era are we living in, where some still resort to such deceitful tactics? Just because someone calls another dad does not grant them the power to dominate Rong City. Indeed. You merely possess a handful of dark soul rings, yet you act as if you can overpower the numerous thugs dispatched by my family. Do you doubt my connections? Do not be misled by your numbers. They do not entitle you to act with impunity. Even if your ranks are vast, you will never surpass me. Ye Lei chuckled lightly, crossing his arms over his chest, and remarked, how audacious. You lot, come at me and break one of his legs. Ma Tianming waved his hand grandly, and immediately, 10 burly men clad in thug attire emerged from behind him, brandishing telescopic batons as they strode menacingly towards Ye Lei. A group of arrogant fools, forsaking their decent lives to associate with such individuals, are they not courting disaster? Ye Lei let out a cold laugh. And with a swift motion of his right hand, a thick blue-silver emperor vine shot forth, instantly sending the 10 individuals flying far away, landing on the ground in a state of utter helplessness. What a pity. With your innate talents, had you devoted yourselves to proper cultivation, you could have become formidable beings. Alas, you have aligned yourselves with the wrong company, rendering you unworthy of any investment. You are but a mere assembly of rotten fish and shrimp. Not worth lamenting your demise. Ye Lei stomped his foot, causing the ground beneath him to shatter, with cracks radiating outward. Very well, if that is the case. Do not blame me for being impolite. You, use the secret techniques of the Yi family and incapacitate him. Ye Shui was thoroughly infuriated by Ye Lei's words. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of bodyguards dressed in black suits swiftly surrounded him. Oh, the secret techniques of the Yi family? How intriguing. Let me see if you can actually employ them. As Ye Lei's thought stirred, a multitude of black soul rings materialized behind him, 9 in total. From each soul ring emerged a colossal tangible soul beast. The presence of these 9 soul beasts instilled a profound sense of oppression in the air. The moment the soul beasts appeared, the bodyguards of the Yi family were rendered motionless, paralyzed by fear, for they had never encountered such formidable creatures. Moreover, the dark circular rings behind each soul beast served as irrefutable evidence of their 10,000-year cultivation level. What is this? Are you frightened now? Were you not so audacious just moments ago? Have you now succumbed to fear? Ye Lei let out a cold laugh. Spiny Serpent King, impart a lesson to them. As the words fell, a massive dark green serpent, adorned with sharp spines, swiftly slithered forward and then violently lashed out with its spiked tail. A series of sickening thuds echoed as the bodyguards collapsed, each one impaled by a dark green spine, succumbing instantly. Armored Beetle King, we await your arrival. A monstrous creature. Its head crowned with formidable horns, opened its maw and emitted a furious roar. In the next moment, a colossal beam of light erupted from its mouth, obliterating dozens of bodyguards and leaving behind a gruesome scene of mangled limbs and a gruesome shower of blood. Today, Ma Tianming and Ye Shui had brought over 100 bodyguards, yet the 2 ancient soul beasts struck in succession, swiftly decimating nearly half of them. So, do you still dare to be arrogant? Ye Lei spoke coldly. What secret technique did you employ? How could you possibly eliminate so many bodyguards? Secret technique? What secret technique? It is merely the soul beast projection technique that I wield. These 9 soul beasts are all my soul rings. This revelation left the throng of reporters gathered at the school gate utterly bewildered. They had not anticipated that the sudden appearance of these 9 soul beasts was, in fact, the soul rings of this newly adult boy. In an instant, the entire group of journalists dispersed in panic, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire of the soul beast attacks. What exclusive report on a marriage alliance could possibly be more important than their own lives? The hell with that. With just 2 hours remaining until the end of the workday, there were only a few days left before returning to classes. September was drawing to a close. Keep pushing forward. Wishing my novel continued to flourish. September 22nd, Chapter 138, The Fall of the Ma and Yi Families. In less than a minute, the once crowded school gate was deserted, leaving only a littered ground. Do not think that unleashing these soul beasts will intimidate me. If I do not break a leg today, I shall not bear the Ma surname. Ma Tianming roared in fury. Ha! Reflect on how many times you have uttered that phrase without success. I shall return those very words to you. If I do not sever your limbs today, I shall not bear the Yi surname. The Hellfire Scythe Mantis, responding to the command, swiftly swung its side like four claws, launching four crimson blades directly at Ma Tianming. Thud. Before Ma Tianming could react, he instinctively attempted to evade, only to realize he could not feel his legs. As he tried to raise his arms, he discovered he was likewise numb in his upper limbs. In the next moment, he watched in horror as his arms detached from his torso, plummeting to the ground. His terror escalated as his torso fell backward while his legs remained standing, blood gushing from the severed ends. Ah, help! My arms, my legs! Ma Tianming cried out in despair, his eyes wide with fear. The bodyguards he had brought stood frozen, too frightened to move. With the young master of the Ma family incapacitated, it was time to deal with the servants. Human-faced Spider King, they're yours. A massive purple spider. Upon receiving the command, surged forth and spun a colossal web, ensnaring the bodyguards in place as it began to feast. The screams of the bodyguards echoed at the school gate, yet there was not a single passerby in sight. At both ends of the road leading to the school, a black minivan had already blocked the way, with bodyguards in sunglasses and black attire standing tall, exuding an air of authority. No pedestrian dared approach them. Undoubtedly, these road-blocking bodyguards were all under Ye Lei's command. The bodyguards, following their young master's orders, dared not disobey, ensuring that no one could enter the area. As Ye Lei observed his human-faced Spider King indulging in its feast, he felt a surge of filthy soul power flowing into his third soul ring. Indeed, the vile retained it even in their soul energy. Third soul skill, web binding. From this day forth, the Ma and Ye family shall be utterly annihilated. Ye Lei directly summoned his soul power, expelling the filthy essence that surged into his third soul ring and channeling it into his soul skill. Human-faced Spider King, return. Thousand Gene and Emperor, cleanse the streets. The human-faced Spider King obediently returned, while the Thousand Gene and Emperor unleashed a barrage of fireballs, incinerating the dismembered limbs of the bodyguards and the refuse left by the reporters. This effortless display of obliteration left Yu Qishui and the bodyguards he had brought utterly paralyzed with fear, terrified that their own demise might be even more gruesome. Senior Yi, one of them implored, what transgression has your family committed? If you reflect on your words, it may be wise to consider leniency. You can trust this. After all, Senior Ma is still unharmed, isn't he? However, should you choose silence, I have 4 soul beasts poised and ready, and I would not hesitate to let you all experience their wrath. Ye Lei gestured with his chin, and Yu Qishui, feeling a sense of dread, turned his head toward the source of the commotion. There, he beheld Ma Tianming still howling, his wounds having ceased to bleed. Yet his severed limbs had already been consumed by the Spider King. Junior, if you could spare your senior, I would immediately rescind the unilateral alliance with the Han family. Yu Qishui thought, realizing the immense power of the individual he had previously offended. In Rongqing, this person was a figure of unparalleled authority. While his own family was akin to mere ants before the Yi clan, should the Yi family grow weary of them? A slight gesture could erase their existence from Rongqing entirely. Senior, is that truly all you have? This is insufficient to sway me. I implore you to reconsider and provide a comprehensive response. I shall give you 10 minutes. Within this span, I will eliminate one of your subordinates every 30 seconds. In 10 minutes, that amounts to 20 lives. Would you prefer to witness the agonizing demise of those under your command? Or would you rather confess your misdeeds and the unspeakable acts you have committed? The choice is yours. I shall commence the countdown now. With that, Ye Lei pointed his right hand, conjuring an ethereal hourglass before Yu Qishui, its numbers indicating the passage of time. Each second slipped away, and before long, the 30-second mark was reached. Ye Lei observed Yu Qi's bloodied silence and spoke directly, Ghost Vine, give them a random spot treatment. A sinister indigo-hued spectral tree extended an equally eerie vine that slithered ominously toward the group of black-clad bodyguards. The spectral vine coiled slowly around the trembling legs of one particularly terrified bodyguard, tightening gradually. The man instantly cried out in agony as his bones began to creak ominously, as though they might shatter at any moment. With a final harrowing scream, his body went limp, contorting into an inhuman posture. Still unwilling to speak, Senior? 10 minutes passed swiftly. Look, another 30 seconds have already slipped by. Who shall be next? If you remain silent when the time expires. My Crimson Scorpion King here seems quite taken with your group. Another vine crept upward along a different bodyguard's legs, eliciting fresh screams of terror. The echoes of anguish reverberated through Yu Qi's consciousness, eroding his last vestiges of resistance. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. At his desperate cry, the vines constricting the bodyguards immediately retracted. For the next 10 minutes, Ye Lei listened in composed silence to Yu Qi's confession. Since you've spoken, I shall grant you the mercy of an intact corpse. After all, your family's downfall has likely already begun. Ye Lei flexed his wrist and spoke in a calm tone. What have you done to my family? Upon hearing that his family was under threat, Ma Tianming lay on the ground, attempting to sit up. Yet the illusion was ultimately shattered. Without hands or limbs, how could he possibly rise? All he could do was lie there, overwhelmed, and scream in despair. I haven't done anything but merely made public all the criminal records of your family from the past decade. I dare say your family members are likely being interrogated at the police station right now. Ye Lei candidly replied. The recent voice message was merely a request for Yi Junqing to provide the police with all the criminal records of the Ma family and the Yi family since their inception, which had also been made public online. Given the formidable power of the Ye family, their words were undeniably credible, and the police naturally placed their trust in them. This was particularly true as the police had long been monitoring the clandestine illicit operations of the Ye family, but lacked concrete evidence. Ye Lei's actions had furnished them with ample proof, enabling the authorities to apprehend all the criminals associated with the Ye family. Nuan, you may deal with those who wish to form a union with you at your discretion. However, do leave a few alive for the police to interrogate, he asserted with confidence. Nuan gritted her teeth, her phoenix wings fluttering as dozens of sharp feathers flew towards the bodyguards. She did not intend to kill them outright. Instead, she precisely pierced those sharp feathers into the wrists and ankles of the group of bodyguards, severing their tendons. In stark contrast, Ichioshiwei suffered a more devastating fate. As is right, I was blinded by an icy blue feather, rendering him unconscious from the pain. How fortunate they are. Were it not for my disdain for their tainted blood, which would sully my phoenix wings, I would have eradicated them all. Nuan seethed. Well then, let us not dwell on this any longer. Let them feast on slop in prison. I dare say none will emerge for decades. Ye Lei looked at Nuan with a face full of affection. The projection of the summoned foot spirit beast he had previously conjured was also retracted by him. Ye Lei had not ventured to the group of individuals at the school gate, for it was only a matter of time before the police would arrive to seek out Ma Tianming and Ichioshiwei. Now, he too must return to the tranquil life of campus. Ye Lei contemplated. P.S. Off work. Let us continue our efforts tomorrow. Keep it up. September 22nd, Chapter 140. Such audacity. Warmer, let us proceed. We shall deliver the soul rings to our parents and our uncles and aunts. Ye Lei affectionately ruffled Nuan's hair and said, well, it just so happens that I have no classes. Should we not announce the news of our family's union? Of course. I have no desire for any other families to harbor intentions towards me, creating an atmosphere of secrecy regarding their ulterior motives. It's best to dispel their thoughts as soon as possible. Nuan huffed, playfully shaking her small fist. All right then, when we see Uncle later, let us discuss it. I have no objections on my end. Ye Lei readily accepted and skillfully took Nuan's small hand, leading her out of the school gate. Simultaneously, he sent a message to the bodyguards stationed at both ends of the street, instructing them to withdraw. Upon receiving the command, the bodyguards swiftly entered their vehicles and departed the area within 5 minutes. Ye Lei, how are we to return? Nuan inquired, gazing at the desolate road with a hint of bewilderment. Returning is quite simple. We shall fly back, he replied. Ye Lei spoke nonchalantly. But they do not wish to fly, Nuan pouted playfully. Yet I do not desire your flight. It is I who yearns to soar. As he spoke, the ground beneath Ye Lei began to fracture, and the Lord of Flames emerged, gradually ascending into the air. What are you dawdling for? Come up here. Ye Lei sat atop the Flame Lord, waving towards Nuan as he spoke. Nuan lightly leaped and landed steadily on the enormous palm extended by the Flame Lord. With its assistance, she ascended to the Flame Lord's shoulder. Let us first seek out Uncle and Aunt. At this hour, my father should be at the company. By the way, may I inquire about Aunt's profession? She is my father's personal secretary. Oh, I see. After posing her question, Ye Lei focused his thoughts and commanded the Flame Lord to soar towards the Han Corporation. Upon their arrival at the base of the Han Corporation, they were immediately greeted by numerous bodyguards clad in black. While they did not recognize Ye Lei, they were well aware of their esteemed young lady, and anyone accompanying her was certainly not to be obstructed. As the duo entered the office building, they instantly drew many gazes, after all. The sight of Ye Lei soaring through the air had been quite the spectacle. Several individuals raised their phones to capture videos, sharing them on social media, where Ye Lei's handsome visage was prominently featured. When the striking young man entered their company, the receptionists at the front desk were momentarily starstruck. But as they caught sight of his companion, they quickly averted their eyes. Han Kachin, have you not contemplated this further? Allowing your daughter to marry my son could yield numerous beneficial projects for your corporation. How many times must I reiterate that such a union is impossible? My daughter does not consent. She favors the heir of the Ye Corporation. Old Han, cease your daydreaming. How could the Ye Corporation be interested in your modest enterprise? A union with our Ma family would fortify our position and allow us to compete for the premier status of the Ye family. Is that not desirable? Absolutely not. How many times must I say this? Leave at once. Han Kachin, do not overstep. Your family should consider it an honor to ally with the Ma family. It is my son who has set his sights on your daughter. I suggest you promptly issue a statement of agreement. I have made it abundantly clear that I will not endorse such a matter. Now, leave my premises. Very well, just wait. I shall ensure you, this obstinate old fool cannot thrive in Rong City. You dare threaten my future father-in-law standing in Rong City? How audacious. It is you who shall struggle. The office door was kicked open, startling Ma Jinlong mid-sentence. He turned to the entrance, only to find Ye Lei striding in with a serious expression, casting a cold gaze upon Ma Jinlong, who stood by the desk. I thought we had an intruder. It is merely a young pup. Depart immediately and do not impede my business. Humph, Ma Jinlong. I suggest you visit the hospital. Your son Ma Tianming is currently lying in one. Ha! With your scant trickery, do not think to deceive me. Ma Jinlong scoffed. Whether I deceive you or not, you shall see for yourself. Ye Lei raised his phone and revealed a photograph. Ma Jinlong, initially indifferent, turned his head away. But upon glimpsing the image, his body involuntarily began to tremble. By the time Ma Ji-long beheld the photograph's contents, his arrogance dissipated entirely, and he anxiously inquired, "What have you done to my son?" "I did nothing untoward. He struck first, and I merely acted in self-defense, incapacitating his limbs, nothing more. This is all a lie. A fabrication. Who on earth are you? Who am I? I am none other than the young master of the Ye family, the very individual you dismissed moments ago, or, as your son might say, the living Yama." Ye Lei calmly stated, "However, do not harbor any illusions about restoring your son's limbs. Ma Tianming's severed appendages have long since turned to ashes." At this moment, Ma Ji-long could no longer maintain his composure, particularly upon hearing Ye Lei utter the words living Yama. When he looked at Ye Lei again, his eyes were filled with terror, for in his perception, Ye Lei had transformed into a deity of death, presiding over the realms of life and death. An ominous aura permeated the office, causing the temperature to plummet several degrees. "Furthermore, your Ma family is commencing its descent into ruin today. Our Ye family conglomerate has long been in possession of the incriminating evidence of your clandestine activities, which I submitted to the authorities an hour ago. I fear that the key members of your family have already been apprehended, and even the illicit funds acquired through the fraudulent financing schemes of your Ma group have been entirely frozen." Ye Lei's words were akin to the final straw that broke the camel's back, utterly shattering his resolve. Initially, he had harbored hopes that his family's wealth could restore his son's severed limbs. However, upon hearing that his company had been sealed off, how could his heart not crumble? "Be wise and leave at once. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to ensure that you and your son meet the same fate." After uttering these words, he observed that Ma Ji-long remained motionless, prompting Ye Lei to stride behind him and deliver a forceful kick that sent him sprawling out the door, while Han Nuan instinctively closed the door behind them. "What brings you here today, Ye Lei? It's quite rare for you to seek out your uncle. I have 2 matters to discuss with you today. These 2 soul rings are for you and Auntie, to serve as your 3rd soul ring. Secondly, we need to issue a statement regarding the formal union with the Ye family." "Oh, those 2 matters. I cannot make decisions on them. It primarily depends on your sentiments. As long as Shan-Wan agrees, our family will consent. After all, mutual affection is of utmost importance. Social status and class distinctions are merely remnants of feudal superstition." "Father, I wholeheartedly agree. We have been together for over 2 years now. I have no desire to ally with those who are merely drawn to my family's commercial value. Who knows if they intend to consume our family's assets after the union? By the way, Dad, where is my mother? I haven't seen her." "Your mother? Just now. That old miser Ma Ji-long came here to trouble me. Fearing she might become enraged and cause a scene, I sent her away. Otherwise, with her temperament, by the time you both arrived, the financial records would have been in tatters. Is Annie truly that temperamental? Indeed, when she truly erupts, her wrath surpasses what you see now. She can be as fierce as a tigress." Before Han Nuan could finish her sentence, she caught a glimpse of her mother silently standing at the doorway through the reflection in the mirror, her gaze flat and unyielding. "Nuaner, why have you fallen silent?" At this moment, Ye Lei had yet to comprehend the situation, foolishly inquiring. Han Kachin, seated in his office chair, quickly signaled to Ye Lei, while Han Nuan desperately tugged at Ye Lei's clothing. Yet, Ye Lei remained oblivious and blurted out, "Uncle, are your eyes feeling uncomfortable? Should we consider a visit to the hospital?" Witnessing Ye Lei's obliviousness, Han Kachin surrendered entirely, resting his forehead on his hand, shaking his head with a sigh. Suddenly, a pair of hands landed on the shoulders of Han Nuan, and Ye Lei with a sharp crack. Startled, Ye Lei slowly turned his head to find Han's mother glaring at him with a fierce expression. In that instant, he finally grasped the meaning behind Han Kachin and Han Nuan's earlier gestures. They were clearly signaling him to remain silent. However, he was walking a perilous path. "Shan-Wan, were you just discussing me? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it?" This statement was disturbingly calm. Yet both Han Kachin and Han Nuan understood it as a harbinger of an impending eruption. Ye Lei discreetly activated the blue-silver domain, retreating to the corner of the room, where he deftly commanded 2 stone walls to rise, enclosing himself within. "Mother, I didn't say anything just now. You must have misheard." Han Nuan's voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible, akin to the incessant buzz of a mosquito. "P.S. There's still one more chapter to go. I must push through. The deadline looms, and I am utterly exhausted." September 23rd, Chapter 142, Turning the Tables. "Is that so, dear Nuan? Did I not teach you that one must not lie? How can you disregard my words? Come now, be obedient, and repeat what you just said." Listening to her mother's gentle tone, Han Nuan began to perspire profusely, her legs trembling uncontrollably. "Mother, I will not speak." "That's all right, for I heard you clearly just now, didn't I, darling?" Suddenly called out, Han Kachin jolted upright in his chair, hastily responding, Yes, my dear wife. Who was it that just called me a tigress? Was that you, Nuan?" Unable to hold back any longer, Han Nuan could only concede. "Well, that's more like it, my dear daughter. Mother, I was wrong. It was too late." As her mother's words hung in the air, both Han Nuan and Han Kachin felt a chill run down their spines, prompting them to huddle in the corner alongside Ye Lei. Han Mother advanced step by step, instilling fear in Han Nuan, who promptly redirected her words. "Mother, that wasn't my intention. It was Ye Lei who made me say it." hidden behind the stone walls. Ye Lei felt a deep sense of dread, silently pleading, "Please, don't come after me." His entreaties fell on deaf ears as 5 sharp beams of light effortlessly shattered the stone walls he had erected. Ye Lei looked at Han's mother with innocent eyes and softly said, "Auntie, I never intended for Han Nuan to speak of this. I simply asked out of curiosity after hearing it from my uncle. I understand that you did not prompt Shan Wan to say anything. But I have yet to settle the score with you regarding the matter of my daughter that you deceived me about 2 years ago." With alarm bells ringing in Ye Lei's mind, he swiftly grasped Han Nuan's hand and dashed towards the window, disregarding the fact that they were several stories high. He shattered the glass and leaped out. "Uncle, I kindly ask you to take care of things here. Han Nuan and I have classes to attend. So we shall return to school now." As Ye Lei leapt down, he shouted into the air. Han Kachin felt a chill run down his spine. And cold sweat began to pour from his forehead, slowly turning to face the source of his unease. "Old, dear, please, don't be angry. They are merely children." Speaking without reserve. "If you continue to defend them like this, then you shall not expect to share my bed tonight, Mrs. Han declared calmly before turning and leaving the office. Han Kachin exclaimed, "Ye Lei, you little rascal, have you come to ensnare me on purpose?" "Ye Lei, uncle. How can you say such a thing?" "Han Kachin, you rascal, accompany me for a drink." Noon. The news of the simultaneous sealing of the Ma and Ye families has gone viral online, sparking widespread discussion. The heads of the Ma and Ye families have been incarcerated, bypassing even the courtroom to directly serve their time. "Ye Lei, how could you say that just now? What do you mean? Do you want to see me get beaten?" After landing, Han Nuan immediately directed a series of piercing questions at Ye Lei. "What I meant was that I want to see you get beaten. I'm trying to help you. How can you say that about me? Isn't that just a blatant injustice?" Ye Lei innocently remarked, "I even aided your escape. Yet you still speak of me in such a manner. My heart is shattered, irreparably so." Ye Lei said sorrowfully, all right, I forgive you. Is that not enough? The main issue is my mother's attitude just now, which left me feeling apprehensive. When my mother loses her temper, it resembles a volcanic eruption. I witnessed it once during my childhood. My mother had beaten my father so severely that he was unable to get out of bed for 3 days. Is it really that terrifying? And that was without any martial spirit. I fear my father might not survive the next time. Be confident, eliminate the might. Ye Lei added. Finally off work. Tomorrow we shall continue. September 23rd, Chapter 143, Submission. So where shall we go next? Han Nuan inquired. Let us return to the school for now. As for the soul ring, I will have the bodyguard deliver it back. Regarding the announcement of the union between the two families, we will issue it once this turmoil has subsided. Ye Lei remarked, all right then, we have no classes this afternoon. Shall we go out for a stroll? I think that's a splendid idea, Warmth. Today, I shall treat you to a shopping spree without any expenses. As he spoke, Ye Lei wrapped his arm around Han Nuan's waist and soared into the air, landing gracefully atop the Flame Lord before heading towards the grand shopping mall. Feeling the warmth of his hands around her waist, Han Nuan's cheeks flushed with shyness, yet she did not resist, after all. Being embraced by someone she admired was nothing to shy away from. Warmth, I must confess, I am a bit apprehensive that Auntie may seek retribution against me. Especially since she just discovered that we have been together for 2 years. I fear she might retaliate physically. Are you really a grown man afraid of being scolded by your mother-in-law? Besides, you're quite sturdy. You shouldn't be so fearful. While the sentiment held merit, he added, yet I dread that Auntie might resort to using soul bones. Ah, that is a valid concern. How about this? When my mother strikes you, you could employ your third soul skill? Wouldn't that be somewhat disrespectful? True, your point stands. I suppose I should focus on my training to enhance my physical resilience. By the way, Warmth, have you contemplated what type of fourth soul skill you desire? Honestly, I haven't decided yet, but I believe a defensive skill would be prudent. Considering that among my first 3 skills, 2 are offensive and 1 is control-based, it is time to acquire a defensive skill. Indeed, then for your 5th skill, perhaps you could select an amplification type. The remaining 4 skills, apart from one that manifests your martial spirit, should consist entirely of offensive or control skills. I shall heed your advice, Han Nuan responded playfully. Excellent. I was pondering whether we should enhance the age of your 3 soul skills this afternoon to further bolster your strength. I'm open to that. But I still wish to indulge in some shopping. It seems all women share this penchant. They all adore shopping. Ye Lei pondered to himself. Now that both the Ma family and the Ye family have been utterly vanquished, we shall no longer be troubled by those pesky individuals causing disruptions at school. After all, I have already taken such drastic measures to set an example. It is unlikely that anyone would be foolish enough to stand up now. Ye Lei remarked, I believe otherwise. For they are unaware that the downfall of the Ma and Ye families was orchestrated by you. Han Nuan replied earnestly, it matters not to me. Who still competes in wealth these days? It is all about strength now. To speak candidly, I truly have no desire to inherit the family business. I would rather find solace in the simplicity of being an employee. Ye Lei, filled with emotion, suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, Nuaner, this morning while hunting for soul rings, I managed to procure some soul beast meat, all imbued with ice attributes. I would like to learn how to prepare it, so I can cook for you and our parents, nourishing your bodies. I'm very much looking forward to your culinary skills. I wonder if you could take on the role of the family chef in the future? Cooking? A trivial matter. Our family has a unified principle, to pamper our wives. Culinary duties rest upon us, the men, while our beloved wives bask in the joys of life. I shall not allow you to endure even the slightest hardship. Ye Lei solemnly remarked. Is that true? Then from now on, all household chores will be entrusted to you. Indeed, it is true. Such trivial tasks as household chores are hardly worth the trouble of burdening you, came the reply. Ye Lei chuckled softly. In the campus forum, a video had surged to the forefront of attention. Goodness, isn't that a freshman? What on earth is the story behind those 9 soul beasts emerging from behind him? The sight was terrifying. I had never witnessed such colossal soul beasts before. Those 9 soul beasts are all of the 10,000-year rank. 10,000-year rank? Impossible. Utterly implausible. How could a mere freshman possibly hunt down 9 10,000-year soul beasts? It must be a fabrication. I believe you, you crafty old man. Believe it or not. That freshman is quite handsome. Within 10 minutes, I want all his information. Dream on. He already has a girlfriend. The video showcased Ye Lei at the school gate, single-handedly overpowering both the Ma and Yi families. Although only his silhouette was visible, his mastery over the 9 soul beasts commanded the respect of everyone in the school. P.S. I have completed 1 chapter, 2 more await. I shall take a brief respite before continuing. I must push myself. Countdown to September. 6 days, September 24th, Chapter 144. A shopping extravaganza. The discussions on the campus forum had no bearing on the 2 individuals leisurely strolling through the shopping mall. Ye Lei, do you think this outfit is appealing? And this handbag is lovely too. This JK set is quite nice. Upon entering the mall, Nuan began to meander through various high-end stores, continuously picking up garments and skirts to hold against herself, all the while seeking Ye Lei's opinion. Ye Lei patiently responded time and again, yet his answer remained unwaveringly consistent. Exquisite. Ye Lei expressed, indeed, what those men say online holds true. Accompanying a girl on a shopping spree can indeed be exhausting. However, how could one feel fatigued while accompanying their future wife? As long as she delights in it. Everything within this mall is entirely hers. Ye Lei, in our own mall, feel free to take whatever you desire. Nuan, hee. Shopping at the mall is merely a game. After all, it's for my future husband, so I can take whatever I please. After more than 10 minutes of deliberation, Nuan finally settled on a JK uniform and a blouse. Upon arriving at the counter, the attendant immediately bowed upon seeing Ye Lei. Young master. Ye Lei nodded slightly. Make a note of this. In the future, when this young lady arrives, pay her no mind. Let her take whatever she wishes. Understood. I appreciate your guidance. I shall pass this along. With a smile, Ye Lei uttered a few words before handing a photograph to the front desk attendant. Subsequently, he and Nuan transitioned to another venue. Observing Ye Lei and his companion departing with merchandise without payment, a couple imitated their actions, sauntering towards the exit with their items in hand. The attendant, noticing this, promptly intervened, prompting the couple to challenge her. Why is it that those 2 can leave without paying, yet you stop us? What kind of attitude is that? Are you looking down on us? Do you want me to file a complaint? File a complaint if you wish. Let us see who stands by your side. He's the owner of our mall. Is there any reason for the owner to pay for goods taken from his own establishment? The attendant retorted assertively. Realizing they had encountered a formidable opponent, the couple conceded, paid for their items, and exited the premises. The attendant, not daring to be negligent, quickly shared Ye Lei's remarks along with the photograph in the mall staff group chat. Upon learning of the young master's presence, all staff members within the establishment commenced a fervent overhaul, elevating their sanitation services to ensure that Ye Lei would witness their utmost dedication to service. Noticing that time was of the essence, Ye Lei and Nuan decided to seek a restaurant for their meal. After a brief discussion, they concluded that a delightful grilled fish lunch would be perfect. Ye Lei accompanied Nuan as they ascended to the 5th floor via the elevator, entering a highly acclaimed grilled fish restaurant. Upon their arrival, the attentive staff swiftly approached to greet them. However, Ye Lei gestured for them to step back, indicating that their visit was merely for a meal, and there was no need for such elaborate formalities. The 2 then made their way inside, settling into a window-side table under the guidance of the staff. Ye Lei glanced at the menu barely, directly instructing the kitchen to present the largest fish available. Given that both of their appetites had considerably increased, a mere 2 or 3 pound fish would certainly not suffice for the 2 of them. The kitchen swiftly prepared the grilled fish, which was then served by the manager of the restaurant. Once the grilled fish arrived, Ye Lei did not allow Nuan to begin eating right away. Rather, he displayed remarkable courtesy by meticulously removing all the fish bones from the entire fish and placing them in a separate dish. Only after ensuring the bones were completely dealt with did Ye Lei invite Nuan to indulge. Like a kitten, Nuan eagerly savored the tender fish meat, occasionally spitting out the bones. Ye Lei looked at her with a tender gaze, occasionally refilling her drink, and then gestured to the waiter to bring 2 bowls of rice. Don't just eat the fish, have some rice as well. Ye Lei instructed, and Nuan did not hesitate. She extended her hand to take the rice, then used her chopsticks to stir it a few times before scooping half a bowl of rice into Ye Lei's bowl. I cannot finish this much. Ye Lei smiled as he took the rice, savoring a bite, and remarked, the food prepared by my wife is simply delightful. Nuan, caught off guard by the sudden address of wife, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Oh dear, we haven't even registered our marriage. How can I be your wife? No worries, he replied. In 2 years, we shall make it official. Ye Lei smiled as he engaged in conversation, lifting his gaze to meet Han Nuan's. After finishing their meal, Ye Lei repeated his earlier actions, escorting Han Nuan out of the restaurant. Their sudden departure astonished several onlookers, who promptly began to interrogate the waitstaff, with some even calling for the restaurant manager. What is going on here? Did you not see those two dine and dash? How could you let them leave? Apologetically. The manager responded, that gentleman is the owner of the entire shopping mall. Would he need to settle the bill while dining at his own establishment? With a commanding demeanor. The manager retorted, if you are dissatisfied and wish to emulate their actions, then perhaps you should purchase your own restaurant. If you lack the means, then refrain from making a fuss. The group, left embarrassed, begrudgingly settled their bill and hastily exited the restaurant. Ye Lei and his companion wandered around and eventually arrived at a store specializing in couples merchandise, where they began to select outfits for couples. After a prolonged period of deliberation, Han Nuan finally settled on a particular style of couples attire, having handed the men's version to Ye Lei. The two of them entered separate fitting rooms. Ye Lei had just removed his original attire and was about to don another outfit when a sudden shriek emanated from the neighboring fitting room. It was none other than Han Nuan, who had just entered. Without a moment to spare, Ye Lei rushed out, his torso bare. Upon exiting, he beheld a boy of approximately 12 or 13 years old, prying open the door of Han Nuan's fitting room and peering in with an impudent expression. How dare you? Ye Lei, consumed by rage, surged forward in a swift stride, yet tempered his strength, delivering a powerful kick to the boy's abdomen. The impact sent the boy crashing against a cabinet, resulting in a resounding thud as he fell to the ground. Ye Lei then turned his head to glance at the fitting room. He beheld Han Nuan standing neatly inside, her back adorned with the open wings of a phoenix, shielding her body. Nuan, are you all right? That beast didn't lay eyes on you, did it? Ye Lei asked anxiously. I'm fine. Fortunately, I haven't undressed. But your kick. It shouldn't have caused any harm, right? Han Nuan inquired with a hint of concern. Rest assured, he replied confidently, that little rascal is unharmed. I tempered my strength when I kicked him. He was merely sent flying by my imposing presence, nothing more. Ye Lei remarked, as long as it's not a bother. That is good. Han Nuan sighed in relief and exclaimed, what is wrong with you? Why did you strike my child? At that moment, a piercing female voice emanated from behind Ye Lei, followed by the shattering sound of glass resonating above his head. Ye Lei felt a slight pain emanating from his head, causing his brows to furrow in utter coldness. Without hesitation, he executed a powerful backward kick, striking the woman who had initiated the altercation right in her abdomen. This time, Ye Lei did not hold back. After all, it was she who had made the first move, and thus, he saw no reason to restrain his force. The woman, unfortunate in her plight, let out a piercing scream as she was propelled backward, crashing violently to the ground outside the shop. Ye Lei shook his head, casting off the shards of glass that clung to his hair, before turning around to observe the scene with a cold gaze. At that moment, a man who had been engrossed in his phone lifted his head, swiftly scanning the surroundings with a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. His gaze then fixed upon Ye Lei, and with a sudden burst of speed, he charged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Ye Lei's face. Ye Lei did not evade. He allowed that fist to come crashing towards him. The man's scheme failed miserably, for when the charged fist struck Ye Lei's face, it dissipated as if a mud ox had plunged into the sea, all the force behind it vanishing entirely. Have you had your fill of striking? Ye Lei coldly questioned. You bully my wife and son. What is wrong with me hitting you? The man retorted without a hint of fear. Such audacity. It was your son who peered at my girlfriend while she was changing clothes, and it was your wife who laid hands on me. That was merely self-defense. Ye Lei responded, seething with anger. I do not care. All I see is you assaulting my wife and son. The man glared defiantly. Do you think the surveillance cameras in this establishment are mere decorations? Furthermore, if your son has not been taught not to spy on girls changing, I shall take it upon myself to educate him. I want to be lenient. Unless you can provide 300,000 today, you shall not leave. The man brazenly demanded. If memory serves, you have employed this deceitful tactic numerous times in nearby malls, swindling a considerable sum of money. However, this time, you have provoked the wrong person. Ye Lei declared with formidable authority. He had sensed that the man appeared familiar. Yet he could not recall where he had encountered him until the man brazenly demanded an exorbitant sum. It was then that Ye Lei recognized him. This man had previously conned his wife and child in another shopping mall using the same deceitful methods, and numerous young women had suffered humiliation at their hands, ultimately forced to pay to escape their misfortunes. It is conservatively estimated that this family had swindled nearly 1 million. As he beheld this man, who had unscrupulously profited around 1 million through despicable tactics, Ye Lei was overcome with indignation and unhesitatingly delivered a resounding slap to the man's greasy visage. The sharp crack of the slap echoed, transforming the man's previously arrogant expression into one of shock. He clutched his face and pointed an accusing finger at Ye Lei, cursing him for his audacity. You have some nerve to strike me. I see you have no regard for your own safety. Yet before the man could finish his tirade, a second crisp slap resonated through the air, landing on the other side of his face, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. I strike at vile scoundrels like you. With nearly 1 million gained through such nefarious means, how many young women's purity have you tarnished, ruining their reputations? Fortunately, you have encountered me today. Otherwise, another innocent girl might have fallen victim to your schemes. Ye Lei bellowed with authority, his voice reverberating throughout the store. The customers, who had initially deemed Ye Lei's actions as unethical, swiftly altered their stance, rallying to his side and directing their ire towards the man. Sensing the shift in sentiment, the man's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, yet he feigned composure, pointing an accusatory finger at Ye Lei and hurling insults once more. I don't care. You little brat. If you don't pay up today, I will make it my mission to create a scene at your doorstep every day until you comply. And do you even know who my associates are? You dare speak to me like this? Ye Lei chuckled softly, feigning fear as he asked, Oh, who is your backing? I am so frightened. The man retorted, My support is the Ma family. Do you believe I could summon people to end you right now? Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing that the man's backing was the Ma family, Nuan could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Humph, I was wondering what it could be. Just the Ma family? You are truly out of touch with society. Do you not know that the news of the Ma family's bankruptcy has spread like wildfire? Ye Lei wore a smile on his face as he spoke. Go ahead, do not think to intimidate me with this. The Ma family is substantial and prosperous. How could they possibly go bankrupt so easily? Yet, the man remained obstinate, dismissing Ye Lei's words and continuing to taunt him. Ye Lei paid him no heed. For the words spoken were undeniably the truth. Whether he chose to believe them was of no consequence. As for such individuals, Ye Lei had no intention of indulging him. The higher he soared, the more devastating his eventual fall would be. With the ill-gotten gains of over $1 million acquired through deceit, it would suffice to see the couple incarcerated for several years, while their son would spend a couple of years in a juvenile detention center. Lo and behold, the Ma family had indeed gone bankrupt. Nearly half of their kin were now housed in facilities providing food and shelter, and all their enterprises had been frozen. In a shop, some young individuals, intrigued by Ye Lei's remarks, took to the internet for confirmation and discovered the news of the Ma family's bankruptcy, accompanied by a video. The footage depicted a young man, his limbs severed, helplessly lying on the ground, the very son of the Ma family, Ma Tianming. The one responsible for his dismemberment stood bare-chested in the shop, Ye Lei himself. What concern is the Ma family's downfall to me? My support. Upon hearing the words of the young men, the man initially regarded them with disdain. Yet suddenly realization dawned upon him. The Ma family was precisely the so-called pillar of support he relied upon. How could this be? The Ma family's influence was formidable. Bankruptcy could not befall them so easily. It must be false, unequivocally false. Panic seized him entirely, and he could no longer maintain his previously arrogant demeanor. Powerful? If I were to tell you that it was the Ye family who orchestrated the Ma family's downfall, would you still hold that belief? Ye Lei let out a cold laugh and spoke. Ye, the Ye family? The foremost aristocracy of Rong City, the Ye family? The man expressed disbelief. What else could it be? Is there another Ye family? Ye Lei tilted his head and replied. But wait, how do you know this? The reports didn't mention the reason for the Ma family's bankruptcy. The man pulled out his phone, fiddled with it for a moment, then looked up and revealed the gaps in the published news. How would I know? Is it not possible that I am indeed a member of the Ye family? Ye Lei spoke. Your support truly is non-existent. I have completed a chapter. Now I shall take a brief respite before continuing. September countdown, 5 days. Keep pushing forward. September 25th, chapter 147, justifiable defense. Your backing is utterly useless, a complete liability. Ye Lei let out a cold laugh, turning away as he intended to head to the changing room to don his clothes. If I am to serve time, then I shall bring someone down with me. I do not mind spending a few extra years in confinement. Let them perish. The man's eyes were filled with hatred as he summoned a gleaming silver blade into his right hand and charged directly at Ye Lei, aiming a strike at his neck. The others in the shop, witnessing the man's actions, hesitated to intervene, deterred by the imposing blade. They anxiously wiped their brows for Ye Lei, fearful of witnessing a bloody scene, closing their eyes tightly. A few attempted to shout a warning, but it was too late. The blade struck decisively against Ye Lei's right shoulder. Yet, contrary to their expectations of a gruesome outcome, no blood was shed. A blade devoid of any soul rings. Attempting to harm me, how utterly ridiculous. Ye Lei did not even turn his head, standing there with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of dominance as he proclaimed. Impossible, this cannot be. Why is it that my great sword cannot inflict even the slightest harm upon you? This defies logic. The man, utterly devastated, raised his great sword once more and struck down fiercely upon Ye Lei's back. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Not a single mark appeared on Ye Lei's back. In stark contrast, the man's martial spirit sword bore the beginnings of dulling on its edge. Next, it was my turn to demonstrate what a true great sword truly embodies. Ye Lei stamped his right foot fiercely, and the ground beneath him instantaneously transformed into bubbling magma. A large black and red blade erupted from the molten depths, deftly caught in Ye Lei's grasp. With a swift turn, he wielded the infernal blade to shatter the man's weapon spirit. With a subtle gesture of his right hand, another infernal blade adorned with the same intricate pattern soared into his grip. Without the slightest hesitation, Ye Lei swiftly wielded his blade, severing the man's hand that clutched the knife. Ah, my hand! The man cried out in agony, clutching his severed limb and screaming in distress. Due to the intense heat emanating from the purgatory blade, the wound cauterized instantly, preventing any blood from spilling forth. Manager! Ye Lei sheathed the two blades in his hands and called out, Young master, what are your instructions? The summoned manager hurriedly emerged, respectfully inquiring. Make a phone call and alert the police, informing them that there is a fraudster and his accomplices here at Ye's Plaza, with an amount exceeding 1 million involved. Urgently apprehend them, Ye Lei casually remarked, to which the manager respectfully responded, yes, young master. Subsequently, the manager withdrew and began to dial the authorities. Young master? Could it be that he is Ye Lei, the future heir of the Ye Group? A gasp rippled through the crowd, instantly drawing numerous gazes towards Ye Lei. Ye Lei paid no heed to the reactions of those around him. Instead, he returned to his fitting room and donned his attire before stepping back out. Given the proximity of numerous large shopping malls, the police response was remarkably swift, arriving within 5 minutes of the report. Who made the call? I did. And the fraudsters? Where are they? Over there, that one, and this one on the ground. The last one is lying outside the door. Ye Lei responded. May I inquire how you discerned that they were fraudsters? My girlfriend and I were here in matching outfits when their child seized the opportunity to push open the door to my girlfriend's changing room. In a fit of anger, I rushed out and kicked the boy away. Subsequently, the child's mother charged at me, striking my head with a glass bottle. In self-defense, I retaliated by pushing her away. Then her husband approached, hurling insults at me. And it was at that moment I recognized him as the fraudster who had recently committed a series of scams at the mall, utilizing children as a guise. He had tarnished the innocence of several girls, swindling nearly 1 million from them, and now sought to deceive me out of 300,000. When I refused, he attempted to inflict harm upon me, but I continued to act in self-defense. Ye Lei casually recounted the sequence of events. P.S. Another chapter completed. Just a little more effort, and once I finish another chapter, I can clock out. September 25th, chapter 148. You'd better prepare for a stint behind bars. Officer, I'd like to report that this man possesses 2 formidable blades. The man, clutching his wound on the ground, addressed the 2 policemen. Sir, is what this criminal claims true? May I request that you reveal those 2 blades for inspection? The officer inquired promptly upon hearing the accusation. The man replied, what he says is indeed correct. I do possess 2 formidable blades. However, these blades are not my personal possessions, but rather my soul techniques. Hence, I am unable to present them. Ye Lei shrugged and said, I apologize, sir, but as police officers, we adhere strictly to our duties. Please present the weapon with which you injured this individual. We must conduct an examination. One of the officers stated with righteous authority. All right then, just don't be frightened. Ye Lei, feeling helpless, could only concede and unleash his 4th soul skill. 2 enormous blades adorned with black and red patterns erupted from the ground, landing deftly in Ye Lei's grasp. This is it. Behold for yourselves. Ye Lei extended his twin daggers before the 2 officers. Is this the weapon that severed your palm? One inquired. Indeed, it is this very blade. I implore you to confiscate it at once. The officer responded apologetically. Regrettably, this weapon does not exist in the market, and thus falls beyond our jurisdiction. Moreover, these daggers are manifestations of this gentleman's soul technique, rendering them beyond our ability to seize. Impossible. How can a soul technique manifest as 2 daggers? Officer, he must be fabricating this story. Who says a soul technique cannot take the form of 2 daggers? I also possess a spear crafted from my soul technique. Would you care to see it? Ye Lei shrugged and remarked, then with a swift motion of his right hand, a shimmering blue and silver spear materialized in his grasp. There is no need for you, a swindler, to prolong this any further. Do you truly believe that your benefactor will come to your rescue? The limbs of Ma Tianming, the sole heir of the Ma family, have already been severed by my hand. If you wish to avoid a fate akin to his, I suggest you rise without delay. Ye Lei approached the man, his expression impassive, and crouched down before him, with a thunderous roar that exuded formidable authority. The man was so startled that he sprang up from the ground and sought refuge behind the 2 officers. That's right, you deserve to be locked away. Ye Lei rose to his feet, clapped his hands, and with a cheerful smile declared, let us proceed, Nuan, to the next shop. With that, he grasped Han Wan's small hand and, under the watchful eyes of the 2 officers, exited the store, marching purposefully towards the next establishment. The 2 policemen, displaying remarkable efficiency, swiftly lifted the fallen boy and his mother to their feet, fastening a pair of silver handcuffs on them. As one man's hand had been severed, he was unable to wear handcuffs. Thus, the officers altered their approach, linking him and his wife together with the cuffs, and escorted the trio out of the mall. The afternoon swiftly passed, and Ye Lei, laden with numerous bags, trailed behind Han Wan, puffing and panting, a half-eaten candied hawthorn stick lodged in his mouth. The tall boy ambled through the shopping center, embodying a comical yet endearing sight, devoid of any complaints. Ye Lei, I am weary from shopping. Shall we return to school? Han Wan paused and turned to him. All right. Ye Lei mumbled a word, his mouth busy chewing for quite some time before finally finishing off the half-string of candied hawthorns. With the bamboo skewer held between his teeth, he summoned the Flame Lord, who stood atop his head, and placed various packages into one of the Flame Lord's hands before discarding the skewer. Let us return home first. I need to present the soul ring to my parents, and I shall take you along for a meal. Ye Lei beckoned Han Wan to come over, and once she stood firm, he remarked, is it really appropriate to dine at your home? Upon hearing this, Han Wan's cheeks flushed crimson like an apple, and with a hint of shyness, she replied, what's so inappropriate about it? It's merely a meal, after all. It's not as if we haven't dined together before. This time, it's simply a change of venue, so there's no need to feel bashful. Ye Lei gazed at Han Wan's little expression, breaking into a broad smile as he said, "All right then, let's go. P.S. Off work. Let's continue to strive tomorrow. Keep it up." September 25th, Chapter 149, The Beast Soul Energy Extractor. Ye Lei returned home with Han Wan, and Tang Yuqing hurried out to greet them. "Nuan, why are you so late? Did that rascal Ye Lei bully you again?" "Mom, you shouldn't say that. How can you accuse me of bullying Nuan? Please don't make unfounded accusations," Ye Lei innocently remarked. In that instant, Tang Yuqing's originally cheerful visage darkened abruptly, casting a warning glance at him. Instantly petrified, Ye Lei refrained from uttering another word, not daring to utter even a syllable. Tang Yuqing genuinely cherished Han Wan, regarding her as a beloved daughter. She personally prepared an exquisite feast, eagerly serving dish after dish into Han Wan's bowl. Ye Lei, feeling somewhat irritated, promptly rose and made his way to the kitchen. The clattering of pots and pans echoed as he busied himself. Before long, he emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate. Ye Lei placed the plate before Han Wan and took a seat, lifting a piece of meat from the dish to feed it to her. "Ye Lei, what kind of meat is this? Why is it icy blue? It can't be poisonous, can it?" Han Wan's cheeks puffed out, resembling a little hamster as she gazed at the meat being offered to her, her expression filled with curiosity. "It is poisonous for me, but not for you and your mother." "Little Lei, what on earth does that mean?" "I'm utterly perplexed by your words," Tang Yuqing remarked, sitting nearby and eyeing the plate of icy blue meat with intrigue. "This was harvested from an ice attribute soul beast I hunted this morning, for both of you. It serves as a tremendous tonic." Ye Lei explained that after Han Wan swallowed the food in her mouth, he promptly stuffed a piece of meat into her mouth. "What are you doing?" Han Wan had just intended to sip some soup when the meat was thrust into her mouth. As she attempted to speak, she discovered that the meat melted in her mouth, and a wave of coolness flowed down her esophagus, infusing her body. This meat was even more exquisite than foie gras, imparting an extraordinary sensation that nourished her entirely. As Han Wan savored the meat, she remarked thoughtfully, "Is that truly the case, Shan Wan?" Tang Yuqing inquired tentatively. "MMM." Han Wan replied, taking the initiative to pick up another piece of meat and place it into her mouth. "Let me try as well," Tang Yuqing said, seizing a pair of chopsticks to take a small slice of meat and eat it. Immediately, she felt a surge of icy energy nourishing her meridians. Indeed, it tastes quite delightful. Of course, this is cut from the back of a 5,000-year-old soul beast. If I could partake, I would indulge heartily. In less than a minute, the entire platter of meat was devoured by Han Wan and Tang Yuqing. Han Wan extended her little tongue, licked her lips, and asked with a hint of craving, "Ye Lei, do you have any more of this meat?" Ye Lei was previously captivated by Han Wan's unassuming little gestures, his gaze unabashedly fixed upon her plump, rosy lips. Suddenly, a small angel and a little devil emerged in his mind. The little devil urged, "What are you hesitating for? Just kiss her. After all, she's your girlfriend, and it won't matter." The small angel interjected, "Hold on, hold on. You must consider that both of you are still young. Exercise patience for another 2 years, and then you can do as you please." Ye Lei shook his head, dispelling the notions of angels and demons from his mind, and then replied with a cheerful smile, "Yes, there must be some. Since I have this intention, I won't just bring back a single piece. After all, I hunted 3 Millennium Soul Beasts with ice attributes this morning, and I have extracted quite a bit of meat, foreleg, hind leg, chest, and back. I've taken a little from each. Can I have a bit more?" Han Wan said, with a hint of playful charm. "Of course, just wait a moment. I'm going to help you cut some more." "Oh, by the way, Mom, do you want some?" Ye Lei inquired. "Let us give some to Mom as well." "All right. Just a moment. I shall be quick." With that, Ye Lei picked up a plate and hurried to the kitchen to slice the meat. 5 minutes later, he emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 large platters of meat, placing them before Han Wan and Tang Yuqing. "Xiao Lei, why have you cut so much?" "Mother cannot possibly finish it all by herself," Tang Yuqing remarked, her tone tinged with gentle reproach as she gazed at the heaping platter of soul beast meat before her. "Mother, it's of no concern. If you cannot finish it, you can save some for father. After all, he too possesses an ice attribute martial soul, so it will pose no harm to him whatsoever," Ye Lei replied. Tang Yuqing reconsidered and realized that Ye Lei's words held merit, so she began to tackle the plate of meat. Ye Lei smiled faintly, took a few more bites of his meal, then walked to the living room. From his system space, he retrieved an unidentified instrument. Ye Lei placed the instrument upon the table, then retrieved a shimmering ice blue beast soul, which he carefully inserted into the device. Instantly, the apparatus erupted with a radiant ice blue glow, and a chilling aura swiftly permeated the surrounding rooms. This remarkable instrument is known as the Beast Soul Energy Extractor. P.S. Keep pushing forward. Today, I aim to write 4 chapters. It's quite exhausting. Countdown to September. 4 days left. September 26th, Chapter 150, Simulated Cultivation Environment. The Beast Soul Energy Extractor is a sophisticated device showcased in the system store. Its price exorbitantly set at a staggering 100,000 points. Ye Lei, enduring considerable pain, expended 300,000 points to acquire 3 Beast Soul Energy Extractors. depleting his previously accumulated points to mere remnants. However, with the acquisition of these 3 devices, he is now capable of creating 3 distinct simulated cultivation environments. He has successfully completed an ice attribute environment, which is sufficient for the training of Nuan and her companions. As long as he remembers to replace the beast souls within the devices, the issue of energy depletion will be averted. Having resolved this matter, the next step is to venture into the Stardow Forest to locate some ice attribute celestial herbs to place in his home. Ye Lei summoned his soul power to fend off the biting cold. He found himself in a predicament, for he lacked a soul spirit of the ice attribute. As a fire attribute soul master, he was inherently at odds with the icy elements, leaving him no choice but to rely on his soul power for protection in such an environment. Presently, he had only 2 beast soul energy extractors remaining. Pondering his options, he considered his uncle's home, which could serve as a viable location. However, the fire attribute energy might cause his aunt some discomfort, thus rendering it unsuitable for establishing a simulated training environment. Other elemental training environments could be feasible, yet finding a beast soul compatible with both fire and dark attributes proved to be a challenge. Firstly, beast souls of light, lightning, fire, and poison attributes were not an option. Perhaps a dual attribute beast soul might suffice? Ye Lei stroked his chin, lost in thought. Could you kindly make an announcement, dear system? After pondering for a good part of the day without any breakthroughs, Ye Lei found himself seeking assistance from the system. Dual attribute soul beasts do exist, but it is imperative that you personally embark on the hunt. The system's voice resonated. Hunting is certainly not an issue, but the question remains, which soul beasts meet this criterion? Dear system, do you possess a soul beast compendium for my perusal? Indeed, a compendium exists, but it requires a bit of time for updates. And how long will that take? 1 month. Ye Lei nearly choked with indignation and retorted, Dear system, is it truly necessary to spend an entire month updating a bestiary? Doesn't that seem rather excessive? The system responded, Host, this system cannot expedite the update process. Recently, the number of spirit beasts has surged, and many previously undiscovered species have emerged. The existing bestiary lacks information on these new creatures. To ensure your safety, it is imperative that the bestiary is updated to the latest version. Very well, Ye Lei conceded. A month will pass swiftly. I am not one to be impatient. Ye Lei spoke softly, Mother, Nuaner, please come here for a moment. Ye Lei called out from the living room, prompting Nuan and Tang Yong to set down their chopsticks in bewilderment and walk into the room. As Nuan stepped into the living area, she was immediately enveloped by a chilling aura that gradually permeated her being, invigorating her soul force as it coursed through her meridians. This is a simulated cultivation environment I have established at home. Mother, this is designed for you, and Father. You can absorb the ice attribute energy released by this device while at home, significantly enhancing your cultivation. But won't the energy extracted from the beast souls eventually be depleted? Of course, it will be exhausted. That's why I have taken precautions. I have captured dozens of ice attribute beast souls, sufficient to sustain this simulated cultivation environment for over a year. Ye Lei waved his right hand through the air before him, and in an instant, dozens of ice blue beast souls materialized in the atmosphere. All right, Mother, you and Nuaner focus on your cultivation. I shall take care of the dishes. With that, Ye Lei retracted the multitude of beast souls back into the system space, then strode to the dining area to gather the dishes, one by one transporting them into the kitchen, where he commenced washing them. Little Nuan, Mother said, from now on, do not concern yourself with household chores. Let Xiao Lei handle them. Your sole responsibility is to relish life. Do you understand? I understand, Mother. And if Xiao Lei dares to bully you, do not hesitate to inform me. I will ensure he receives his due lesson. P.S. There is still one more chapter. Keep going. September 26th, Chapter 151. Mother, I can hear you. Mother, I can hear you. Ye Lei's voice emanated from the kitchen, prompting a chuckle from the 2 individuals in the living room. Subsequently, they unleashed their respective martial spirits, found a suitable spot in the room, and commenced their cultivation. After finishing the dishes and tidying up the kitchen, Ye Lei entered the living room, where he gazed at Nuan, who had just released the Ice Phoenix. His eyes gradually became entranced. Despite her closed eyes, Nuan's innate beauty could not be concealed. As he quietly observed her, Ye Lei found himself unable to suppress the surging desires within him. He reached out to caress her fair, delicate face, then revealed a knowing smile. Finding a suitable spot, he sat down, activated his blue-silver domain, and began his cultivation. His goal was to elevate his blue-silver emperor's cultivation to the soul sage realm as swiftly as possible. He had already identified his 7th spirit ring, the 80,000-year-old human face spider emperor he had previously hunted. Once he broke through to level 70, he could absorb this spirit ring. Not only would it significantly enhance his strength, but it would also amplify his 3rd spirit skill. The left leg bone of the human face spider emperor, which matched the age of the spirit rings, would also receive an upgrade. However, there was a dilemma. The beast soul, derived from the 80,000-year-old human face spider emperor, had already been absorbed by his 3rd spirit skill. Hence, he needed to seek a more powerful human face demon spider. Contemplating this, Ye Lei suddenly realized a crucial point. Since he was on the quest for a higher-aged human face demon spider to acquire its beast soul, Why not hunt a stronger spirit ring for his 7th? Given his capabilities, absorbing a spirit ring of 90,000 years or more would pose no challenge. Ye Lei contemplated. Given this, there was no longer any need to retain the 80,000-year-old soul ring of the human-faced demon spider. He would allow it to merge with his 3rd soul ring. After all, his 3rd soul ring already possessed an impressive cultivation of 30,000 years, and absorbing the 80,000-year-old soul ring would undoubtedly enable him to transcend into the realm of 100,000 years. Without hesitation, Ye Lei directly retrieved the 80,000-year soul ring belonging to the Spider Emperor. With a firm grip, he shattered it, causing 6 soul rings, 5 black and 1 red, to materialize beneath him. The dark energy gradually coalesced into a black soul ring in the air, which, under Ye Lei's command, slowly adhered to his 3rd arranged soul ring. As both soul rings originated from the same species of soul beast, the process of assimilation was remarkably effortless. The 80,000-year soul ring was gradually devoured by the 30,000-year soul ring, with a surge of energy flooding into Ye Lei's body, a significant portion of which coursed through his meridians and flowed into his left leg. Ye Lei gradually assimilated and absorbed the surge of energy that flowed into his body. As evening approached, as Ye Junqing concluded her day at work and returned home, the moment she opened the door, a chilling breeze rushed towards her, startling her. However, she quickly regained her composure. What a fright! Who else could this icy aura belong to? It must be my wife practicing her cultivation again. It's quite late. I wonder if she has eaten. No matter, I shall first prepare a bowl of noodles for her. Ye Junqing removed her shoes and, with her bag in hand, entered the living room. Oh, Xiao Lei and Xiao Nuan are both here. Ye Junqing set down her bag and subsequently removed her suit. Suddenly, an unexpected sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed behind her. Turning towards the source of the noise, she beheld an astonishing sight. Ye Lei, seated on the ground in meditation, had one of the soul rings, its ebony surface, beginning to fracture, revealing glimmers of crimson light within. Beneath the dark light, the red glow became increasingly resplendent, and the fissures on the black soul ring multiplied. Ultimately, the once impenetrable surface of the soul ring erupted violently, unleashing an overwhelmingly oppressive aura that enveloped the entire room. This formidable presence jolted Han Nuan and Tang Yunqing, who had been in a state of meditation, back to awareness. Honey, you're back. What is happening? Tang Yunqing inquired softly, rising to her feet and approaching Ye Junqing, looping her arm through his with a hint of concern in her voice. You should see for yourself. Our son. Ye Junqing stuttered slightly. Son? What has happened to my son? Is he not? Just as Tang Yunqing was about to say that her son was sitting there perfectly well, she turned her head and saw Ye Lei's soul ring configuration, which had transformed from 5 black and 1 red to 4 black and 2 red. Mom and Dad, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Ye Lei concluded his meditation, stretched lazily, and subsequently opened his eyes, only to find 3 individuals standing before him. With a look of confusion, he inquired, My son, why has the color of your soul ring changed once more? Ye Junqing pointed to the ground, signaling Ye Lei. As Ye Lei lowered his head, he was astonished to see that his originally dark 3rd soul ring had now transformed into a vibrant red. Splendid! It was a success! Ye Lei exclaimed with excitement. What success, my son? Are you referring to your sudden transformation into a 100,000 your soul ring? Indeed. Nuan, do you recall the 80,000-year-old Faceless Spider Emperor that I previously hunted? Of course. What about it? I have just absorbed the energy contained within the soul ring I acquired from it using my 3rd soul ring, which is the 30,000 your Faceless Spider King, a relative of the Faceless Spider Emperor, and successfully transcended my realm to 110,000 years. Ye Lei exclaimed with excitement, My son, according to your assertion, does it mean that the years of the soul rings belonging to your mother and me can also transcend to the realm of 100,000 years? Ye Junqing inquired, Indeed. There exists such a method, father. Your 2nd soul ring has a duration of 1,500 years. If you wish to elevate its duration to 2,000 years or even higher, it is essential to consume 1,000-year soul rings from the same era or of greater age, ensuring they are derived from the same lineage of soul beasts. Is this how my parents' soul ring durations were also enhanced? Han Nuan interjected, Precisely. Uncle and aunt utilized this very method to elevate their first soul rings to the 1,000-year realm. Wait a moment, son, what is this? Ye Junqing's gaze suddenly fell upon the beast's soul energy extractor resting on the coffee table. Oh, that? This device is known as the beast soul energy extractor, specifically designed to maximize the elemental energy derived from beast souls. So, the cold aura permeating our home and that chilling energy are manifestations released by this contraption? Indeed. That is correct. By the way, Dad, are you feeling hungry at the moment? Why do you ask? If you're not hungry, then perhaps you should try this. As he spoke, Ye Lei deftly produced a piece of meat, roughly the size of a ham, and offered it to Ye Junqing. Son, what is this? Why is it so blue? Has it gone bad? Ye Junqing gazed at the ice blue piece of meat in Ye Lei's hand, her brow furrowed in confusion. Father, how could the meat of a soul beast spoil so easily? I acquired this earlier today while hunting in the forest. It is sourced from a soul beast of the ice attribute. It poses no harm to your meridians, only benefits. Upon hearing Ye Junqing refer to the exquisite front leg meat as spoiled, 3 dark lines immediately appeared on Ye Lei's forehead. Awoo. As Ye Junqing was about to receive the spirit beast meat, a shadow darted forth with astonishing swiftness. Seizing more than half of the spirit beast meat from Ye Lei's grasp, Ye Junqing and her son were momentarily taken aback. Turning their heads, they beheld Tang Yuqing, who was currently savoring her food. After swallowing a piece of meat, she unabashedly let out a hearty belch. Noticing Ye Junqing's gaze upon her, Tang Yuqing flashed a toothy grin. Dad, look at Mom. She's eating. What else could possibly be amiss? Don't just stand there. Have a bite. As she spoke, Ye Lei continued his actions, promptly shoving a piece of meat into Ye Junqing's mouth. P.S. Just 2 more chapters to go. Almost time to clock out. Keep it up. September 27th, Chapter 153, The Adorable Little One Who is Unaccustomed to New Beds. Ye Junqing had yet to comprehend the situation when a piece of icy meat was thrust into her mouth. The morsel melted instantly, transforming into a cool, succulent juice that coursed down her esophagus and into her stomach. Wow, the texture of this meat is truly exquisite. Of course, dear father, after all, it is sourced from a soul beast of ice attributes that has existed for over 5 millennia. The flavor is undoubtedly exceptional. Ye Lei presented 5 large pieces of meat, all of the same hue, meticulously arranged beside the beast's soul energy extractor. These 5 pieces were placed here to absorb the icy attributes of energy, thereby enriching the icy essence within the meat, which would enhance its nourishing properties for you. Alright, Mom and Dad, continue your cultivation with Nuan, striving to absorb more of the icy energy tonight to elevate your own cultivation level. After Ye Lei finished speaking, he activated the blue-silver domain once more, seated himself, and commenced his cultivation. The other 3 did not utter a word either. They each found a suitable spot, settled down, and began their own practice. Ye Lei once again channeled his spiritual energy, subsequently infusing a small amount into the dragon-shaped jade pendant that hung upon his chest. The spiritual energy contained within the jade pendant gradually swelled in magnitude, serving as a formidable trump card against the Elder Hall. Each time Ye Lei practiced, he would impart a trace of his spiritual energy into this dragon pendant. Over time, the energy within the pendant would grow immensely powerful, representing Ye Lei's full-force strike. Furthermore, this jade pendant possessed a distinctive trait. Only those of his bloodline could wield and summon the spiritual energy contained within. Thus, individuals unrelated to Ye Lei would find themselves utterly incapable of harnessing the pendant as power. Any attempt to do so would result in a backlash from the Blue-Silver Emperor. After completing all of this, Ye Lei awoke to find that it was already past 10 o'clock. At this hour, the school dormitories had long since closed, making a return to campus impossible. Thus, he had no choice but to rest at home. This situation was of little consequence to Ye Lei, but it did pose a dilemma for Han Nuan. Given these circumstances, he decided to make a small sacrifice for her comfort, allowing Han Nuan to sleep another night in his bed. With this thought, Ye Lei rose to his feet and approached Han Nuan, who had her head bowed. He gently lifted her in a princess carry and then proceeded to his room. Ye Lei rose and made his way to the bathroom. After a thorough search, he retrieved a clean towel, dampened it with warm water, and returned to the room to gently wipe Han Nuan's face, her hands and feet receiving the same tender care. Once this was accomplished, Ye Lei skillfully unfurled a yoga mat upon the floor, covered Han Nuan with a blanket, and merely draped a jacket over himself before succumbing to slumber. However, unbeknownst to him, in the early hours of the morning, Han Nuan, restless due to the unfamiliar bed, began to toss and turn, ultimately tumbling off the bed and landing atop Ye Lei. Ye Lei let out a pained cry, yet he remained unresponsive. Time always passes swiftly, and before one realizes, morning had arrived. Xiao Lei, it is 6 o'clock. It is time to rise. Tang Yuqing, as was her custom, opened Ye Lei's door precisely at 6:30, only to be greeted by a scene that left her utterly speechless. Click. Without uttering a word, Tang Yuqing swiftly retrieved her phone and captured several photographs, then stifling a laugh, she retreated from the room, closing the door behind her. At the very moment the door clicked shut, Ye Lei awoke, sensing an unusual sensation on his face, uncertain of what was pressing against his mouth. Ye Lei focused his gaze and soon realized that it was Han Nuan's foot pressing against his mouth. Observing the delicate, fair foot before him, Ye Lei wore an expression of helplessness, yet chose to remain silent. Ye Lei, what can I possibly say? One should cherish their own wife. System, damn it. Consuming dog food so early in the morning is utterly speechless. Ye Lei gently patted Han Nuan's bottom, attempting to rouse her from slumber. However, to his surprise, Han Nuan merely extended her hand to scratch the spot he had touched before sinking back into her peaceful dreams. At this moment, Ye Lei felt utterly helpless. As he sat up, Han Nuan's legs spread apart, rendering their current posture utterly incomprehensible. Ye Lei's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, and he subsequently picked up his phone to capture a photograph. Warmer, it's time to rise. The sun has already warmed your backside. Ye Lei bent down, bringing his head close to Han Nuan's ear, whispering softly. Don't, he urged. Let me sleep a little longer. Han Nuan murmured in her sleep, then turned her head in another direction and drifted back into slumber. Ye Lei chuckled softly and spoke again. Nuaner, if you do not rise soon, Do not blame me for resorting to some unspeakable actions. Ye Lei gently placed his right hand on Han Nuan's waist, giving it a light squeeze as he spoke slowly. However, Han Nuan remained unresponsive. Nuaner, my dear, if you do not get up soon, I shall eat all the delicious food I have prepared for you. Ye Lei spoke once more, exclaiming, there is something delicious. The mere mention of food caused Han Nuan to sit up straight. She truly is an adorable little creature. Only recognizing the comfort of my embrace. Ye Lei pondered. P.S. Just one more chapter, and I can clock out. Keep it up. September 27th, September countdown. 3 days, chapter 154. The shy when the years are serene. Warmer, you have finally awakened. Would you care to see the position you currently find yourself in? As Ye Lei noticed Han Nuan had awakened, he could not help but speak. Han Nuan's body tensed momentarily, and then she gradually surveyed her surroundings. It was only when she caught sight of Ye Lei's large foot beneath her that she realized she was not merely on a bed, but rather, she had unwittingly found herself entangled in Ye Lei's bed, having inadvertently ended up on top of him. At this moment, Han Nuan discovered the peculiar position she was in. Beneath her, she saw Ye Lei's foot, and his voice was emanating from behind her, which could only mean her rear was directly facing Ye Lei. Instantly, Han Nuan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she scrambled back onto Ye Lei's bed, burrowing into his blankets with utmost fervor, covering herself as securely as possible. Ye Lei beheld this scene and could not help but exclaim. In that moment, her bashful demeanor evoked within me a profound sense of the tranquil passage of time. How I wish that time could linger in that instant. However, it is an impossibility for time to remain suspended, as long as the Elder Hall remains unscathed. This world, this nation, shall never attain true peace. As Ye Lei contemplated this, a subtle glimmer of crimson flickered in his eyes. All right, no need to be shy. Rise quickly. Isn't it rather stifling like this? With that, Ye Lei extended his hand, intending to pull back the covers. However, Han Nuan clutched the blanket tightly, resolutely refusing to let it be unveiled. With a sense of helplessness, Ye Lei was compelled to summon his martial soul, manipulating the blue-silver emperor vines to bind Han Nuan's restless little hands, and then he directly threw back the covers. Oh, don't be shy. Just look at you. Your little face is flushed beyond recognition. There is no need for embarrassment. We are already like an old married couple. Who is an old married couple with you? You haven't even married me. Upon hearing Ye Lei's words, Han Nuan's cheeks turned an even deeper crimson, resembling a pufferfish as she brandished her tiny fists, raining down blows upon Ye Lei's chest like a summer storm. After this display, Han Nuan, covering her flushed face with her hands, attempted to make a hasty exit. However, as she swung her legs over the side of the bed and took a few steps, Ye Lei seized her by the nape of her neck, lifting her effortlessly. What are you doing? Put on your slippers. The floor is chilly. Don't walk barefoot. With that, Ye Lei gently placed Han Nuan back on the bed, then rummaged through the clothes she had left at his home, retrieving a pair of socks. He tenderly helped her put them on. Once Han Nuan was properly dressed, Ye Lei finally permitted her to rise. All right, go wash up quickly. I've already set out your toothbrush and cup for you. After you finish your meal, we will return to school. Ye Lei gently patted Han Nuan's plump dairy and softly spoke. Han Nuan's petite face flushed crimson as she covered her bottom and hurriedly fled the room, observing her hasty retreat. Ye Lei could not suppress his curiosity and voiced his thoughts. Why are you running so fast? I am not a ferocious wolf. Am I truly that terrifying? Han Nuan retorted. Who says you aren't a ferocious wolf? You certainly are. Ye Lei scratched his head, changed his clothes, and then exited the room to wash up in the bathroom. Mom and Dad, how was your training yesterday? How did you feel? Ye Lei meticulously sliced a piece of soul beast meat that had absorbed the icy energy throughout the night, presenting it before Han Nuan. He inquired, how does it taste? Quite good, Tang Yunking responded. After consuming this meat and training in the simulated environment, my soul power has increased significantly. Mom, she continued, I have established soul power barriers at both our windows and the entrance. You and Dad can practice at home without worry, as there will be no leakage of energy from the soul energy extractor. Ye Lei gently caressed Han Nuan's fluffy little head and softly spoke. As the day comes to a close, let us continue our efforts tomorrow. With merely 3 days left in September, once the National Day celebrations conclude, we shall return to school for classes. Chapter 155. Unless, Mother, I have placed soul power barriers at both our window and door, so you and Father can practice peacefully at home without concern for the energy overflow from the beast's soul energy extractor. Ye Lei gently patted Han Nuan's fluffy little head and softly said, from now on, each morning after you both wake up, take a small piece of the meat placed beside the beast's soul energy extractor. You need not worry. Consuming the meat infused with the essence of ice attributes that has been absorbed overnight will aid your bodies in expelling impurities and enhancing your physical strength. Once you have finished the meat, simply inform me, and I shall procure more for you. I will also consider bringing back some wind attribute soul beasts next time, as their meat will be essential for you to consume, enabling the purification of your second soul ring. Ye Junqing and Tang Yuqing nodded in acknowledgement. Oh, by the way, Dad, could you please deliver these 2 pieces of meat to the Han group today? Ye Lei appeared to have an epiphany, casually flipping his hand, and 2 crimson pieces of flesh materialized in his palms. These morsels were procured by me on behalf of Uncle Han, having been excised from the soul beast. I kindly request that you assist in delivering these 2 pieces of meat to the Han group. Allow me to take care of it. Today, your mother and your future mother-in-law have plans to go shopping. And I shall conveniently deliver these pieces without burdening your future mother-in-law with the task of handing them over to your future father-in-law. Tang Yanqing reached out to accept the 2 pieces of meat, smiling as she spoke. Nuan, did you sleep well last night? Upon hearing this, Nuan, who was enjoying her breakfast, nearly choked on her food, her fair complexion flushing a deep crimson. Mom, please refrain from teasing Nuan. Look. Her face has turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Ye Lei chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Nuan's fluffy little head. Ye Lei, Nuan, disregarding the gazes of Ye's father and mother, puffed up her cheeks like a pufferfish and playfully punched Ye Lei. Ye Lei smiled and did not evade, allowing Nuan's small fist to land upon him. Initially, Ye Lei thought that Nuan's punch lacked any real force, especially considering his enhanced physical strength. Thus, he did not contemplate dodging. However, the disparity between expectation and reality proved stark. Nuan's fist struck sharply against Ye Lei's shoulder, producing a crisp sound that startled him, nearly causing him to spring from his seat. Nuan, are you serious? Ye Lei clutched his shoulder and lamented. Serves me right. Serves me right. Ye Junqing and Tang Yanqing spoke in unison to Ye Lei. Mom and Dad, who among us is your biological child? Ye Lei shouted with a hint of grievance. Of course it's Nuan. Who would care for you, you rascal? I have always desired a daughter, yet who would have thought I ended up with you? You little scoundrel. Tang Yanqing spoke with an air of nonchalance, casting a sidelong glance at Ye Junqing. My heart shattered. Ye Lei sustained a devastating blow of 10,000 points. Ye Lei, I didn't hurt you too much, did I? After finishing breakfast, Ye Lei and his companion stepped outside and boarded a luxurious vehicle. Nuan extended her petite hand, gently caressing the shoulder that had been struck. It hurts. Of course, it hurts. Why did you have to use your soul power? Upon hearing Nuan's voice, Ye Lei immediately cast a pitiful glance in her direction. Observing her companion, who resembled a woeful large dog, Nuan gently spoke. I sincerely apologize. I lost control for a moment and inadvertently used my spiritual energy. There, please don't look so forlorn. No, unless I agree to everything you ask. Really? Upon hearing these words, Ye Lei immediately altered his expression, gazing at Nuan with eager anticipation. At this moment, Nuan remained blissfully unaware that she had unwittingly stumbled into a den of wolves, presenting herself with a naive and innocent demeanor as she earnestly nodded her head. Ye Lei chuckled. Nuan, I have been anticipating your words. Huh? Nuan remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, still wearing a naive and innocent expression. Ye Lei grinned, squinting his eyes, and lunged directly at Nuan. At that moment, Nuan had yet to react, only to see Ye Lei charging towards her like a predator spotting its prey. Nuan. P.S. Tomorrow marks the Mid-Autumn Festival. So I would like to wish everyone a joyous Mid-Autumn Festival and a happy National Day in advance. There will be no updates during the National Day holiday, but you may explore my other book titled The Professional Medium and the Paranormal Events. Additionally, 2 more chapters will be released later. September 28th, Chapter 156. Spare me. At this moment, fear filled Nuan's beautiful face as she instinctively raised her hand to shield herself from Ye Lei. Darn it. Ye Lei's large hands had already found their way onto Nuan's delicate waist, igniting a ticklish sensation within her. Ye Lei, what is going on? Upon hearing her, Ye Lei ceased his playful antics, lifting his gaze to meet Nuan's eyes. I was wrong. Please spare me, she pleaded. Her expression one of earnest supplication, taking advantage of his temporary pause to inhale deeply. It's too late for mercy now. As the words fell, Ye Lei's hands, which had come to a halt, resumed their playful exploration. Nuan laughed once more, a faint blush blooming on her fair cheeks as tears of mirth welled in her captivating eyes. Will the driver not see us like this? She managed to utter, glancing at the partition separating them from the driver. Fear not, this vehicle is equipped with autonomous driving capabilities. There's nothing to worry about. I'm not concerned about that. I'm worried. Before Nuan could finish her thought, Ye Lei abruptly intensified his grip, eliciting another burst of laughter from her. At that moment, the business car had arrived at a traffic light just a few hundred meters from the school, halting for the red signal. 3, 2, 1. The green light illuminated. Bang. The sound of impact, accompanied by the car's jolt, startled the two inside. What just happened? Did we get rear-ended? Nuan inquired, bewildered. I don't think so. It seems more like a female driver mistakenly shifted gears and reversed into us. Ye Lei merely glanced and articulated the cause of the situation. Indeed, a rotund woman with an exaggerated hairstyle emerged from the driver's seat of the vehicle ahead. With each step she took, the flesh on her face quivered. Nuan maintained a stoic expression. She was taken aback by Ye Lei's precise predictions, even to the extent of accurately guessing the driver's gender. The hefty woman strode directly to the window of the business vehicle, delivering a resounding slap against the glass. The force was so great that it caused the entire car to tremble. What kind of vehicle are you driving? Take a look at yourself. How could you have rear-ended my car? Where's the driver? Get out here. I knew it. Female drivers are always like this. Ye Lei let out a cold laugh, then proceeded to open the window beside his seat. I must clarify, dear madam, you should really pay attention. It is you who lacks the ability to drive. And it was your reverse gear that collided with my vehicle. Ye Lei leaned out of the car window and addressed the audacious matron with a tone of indignation. What do you mean I can't drive? Clearly, it was you who collided with my vehicle, yet you persist in your denial. The matron, steadfast in her stance, retorted stubbornly. Even if you refuse to admit that you were at fault, it makes no difference. My car is equipped with a dash cam, and there are surveillance cameras in the vicinity. Once the traffic police arrive, the truth of who struck whom will be revealed. With that, Ye Lei withdrew his head back into the car, indifferent to the matron's flailing antics outside. Honestly, I must say, how can a young person like you speak in such a manner? Immediately resorting to calling the police. This is a waste of law enforcement resources. The matron, upon hearing Ye Lei's intent to involve the authorities, rushed to the window, pointing an accusatory finger at him while raising her voice. Firstly, since you have chosen to lie in light of irrefutable evidence and eyewitness accounts, why should I refrain from calling the police? I am merely seeking to reclaim my rightful entitlements. Is there any wrongdoing in that? Ye Lei calmly turned his head to face the hideous visage of the woman before him and remarked, furthermore, pointing at someone is rather impolite. Haven't your parents taught you any manners? With that, Ye Lei promptly closed the car window and took out his phone to dial the authorities. You. The portly woman glared at the window, which was slowly descending, her anger boiling over. In a fit of rage, she lifted her foot and forcefully kicked the car door on her side. Given that she was wearing high heels, the impact left a noticeable dent in the door. Ye Lei sat inside the car, having ended the call, his ears deaf to the commotion outside as Aunt Lu berated his business vehicle. Captain Lu, send someone to the intersection east of Rongda. I've encountered a minor issue here that requires your presence for a handover. I'll give you 10 minutes. Yes, young master. I shall be there shortly. Ye Lei hung up the phone, then took Han Wan's small hand, seated himself on a chair, and closed his eyes to rest, awaiting the arrival of the traffic police. Meanwhile, outside the vehicle, the plump woman, observing the stillness within, began to plot a scheme, contemplating a hasty escape while no one was around. With this thought in mind, she hastily entered her car, eager to press the accelerator and flee the scene of the accident. However, Ye Lei was not one to let her off so easily. As the woman pressed the gas pedal, her vehicle remained utterly motionless. Confused, she attempted to exit the car to investigate, only to discover that her vehicle had inexplicably risen several inches off the ground, its wheels dangling in midair, rendering it immobile. How peculiar. Why has the ground suddenly elevated? No wonder my car won't budge, she pondered. Madam, I advise you to abandon such futile calculations. Since you have collided with my vehicle, do not even think of escaping without taking responsibility. A deep voice belonging to a young man resonated from behind the plump woman. Startled, she turned to see Ye Lei, tall and composed, leaning against the car door, casually twirling a sprig of blue-golden grass in his hand. I see now why my car couldn't touch the ground and move. It's your doing, you little rascal. I suggest you lower my vehicle immediately, or do not blame me for being impolite. She retorted, advancing towards Ye Lei, her finger pointed accusingly at him. Madam, you are older than I am. Why then do you display such a lack of manners? Ye Lei calmly struck out, swatting away the chubby woman's finger that was pointed at his nose. Madam, he remarked, have we not previously established that pointing at others is rather impolite? Ye Lei remained unfazed, softly uttering, well, if you do not release my car soon, I shall have no choice but to smash your dilapidated vehicle. And do you know what my son is up to? Do you? The plump woman could no longer maintain her facade, raising her voice as she brazenly retorted to Ye Lei, I have no obligation to know what your son is doing. Nor do I wish to. If you intend to damage my car, feel free. However, I would advise you to prepare for selling your house and vehicle beforehand, as mine is rather expensive. Ye Lei rapped gently on the car window and addressed the occupant within. Nuan, please step out of the vehicle. This lady seems eager to vent her frustrations upon our car. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Nuan exited the car and strode over to Ye Lei's side, glaring fiercely at the portly woman. Is it merely an old vehicle? What airs you put on? Even if you smash it, you shan't receive a single cent from us. With that declaration, the hefty woman ambled to the roadside, seized a brick, and brought it crashing down upon the hood of the Mercedes-Benz S-Class. The impact resonated with a loud thud, leaving a significant dent in the metal. Yet, the woman remained unsatisfied. She lifted the brick once more and struck the windshield with fervor, resulting in a substantial crack. She continued her rampage, pummeling various parts of the car multiple times. 5 minutes later, 2 motorcycle officers finally arrived at the scene, greeted by the sight of a business vehicle with its body severely dented and a white sedan with only minor scratches on its rear. Who called the police? One of the officers inquired. I did, came the response. This lady was driving recklessly, backed into my car, and then proceeded to berate me before vandalizing my vehicle. Ye Lei casually recounted the origins and developments of the situation. You little rascal, what evidence do you possess to claim that I collided with your vehicle or vandalized it? How absurd. The plump woman, upon seeing the arrival of the traffic police, stubbornly defended herself. I beg your pardon, madam. But do you really believe that the large surveillance camera over there is malfunctioning? Furthermore, my business vehicle is equipped with a sentinel mode, ensuring 360-degree monitoring without blind spots. Everything you just did, including your choice of words, has been captured in crystal clarity. You shall not evade responsibility. Upon witnessing the plump lady's evasive arguments, Ye Lei retorted sharply, Officer, I possess a dash cam along with footage captured in sentry mode. Please, come and take a look. With that, Ye Lei opened the driver's side door, gesturing for the traffic officer to inspect the video within. In that fleeting moment, the lady realized that the driver's seat of the vehicle was entirely unoccupied. I wondered how you both emerged from behind the driver's seat. It turns out this car lacks a driver altogether. Madam, you must blame your limited perception. My vehicle is equipped with an autonomous driving feature, thus it requires no driver. Autonomous driving? Are you attempting to deceive me? It has been clarified that it was indeed this lady who backed into the vehicle. And it was she who caused the damage. We can certainly take her in. Just then, another black sedan approached, from which two men emerged. One was Captain Liu, the bodyguard of the Ye family, and the other was an insurance agent from the automotive division of the Ye group. This vehicle you damaged, madam, is a specially customized Mercedes, valued at 3.7 million. How do you propose to compensate for this? The insurance agent inquired after inspecting the car. What? Specially customized, 3.7 million? Who do you think you're fooling? Do you take me for a fool? This piece of junk is worth over 3 million? A specially customized Mercedes? How absurd. Captain Liu, I leave this matter in your capable hands. I am running late for class. Ye Lei raised his wrist and glanced at the time, saying, Yes, young master. Leave this to me. Captain Liu replied respectfully. As the day approached its end, the month of September had only 2 days left. Just 6 more chapters to write. And then I can rest. Chapter 158. The capricious woman. What do you mean? You crashed into my car, and you refuse to compensate me? On what grounds do you think you can just walk away? The plump woman, noticing Ye Lei holding Han Nuan's hand as they walked towards the school, hurriedly blocked their path and began to berate them. Madam, how many times must I repeat myself? It was clearly your inability to drive that caused you to reverse and collide with my vehicle. Yet you insist that I hit your car. Have you not received an education? Do you not comprehend spoken language? My car is equipped with a dash cam, and I am certain that traffic cameras at the intersection will corroborate my account. Furthermore, you have severely damaged my specially customized business vehicle. It is fortunate that I have not demanded your complete financial ruin. Do not test my patience any further. Now, kindly remove yourself from my path. Ye Lei could no longer contain his fury, finally abandoning all pretense of civility as he unleashed a torrent of scathing words upon the portly matron. Captain Liu, this woman has vandalized my vehicle. I trust you'll handle this matter appropriately. Ye Lei waved his right hand lightly, and an extraordinarily robust blue-silver Emperor vine abruptly emerged from the ground, transforming the plump lady's car into a skewered spectacle, lifting it high into the air. In an instant, a gaping hole appeared right in the center of the vehicle. You little rascal, what have you done to my car? The plump lady exclaimed, her heart bleeding at the sight of her beloved luxury vehicle marred by a brutal puncture. I haven't done much. You destroyed my $1 million luxury car, and I merely reciprocated by ruining yours. Isn't that fair? Ye Lei shrugged and remarked, as the saying goes, tread the path of others, leaving them with no way forward. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Since you have damaged my vehicle, I shall reciprocate by damaging yours. Isn't that fair? Ye Lei directly manifested his martial spirit and soared through the sky with Han Nuan towards the school, regardless of the ant weeping over her car behind them. 2 words echoed in his mind. Serves her right. Wrong university. Academic building. Ye Lei escorted Han Nuan to the entrance of the classroom, tenderly ruffling her fluffy little head, his eyes brimming with affection as he gazed at her. You've arrived at class. Hurry along now, and I'll bring you some soul beast meat for lunch. Upon hearing the promise of soul beast meat, Han Nuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It was not merely a matter of gluttony. Rather, her body had a significant reliance on the ice attribute of soul beast meat. The latent icy energy contained within even a small piece of soul beast meat greatly benefited her meridians and soul power cultivation. If given the choice, Han Nuan would prefer to embrace a substantial chunk of soul beast meat to gnaw on, rather than being offered the thin slivers that Ye Lei typically provided. The mere thought of this disparity filled her with frustration. Ye Lei, I too desire to indulge. Yet the soul beast meat I have brought back is aged over 5,000 years, imbued with considerable ice attribute energy. Consuming such a substantial amount at once may overwhelm your body, hindering its ability to fully absorb the nourishment. There exists the possibility of incurring damage to your meridians. Thus it is prudent to await your ascension to level 40 in the absorption of your 4th soul ring before increasing your intake of soul beast meat. For now, I recommend a modest daily consumption, keeping your well-being in mind. I had not anticipated that this would upset you, Nuaner. How disheartening. Please, attend your class, and I shall prepare more for you at noon. Ye Lei's expression shifted from hopeful to somewhat mournful as he swiftly comprehended Han Nuan's sentiments. Indeed, women are ever so changeable. P.S. Wishing you a joyous Mid-Autumn Festival. Let us continue to strive forward. Countdown to September. One day. September 29th, Chapter 159, The Academy Competition. Ye Lei watched as Han Nuan entered the classroom and took her seat beside his 3 roommates. Ye Lei smiled and stepped forward, returning to his classroom. Old Ye, over here. Upon entering the classroom, he heard Song Yang's call, glancing at the seating arrangement. Ye Lei walked over and sat down beside Song Yang. Old Ye, why didn't you return to the dormitory last night? I heard from Yunning that your wife also didn't come back. What were you two up to? Song Yang nudged Ye Lei with his elbow, curiosity evident on his face. What else could it be? I naturally took her home for dinner and By the way, we practiced at my place for the entire night. Ye Lei replied. Oh, practicing, is it? No need to phrase it that way. We are all adults here. I understand. Song Yang said with a knowing smile. Covering his mouth with his hand. Could you please expel those indecent thoughts from your mind? When I mentioned practicing, I meant it literally. What do you think I meant? Surely you aren't suggesting something inappropriate about Wen Yunning, are you? Ye Lei reached out and delivered a light smack to Song Yang's head. Old Ye. You really shouldn't speak so recklessly. Song Yang, momentarily distracted by the pain radiating from his forehead, instinctively attempted to cover Ye Lei's mouth. It seems I was right. Ye Lei deftly evaded the outstretched hand of Song Yang, chuckling as he spoke. By the way, where are Jing Heng and Old Chen? It's nearly time for class. Yet they have yet to appear. Ye Lei glanced around the classroom, noticing the conspicuous absence of Jing Heng and Chen Saiken. He turned to Song Yang with a questioning look. Ah, don't even mention it. Those two have become somewhat obsessed with their cultivation. Song Yang replied with a resigned shake of his head. Obsessed? What exactly is going on with them? Ye Lei was utterly bewildered. Last night, while the two of them were cultivating, they somewhat lost control of the spiritual energy within their bodies and inadvertently unleashed their soul techniques. At that time, I wasn't in the dormitory. Upon my return, I found the two of them sprawled across the room in a rather pitiful state, their hair nearly singed. Consequently, they had no choice but to remain bedridden in the dorm today. Song Yang, looking thoroughly embarrassed, covered his face and said, Heh. So this is what you meant by losing control during cultivation. It seems Jing Heng couldn't suppress the lightning energy within him. I suppose I'll have to teach him a secret technique to transfer part of that violent lightning force out of his system. As for Old Chen, his spiritual energy probably went berserk under Jing Heng's influence. After listening, Ye Lei appeared quite embarrassed and sighed. Classmates, please quiet down. I have an announcement to make. The voice of the instructor suddenly resonated from the doorway, capturing the attention of everyone in the classroom. Tomorrow, our school will host its inaugural college competition. Every class is required to participate, and the winning teams will represent our institution in the newly developed realm of adversity at the Elders' 7 Abodes. This opportunity is exceedingly rare. Only the top 2 teams from the entire school will have the privilege to venture there for training. The instructor approached the podium and surveyed the crowd. Furthermore, those who manage to survive until the end in the realm of adversity will receive rewards issued by the Elders' 7 Abodes and will also gain the chance to bypass selection for a position in the Hall of Elders after graduation. In order to vie for the top 2 spots in the college competition, each class must first engage in duels to select the top 4 participants who will then compete for our school's first and second place. Excuse me. May I ask a question? Can we form teams for the college competition? At this moment, a student raised their hand, voicing a question that resonated with the entire class. Certainly, you may form teams, as long as the number does not exceed 5 members. Should your team achieve first or second place in the college competition, you will gain entry to the Elders' Hall in the realm of adversity. Next, every student will begin with 10 initial points. You may designate a classmate as your dual opponent. By defeating them, you will earn 10 points. Ultimately, rankings will be based on points to determine who will represent the class for those 2 coveted spots. As the instructor concluded, the 56 students in the class immediately began to chatter amongst themselves. P.S. There is one more chapter. Keep pushing forward. Only one day remains in September. If I can just muster the effort tomorrow, I can finally rest. Maintaining an update rate of over 4,000 words daily for an entire month has truly been exhausting. September 29th, Chapter 160. Ye Lei, ignored by everyone in the midst of the noisy classroom. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 10 minutes had elapsed. Classmates, how are your thoughts progressing? Have you decided who you will duel first? The instructor inquired as he took out his notebook, ready to record the responses. All 55 students had chosen their duel opponents, yet none had selected Ye Lei. Are you all certain you do not wish to choose classmate Yi? The instructor remarked, somewhat astonished as he reviewed the submitted list. Teacher, even if we were foolish, we could never choose someone we cannot possibly defeat. One student retorted. Exactly. A person with 9 10,000 year soul rings could annihilate our entire class with the mere flick of a finger. Allow me to correct that. It is not 9 10,000 year soul rings, but 8. Ye Lei sat with his legs crossed, calmly speaking. 8? When did you lose a soul ring, Ye Lei? Song Yang scratched his head and inquired. Lost one? When did I ever say that I was missing a soul ring? Clearly, I have not lost any of my soul rings. Ye Lei innocently remarked, if my memory serves me correctly, you possess 9 10,000 year soul rings and 100,000 year soul ring. Yet, as you stated, you were left with only 8 10,000 year soul rings. Song Yang responded, while that is indeed the case, you have misunderstood my meaning. When I mentioned the loss of a soul ring, I was referring to its evolution. If you do not believe me, observe for yourself. With a fleeting thought, Ye Lei summoned 6 soul rings beneath his feet. The instant these 6 soul rings materialized, a wave of astonishment swept through the entire class. Beneath Ye Lei's feet lay a sequence of 6 haunting soul rings, arranged in a pattern of black, black, red, and black. This terrifying configuration elevated Ye Lei's prestige within the school to unprecedented heights. At this point, even the instructor dared not utter a word of dissent, tacitly acknowledging Ye Lei's position as the foremost in the class ranking. Consequently, for the forthcoming class competition, the instructor appointed Ye Lei as the referee, tasked with ensuring the safety of both parties during the match. Ye Lei, I find this job rather suitable for me. As a counselor, I believe I can also take on the role of referee for other classes. I am confident in my ability to fulfill these responsibilities. Counselor, well, regarding this matter, I must first discuss it with the school as it pertains to the safety and well-being of the students. Ye Lei, no worries, I await your words. The dividing line. Elder 7's residence. Inside the office. Elder 7. The combat data for the number 4 altered being has been thoroughly analyzed, and we are prepared to commence the experiment at your convenience. The Elder's aide respectfully held a document, standing before Elder 7's desk. Having completed the analysis, I believe it is time to execute the second phase of the plan. Release the number 3 altered being and instruct it to create chaos at Rome University. Additionally, dispatch 2 Soul Kings to accompany it. Elder 7 raised his head, gazing at the aide. Is there anything else to discuss? None. You may leave for now. Elder 7, we have received news from that esteemed individual. News has arrived? Pray tell, what schemes does she have in mind this time? Indeed. She intends to initiate the hunter operation in a month's time and requires you to send 100 elite personnel to the Star Doe Forest to hunt a soul beast aged 100. 000 years, as well as to bring back 3 soul beasts aged 50, 000 years and 2 aged 90, 000 years. 100,000-year soul beast, 3 50,000-year soul beasts, and 2 90,000-year soul beasts, understood. You may withdraw now. Additionally, convey a message within the Poison Dragon Legion. Instruct Poison Hawk to select 200 of his subordinates to commence high-intensity training immediately, enhancing the team's overall strength. Likewise, Poison Snake and Poison Scorpion should each choose 150 elite members to train alongside Poison Hawk's troops. We must ensure the hunter operation in 1 month is executed flawlessly. Understood. I shall personally lead the team forth in a month. Elder 7's gaze turned icy, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him as 6 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, formed an imposing array at his feet. The Elder's aide respectfully closed the door, and as soon as it was shut, he retrieved a walkie-talkie to relay the orders. Heaven, Earth, prepare for action. Target Rome University. Bring along the number 3 altered being and proceed to give them a little renovation. Heaven receives. Earth receives. In the first match of the software engineering class tournament, Song Yang faced off against Zhou Yi. Next, both parties shall introduce themselves. Ye Lei stood at the center of the specially constructed arena within the school, his voice resonating with authority. Song Yang, Wuhuan, Howling Sea Emperor Crocodile, Soul Power, level 27. Zhou Yi, Wuhuan, Iron Armored Red Scorpion, Soul Power, level 23. Positions taken, prepare, commence battle. With Ye Lei's command, the 2 combatants instantly unleashed their respective Wuhuan and charged towards one another. Finally off work, today was exhausting. Just one more day of effort, and I shall be free for the holiday. September 30th, Chapter 161. The appearance of subject number 3. Song Yang initiated with his first soul skill, Divine Crocodile Tail. As he unleashed this ability, a tail materialized behind him, striking towards Zhou Yi's abdomen. In response, Zhou Yi activated his first soul skill, Red Scorpion Armor. A suit of silver-red armor enveloped Zhou Yi, allowing him to withstand the force of Song Yang's tail strike. With a resounding impact, the clash of their soul skills created a tremendous noise, sending shockwaves rippling outward. His soul skill can withstand my Divine Crocodile Tail. No, I must end this swiftly, Song Yang thought, stepping forward to launch a fierce assault on Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, however, adopted a defensive stance, absorbing Song Yang's attacks while seeking an opportunity to counter. Old Yang has underestimated him. Zhou Yi's Wuhuan, the iron-armored red scorpion, is both offensive and defensive, and it undoubtedly possesses the inherent venom of a scorpion. To defeat him, one must target the scorpion's sole vulnerability, its legs. Whether Old Yang can discern this weakness remains to be seen. Ye Lei observed attentively and murmured to himself, "Now, it is your turn." With that, he unleashed his second soul skill, the Crimson Scorpion Tail. After being struck and sent flying by Song Yang, Zhou Yi steadied himself and immediately activated his second soul skill. A Crimson Scorpion Tail materialized behind him, swiftly lunging forward. Its sharp tip aimed directly at Song Yang. Song Yang abruptly halted his forward momentum, deftly sidestepping to avoid the piercing attack aimed at his chest. The needle-like projectile embedded itself firmly into the ground behind him. "Did you think that I possess only this single spike?" Zhou Yi remarked with a faint smile, as the tail behind him shimmered with radiant light. In an instant, countless spikes surged towards Song Yang, with no time to evade. Song Yang had no choice but to employ his own technique, his second soul skill, the Giant Wave Water Blade. A water blue luminescence gathered upon his arms, and in the next moment, he swung them forth. 2 blades of blue light coalesced in the air, accompanied by a surge of water elements drawn from the atmosphere. The colossal wave effortlessly engulfed Zhou Yi's second soul skill, and the 2 light blades merged into an even larger one, striking precisely at Zhou Yi's chest and sending him hurtling out of the arena. With a swift motion, Ye Lei caught the flying Zhou Yi with one hand. After assessing his condition, Ye Lei proclaimed loudly, "In the first match, Song Yang emerges victorious." Moments later, the second match of the software engineering showdown commenced, featuring Chen Sitsai as one of the contenders. 5 minutes later, Ye Lei once again announced the participants for the upcoming duel. This time, Chen Sitsai showcased his aerial prowess, overpowering his opponent with sheer strength and securing a victory. Similarly, Jing Hang, utilizing his exceptional defensive skills and formidable lightning powers, effectively gave his opponent a new hairstyle, thereby clinching another win. As time swiftly passed, the final match of Ye Lei's class concluded. Just as Ye Lei prepared to announce the list of competitors for the following day's contests, several blazing blades of light descended sharply at his feet. Who goes there? Ye Lei was taken aback by the sudden attack, instinctively leaping backward. In response to him was a colossal flame lion, which lunged directly towards him. Everyone, disperse quickly. With a thunderous shout, Ye Lei commanded the classmates gathered nearby to swiftly disperse in all directions, while he unleashed his martial soul. The third soul skill. The fiery armor of 1,000 tons activated as the third soul ring illuminated. In an instant, Ye Lei was enveloped in a crimson armor, and he stood firm to withstand the charge of the flaming lion. At the moment of their collision, a terrifying wave of intense heat surged forth, spreading rapidly in all directions. Ye Lei lifted his head and gazed in a particular direction. In the distance, 3 figures stood upon a high platform, intently observing the situation. Beneath the feet of 2 of them, 5 soul rings shimmered ominously. Upon recognizing the martial spirit of one individual, Ye Lei gritted his teeth in fury. "Yin, it is you," he exclaimed. "I underestimated you earlier. I had no inkling of the depths you concealed, masquerading as a great soul master with merely 2 soul rings, suppressing your soul power to the extent that I could not perceive it." Yin, accompanied by the 2 others, leapt down directly into the arena. "Today, I shall confront you and ascertain the extent of your abilities," he declared. Number 3, the modified being, advance. The towering man who had been lingering beside Yin surged forward upon receiving the command, while a massive scorpion tail gradually emerged behind him, its stinger glinting menacingly as it aimed for Ye Lei's chest. "The same serum cannot harm me." With a deft half-turn, Ye Lei evaded the scorpion tail that thrust towards his chest. In the next moment, the flame lord behind him extended its colossal hand, seizing the tail of the third modified being. First soul skill, Infernal Lava Rupture. Ye Lei's right fist clenched tightly, landing squarely upon the abdomen of the third modified being. With a thunderous impact, the third modified individual was propelled into the air by the enormous column of magma. The scorpion tail behind him was forcibly torn away, having been grasped by the Flame Lord. Ye Lei glanced at the scorpion tail clutched by the Flame Lord, weighing it in his hand for a moment, then let out a cold chuckle. "What a fitting weapon. It will save me the effort of unleashing my soul skills. Prepare to receive my attack." First soul skill, Crimson Flame Claw Strike. Second soul skill, Rock Spike. Both the Burning Heaven Flame and another man unleashed their soul skills simultaneously towards Ye Lei. As he observed the 2 attacks approaching him, Ye Lei swung the scorpion tail in his grasp, allowing the 2 soul skills to collide with it instead. Ye Lei cast aside the scorpion tail in his hand and leaped backward, his martial soul transforming accordingly. The third soul skill, Web of Binding. A luminous orb materialized in Ye Lei's hand, which he promptly hurled into the air. In an instant, the orb transformed into a colossal web that descended upon the positions of Yin and his companion. "Impossible. This is a 100,000, your soul ring." Yin exclaimed in astonishment, but he quickly regained his composure and summoned his soul power to unleash his most formidable strike. With the activation of his 4th soul skill, Fire Pounce, and 5th soul skill, 6 pads of blazing flames, the 4th and 5th soul rings on Yin's waist ignited brilliantly. A massive lion surged forth, charging towards the webcast by Ye Lei. "Humph, you still dare to use this move? I shall not grant you the opportunity." With that, he unleashed the skill from the soul bone in his left leg, the Spider Emperor's purple radiant slash. As Ye Lei observed the formidable technique unleashed by Yin, a cold smirk graced his lips. He swiftly activated the skill of his left leg soul bone, and a colossal purple light slash soared towards Yin. His 5th soul skill, the Giant Stone Forest, came into play. At that moment, another man sprang into action, the 5th soul ring at his waist glimmered, and an immense stone formation materialized around him and Yin, enveloping both in a protective barrier. The abruptly manifested rocks effectively thwarted Ye Lei's soul bone skill. Noticing his technique being countered, Ye Lei's brow furrowed slightly. The rock giant martial spirit, was this not a lesser version of the Flame Lord? If that is the case, allow me to introduce you to this. The 4 Flame Sky Domain. Ye Lei's 1st and 2nd soul rings at his waist illuminated swiftly, enveloping both Yin and the 3rd modified individual within its domain. "You possess a domain, quite impressive, but why do you have 200,000-year soul rings?" Yin remarked arrogantly as he surveyed his surroundings. "Do you really need to know why I possess a 100,000-year soul ring? Since you have arrived, do not even think about leaving." 4th soul skill, Infernal Dual Blades. Ye Lei clasped his hands in midair, and 2 twin blades adorned with black and red patterns instantly leaped into his grasp. The soul bone skill of the Purgatory Fire Scythe activated, unleashing the Purgatory Scythe's flash. Ye Lei, wielding dual daggers, directly infused his soul bone skill into the blades, amplifying the strike's power severfold. "That soul bone. Indeed. The very individual who snatched it away that fateful night was you. That soul bone rightfully belongs to me. How dare it be in your possession?" Upon recognizing the soul bone in Ye Lei's grasp, Yin erupted with fury. "You are unworthy of it. Yin, your demise is imminent. Turn to ashes before me. If you wish for my end, then let us see if you possess the capability to achieve it. Third soul skill, Lion King's Roar. A colossal fiery lion emerged behind Yin, unleashing a deafening roar directed at Ye Lei. Yin, oh Yin, have you truly exhausted your repertoire? Resorting to such worn-out tactics, do you honestly believe I would fall for the same trick once more? Ye Lei chuckled softly, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of Yin's folly. As the roar resonated, the fiery lion behind Yin vanished in an instant. Impossible. How could my third soul skill? Yin exclaimed in astonishment. Observing the unfolding events. There is nothing impossible. It is merely that your martial soul is utterly subdued by my domain, leaving you no chance for reversal. Ye Lei chuckled heartily, intensifying the oppressive aura of his domain. As the pressure surged, Yin nearly spat blood in response. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to resort to his ultimate technique, his second soul skill, explosive slaughter. In an instant, the energy radiating from Yin surged dramatically. Looking upon the formidable aura of Yin, Ye Lei sneered with disdain. Self-enhancing soul skills, how intriguing. Yet, to me, it merely signifies a desperate last stand. With a powerful incantation, he unleashed the 1000 June body bone skill, 1000 June fallen flame break. A colossal meteor materialized in the sky above the 4 fire domain, plummeting directly towards the location of Yin and his companion. Brother, unleash that move. Understood. Spirit fusion technique, rampaging lion giant. In an explosive flash, the two figures merged into one, transforming into a towering giant, adorned with a mane reminiscent of a wild beast, its entire form of vivid crimson rock. Impressive. You two have done well to conceal your capabilities, deploying the spirit fusion technique only now. However, it is too late. First soul skill, Infernal Lava Surge. Ye Lei suddenly struck the ground with a powerful fist, and instantly, a massive column of lava erupted from beneath the feet of the rock giant. The fifth soul skill, Blue-Silver Tyrant Spear. Ye Lei once again transitioned, wielding the fifth spirit ability of the Blue-Silver Emperor, a power that had existed for 100,000 years. Firmly in his grasp, he fervently concentrated his energy, and in the next moment, the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear, imbued with tremendous force, lunged directly towards the chest of the rock giant. Engaging in a battle of skills, the two of you cannot match my prowess. Sixth spirit ability, Blue-Silver Magic Binding Ray. Fourth spirit ability, Blue-Silver Piercing Array. First spirit ability, Constriction. Third spirit ability, Web Binding. Ye Lei instantaneously unleashed 4 soul skills, and countless Blue-Silver Emperor vines surged forth to envelop the rock giant. A mere Blue-Silver grass cannot possibly inflict any harm upon us. The voice of the rock giant resonated alongside that of another man, proclaiming, Rock Shatter Kill. In that very moment, numerous colossal stone pillars erupted outward from the rock giant, each ablaze with flames. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air as these massive pillars transformed into countless fiery spikes, hurtling towards Ye Lei. Remember this well, this is not merely blue-silver grass, but the Blue-Silver Emperor. Dual Soulbone Combination Skill, Purgatory Demon Slash. In his next transformation of martial souls, Ye Lei simultaneously unleashed the skills of his right arm and left leg soul bones. A colossal crimson blade of light coalesced before him, infused with a sinister aura, and surged directly toward the neck of the rock giant. It was not a soul ring skill, yet it aimed to inflict harm upon us. How absurd, how utterly ludicrous. The rock giant emitted a derisive laugh, dismissively regarding the blade of light released by Ye Lei. Do you truly believe that only soul ring skills can cause you harm? This move of mine is not merely a soul ring skill, but rather a combination technique of soul bones. Ye Lei burst into laughter. Meanwhile, the rock giant remained dismissive, believing that the oddly colored blade of light could not inflict the slightest harm upon him, allowing it to descend toward his neck unimpeded. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted, and under the incredulous gaze of the rock giant, he collapsed with a resounding crash. Countless stones tumbled to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust along the path. As the dust settled, 2 figures emerged. Coughing, one exclaimed, "How could this be? This defies all logic." The other replied, "There is nothing impossible when faced with someone more powerful than yourselves." In Ye Lei's hands, the infernal twin blades of the untrustworthy once again glimmered ominously as he swiftly severed the heads of 2 individuals. With the demise of the 2 from the fiery sky, the actions of the Elder Council met yet another failure. The sound of heads striking the ground echoed ominously, and the blood gushing from the necks vaporized upon contact with the scorching earth, leaving only a faint metallic scent to dissipate into the air. Ye Lei gazed at the 2 dismembered corpses before him, as well as the limp upper body of the 3rd cyborg in the distance. Sighing, he realized he had to deal with the remains once again, yet it was time to assert his dominance. Ye Lei murmured to himself as he crouched down, rummaging through the overcoats of Yin and another man for a brief moment. Ultimately, he uncovered only 2 silver plaques. He then summoned his soul power to incinerate the bodies of Yin and the other man, leaving only their heads forlornly resting upon the ground. The numbers inscribed read 59075 and 59076, sequentially aligned. These 2 must be brothers. It is no wonder, given that their martial souls, a lion and a rock giant, exhibit such remarkable compatibility. Ye Lei gazed at the 2 prestigious tokens in his hand, slowly articulating the numbers inscribed upon them. Never mind whether they are brothers or not. The loss of one martial soul fusion technique from the Elder Hall does not come at a personal loss to me. Ye Lei exerted considerable force, reducing the two plaques in his hands to mere powder. With a strand of blue-silver royal vine, he secured the heads of the two individuals firmly together before approaching the limp body of the third modified human. After confirming that the breath of the third modified human had completely faded, Ye Lei began to scrutinize the lifeless form sprawled on the ground. The entire spine was fractured in the middle, with half of it completely severed from the body. Alas, the demise of the third modified human was even more tragic than that of the fifth. Ye Lei flipped the corpse of the third cyborg, revealing a gaping wound on its lower back. As he moved the body, a torrent of peculiar blood surged forth from the gash. My goodness. The cyborg's blood has turned into this. One must wonder how much serum was injected to cause such a transformation. Initially, I anticipated that the third cyborg would possess greater strength than the fifth. However, it seems I was mistaken. I merely severed the scorpion tail it had conjured, only to realize that this tail was an illusion derived from its spine. Once the tail was forcibly extracted, the spine could not escape its fate and was inevitably snapped. Ye Lei shook his head gently, extending his hand to rest upon the unblinking eyes of the third cyborg. Although it is true that cyborgs pose a formidable threat to society, they were once living individuals before their transformation, regardless of their misdeeds, which often amounted to mere extortion. Their essence was not inherently malevolent. The true villains, however, are the elders who exploit them for inhumane experimentation. Observing the countless puncture wounds on the cyborg's hands and legs, along with the large bruises adorning their body, one can discern the immense suffering they endured prior to their metamorphosis into cyborgs. In Ye Lei's heart, an inexplicable fury ignited. Ye Lei extended a hand, grasping the shoulder of the third modified human's corpse, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. In an instant, he vanished from the scene with the body, along with the severed heads of Fan Tianyin and his companion, as well as the scorpion's tail. In the outskirts of Rong City, at the military headquarters, Elder 7 was alerted by his assistant, who anxiously burst through the door, gasping for breath. What could be so urgent to cause you such distress? Elder 7 inquired leisurely, savoring his tea. Elder 7, just now. The soldiers on duty at the entrance suddenly discovered two severed heads impaled on a distant tree. Severed heads? From heaven and earth? Yes, Elder 7. In addition to the heads of heaven and earth, the body of the third modified human was also found beneath the tree. Oh, the third modified human. How did he meet his demise? The cause of death was his spine being torn in half. Only a fragment remains within his body, while the rest is unaccounted for. The spine was severed? It seems that he has grown significantly stronger. Such actions undoubtedly signify Ye Lei's provocation towards the Elder Council. Elder 7 took another sip of tea, his gaze instantly turning icy, infused with a sharp killing intent. Crack. The teacup in Elder 7's hand shattered under his grip, tea leaves clinging to his fingers. The assistant hastily rushed forward, attempting to clear the shards. No need. Step back for now. I will summon you later. Instruct everyone to accelerate their training. Elder 7 raised a hand to halt his assistant's advance, speaking softly. Yes. The assistant quickly bowed and exited the office. By the command of the Elder, all personnel are to accelerate their training. Once outside, the assistant, shedding his earlier submissive demeanor, retrieved a walkie-talkie and coldly remarked, Ye Lei, why do you persist in this struggle? Given such favorable conditions, why not join our Elder Council? If you had not been so obstinate from the beginning, you wouldn't have to oppose us now. Elder 7, having composed himself, stood before the grand floor-to-ceiling window, hands clasped behind his back, murmuring to himself. Above the originally clear sky, a massive crimson dragon could be faintly seen coiling in the air, emitting soft, resonant roars. In the arena of Rome University, Ye Lei remarked that Fire Attribute Soul Master was likely Instructor Fin, wasn't he? Old Yang, have confidence. Remove the likely. Ye Lei turned his head and glanced at the curious onlookers around him, saying, hasn't the military training already concluded? Why has Instructor Wen returned to the school? And he has brought back two individuals we have never encountered before? Only one person accompanied him. Ye Lei let out a cold chuckle as he summoned earth elements to mend the arena that had been ravaged by the soul technique. Was it truly just one individual? Hadn't he been accompanied by two men? Could it be? Song Yang furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. You are not mistaken. One of them is indeed not human, but rather a modified combat weapon. As Ye Lei spoke of this, a fervent flame ignited within his heart, compelling him to clench his fists tightly. The modified weapon of combat? Goodness, is this not a form of human experimentation? Jing Hang meticulously filtered Ye Lei's words and exclaimed in astonishment, isn't this an illegal act? How could such things still exist? To which Ye Lei replied, when it comes to unlawful conduct, do you truly believe there is anything the Elder Hall is incapable of doing? Ye Lei chuckled upon hearing the news. At that moment, the gathered crowd fell into a profound silence, utterly astonished that the Elder Hall would engage in such cruel human experimentation on an ordinary individual. Do you truly believe that the Elder Hall is merely as it appears on the surface? In truth, their actions are far more terrifying than you can possibly imagine. They have conducted no fewer than 100 human experiments. In this time, there were 5 individuals subjected to modification trials. One of them succumbed to the strain of the Soul Beast serum, ultimately perishing in a catastrophic explosion of his own body. I have already dealt with 2 of the remaining 4, and now only 2 remain. Given their nature, should this endeavor prove successful, they will undoubtedly repeat the experiment. Which implies that the creation of modified beings could become an endless cycle whenever they desire. Ye Lei gazed at everyone and spoke. By the way, I will be off work soon to indulge in some gaming. October 3rd, Chapter 166, allow me to venture into that turbulent waters. Furthermore, are you aware that there are still 2 cyborgs yet to make their appearance? I have a foreboding feeling that these 2 cyborgs will undoubtedly emerge in the realm of adversity. Moreover, with the 2 cyborgs dispatched by the Elder Hall having been vanquished by me, I am certain that he is currently administering a more advanced serum of soul beast blood to the remaining 2 cyborgs. It is to be feared that by that time, those 2 cyborgs will possess even more formidable powers. Ye Lei glanced at his hands and softly said, let me venture into the murky waters of the realm of adversity. That is out of the question, Lao Yi. We 3 will accompany you. Song Yang shouted anxiously, while Chen Sison and Jing Hang wore expressions of deep concern. There is no need for that. Given your abilities, you may not endure for long in there. Moreover, the environment remains unknown to us. With my strength, I possess ample confidence to navigate it. Nothing within can harm me. Additionally, you are my classmates with whom I will share the next 4 years. And I have no desire to lead you into the realm of adversity, where you might not return. Ye Lei gazed solemnly at the 3 of them and spoke, however. There is no room for buts. Since I have declared it, I must undertake this alone. It is the only way to ensure your safety. Nevertheless, you must be prepared for battle at any moment. I cannot predict when Elder 7 will lead an assault on our school, and presently, the overall strength of the 7 Elders' residents has already reached the Soul Sect level. Thus, your cultivation must accelerate significantly. Ye Lei steadfastly maintained his stance, showing no signs of yielding. Witnessing his unwavering attitude, the onlookers could say nothing further and could only acquiesce. Sister Nuan, I dare say that you will undoubtedly secure the first place in this academy competition. That may not necessarily be the case. We must consider that our school has that exceptionally talented brother-in-law. If he participates in the competition, the first position might very well belong to him. But consider it from another perspective. What if he is henpecked? Oh, that is a possibility. Han Nuan listened to the dialogue among Luo Yun and the others, merely smiling without uttering a word. However, unbeknownst to them, her ears gradually turned a delicate shade of crimson. Old 7, how's the plan progressing? A man clad in a black robe, his age indeterminate, inquired of the white-haired elder before him. My lord, the abyss of adversity has been prepared. We are now awaiting the selection of representatives from each school to enter. The one referred to as Old 7 was indeed Elder 7, who, in contrast to his usual arrogance before his subordinates, exhibited utmost respect in the presence of this unknown figure. That is excellent. Remember, this operation is to recruit extraordinarily gifted students into our organization. Any who resist must face the consequences, the black-robed man stated. Elder 7's brow furrowed slightly. He understood that this meant any student unwilling to join the Elders' Hall would face dire repercussions. Elder 7 was reluctant to take such a drastic step, for he recognized the value of a human life. Even if some students resisted joining the organization, he dared not defy the black-robed man, whose strength remained an enigma to him. My lord, I understand. Elder 7 bowed deeply and then vanished from sight. Taken from October 4th, Chapter 167, Blood Moon. 2 days after the academy competition concluded, only 2 students emerged victorious from thousands, earning the right to represent the entire school in the abyss of adversity. Within the campus, 2 figures, one tall and one short, walked side by side under the setting sun. Nuaner, tomorrow we arrive at the abyss of adversity. You must stay close to me, Ye Lei said gently, casting a glance at Han Nuan. All right, I know. You big oaf. You have no idea how to cherish a lady, Han Nuan replied, lifting her face to gaze at Ye Lei with a mock-pouting expression. She then playfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist. I am angry. The kind that won't be appeased. I'll go tell auntie and uncle to punish you. It was no wonder Han Nuan reacted this way. During the final match of the academy competition, Ye Lei had been her opponent. She had initially believed he would show her some leniency, intending to go easy on him. However, she soon discovered that her first soul skill could not reach him at all. When she attempted to unleash her second soul skill, Ye Lei merely smiled at her without any reaction, and before she realized what was happening, he had deftly ensnared her with a vine of blue silver emperor, rendering her unable to break free despite her struggles. The judges, witnessing her inability to escape, promptly declared the match concluded. Even after the match ended, Ye Lei made no effort to release her. Instead, before the entire audience of teachers and students, he hoisted her onto his shoulder and left the duel arena. It was only moments ago that he finally set her down. Ye Lei gently touched the spot that had been pinched. Yet his expression remained one of indulgence as he gazed at Han Nuan's irritable little face. Nuaner, he remarked playfully, did you grow up on cuteness? How can you look so adorable even when you're angry, resembling a little pufferfish? Ye Lei extended his broad palm and gently placed it atop Han Nuan's fluffy head. Upon hearing his words, Han Nuan immediately turned around and began to pound Ye Lei's chest with her tiny, delicate fists, exclaiming, who are you calling a little pufferfish? Ye Lei, is this how you comfort someone? You great oaf. Ye Lei gazed at Han Nuan's delightful demeanor, feeling an inexplicable softness in his heart. He quickly conceded, all right, I was wrong. The two of them playfully teased one another under the setting sun as time flowed by, moment by moment. Before they knew it, the day of their journey to the realm of adversity had arrived. The following day. Nuan, are you ready? It's time to set off. All right. Then let us be on our way. Ye Lei took Nuan's small hand, manipulated a device on his wrist for a moment, and directly opened a portal. Then, he led Nuan through it. Is this truly the realm of adversity? It feels so eerie. As Nuan stepped out of the portal, she was captivated by the scene before her. The name Realm of Adversity is derived from this very place, as this world mirrors our own, albeit a shadowy counterpart. Upon hearing Nuan's words, Ye Lei began to survey his surroundings until he lifted his gaze to the blood-red moon in the sky, momentarily lost in thought. A blood moon, is it? Ye Lei whispered softly, the Realm of Adversity has now commenced. I urge all participants to prepare themselves. For you are about to embark on a 5-day tumultuous battle. Should you falter, you will be instantly transported back to your respective institutions. And all points accumulated here will be erased. Suddenly, an eerie male voice resonated throughout the space. In the Realm of Adversity, individuals selected from each school, regardless of their numbers, will automatically form a team. The points earned will serve as a reference for your team's ranking. Points can be acquired from the creatures within the realm or by hunting other contestants. Each participant is equivalent to 100 points. The creatures in this realm are categorized into 4 types: normal, elite, hell, and nightmare, each offering different point values. Normal creatures yield 10 points, elite creatures grant 50 points. Hell creatures provide 100 points, and nightmare creatures bestow 1,000 points. After a brief pause, the strange voice echoed once more. So, it is the points that will determine the rankings, is it? That does not sound particularly difficult. Ye Lei continued gazing at the crimson moon in the sky, lost in contemplation. The total number of participants has reached 10,000. The grand melee officially begins. Random teleportation of contestants will now commence. Please prepare yourselves. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Initiating teleportation. The voice that echoed this time was not the eerie male tone from before, but rather a cold, synthesized mechanical voice. In the next instant, countless beams of white light erupted at the entrance of the adversity realm. The vast crowd of students gathered there vanished in the blink of an eye, scattered to unknown locations. Ye Lei, why were you staring at the sky earlier? Nuan asked, just before the teleportation. She had noticed Ye Lei's fixed gaze upward, his expression pensive. Before she could follow his line of sight, however, she was randomly transported to this place. Slowly, she raised her head. Upon seeing what loomed above, she froze in shock. A red moon? That's unnerving. That's called a blood moon. Ye Lei explained. Rumor has it that among the 2 most trusted subordinates of Elder Xiang Xiao, the overseer of the 7 Elders Hall, one bears the codename Blood Moon. They say this person is an exceedingly peculiar man, his appearance unnaturally striking, with a crimson crescent tattoo etched across his face. From what I can deduce, the current overseer of the adversity realm is none other than Blood Moon himself. But that's beyond our concern now. What matters is securing victory in this grand melee. I have a plan, one of the 36 stratagems, the honey trap. Ye Lei revealed a sinister smile, his gaze brimming with shrewdness. Nuan could not help but mourn for the 998 students from various universities present in the arena. For whenever Ye Lei displayed that smile, misfortune was sure to befall someone. Alas, for the sake of competition, those students could only count themselves unfortunate for encountering a genius like Ye Lei. Nuan nodded, beginning to attentively listen to Ye Lei's plan. Finding someone in this arena was a trivial task for Ye Lei. Given his formidable skill in the realm of mental hunting, it would be laughable not to locate a single individual. Nuan adopted a timid demeanor, akin to a frightened kitten, cautiously navigating through the realm of adversity. Her seemingly fragile appearance soon caught the attention of another small team. Qin Shui. It seems that girl over there is all alone. Indeed, Mumming, it appears so. What do you think? Should we lure her over to our team and boost our points? That sounds perfect. Let us take action. At this juncture, a team of 5 swiftly surrounded Nuan. Little sister, you're all alone, right? Why not join us? I promise to lead you to an effortless victory. The eyes of the 5 boys gleamed with greed, making Nuan feel a twinge of apprehension. However, unbeknownst to them, a subtle glimmer flashed in Nuan's eyes, and her previously clenched fist relaxed, allowing some inconspicuous particles to swiftly merge into the ground. 5 older brothers, can you truly help me win until the end? Nuan feigned a delicate appearance, inquiring softly. Rest assured, little sister, the 5 of us guarantee your effortless victory. Lin Xueqing observed Nuan and discreetly signaled to the other 4. Upon noticing, they promptly closed in. Nuan's lips curved upwards, a trap had been set. Just as the 5 were about to unleash their soul abilities, a voice echoed in Nuan's earpiece. 3, 2, 1, go. Upon hearing the command, Nuan swiftly spread her phoenix wings, soaring into the air. With a whoosh, several robust blue-silver royal vines shot forth from the ground, piercing through the chest of the 5 boys before they could react. You, Lin Xueqing, gazing at his pierced chest, lifted his head towards the sky. However, his words remained unspoken as he, along with the other 4, transformed into a brilliant white light. Vanishing from the scene, Lin Xueqing eliminated. Qin Shui eliminated. Momming eliminated. A chilling, mechanical voice resonated throughout the realm of adversity, reaching the ears of the remaining competitors. The number of participants swiftly dwindled from 10,000 to 995. It seemed this plan was indeed quite effective. From the shadows, a tall figure gradually emerged. It was none other than Ye Lei. Ye Lei, how did I perform just now? Was my acting satisfactory? Nuan, elated at Ye Lei's arrival, stepped forward to take credit. Very well done, indeed. This time, at the Oscar Awards, neither of us shall be the first to express dissatisfaction. Ye Lei affectionately ruffled Nuan's fluffy hair, chuckling softly as he spoke. Hiki. In the subsequent half-day, Ye Lei and Nuan employed the same strategy to eliminate several more teams, accumulating nearly 4,000 points for their team. The allure of beauty proved to be an infallible tactic for them, consistently yielding results. Nuaner, next, I shall teach you a method to silently take away another's life. Would you like to learn? After confirming that there were no monsters and no remaining competitors in the vicinity, Ye Lei turned and inquired, silently taking a life. I wish to learn. Upon hearing that she could acquire knowledge, Nuan immediately became intrigued. Very well, first grant me a fragment of your ice feather. This method requires your phoenix feathers. With that, Ye Lei extended his hand towards Nuan. Although she appeared somewhat bewildered, Nuan summoned her soul power and released her first soul skill, Ice Feather, placing it into Ye Lei's palm. Feeling the icy aura emanating from the feather-like blade, Ye Lei raised his left hand, and suddenly, a stone wall surged up 100 meters ahead of them. What is this? Nuan questioned in confusion, unable to comprehend Ye Lei's actions. Dear Nuan, do you recall the concealed weapon techniques recorded in the Tang Sect secret arts that I shared with you? Although we lack the materials to forge formidable hidden weapons, we can utilize the surrounding objects as projectiles for attack. Your ice feather serves as an excellent choice. October 10th, Chapter 170, The Elite Stone Forest. Under Nuan's puzzled gaze, Ye Lei grasped a feather with his right hand and, with a sudden flourish, the ice blue feather transformed into a streak of light, landing steadily on the distant stone wall. Ye Lei's movements did not cease. His right hand once more grasped the remaining ice blue feathers, and without glancing back, he executed another swing. Bang, 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 bang. This time, all the remaining feathers formed a perfect circle, centered around the first feather that had landed upon the stone wall. Throughout the entire demonstration, Ye Lei did not once direct his gaze towards the stone wall. Is this truly recorded in the secret arts of the Tang Sect? Nuan inquired, astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief. Indeed, this is merely the most fundamental technique of concealed weaponry. There are various methods, such as killing two birds with one stone, the celestial maid scatters flowers, Batwing's reincarnation, 1001 nights, shooting stars chase the moon, and the flick of a hand arrow. Among these, the most formidable are Bodhi blood Anguanine tears, yet your current prowess does not permit you to access them. What I just employed was the most elementary technique. The flick of a hand arrow. Ye Lei spoke a torrent of words that Nuan found utterly incomprehensible, leaving her momentarily stunned. What? Ye Lei's earlier use of the hand-thrown arrow was merely the most rudimentary technique. One must ponder where the more formidable methods might lead. I can't shake the feeling that I may never master them. Nuan's mind had yet to fully catch up, leaving her with an adorably bewildered expression. Do not despair. Mastering these techniques is quite feasible, particularly when employing soul energy. With sufficient practice, you will surely be able to wield them effectively. Observing Nuan's current state of innocent confusion, Ye Lei offered words of encouragement. Rest assured, among the various concealed weapon techniques, only the hand-thrown arrow and the Batwing reincarnation are truly suited for you. By perfecting these two techniques and integrating them with your primary soul skill, you can amplify its power manifold. What does the Batwing reincarnation entail? I find myself somewhat perplexed, Nuan inquired, having regained her composure. The Batwing reincarnation operates on principles akin to those of a boomerang and the echolocation of bats. This technique can simultaneously launch up to 36 projectiles, primarily relying on our mental calculation of their trajectories. Its true potency lies in the fact that even if an adversary evades the initial assaults, this concealed weapon can relentlessly pursue the target until it connects. This technique is extraordinarily formidable. Even the most evasive opponents cannot escape unscathed unless they possess exceptional defensive capabilities to withstand the impact. Otherwise, they will inevitably fall victim to its onslaught. Nuaner. If you wish to unleash the full might of this technique, your martial spirit requires an additional element, poison. Ye Lei elucidated the principles behind the application of the Batwing reincarnation and identified the deficiencies in Nuan's martial spirit. Your explanation has indeed clarified how the Batwing reincarnation operates, Nuan admitted, but my martial spirit is infused with toxins, which complicates matters. After all, there are no soul beasts in this world that possess both ice and poison attributes simultaneously, are there? Transforming your ice phoenix to incorporate toxins is not as difficult as you might think, Ye Lei reassured her. Rest assured, leave it to me. However, we must now focus on our primary objective. The creatures we encountered earlier were merely the most ordinary monsters. We have yet to confront any elite foes. This indicates a significant fact. Our current location is still at the periphery of the adversity realm. Moreover, the progress of other teams in accumulating points is notably sluggish. suggesting that they, too, are lingering at the outer edges of the adversity realm. It is time for us to delve deeper. Ye Lei smiled as he gently ruffled Han Nuan's hair, once again activating the mental hunting ground. He took her small hand and ventured deeper into the abyss. The two strolled hand in hand for several minutes before they finally stepped into the second layer of adversity, the elite stone forest, surrounded by towering, peculiar rock formations. Ye Lei closed his eyes to absorb the ambience around him, then grasped Han Nuan's hand and headed purposefully in a particular direction. "Where are we going, Ye Lei?" Han Nuan asked, struggling to keep pace with him. She had no choice but to unfurl her wings and soar beside him. "Naturally. We are on a quest to find a place to accrue points. I sense that there are numerous ethereal creatures wandering in this direction. And it's the perfect opportunity for me to teach you how to use the flicking arrow." Ye Lei waved his right hand forward, and in an instant, dozens of small stone cones appeared before them. "Nuaner, imitate my actions and experience the flick of the hand arrow with your ice feather." Han Nuan nodded and then mirrored Ye Lei's movements, conjuring several ice blue feathers to hold in her grasp. As they approached the gathering place of the elite monsters, Ye Lei's steps suddenly became ethereal, leaving behind multiple phantoms of his swiftly moving figure. "Nuaner, pay close attention. This is the Tang Sect's ultimate skill, the ghostly shadow stealth." Just as Han Nuan was about to react, Ye Lei's voice echoed softly. Turning to look back, all that remained of Ye Lei's previous position were gradually dissipating afterimages. Ye Lei propelled himself with the ghostly shadow steps, arriving at the lair of the elite monsters in mere moments. Ye Lei leapt high into the air, his toes lightly tapping against a towering pillar of stone, before he gracefully vaulted sideways. As his body spun through the air, two elongated and sharp stone spikes materialized in his hands. In that fleeting moment of rotation, he executed a flicking motion, propelling the spikes forth. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two stone spikes sliced through the air, piercing the skulls of two elite monsters with precision. The moderately sized creatures fell in quick succession, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. At the sound, the remaining elite monsters gathered nearby turned their heads in unison, their attention drawn to Ye Lei. Seizing this opportunity, he landed deftly on another stone pillar, where he conjured an even greater number of stone spikes, hurling them into the throng of monsters. Whoosh! The air was filled with the sound of dozens of spikes flying through the atmosphere, resulting in yet another wave of elite monsters collapsing. At last, Ye Lei's presence was acknowledged, and a multitude of enraged elite monsters raised their heads to glare at him. Among them, one that appeared to be the leader let out a furious roar, raising its hand to unleash a barrage of attacks directed at Ye Lei. Ye Lei let out a cold laugh and, without a moment's hesitation, leaped into the air, gracefully landing on another stone pillar. A crimson glow emanated from his right hand, revealing a soul bone that adorned his right arm. The skill of the infernal fire scythe soul bone on his right arm was the infernal scythe flash. Before the imminent assault of the elite monsters, Ye Lei unleashed the formidable skill of his right arm's soul bone, a colossal scythe of radiant crimson light. In an instant, this luminescence swept across a vast expanse, enveloping a multitude of elite creatures. Before the horde could utter a cry of despair, they were reduced to mere ashes. The first soul skill, Ice Feather. At this moment, Han Nuan arrived at the scene, soaring high in the sky. She unfurled her resplendent ice blue wings, and within a heartbeat, hundreds of ice blue beams erupted in the air. With a graceful sweep of her wings, countless ice blue feathers cascaded downwards. The remaining elite monsters were swiftly engulfed by the flurry of feathers, unable to withstand the onslaught, and in the blink of an eye, they were obliterated. Ye Lei and Han Nuan's scores surged dramatically, once again distancing themselves from the other teams by a significant margin. To my surprise, the prowess of these elite monsters is not as formidable as I had anticipated. In fact, they seem little different from ordinary creatures. Now, I find myself rather eager to see how powerful the next tier of monsters will be. Ye Lei clapped his hands and stretched his limbs. Han Nuan, wearing an expression of annoyance tinged with a hint of reproach, spoke up. "Ye Lei, could you please refrain from being so arrogant? Have you considered the extent of your own abilities while indulging in this display of superiority? Well, perhaps I shall seek out another team to toy with later. It is rather unsafe here, and it would be wise to escort them back to their origin sooner rather than later." The air fell into a moment of silence. Those participating students seemed to possess not a shred of experience in competition, Han Nuan lamented. They haven't even grasped the essence of this realm before returning to their respective homes. "There's little that can be done," he replied. "Although the Elder Hall's intentions in creating this scenario are commendable, they have inadvertently set the stage for my demise. The general cultivation levels of the 7th Elder's residence have already surpassed the 5th ring, and Blood Moon's cultivation may well have reached the 6th ring, the level of a Soul Emperor. Thus, I wish to avoid any conflict that might endanger the innocent bystanders present. Furthermore, in 5 days, all who remain here will be subjected to their control, and for those unwilling to comply, only death awaits." Upon hearing this, Han Nuan grasped Ye Lei's perspective and ceased her complaints. This meant that the sooner they eliminated the competitors, the greater the benefit for them. Contemplating this, before Ye Lei could react, she unfurled her phoenix wings and soared toward the periphery. "This girl is far too hasty. She is even more ruthless than I am," Ye Lei thought to himself. "I had intended to avoid confrontation unless provoked, allowing those monsters to deal with them. Alas, if that is the case, I shall slay a few more creatures to leave them with a chance to engage." Ye Lei gently touched his brow, displaying an expression of resignation, while a purple glow flickered on his left leg. After determining a direction, Ye Lei lifted his leg and dashed towards it. Before Ye Lei arrived at the gathering place of elite monsters, he noticed his team's score beginning to rise exponentially, from dozens to hundreds. Goodness, is Nuan using an airstrike? The speed of these kills is astonishing. Ye Lei halted his steps, his mind conjuring an image of Nuan soaring swiftly through the sky, casting down her icy feathers upon the participants below, transforming them into a veritable hedgehog. That scene was strikingly reminiscent of a bombing raid. No, it was indistinguishable. Sigh. Given that Nuan is exerting herself so diligently, it seems rather unreasonable for me to remain idle. Ye Lei closed his eyes once more, the purple light flickering around his left leg. Upon reopening his eyes, he darted away in the opposite direction. Brother Chin, do you think we can survive until the end? What nonsense are you spouting? Let us not speak such ominous words. As long as we avoid the team ranked first, we should be fine. Most eliminated participants were dispatched by them. True, as long as we can hang on a little longer, securing a spot in the top 10 shouldn't pose a problem. By the way, what is that in the sky? Isn't that a meteor? It seems to be getting closer to us. Indeed. Oh no. It's really coming down on us. Brother, stop dawdling and run. Before the two on the ground could escape far, they were struck to pieces by the falling meteor, disappearing in a flash of white light. Ye Lei couldn't help but smile at the sight of the 200 points he had just accrued. The sensation of using a meteor to vanquish foes was simply exhilarating. However, the monsters here seemed to bear no distinction from soul beasts. Monsters soul beasts? October 16th, school has begun. I have no time to write. Alas. Chapter 173. The deadline approaches. Soul beasts monsters? How intriguing. It appears that the data for these monsters is based on the soul beast of reality. Ordinary monsters equate to century-old soul beasts. Elite monsters represent millennium soul beasts, while the hellish and nightmarish creatures signify 10,000 and 100,000 year soul beasts, respectively. Nevertheless, the demise of these monsters yields no spoils. Nor is there a need to compare their ages with those in reality. It is best to eliminate those participating students swiftly, allowing them to return to their own schools. Ultimately, the final confrontation will be with the blood moon. In the depths of the night, a flicker of dark light flashed within Ye Lei's eyes, and an ebony garment materialized in his grasp, accompanied by a ghostly mask. Boss, we have only gathered this meager amount of points so far. What shall we do next? Should we engage other teams in combat, or hunt down those monsters? It seems we have entered the second zone. Let us refrain from confronting others too soon. If fortune is not on our side and we encounter the team currently holding the top score, it would spell our doom. It is wiser to tread the path of survival, replied his companion. Then we shall heed your counsel. The two figures, one tall and one short, perched upon a large stone, conversed cautiously. Suddenly, a long stone spike plunged down between one of the boy's legs, cracking the ground beneath it. Who is it? The leader was startled by the spike's sudden appearance, and a pungent odor filled the air. From the obsidian darkness emerged a tall figure cloaked in black. Still so talkative even when death is imminent. It is time for you to exit the stage. The frigid voice resonated from beneath the mask, sending an icy shiver through the two boys. Who are you? If you dare, remove your mask. To request my mask be removed, you are hardly worthy. Now, I shall send you on your way. Two sharp stone spikes materialized in the cloaked figure's hands. With a swift motion, they flew forth, embedding themselves in the foreheads of the two boys. Before they could utter another word, they transformed into a flash of white light and vanished. The towering figure melted back into the shadows, as if he had never been there. Elder 7, in a few days, we must carry out the task assigned by the esteemed one. I kindly request that you dispatch the appropriate individuals for this mission. Very well, you may withdraw for now. In due time, I shall inform you of those selected for these preliminary tasks. Understood. How strange. Where has Ye Lei gone? In the blink of an eye, he has vanished. Nuan mused, having circled the vicinity before returning to the original spot, yet finding no trace of Ye Lei. Suddenly, a large hand, clad in black gloves, rested upon Nuan's shoulder, startling her into instinctively kicking back. That was a bit harsh, Nuaner. Do you wish to commit a second act of murder against your husband? The foot she had kicked was blocked by a knee, and a clear male voice resonated in her ears. Upon hearing this voice, Nuan shivered and turned to face him, revealing a strikingly chiseled face. Ye Lei. What brings you here, dressed in night attire? After 4 long days, I have finally managed to produce a manuscript. My mind has nearly exploded from coding. I am utterly exhausted. October 21st, Chapter 174. Yi Xiaofeng. How is it that after I stepped out to collect some points and eliminate a few students, I returned to find myself nearly on the brink of extinction? Ye Lei spoke nonchalantly. Ye Lei, please hear my— No, that's not it. Let me explain. Nuan's cheeks flushed, and her words stumbled. Why are you blushing? I would not harm you. Ye Lei effortlessly turned Nuan's slightly stiffened body to face him, meeting her crimson face with his gaze. Besides, Nuana, am I truly that fearsome? Confronted with Ye Lei's inquiry, Nuan found it difficult to meet his eyes. Whenever their gazes locked, she felt as though she were staring into the eyes of a cunning wolf, its intense gaze making her feel as if she would be devoured in an instant. The thought sent a chill down her spine, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Noticing her sudden tremor, Ye Lei furrowed his handsome brow. What troubles you, Nuana? Why are you shivering? Why am I shivering? Is it not because of you? How can you even ask? Nuan's heart raced, and though she opened her mouth to speak, words failed her, leaving only a nervous chuckle. Seeing this, Ye Lei playfully flicked her forehead. "Oh, Nuan, now you dare to tease me?" "I do not." Nuan pouted defiantly, covering her head where he had flicked her. Her face was puffed up in indignation, her eyes gazing reproachfully at Ye Lei. Ye Lei was utterly captivated by her adorable appearance. Unable to resist the urge to reach out and playfully pinch Nuan's cheeks. "Ye Lei, you mustn't pinch my face," Nuan protested. Her words slightly slurred due to his playful antics. "I want tea." Ye Lei, after their playful banter, Nuan acquiesced to Ye Lei's suggestion and temporarily abandoned her pursuit of the remaining competitors. The two of them then proceeded to eliminate every monster in the elite stone forest before advancing to the next level, the Hell Marsh. The Hell Marsh, the third layer of the realm of adversity, was characterized by boiling, high-temperature magma swamps, with monsters lurking within the murky depths. As soon as Nuan set foot in this treacherous place, she nearly succumbed to the unbearable heat, had it not been for Ye Lei's swift actions. Enveloping her in his soul energy, her situation would have deteriorated further. "Nuan, this environment is not suitable for you. Perhaps you should consider staying in the elite stone forest?" "I will venture deeper to assess the situation," Ye Lei suggested as he gently stroked Nuan's head, ensuring that the protective barrier of soul energy around her remained intact before he felt at ease. "Very well, I shall head over first. Please take care of yourself." Nuan contemplated for a moment before nodding. In the next instant, she unfurled her phoenix wings and soared towards the direction of the elite stone forest. As Ye Lei watched Nuan's figure fade into the distance, he continued his exploration deeper into the Hell Marsh. He felt entirely at ease leaving Nuan alone in the elite stone forest. With her strength, no peers of her age could inflict even the slightest harm upon her, only to be subjected to her torment. Suddenly, an extraordinarily familiar aura was detected by Ye Lei, causing his expression to darken instantly. Roar. At that moment, a beast, entirely crimson, emerged from the seething magma, its sharp claws aimed directly at Ye Lei's vital points. Just as the claws were about to descend, a flash of black-red light cut through the air. The beast's head was severed in an instant, its massive body plummeting back into the magma. With the great sword in his hand vanishing, Ye Lei clenched his back teeth tightly. "Yi Xiaofeng, it is indeed you. Our grievances must now be settled." Yu Xiaofeng, the second young master of the Yi family, was expelled from the borders of Huaxia by the then patriarch Yimajian 5 years ago, following a certain incident. All their powers were stripped away, yet Yimajian could not bring himself to act with cruelty. Despite the fact that they were responsible for the death of the person who had accompanied him for most of his life, Ye Lei's beloved grandmother. "Yu Xiaofeng, how could you return? What my grandfather failed to accomplish back then, I shall undertake myself." In Ye Lei's pupils, a fierce glimmer emerged, and a surge of intense energy erupted from his body, causing the previously restless magma pool to settle into tranquility. "Young Master Yi, we have now arrived at the third layer of the realm of adversity. The situation here appears to be even more dire than in the previous 2 layers," said a bespectacled young man, gazing respectfully at the figure before him. "What is there to fear? With over 100 of us, should we truly be afraid of a few monsters?" The young man replied coldly. But the bespectacled man's words were abruptly cut short as a large hand pierced into his abdomen, an excruciating pain radiating throughout his body, causing him to spurt a mouthful of blood. "Yi, young master, why? Ah, remember this. I have no desire for a disobedient dog. You may leave," Ye Lei retorted, twisting his hand cruelly within the bespectacled man's abdomen. The latter coughed violently, spewing forth a copious amount of blood. Gradually collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with resentment. In the next moment, he transformed into a beam of white light and vanished from sight. This young man was none other than Yu family's second young master, Yi Xiaofeng. That old relic, Yimajian, has yet to perish even after 3 years. Once I escape from here, I shall eliminate that decrepit being and reclaim what is rightfully mine. You may not have the chance, Yu Xiaofeng. A sudden male voice echoed ominously from behind him. Who? Startled by the unexpected voice, Yi Xiaofeng spun around, only to find nothingness. As he turned back, a massive hand struck his abdomen violently, sending him flying. Young master, Yi Xiaofeng was propelled through the air for several hundred meters, crashing directly into a gathering of individuals who were taking a respite. Startled by the sudden appearance, the crowd gasped, but when they recognized his visage, several rushed forward to assist him. What on earth is happening? What is going on in the sky? Suddenly, one person in the crowd inadvertently glanced upward and beheld the sky gradually fading beneath a crimson hue, exclaiming in astonishment. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Yi Xiaofeng, lifted their gazes towards the heavens. Yi Xiaofeng, it has been 3 years. You must now account for the events of 3 years ago. Today, in the realm of adversity, let the reckoning commence. A figure materialized not far away, slowly advancing towards Yi Xiaofeng. Ye Lei, it is indeed you, my dear brother. Yi Xiaofeng, supported by someone, gradually stood up and glared at Ye Lei. I am not your brother, nor do you deserve to call me brother. Ye Lei bellowed, since that incident 3 years ago, I have forever lost a brother in you. Your family of 3, driven by self-interest, even contemplated taking my mother's life and caused my grandmother's demise. From that day forth, your trio has been severed from our family, for you are unworthy. Why should the events of 3 years ago concern me? They were the actions of my parents. If you possess the courage, confront them instead. Furthermore, is it wrong for my brother and me to compete fairly? Do you think I am oblivious to your actions? Were you not involved in those events 3 years ago? You cannot possibly believe that I remain unaware of your deeds. It was you who subjected me to bullying at school. Ye Lei closed his eyes repeatedly, and the unbearable memories resurfaced in his mind. However, since you have come to me, it saves me the trouble of seeking you out. The power of the Ye family is not something you are worthy of possessing. With Ye Lei's furious words, scorching magma suddenly spread from beneath his feet, engulfing a vast area. The emergence of the magma caused the surrounding temperature to soar abruptly. My dear brother, is it truly necessary for you to be angry with your sibling? Shall we not sit down and have a proper discussion? Ye Xiaofeng continued to speak in a sarcastic tone, discreetly gesturing behind his back. What is there left for us to discuss? Shall we talk about how you murdered your grandmother? Ye Xiaofeng, the grievances of 5 years past will begin to unfold today. I shall compel your entire family to kneel before her grave and confess your sins. Ye Lei, do not mention that old woman again. Besides, do you truly believe you can eliminate me here? Have you considered the current situation of Neo? My numbers far exceed yours. Do you genuinely think you can take on 100 alone? Ye Xiaofeng scoffed. For every person you manage to eliminate, I shall reward you with 3 jade soul coins. At this point, resorting to sheer numbers is utterly meaningless, Ye Lei lamented, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Oh dear brother. How can you still remain so cheerful when death is imminent? If you are eliminated, hurry back and weep with uncle and aunt. Now, attack. Upon hearing Ye Xiaofeng's command, those encircling Ye Lei unleashed their martial souls, and in an instant, the surroundings were illuminated with a blend of white and yellow light. Countless attacks hurtled towards Ye Lei. Yet he remained composed, casually playing with his string of beads, entirely unfazed by the barrage of assaults aimed at him. Alas, my dear brother. Have you lost your wits in your quest for vengeance? Since you choose not to evade, it is truly foolish. Before Ye Xiaofeng could finish his words, he was taken aback by a scene that left him utterly astonished. Before him stood Ye Lei, who, just as a multitude of attacks was about to descend upon him, was inexplicably enveloped in a suit of crimson armor adorned with flowing magma, which deflected the onslaught with formidable strength. Now it was my turn, 1,000 tons body soul bone skill. 1,000 armies falling flames break. Ye Lei raised his right hand, and 6 beams of red light flickered upon his chest. As the crowd followed his gesture, they gazed up at the sky. The moment they beheld it, their hearts sank in terror, causing nearly half of them to collapse to their knees in fright. Such cowardice! With Ye Lei's hand descending, a colossal meteor plunged down from the heavens. Boom! The meteor struck the ground with a deafening roar, sending waves of dust and debris into the air. Coughing violently, Ye Xiaofeng was knocked to the ground by the shockwave generated by the impact, covering his mouth and nose. Where had that earlier bravado vanished? Suddenly, a voice laced with mockery pierced through the chaos, prompting Ye Xiaofeng to lift his head, his expression shifting to one of wariness as he surveyed his surroundings. Amidst the swirling dust, a flicker of black-red light darted through the air, landing squarely between his legs. This pitiful sight is a first for me, Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Lei emerged from the smoke with a roguish demeanor, standing before Ye Xiaofeng in a condescending manner. Gazing down at him, Ye Lei, how could you possibly be unscathed? It's inconceivable, Ye Xiaofeng retorted. In this world, nothing is impossible. Even if it were, I would transform the impossible into the possible. P.S. After a 10-day hiatus, I finally managed to submit my work. Coding is utterly exhausting. November 6th, Chapter 177. I am no longer as cowardly as before. Isn't it curious why I managed to survive amidst the onslaught of your so-called friends? Ye Lei slowly extended his hand, and a long blade adorned with black and red patterns gradually emerged from the ground, as if it possessed a consciousness of its own. Gently soaring into Ye Lei's grasp, Ye Lei lightly twisted his wrist, the dark red blade pressing against Ye Xiaofeng's chin, compelling him to raise his gaze and meet his own, because, even if your so-called friends exert themselves in their cultivation for another decade, they could not harm me in the slightest. This world is no longer what it once was. Previously, it revolved around wealth and power, but now it is different. What matters now is strength. The wealth and power you seek are utterly futile, and furthermore, Ye Lei exuded an imposing aura, and behind him, a colossal figure. Its body enveloped in molten lava, gradually emerged, accompanied by 4 pitch-black soul rings. I am no longer the person I was 3 years ago. I have shed the cowardice that once defined me. Do not cast those disdainful glances upon me, for they are repugnant. Should you dare to regard me with such contempt again, I would not hesitate to gouge out your eyes. Ye Lei delivered a stern warning, his left hand gracefully gesturing as 2 long swords vanished from sight. Ye Xiaofeng, return and inform uncle and aunt that none of their desires shall be fulfilled. With that, Ye Lei turned and swept away, his sleeves trailing behind him. Ye Lei. Ye Xiaofeng slowly rose to his feet, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity. The words of Ye Lei had pierced him like sharp blades, igniting the grievances he had endured during his 3-year absence from the Ye family. Why was it that, despite being a grandson of the grandmother, his gaze had always been directed solely towards Ye Lei? What of them, who had never received her affection? Was it merely because he was his father's son? All he ever desired was that which rightfully belonged to him. Was it truly a transgression to reclaim what was his? You have no right to call her grandmother. Did she not care for you? Her affection for you was as impartial as it was for me. She never showed favoritism, nor did she disdain you for being the elder uncle's child. Yet, you along with the elder uncle and aunt, conspired on grandmother's 72nd birthday, sabotaging the plane she boarded for her vacation, leading to the tragic explosion during takeoff. She perished on what should have been her happiest day. Do you truly believe I was oblivious to this? At that moment, she was thinking of bringing you your favorite gift, while you were the one who orchestrated her demise. She was such a gentle soul. She would never have imagined that her most beloved grandson would bring about her end. As Ye Lei recalled that incident from 3 years ago, his voice quivered with emotion. His eyes tinged with crimson, a glimmering tear tracing the corner of his eye. I will not concern myself with the deceased. Death is death. I merely wish to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Do you think that during these 3 years, I remained idle? I have returned to seize control of the Yi family and become its new master. All of you shall meet your end. Yu Xiaofeng laughed maniacally. As 4 soul rings, 3 purple and 1 black, rose into the air. Third soul skill, Dark Mysterious Claw Strike. A dark purple giant wolf materialized behind Yu Xiaofeng. And his appearance transformed as well. His short black hair shifted to a deep purple, his eyes morphing into 1 purple and 1 blue. A massive wolf tail emerged behind him. P.S. I am utterly exhausted. I have only managed to publish 2 pieces in November. And I have no drafts left. I wrote enough for 3 months in September. November 9th, Chapter 178. Who uses meteors for self-defense? Yi Xiaofeng's hands were crossed before his chest, and in the next moment, an ethereal blue light intertwined with a deep purple glow, conjuring an enigmatic spectacle. Perish. As Yi Xiaofeng swung his hands, 2 slashes of light, suffused with dark and icy elements, hurtled directly towards Ye Lei. The 4-ring soul sect of 3 purple and 1 black held a certain intrigue, as the right arm's soulbone skill, Purgatory Scythe, unleashed its deadly brilliance. Ye Lei abruptly raised his right hand, and the soulbone of the Purgatory Fire Scythe manted materialized in an instant. As crimson light surged forth, a slashing strike imbued with a high concentration of fire elements shot straight ahead. Second soul skill, Xian Wolf's Agility. Witnessing the fulfillment of his intent, Yi Xiaofeng's second soul ring at his waist glimmered, and with a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself forward. First soul skill, Xian Wolf's Claw. At the moment of collision between their soul skills, an explosion ensued, generating immense shockwaves that obscured their line of sight. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Xiaofeng, bolstered by the speed enhancement of his second soul skill, accelerated and appeared directly before Ye Lei, unleashing his first soul skill. His hands transformed into claw-like forms, exuding a chilling aura as they lunged for Ye Lei's neck. Fourth soul skill, Blue Silver Cage. Noticing Yi Xiaofeng charging towards him, Ye Lei swiftly retreated, leaping backward as he activated the 4th soul skill of his Blue Silver Emperor Spirit, confining Yi Xiaofeng's movements. Yi Xiaofeng never anticipated that his surprise attack would fail, ultimately leading to his actions being restricted. 4th soul skill, Blue Silver Stabbing Formation. Ye Lei extended his right hand, clenched into a fist, as a multitude of sharp spikes surged towards Yi Xiaofeng within the Azure Silver Cage. The 4th soul skill, Mystic Wolf Demon Armor. The silhouette of the Mystic Wolf materialized, enveloping Yi Xiaofeng's body, transforming into a dark purple mystic water armor that deflected Ye Lei's Azure Silver piercing assault. The 3rd soul skill, Dark Mystic Demon Claw Strike. Upon donning the Xian Wolf Demon Armor, Yi Xiaofeng's aura surged dramatically, and the potency of his soul skills escalated significantly. He effortlessly shattered Ye Lei's Blue Silver Cage and charged towards him once more. Ye Lei, prepare to meet your demise. Yi Xiaofeng's voice erupted with fury as he leaped into the air, reaching directly for Ye Lei's head. Accompanying his outcry was a faint echo of a phoenix's cry. Ye Lei's previously furrowed brow relaxed, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The 3rd soul skill, Thousand Gene Flame Armor. Ye Lei decisively unleashed the 3rd soul skill of the Flame Lord, adopting a stance that suggested he was prepared to withstand Yi Xiaofeng's 3rd soul skill at close range. As anticipated, Yi Xiaofeng fell into the trap, striking down heavily from above Ye Lei. Yi Xiaofeng, you have been deceived. Ye Lei suddenly raised his head, locking eyes with Yi Xiaofeng's smug gaze. In an instant, his right fist surged forward, striking directly at Yi Xiaofeng's abdomen. What? Yi Xiaofeng swiftly assumed a defensive posture, crossing his arms over his chest to deflect Ye Lei's assault, only to be sent hurtling backward. The 3rd soul skill, Ice Flash Stab, resonated with a chilling female voice from afar. Accompanying it was an ethereal ice blue phoenix. Suspended in midair, Yi Xiaofeng found himself unable to mount any defense, helplessly watching as the colossal phantom of the ice blue phoenix entered his body. With a resounding crash, he was instantly obliterated, transforming into a streak of white light before vanishing. Nuan, your timing is impeccable. You've just come to collect his wretched life, Ye Lei remarked, shedding his armor and grinning as he observed the girl descending gracefully with her wings unfurled. Had I not noticed our score surge by over 10,000 points, I wouldn't have come here. Han Nuan retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation as she approached him. Was there any alternative? At that moment, they intended to besiege me, leaving me with no choice but to defend myself. Should I have merely stood there and taken the blows? Ye Lei maintained his cheerful demeanor. Who uses a meteor to defend themselves? I find your words hard to believe. Han Nuan shot him a disapproving glance. Hiki. Ye Lei scratched his head and chuckled. As the clock struck the hour, he pondered, it is time to bring this to a close. In a modest abode deep within the realm of adversity, a voice ancient yet commanding, resonated through the device, reaching the ears of the crimson-haired man. Blood Moon, the remaining individuals hold minimal value with their martial souls and talents. Their demise would be of little consequence. Yes, Seventh Elder, I comprehend your intent. I shall see to it that you fellow meets a fate most unceremonious. Wasting no more words, the Seventh Elder abruptly ended the call. Ye Lei, I am eager to witness what assets you possess that command such regard from the Elders. With that, a blood-red longsword materialized in Blood Moon's grasp, and 6 soul rings shimmered beneath his feet. Seventh Elder, the time has come to initiate the talent selection program. Indeed, I am aware. Dispatch 100 individuals to accompany me to Rong University, the Seventh Elder replied, eyes closed, gesturing to send the others on their way. In the realm of adversity, Ye Lei encouraged, let us press onward, Nuaner. With my soul power shielding you. Traversing the 3rd layer of the Hell Marsh shall pose no challenge. As he spoke, he gently raised his right hand, enveloping Nuan in a warm, gentle aura of soul power, concealing the chill emanating from her being. Let us proceed. Ye Lei took Nuan's small hand and walked towards the 3rd layer of the Hell Marsh. At that moment, neither of them noticed the crimson moon in the sky beginning to shimmer, faintly revealing a figure wielding a longsword. After a fierce battle, Ye Lei led Nuan through the 3rd layer of the Hell Marsh and stepped into the 4th layer. However, the environment of the 4th layer was markedly different from the previous 3. The ground was awash in a deep crimson hue. Suddenly, the expansive scene began to flicker with beams of white light, and as the light dimmed, living figures emerged one by one. Ye Lei furrowed his brows, his gaze sharpening as he observed the attire of the individuals who had suddenly appeared. They, like him, were students from various universities, presumably here to hone their skills amidst adversity. However, judging by their expressions, they too seemed astonished at their inexplicable presence in this place. First soul skill, Crescent Moon. Suddenly, a voice resonated in the ears of the crowd. Everyone looked up towards the source of the sound and beheld a figure materializing beneath the blood-red moon in the sky. With a flourish of the longsword in his hand, he unleashed 2 crimson crescent blades that swiftly descended towards the panicked crowd below. The individuals on the ground were instantly thrown into a state of chaos, instinctively attempting to flee. Yet, surrounded by a throng of equally terrified souls, they found themselves immobilized, unable to escape. Ye Lei, upon witnessing the situation, activated the 3rd soul skill of the Flame Lord. In an instant, a crimson armor enveloped his entire being, shielding Nuan within his embrace. These actions were executed in a heartbeat, for 2 blood-red crescent moons were descending upon his position, while the surrounding crowd descended into chaos. Unable to evade, forced to endure the onslaught, the Spider Monarch's left leg soulbone skill, the Spider Monarch's purple radiant slash. In a swift motion, Ye Lei unleashed a powerful kick with his left leg, producing a colossal purple light slash aimed at the 2 crescent moons in the sky. As the Blood Moon observed the impending destruction of the 2 crescent moons by Ye Lei's purple radiant slash, the 3rd soul ring at his waist illuminated instantaneously. He raised his long sword above his head, the blade gleaming with a blood-red light, resonating with the Blood Moon above. Just as the 2 crescent moons shattered, the Blood Moon completed his charge, the longsword in his grasp surged with might. In the next moment, he swung the sword, conjuring several blood-red crescent light blades that whirled violently in the air. With a swift twist of his sword, the blade pointed directly at Ye Lei, and those numerous blood-red crescent light blades, following an erratic trajectory, launched toward him from all directions. A wide-area group attack soul skill. A Millennium soul skill of such caliber is indeed extraordinary. Behold my 4th soul skill, the blue-silver piercing formation. Ye Lei chuckled softly, then knelt on one knee, his right fist striking the ground with great force. Instantly, azure silver light flickered, and the ground erupted with a multitude of blue-silver emperor spikes, encasing Ye Lei and Nuan securely, leaving no gaps. The crescent light blades struck the blue-silver piercing formation from various angles, bouncing off harmlessly. However, under the Blood Moon's command, those crescent light blades adjusted their angles and relentlessly attacked the formation once more. Despite the repeated assaults, Ye Lei's defense remained unbroken. You cowardly turtle, if you have the guts, come out and face me directly. Hiding away proves nothing. But that is fine, if you can defend against the aerial attacks. Can you withstand the onslaught from below? The 5th soul skill, Blood Hell. The Blood Moon, agitated and cursing furiously, did not relent as he unleashed several crescent slashes once more. With his 5th soul ring glowing, the ground beneath Ye Lei transformed into a blood-red hue, gradually revealing an intricate formation. Witnessing this, the surrounding students panicked, utterly bewildered by the intentions of the figure in the sky, uncertain as to why he had targeted them with his soul skill. Although they were not the intended targets, they nearly fell victim to the chaos, prompting several spirited young men to shout angrily at the Blood Moon above. Who the hell are you? Do you realize you almost killed me? Stay up there if you dare. Let me show you what I can do. You weakling. The term weakling struck a nerve with the Blood Moon, causing him to shift his gaze towards the young man. Oh, so you are quite brave, are you? Then let us start with you. Moon puppets, rise. As he spoke, chains appeared from the formation, ensnaring the young men firmly in place. What do you want? Let my friends go. One girl, witnessing her companions captured by chains, anxiously questioned the Blood Moon, reaching out in a futile attempt to pull them free. Yet, before her hand could touch the chains, she gasped, blood spilling from her mouth as a blood-red, clawed, decaying arm pierced through her chest, grasping her still beating heart. Before she could utter another word, the arm crushed her heart, resulting in her immediate demise. Her body did not dissolve into light but instead slumped lifelessly as blood poured from her. Today, I shall write no more. I will continue tomorrow. The weather has turned cold, and I find myself dozing off in class. November 21st, Chapter 181, The Fatal Protection Device. How could this happen? When inflicted with a lethal injury here, shouldn't T1 turn into white light and be transported away? Why did that girl not vanish? Nuan, peering through the gaps of the blue-silver piercing formation, exclaimed anxiously. It seems that person has disabled the fatal protection device on us. Fatal protection device? What is that? Nuan, bewildered, gazed blankly at Ye Lei. The so-called fatal protection device is a delicate membrane that appears on the wristbands we wear upon entering the realm of adversity. Once this protective membrane shatters, it triggers the emergency system, transporting the individual back to their original location. That is the essence of the protection. Ye Lei furrowed his brows and explained. So, it means that when we were collectively transported here, the lethal protective devices on us were already deactivated? Nuan inquired. Indeed. That is the case. Their target is likely me. This so-called trial is probably nothing more than a trap, designed for me to unwittingly fall into it. However, it also presents an opportunity to temper their arrogance. I shall not allow them to remain so haughty any longer. Ye Lei spoke with a chilling calmness that was almost eerie. So, do you have a plan? Nuan was taken aback by Ye Lei's sudden composure. Indeed, I do. From my recent observations, I have discerned that Blood Moon's soul technique requires a connection with the crimson moon in the sky to unleash his soul power. This suggests that his martial spirit is that red longsword in his hand, which resonates with the blood moon above. If we can sever his link to the celestial moon, his strength will be significantly diminished. Nuaner, buy me some time, I will handle him. Ye Lei's waist revealed 6 soul rings, among which the 5th soul ring began to shimmer, a radiant blue-gold light coalescing in his hand. All right, leave it to me, Nuan replied with a nod. The blue-silver spear formation began to dissipate as Nuan unfurled her phoenix wings and soared toward the sanguine moon in the sky. 5th soul skill. Blue-silver tyrant spear. Ye Lei's spear was instantly released, transforming into a streak of azure and gold that lunged towards the chest of the blood moon. Oh! A trifling 3-ring bird dares to confront me directly. Such foolish ambition. With a flourish, the 3rd soul skill, Blood Crescent Slash, was unleashed. In the sky, the ominous blood moon flickered once more, unleashing several crimson circular blades toward Nuan, who soared above. Do not underestimate me. Behold my 3rd soul skill, Ice Spike. A colossal ice blue phoenix coalesced in the heavens, hurtling toward the position of the blood moon. How ridiculous. The 6th soul skill, Round Moon, Blood Massacre. The domain of 4 flaming skies. The 1000-gene body soul bone ability, 1000-gene falling flame, was invoked. A calm and steady male voice resonated through the clearing, as a massive meteorite rapidly formed in the sky, accompanied by a rising crimson light barrier that enveloped all within. What? The blood moon, in terror, realized that the connection between itself and the celestial blood moon was severed. Upon witnessing the enormous meteorite above, it hastily redirected its 6th soul skill towards the looming stone. Humph, do not even think about it. Soul bone combination skill, Infernal Demon Slash. Ye Lei stood upon the ground, a colossal blade of black and crimson energy swirling ominously before him, hurtling towards the figure in the sky. This is bad. The 4th soul skill. No time to hesitate. I must employ the 2nd soul skill, Ice Phoenix Congeal. Seizing the moment of Blood Moon's panic, Nuan swiftly unleashed her 2nd soul skill. In an instant, a pair of enormous ice blue eyes emerged behind her, fixating intensely on Blood Moon's alluring crimson gaze. As the confrontation unfolded, Blood Moon, upon witnessing those ice blue eyes, felt an excruciating headache take hold, rendering him incapable of harnessing his soul power to dispel this bizarre sensation. Even the soul skill he had begun to release was abruptly interrupted, as Ye Lei's radiant blade drew perilously close. Blood Moon had no choice but to raise his hand stiffly, brandishing his blood-red longsword defensively before his chest in a desperate attempt to shield himself. When the blade was merely 10 meters away from Blood Moon, the effect of Nuan's soul skill reached its conclusion, and the suffocating sensation enveloping Blood Moon dissipated. Hastily, he summoned the soul power within him to activate his 4th soul skill, Crescent Moon Spirit. The hilt of his blood-red longsword shimmered with an extraordinary crimson light, swiftly coalescing into a transparent blood-red shield that encased him within. The immense blade collided with the shield, producing a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the space. Damn it. Today, I refuse to believe that my 4th soul skill cannot withstand this light blade. Blood Moon declared through gritted teeth, gripping his sword and channeling his soul power to sustain the Crescent Moon Spirit. A faint sound of shattering echoed in Blood Moon's ears, starkly contrasting within the confines of the Crescent Moon Spirit. Suddenly, his previously taut expression turned rigid. The shattering sound did not fade but grew increasingly pronounced, and cracks began to manifest across the surface of the Crescent Moon Spirit. As fissures appeared before Blood Moon, multiplying relentlessly, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, teetering precariously on the edge of despair. In the next moment, the Crescent Moon's spirit shattered entirely, and the dark blade forcefully struck Blood Moon's longsword, sending it flying from his grasp. Crack! The blood-red longsword bore lines of fractures, threatening to break apart, and Blood Moon coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet, it was not over. He invoked his first soul skill, Infernal Lava Burst. Ye Lei let out a thunderous roar, swiftly transitioning his martial spirit into a state of embodiment. He unleashed the first soul skill of the Flame Lord, and in an instant, a colossal pillar of magma descended upon Blood Moon, forcefully propelling him against the luminous barrier of the four fire heaven domain. Boom. Blood Moon fell to the ground, charred and emitting wisps of acrid black smoke. His condition indeed dire. Sigh, it's done. Let us go, Nuan. It's time to conclude this. There is nothing of significance in the realm of adversity. Let us return early and resume our cultivation. Ye Lei raised his hand and manipulated the device on his wrist, instantly enveloping Han Nuan in a radiant white light as they vanished from their original location. Witnessing this, the others swiftly followed suit, and in the blink of an eye, the space that had once gathered thousands was left with only the charred remnants of Blood Moon, lying unconscious on the ground. At Rome University, two beams of white light flickered, and Ye Lei, hand in hand with Han Nuan, materialized within the campus. Ah, we are finally back. A visit to that realm of adversity has certainly drained a considerable amount of my soul power. I must indulge in some soul beast meat to restore my vitality. Han Nuan remarked, stretching her limbs. Well then, shall we eat? Ye Lei smiled, then swiftly turned his right hand, revealing a piece of prepared soul beast meat which he offered. Higi, then I shall not be polite. Han Nuan exclaimed as she eagerly stuffed the soul beast meat into her mouth, her face alight with delight. Take your time, no one is competing with you. Ye Lei tenderly patted Han Nuan's back and spoke. However, what Ye Lei failed to perceive was that he was about to confront the formidable Seventh Elder, who had returned from the dead, leading an army. This would mark the inaugural clash between him and the Seventh Elder. P.S. A new month brings a fresh start, and I too shall return to the pace of 30 chapters a month. Alas, the flu has been quite severe lately, and I have unfortunately succumbed to it. It is quite disheartening to realize that, at this age, I could still suffer from a lung infection. I truly did not foresee this. December 1st, Chapter 183, Brother-in-Law, Save Me. Han Nuan swallowed the beast meat, letting out a satisfied belch. Suddenly, she became aware of the presence beside her and hurriedly covered her mouth with both hands, turning away to squint and smile at the person next to her. What's wrong? Are you full? Would you like another piece? Ye Lei inquired, looking at her with confusion. Upon hearing this, Han Nuan panicked, shaking her head vigorously while covering her mouth. Are you sure? You truly don't want any more? Han Nuan nodded fervently. Ye Lei affectionately ruffled Han Nuan's fluffy hair, simultaneously raising his hand to help her catch her breath. Let go of me. You too. Hurry and let me go. A delicate voice suddenly pierced the air, instantly capturing the attention of Ye Lei and Han Nuan. The two turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, only to behold two towering men striding out of the library, effortlessly hoisting a petite girl resembling a southern potato. As they marched directly towards the school gate, the girl, in a fervent struggle, caught sight of the pair in the distance and cried out, Nuan, brother-in-law, please save me. Ye Lei had clearly recognized the girl's identity. Who else could it be but Luo Yun? Furrowing his brow slightly, he swiftly maneuvered to position himself before the two towering men, obstructing their path. Who are you? I advise you to open your eyes and step aside, or do not blame me for striking you. Smack. Before the man could finish his threat, a resounding slap echoed across his face. You. The man was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide as he gaped at Ye Lei. What do you mean by you? Release her at once. I do not wish to repeat myself. Ye Lei raised his hand and, without a moment's hesitation, struck the man across the face once more. You audacious scoundrel, daring to lay hands on a member of the Elders' Hall, you must truly wish for your demise. Another man, witnessing his companion's humiliation, glared at Ye Lei. I dare say it is you who seeks death. Upon uttering this, Ye Lei promptly seized both men's necks and ended their lives. At this moment, Han Nuan approached, extending her hand to catch the suspended Luo Yun. Woo-woo, Sister Nuan, your timing is impeccable. Had you arrived any later, those two would have taken me away. There. All is well now. By the way, where are Qiao Na and Yun Ning? Oh, I am uncertain. They should be in the dormitory, I suppose. Luo Yun turned her head and, puzzled, asked, Where's my brother-in-law? It was then that Han Nuan realized that Ye Lei, who had been present just moments prior, had vanished, along with the bodies of the two men. Where could my substantial boyfriend have gone? Hurry up. Bring all the talented individuals to me. Should anyone resist, break their legs. In the school plaza, an elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit addressed 100 uniformed men before him, flanked by two exceedingly enchanting women. Just as I suspected, Elder 7, you old rascal. You somehow survived that day. I wonder what nefarious sorcery you employed to cling to life. Elder 7, it seems rather inappropriate to abduct individuals under the bright sun. Does it not? As his words fell, the lifeless bodies, their necks twisted, were thrown before the elderly man. Elder 7 looked upon the corpses and then smiled. Ye Lei? Shouldn't you still be trapped in the realm of adversity? Blood Moon has not. Oh, you refer to him? He is likely still lying in the realm of adversity. I fear he may not awaken for at least 2 or 3 days. Ye Lei approached Elder 7 with his hands tucked into his pockets. What's the matter? Am I to be hindered from taking hostages? Elder 7, emboldened by his numerical superiority, dismissed Ye Lei's words with a scoff, stroking his goatee disdainfully. The others present momentarily paused their actions upon Ye Lei's arrival, turning their gazes toward Elder 7. Awaiting his command. What are you staring at? Continue. Elder 7 commanded, prompting the rest to resume their tasks. I shall see who dares. Ye Lei let out a thunderous roar, and in an instant, a formidable aura erupted forth. Very well, Ye Lei, today I shall face you, declared the 7th Elder. Brandishing a long staff adorned with a crimson 5-clawed dragon, known as the Pan Longstaff. Beneath him lay 6 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. He activated his first soul skill, Dragon Descend. Immediately, a phantom red dragon descended from the heavens, aiming directly at Ye Lei. Yet, Ye Lei stood resolute, showing no intention to evade or defend himself, remaining utterly motionless. As the red dragon was about to strike, he unleashed his second soul skill, Tidal Water Blade. 2 blades of light, forged from water elements, soared in from afar, shattering the descending dragon. Old Ye, we are here to assist you. Behind Ye Lei. 7 figures came to a halt, one of whom shouted at him, Thank you, Old Yang. Ye Lei chuckled lightly, gazing at the 7th Elder, and remarked, 7th Elder. The 8 of us against your 100 is quite equitable, though it matters little. The individuals you have brought are merely worthless. How arrogant you are, Ye Lei. Hiding behind a facade of bravado. Attack. Upon the 7th Elder's command, 2 women at his side charged forward, while the remaining soldiers activated their martial spirits and surged ahead. Leave those 2 women to me. The rest are yours, Ye Lei declared. Understood. The 7 replied in unison, promptly activating their martial spirits and eyeing the advancing soldiers with vigilance. Among the 2 women, one with a 9-headed serpent tattoo adorning her collarbone was the first to leap forward. She soared high into the night, revealing 6 soul rings identical to those of the 7th Elder around her waist, with the 3rd purple soul ring illuminating. 3rd soul skill, Medusa. Upon hearing the name Medusa, a sense of alarm resonated within Ye Lei. He turned to the 7 behind him and cautioned, Do not gaze directly into her eyes. Ye Lei could no longer concern himself with anything else. He leaped directly into action. It is essential to interrupt her soul skill, for otherwise, the sensation of being petrified is far from pleasant. 3rd soul skill, Web of Binding. In Ye Lei's hand, a violet light gathered and was hurled directly at the face of the serpent woman. With a whoosh, the purple orb instantaneously transformed into a web-like blue-silver emperor vine, blocking the path before the serpent woman and intercepting the white misty light emanating from her eyes. However, upon contact with that white mist, the webbing released by Ye Lei was petrified in an instant. The 1st soul skill, Scorpion Blade. For black light blades swiftly shattered the petrified blue-silver emperor vine, while the black blades rapidly surged towards Ye Lei. What? The 2nd soul skill, Crimson Rock. A colossal red stone wall erupted from the ground before Ye Lei, deflecting each of the 4 light blades. As the stone wall descended, Ye Lei beheld 2 figures, one flanked by a gigantic black scorpion and the other by a dark green serpent with 6 heads. Meanwhile, on the other side, Little Sister. This is not a place for you. Prepare to face the consequences. Dozens of individuals shifted directions and charged towards Song Yang and his companions. The first to encounter them being Joanna, who cradled a deep blue flower in her palm. The 2nd soul skill, Sword Dragon Shedding Armor. The 1st soul skill, Gale Spikes. Leading the charge were 2 individuals who unveiled their martial spirits. One, a jet black sword dragon, and the other, a holy black eagle. Both were adorned with crimson patterns, enhancing the aura of lethality surrounding their martial spirits. The enormous sword dragon launched its black and red spiked plates at Joanna from an odd angle, while the black eagle flapped its wings, transforming its feathers into long, sharp spikes that densely shot towards her. Not on my watch. A blue-purple figure swiftly leaped over Joanna's head and landed in front of her. The 1st soul skill, Mammoth Body. A flicker of blue light sparkled in Jing Hang's eyes as 2 purple soul rings manifested around his waist. The 1st soul ring illuminated, and a massive mammoth appeared, shielding Jing Hang within its embrace. With a mighty roar, the mammoth shattered the soul skills unleashed by the 2 soul masters. The 2nd soul skill, Hidden Sea Mirage. Under Jing Hang's protection, Joanna activated her 2nd soul skill, her 2 purple soul rings shining brilliantly. As the 2nd soul ring lit up, clusters of hidden sea flowers sprouted beneath the feet of the approaching Elder Soul Masters, releasing a faint blue floral mist. Beware, it's poisonous. The Soul Masters rushing into the mirage quickly covered their mouths and noses. Joanna placed her hand gently on Jing Hang's shoulder, signaling that it was time to strike. The 2nd soul skill, Thunderous Stampede. A purple lightning flickered at the corner of Jing Hang's eye as the 2nd soul ring illuminated. Instantly, his right leg became charged with electricity. With a cry, Jing Hang lifted his right leg and brought it down forcefully, mirroring the motion of the mammoth behind him. The ground before them began to shatter, and massive stones, intertwined with the purple electric net, surged into the blue floral mist. In that fleeting moment, the enemies were electrified, their cries mingling with the tremors of the earth that sent them soaring into the air. The 2nd soul skill, Tsunami Water Blade. As the enemies were thrown into the air, Song Yang swiftly unleashed his 2nd soul skill, claiming their lives. With a thud, the corpses fell to the ground, and Jing Hang collapsed, panting heavily. This marked Jing Hang's first use of the Thunderous Stampede after acquiring his 2nd soul ring. Initially, when the 5 of them obtained their 2nd soul rings with Ye Lei's assistance, Jing Hang accidentally got separated while searching for them. sensing movement ahead. And armed only with defensive soul skills, he unhesitatingly released a head soulbone skill, inadvertently slaying a 3,000-year-old gluttonous divine bull. In that moment, Jing Heng, eager for a second soul skill, absorbed the soul ring dropped by the bull, fortuitously inheriting its innate skill, War Stampede, and thus elevating his soul power, drawing ever closer to becoming a soul master at level 30. Beep. The martial spirit scan is complete. Hydra, martial spirit 9 Nether Rakshasa Serpent, soul rings, 1 yellow, 1 purple, for black, soul power level 61. Scorpion, martial spirit Dark Dragonclaw Scorpion, soul rings, 2 purple, for black, soul power level 63. Xiaoxiong, martial spirit Coiling Dragon Staff, soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, soul power level 67. The voice of the soul beast detector echoed from Ye Lei's left arm into his ear. What? I never expected that the 7th Elder would possess a higher soul power level than mine, but to my astonishment, while their soul power is not greater than the 7th Elder's, the configuration of their soul rings surpasses his. It seems these two are among the 4 trusted subordinates of the 7th Elder, excluding Blood Moon. This is likely to be a fierce battle. Upon hearing the results, Ye Lei muttered softly, his brow furrowing as 6 soul rings materialized beneath his feet, swirling around his waist. What? 200,000-year soul rings? How is that even possible? Geotude and instinctively took a step back, astonishment evident in his voice. What are you so flustered about? With his worthless martial soul, blue silvergrass, no amount of soul rings can change anything. Our combined strength is more than sufficient to handle him, and let us not forget that the Elder is also present. Duxia calmly replied. Understood, sister, Geotude nodded. Let us attack together and take him down. With that, he charged forward first. Second soul skill, 9-headed flame. Geotude unleashed his second soul skill, as the 9 heads of the 9 Nether Serpent King behind him opened their mouths, expelling 9 fiery orbs towards Ye Lei. Third soul skill, Scorpion Tail Spin. Duxia conjured a long scorpion tail from her tail vertebra, spinning wildly with a glint of cold light as it surged towards Ye Lei. Third soul skill, Web Binding. Upon witnessing this, Ye Lei gritted his teeth, and a violet orb of light coalesced in his hand, which he hurled directly at the spinning scorpion. Ye Lei pressed his right hand downward, causing a towering array of blue-silver royal vines to sprout before him, obstructing the oncoming 9-headed blaze. What? The web of restraint failed to subdue her. And the second soul skill of the Hydra was accompanied by a burning effect. Since control proved ineffective against them, let us see what my Flame Lord can do. With the activation of his third soul skill, Infernal Armor, the 4 soul rings of the Flame Lord appeared in succession, the third ring illuminating brightly. Instantly, a heavy crimson armor enveloped Ye Lei's entire body. With the activation of his 4th soul skill, Inferno Twin Blades, and the armor now adorning him, Ye Lei summoned his soul power once more. In the blink of an eye, a small pool of magma emerged on the ground before him, and he swiftly plunged both hands into the earth. At that moment, the frenzied spinning scorpion approached Ye Lei. Behold my shield. Ye Lei swiftly extracted the twin blades from the ground and struck fiercely against the scorpion's tail, sending it hurtling backward. What an extraordinary soul skill. It can deflect my scorpion tail's spinning attack. This lad possesses some merit. Now, let him experience my technique, the 4th soul skill, Scorpion's Inferno Strike. Instantly, 2 orbs of flame materialized in the scorpion's hands, growing ever larger. What once was crimson flame slowly morphed into a sinister black. Perish. The scorpion clasped its hands together, merging the 2 orbs of black flames, and forthwith, a beam of dark, burning fire shot directly towards Ye Lei. P.S. Time to clock out. December 6th, Chapter 187. Fury. First soul skill, Infernal Magma Break. Ye Lei gazed at the black flames surging towards him, and a crimson glow ignited from his right hand. The energy of magma gradually coalesced, and suddenly, a column of molten rock erupted from his fist. With a thunderous roar, the 2 pillars of flame collided, resulting in a violent explosion that propelled both Ye Lei and the scorpion back several paces. Cough, cough, cough. The scorpion clutched her chest, coughing violently, even expelling a few droplets of blood. Sister, you seek death. In a fit of rage at her sister's injury, the Hydra activated her 5th soul skill, Resetsu's Devouring Stream. The 5th black soul ring at her waist illuminated, and a dense black mist enveloped her martial spirit, the 9 underworld Resetsu Serpent King, which was infused with a dark green glow. An overwhelming aura, accompanied by a foul stench, spread throughout the arena. This odor is troubling. Could it be that her 5th soul ring is derived from the millennia-old Phosphor Serpent King? Yet, this scent seems different. Ye Lei naturally detected the foul odor, his mind perplexed by the identity of any serpentine soul beast that could exude such a potent toxin. Host. This is not the venom of the 10,000-year-old Bailuan Snake King, but rather that of a mutated serpentine soul beast known as the Emerald Emperor Snake, which boasts an impressive 30,000-year cultivation. The toxicity it harbors is several times more potent than that of the Bailuan Snake King, and, furthermore, it is its natural nemesis, making it exceedingly rare. The system's voice promptly elucidated the circumstances surrounding Ye Lei's 5th soul skill, the Hydra. Emerald Emperor? Could it be that this soul skill is a fusion of darkness and the venom of the Emerald Emperor? No, if he were to unleash this move, Nuan and the others would undoubtedly falter. Thus, I must resort to this. Since your martial souls are all of the darkness attribute, I shall also employ a dark-based skill, the dual soul-bone combination skill, Infernal Evil Slash. Ye Lei simultaneously activated the left leg bone of the human face and the right arm bone of the purgatory fire scythe. Instantly, a colossal beam of light, imbued with overwhelming malevolence, surged forth towards the Hydra. I shall render you a cripple. The Hydra, with a swift gesture of its right hand, summoned the ominous and misladen Nether Demon Serpent Emperor, which charged at Ye Lei with astonishing speed. Sixth soul skill, Blue-Silver Devil Binding, rained from the heavens. Ye Lei's lips curled slightly as he instantaneously switched his martial spirit, unleashing the sixth soul skill of the Blue-Silver Emperor. In an instant, a multitude of Blue-Silver Emperor vines emerged, completely obstructing the path of the Hydra's fifth soul skill. In terms of soul skill strength, I shall not yield to you. You two shall remain here. Fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Prison. The 9 Nether Demon Snake Emperor collided heavily with Ye Lei's sixth soul skill, and the dense black mist rapidly eroded a significant number of the Blue-Silver Emperor vines. However, the entirety of the fifth soul skill was also consumed. And beneath the Hydra and the Scorpion, 2 prisons materialized, confining them securely within. No matter how they attacked, they could not shatter their confines. Elder 7. It is now your turn. I must forewarn you, do not blame me for taking advantage of an old man. The so-called Elder Hall will inevitably face my eradication one day. Very well, Ye Lei, you possess quite the ambition. However, I fear I may not live to see that day, for today, I shall personally bring about your end. As for your companions and family, I will take great pleasure in tormenting them, ensuring their demise is one of unbearable suffering. With that, Elder 7 let out a raucous laugh. You dare. Fifth soul skill, Blue-Silver Overlord Spear. Upon hearing this, Ye Lei was instantly consumed by rage, his eyes ablaze with a fierce intent to kill. Grasping the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear, he charged directly towards Elder 7. Sister, use that move. All right. Chapter 188. Wounded the Scorpion and the Hydra each extended a hand, facing each other across the void. Between their hands, a mesmerizing interplay of dark green and black-red radiance intertwined. Behind them, the ethereal silhouettes of a scorpion and a serpent gradually materialized, drawing closer as they began to merge. You shall perish. Ye Lei's eyes glowed a deep crimson, and the Blue-Silver Emperor spear he held in his hand gradually became tainted with a hint of scarlet. Ye Lei swiftly tossed the Blue-Silver Tyrant spear into the air, executing a stunning backflip kick with his right foot that forcefully propelled the spear's tail straight towards the chest of the 7th Elder. Utilizing the soul bone ability of his left leg, the Spider Emperor's purple slash, and the soul bone skill of his right arm, the Purgatory Scythe, 2 radiant beams, 1 purple and 1 red, descended upon the spear's tail, further amplifying its power and velocity. Quite intriguing, he mused. 4th soul skill, Spiral Dragon. You shall not unleash your soul skill. 4th soul skill, Blue-Silver Stab Formation. As Ye Lei's feet touched the ground, he struck the earth with a palm, activating the 4th soul ring at his waist. Instantly, a multitude of Blue-Silver Emperor vines transformed into sharp spikes, ensnaring the 7th Elder along with his dragon twisting staff. What? The 7th Elder gasped in shock as the Blue-Silver Tyrant spear plunged unerringly into his right chest, piercing through him entirely. The force of the strike shattered his form, sending him crashing backward to the ground, where his dragon twisting staff rolled away. Elder! Cried the Scorpion and Hydra sisters in unison, their auras surging powerfully, shattering Ye Lei's Blue-Silver prison. You shall pay for your actions, young man. Prepare to face the wrath of our sisterhood. Martial Soul Fusion Technique, Azure Demon Dragon Flame. The sisters stood adorned with 12 vibrant soul rings, 3 yellow, 8 purple, and 1 black, radiating an intense brilliance. Behind them, their martial souls fused into a swirling mass of black mist, obscuring their true form. Simultaneously, they unleashed their fists, revealing dark dragon heads emanating red light atop each. The 2 dragon heads merged in midair, forming a larger, more formidable dragon head, thick with black mist, hurtling directly towards Ye Lei. What? Another martial soul fusion technique? This is troublesome, he exclaimed. 3rd soul skill, Thousand June Flame Armor. 2nd soul skill, Crimson Rock. Ye Lei instantaneously switched his martial spirit, simultaneously activating the 2nd and 3rd soul abilities of the Flame Lord. In an instant, he donned a set of crimson armor, with a formidable stone wall standing before him. The colossal, dark dragon head crashed heavily against the stone barrier, releasing an immense shockwave that sent Ye Lei hurtling backward. Yet, gritting his teeth, he desperately channeled his soul power to sustain the Crimson Rock. Observing that Ye Lei managed to withstand their martial spirit fusion technique, the 2 sisters fervently summoned their inner soul power, intensifying the fusion technique once more. The massive dragon head emanated an even more intense dark radiance, its aura growing increasingly terrifying. This time, however, Ye Lei could not hold on. The dragon head erupted, shattering his armor and sending him crashing to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth due to the force of the explosion. Elder, are you all right? Are you hurt? The 9-headed serpent teleported in front of the 7th Elder, assisting him up and asking anxiously. No serious harm. Withdraw the troops for now. The plan is temporarily shelved. The Scorpion looked at the 7th Elder, his eyes dimming further as he turned to the 7 individuals nearby, engaged in combat with the soldiers of the 7th Elder's domain. among whom one figure with a pair of blue wings stood out strikingly. Sixth soul ability, Dragon Claw Steel Spike. Behind the scorpion. A massive dark dragon claw scorpion materialized, its claws shimmering with dark light, as sharp and thick spikes coalesced in the air. Go. The scorpion raised his right hand, his slender fingers tightening suddenly. In an instant, a multitude of spikes surged forth like a tidal wave towards Han Nuan and the others still engaged in battle, transforming into a streak of black light, moving with astonishing speed. Damn it, this has gone awry. My soul power is nearly depleted. But it was worth it to injure the seventh elder. Ye Lei knelt on the ground, one hand pressed against his chest, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he gasped for breath. As he lifted his gaze, he was met with a sight that sent tremors through his heart. Moner. With a sudden flash, Ye Lei appeared before the seven who were still engaged in battle. A fierce crimson light erupted from within him, releasing an overwhelming aura that sent the elder Chiju Hall soldiers, who were poised to attack the seven, flying backward. This unexpected turn of events left Han Nuan and her companions momentarily stunned, their soul skills, which they had just prepared to unleash, stifled in their throats. Before they could exchange any words, Ye Lei summoned the remaining essence of his soul power to activate his second soul skill. Instantly, a formidable stone wall, denser than the last, rose before him. As the wall ascended, the sixth soul skill of the poison scorpion struck the scene. The elder Chiju Hall soldiers, caught unawares, were pierced through the chest by sharp steel spikes, their life forces extinguished, and their vitality surged into the poison scorpion. The relentless steel spikes rained down upon Ye Lei's second soul skill, the red rock, creating an increasing number of indentations upon its surface. Sweat beads multiplied upon Ye Lei's brow as his internal soul power dwindled rapidly. His second soul skill, Nine-Headed Flame, awakened the Hydra, which summoned all its soul power to unleash its own second soul skill. 9 fireballs hurtled toward Ye Lei's red rock at breakneck speed, proving to be the final straw that broke the camel's back. Ye Lei's soul skill was obliterated, and several steel spikes seized the opportunity, striking him directly. Caught off guard, he felt several gaping wounds open on his body as torrents of blood gushed forth. Han Nuan, having taken a few steps forward, witnessed this harrowing scene. Blood spurted from Ye Lei's right shoulder, splattering onto her delicate face. The warmth against her skin momentarily froze her movements, her gaze turning vacant. The words she had yet to utter caught in her throat. Ye Lei staggered backward a few steps, blood spilling from his mouth, his face instantly drained of color, rendering him utterly pallid. The poisonous scorpion, having achieved its objective, along with the Hydra, assisted the seventh elder, and in an instant, the three vanished from sight. Ye Lei. After a considerable time, Han Nuan regained her composure and hurried to Ye Lei's side, gently placing her hand on his shoulder. What has happened to you? Han Nuan's voice trembled, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Ye Lei uttered not a single word, collapsing to the ground, his pristine surroundings swiftly stained crimson by his blood. Ye Lei, please don't frighten me. Respond to me, will you? Han Nuan, witnessing Ye Lei's fall, hastily crouched beside him, struggling to turn him over and shaking his shoulders with urgency. Go find Teacher Huang, Goxin. Haidang. With those final words, Ye Lei could no longer hold on, his eyes closing as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Ye Lei. Han Nuan's anguished cry echoed throughout the entire academy square. As the evening approached, the scene shifted. Sister Nuan, how is brother-in-law? Several peers, alarmed by Ye Lei's sudden collapse, rushed over, with Qiao Na urgently inquiring. I don't know. All I know is that he lost a lot of blood, Han Nuan replied, her expression vacant, her delicate hands smeared with crimson. Sister, please remain calm. Did Oldie say anything? Yes. He mentioned finding Teacher Huang and something about Goxin Haidang, but I'm not sure what that means. Han Nuan replied, shaking her head slightly as she recounted what she had heard. Could it be that Oldie was referring to Teacher Huang from the 8th middle school? By the way, sister, do you remember what Teacher Huang's martial spirit is? Song Yang, suddenly recalling something, asked urgently. Teacher Huang's martial spirit. Oh. Teacher Huang's martial spirit is indeed Goxin Haidang. Then there is no issue. Sister, please go to the 8th middle school and bring Teacher Huang here. Only she can heal Old Ye's injuries, Song Yang insisted. Understood, I will return shortly. With that, Han Nuan unfurled her phoenix wings and soared into the distance. Brother Yang, why do you want Sister Nuan to find Teacher Huang? I don't understand, Wang Yuning asked, puzzled. If the 7 treasure glaze tile is the pinnacle of auxiliary martial spirits, then Goxin Haidang is the pinnacle of healing martial spirits. Regardless of the number of soul rings, the soul skill remains singular, comprehensive area healing. The higher the soul power, the more potent the healing ability. Even fractures can be instantly mended. As long as a Goxin Haidang soul master is present, one couldn't even perish if they wished to, Song Yang elaborated, recalling the original text. So, you mean Teacher Huang can restore Ye Lei's injuries? Precisely. As Han Nuan soared through the air, those below merely caught a fleeting glimpse of an ice blue streak. Faster, faster. This was the essence of Han Nuan's thoughts at that moment. In the blink of an eye, she arrived above the 8th middle school. If memory served correctly, today was Thursday, and Teacher Huang should be teaching in class 1 of the senior year. Confirming her location, Han Nuan dove down towards a classroom on the 2nd floor, only to encounter an obstruction, the white railings installed in the corridor to prevent students from jumping. First soul skill, Ice Feather. Without hesitation, Han Nuan unleashed her first soul skill, slicing through the white railings surrounding the corridor of Class 1. Several ice blue feathers punctured the classroom door, startling the occupants within. In her haste, Han Nuan burst through the classroom door, wings still unfurled. Teacher Huang. There is an urgent matter requiring your assistance. Come with me to Rong University. Grabbing the astonished Huang Xiaoshu, she propelled her towards the exit. Calling back to the classroom, pardon the interruption, fellow students, but I must borrow Teacher Huang for a moment. With that, she flew out through the damaged railings. Teacher Huang. I apologize for disrupting your class. Earlier, some elders from the 7 residences forcibly abducted people from our school, and we confronted them. Ye Lei was gravely injured while protecting us and has now fallen into a coma. We need your help to heal him. Han Nuan explained as they soared through the sky, recounting the events of the day. My heavens. Was that not one of the 2 great prodigies from last year's senior class, Han Nuan? She was simply breathtaking. Indeed, especially those ice blue wings behind her. They are utterly enchanting. She is the epitome of a radiant moon. I declare, from this day forth, Han Nuan shall be my romantic interest. Hold on. I advise you to reconsider that thought. If Senior Yi finds out, you may not know how you might perish. Once Huang Xiaoshu was whisked away by Han Nuan. The classroom erupted into chaos. What is going on? Why is it so loud? I can hear it from my office downstairs. Where is Xiaoshu? Where is Teacher Huan? ISNT this her class? Just as the commotion reached a fever pitch, a somewhat imposing voice called from outside. Xu Ting, the head of the first-year class. Intended to ascend to the 2nd floor, but was immediately incensed by the commotion emanating from the exemplary class. She stormed over, ready to unleash her frustration. Upon entering, the raucous students instantly fell silent, lowering their heads in fear of her presence. And what is going on with your classroom door and those railings outside? Someone explain. Who used soul skills to vandalize school property? Where is your class leader? Stand up. Xu Ting's ire was palpable, and her gaze fell upon the severed railings and the classroom door riddled with holes, igniting her fury even further. Bang! With her words, a bespectacled girl from the front row stood abruptly, knocking her chair over with a loud crash. D-Division leader, Teacher Huang was taken by Han Sr. Which Han Sr.? The recently graduated Han Nuan. Oh, never mind. Network manager, come up and find a movie to play for the class. And remember, keep it down. With those words, Xu Ting exited to inspect other classes. Teacher Huang, we have arrived. Please begin. My apologies for the trouble. In no time, Han Nuan returned to Rong University, setting Huang Xiaoshu down beside Ye Lei's unconscious form. My heavens! As Huang Xiaoshu touched down, she was met with the gruesome sight of Ye Lei's injuries, eliciting an involuntary gasp of shock. After a moment's pause, she declared, I understand, leave it to me. With a graceful flourish of her hands, a cerulean blossom materialized in her right palm, while beneath her feet, 2 yellow soul rings shimmered sequentially. Beneath Ye Lei's body, a cluster of begonia flowers gradually emerged, enveloping him in a radiant azure light. Petals swayed gently in the breeze, softly descending into Ye Lei's gory wounds. In the gaze of 7 onlookers, the injuries on Ye Lei's body began to heal at an astonishing pace, his once pallid cheeks gradually regaining a healthy hue. However, just as the healing reached its midpoint, the recovery process began to slow dramatically. Old Yi had exhausted his soul power during his injury, leaving him with very little remaining within. Let us assist him, Song Yang suggested, patting Chen Sitsu's shoulder. The latter nodded in agreement, and together they sat beside Ye Lei, forming hand seals to channel their soul power into him. As the 2 streams of energy surged forth, Ye Lei abruptly sat up, gasping for air. P.S. Work is done. I am utterly speechless. The weather in Fuzhou is truly unbearable. December 11th, Chapter 192, Kidnapping. Oh my god, this hurts like hell. If I ever encounter those 2 women again, I swear I will skin them alive and pull their tendons. As Ye Lei managed to sit up, he let out a cry, seemingly aggravating his injury. His expression froze, and he collapsed back down, occasionally emitting a soft whimper. Stop pretending and get up already. Han Nuan could no longer bear to watch. She approached Ye Lei and gently kicked his left shoulder. I know what kind of person you are. Get up and thank Teacher Huang. She came to your rescue in the middle of her class. You should express your gratitude. As soon as she finished speaking, Ye Lei sprang up like a carp, his complexion revitalized. Had it not been for the blood-stained clothes he wore and the crimson splatters on the ground, one would hardly have guessed he had just moments ago collapsed in a pool of blood. Thank you, Teacher Huang. I truly appreciate it. This evening, Han Nuan and I would like to treat you to dinner. Ye Lei awkwardly scratched his head, at a loss for words. Huang Xiaoshu was about to decline. But before she could utter a single word, she suddenly felt a tingling sensation at the nape of her neck. As she reached back to touch it, she swiftly extracted a slender, sharp spike. In the next moment, Huang Xiaoshu's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed straight backward, amidst the astonished gazes of those around her. A dark mist surged forth, whisking Huang Xiaoshu away. Damn it, how dare they abduct someone right before my eyes? It's utterly reckless. The soul-bone skill of the left leg of the human-faced creature, the spirit hunting ground. Ye Lei swiftly unleashed his domain skill, emanating an overwhelming aura. His self-created soul technique, the 4 fires ascending to heaven domain, was activated. While releasing this unique domain, Ye Lei did not forget to envelop Song Yang, Han Nuan, and Xiaonan as soul power, providing them with a protective shield to mitigate the oppressive force of the four fires ascending to heaven domain. Upon sensing that those who had abducted Huang Xiaoshu were trapped within the adjacent domain, Ye Lei boldly proclaimed, "Regardless of who you are, release the person immediately. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you meet a fate worse than death." Ye Lei clenched his right hand tightly, and immediately, magma surged throughout the entire domain, intermittently accompanied by colossal fire meteors crashing down onto the ground. Not far away, 5 figures were forced out by the fiery meteors and the erupting magma, one of whom bore another person upon his shoulder. Ye Lei's demeanor shifted instantaneously, causing him and the 7 individuals beside him to materialize directly before the 5 adversaries. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of 8 figures, the 5 promptly assumed combative stances, their 4 soul rings gleaming with a brilliant radiance. "How dare you, mere insignificant beings, attempt to seize someone in my presence? Have you even considered your worthiness? I shall not prolong this discourse. Release the individual, and perhaps I may allow you to depart from here unscathed." Ye Lei spoke with an air of authority, exuding an icy demeanor that sent shivers down the spines of those present. "If I refuse, then we shall certainly take this woman with us, and your numerical advantage will avail you nothing." One among the 5, seemingly their leader, declared, "To take her away is not impossible, but you must first prove you can best us. Brothers, let us advance together." The remaining 7 awaited Ye Lei's words, and as soon as he finished speaking, they revealed their martial souls, the emergence of several purple soul rings dazzling in the dim light. A heavy knock echoed from the wooden door, disturbing an elderly figure behind it. "Enter," an aged voice called out, causing the 3 at the entrance to momentarily hesitate before slowly pushing the door open and stepping inside. "Elder, the mission to ambush and capture the 5 has failed. Their heads have been placed at the entrance of our Elder's 7 residence." The Hydra bowed respectfully, a hint of guilt lacing her tone, for the beheaded were her subordinates. Enough, they were but expendable pawns. Their families, you know what must be done. I understand. I shall have their families brought here tonight as a sacrifice to you. Very well, you may leave. Yes. The Hydra clasped her hands in salute and exited, closing the door behind her. "Now, regarding the soul-guided bone armor, how is the progress?" Reporting to the 7th Elder, "The development of the soul-guided bone armor is on track. My subordinates have crafted a piece from the 6 armors, which has entered the experimental phase," the Chief Assistant Elder stated, holding up the documents. "Oh, such swift progress. Present it to me," the 7th Elder said, turning to face the Chief Assistant. "Certainly." The Chief Assistant nodded and gestured towards the door, whereupon 2 researchers in white coats entered, pushing a metal frame and unveiling a crimson cloth covering the item before retreating. 7th Elder, this is the breastplate, constructed primarily from the scales of a 10,000-year-old beast, augmented with bones from the iron-armored turtle, thunder tiger, and bloodthirsty scorpion. Even unactivated, it boasts both offensive and defensive capabilities, along with the skills bloodthirsty and thunderclap. The core of the soul guide is infused with the heart's blood of several thousand-year fire attribute soul beasts, granting this breastplate a degree of immunity against fire attribute attacks from soul masters. The Chief Assistant carefully presented the shimmering red breastplate to the 7th Elder. "Excellent. You shall oversee the distribution of this soul-guided bone armor. Additionally, I require you to ensure that your